Chapter 1. The Wedding Night, spied on by Bibi Dong's inner thoughts. Heartless scoundrel. Heartless scoundrel, you Xiaojiang. You wretched man. Using Bibi Dong and then vanishing? Damn it, you deserve to suffer. Dubai lay in his bed, perusing the novel Douluo Continent. Upon reading how Yu Xiaojiang exploited Bibi Dong to delve into soul master theory, only to abandon her and swiftly form some golden iron triangle while transferring his affections to Lu Erlong, he was consumed by indignation. He longed to exact a brutal revenge upon this cat. Yu Xiaojiang, you truly are a scoundrel, blind to the purity of a girl like Bibi Dong. May you meet a most unfortunate end. Fuming, Dubai kicked off the covers and resumed his reading. He had thought that Yu Xiaojiang was the source of his ire. Little did he know that the subsequent actions of Qian Xuanji would almost make him faint from rage. Lecherous old man Qian Xuanji, ah? You dare to defile Bibi Dong in a secret chamber. I shall castrate you, ah? In his bed, Dubai trembled with fury, overwhelmed by sympathy for Bibi Dong's plight. If only he could traverse to the world of Douluo Continent. Then, he would slay Yu Xiaojiang and Qian Xuanji, providing Bibi Dong with a warm and loving home. How I loathe this! My heart burns with resentment. Overwhelmed by unyielding rage, Dubai resolved to sleep. However, damn it, sleep eluded him, his mind consumed by thoughts of Bibi Dong. Perhaps a little browsing on a small website would help. Indeed. 2 hours later, Dubai finally succumbed to slumber. Yet when he awoke, the world around him had undergone a dramatic transformation. Where am I? Why does everything around resemble a wedding hall? What happened to my spacious, soft bed of 100 square meters? Dubai furrowed his brow, a trifecta of questions forming in his mind. As he surveyed his surroundings, strange faces adorned in festive attire surrounded him, perfectly matching the meticulously decorated hall. While Dubai was in a daze, numerous individuals, seemingly powerful and affluent, approached to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Holy Son, on marrying the first beauty of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Wishing the Holy Maiden and Holy Son a joyful marriage, 100 years of harmony, eternal unity, and an early birth of noble offspring. Congratulations, Holy Maiden. The Holy Son has awakened dual martial souls. With innate full soul power, his future is boundless. Congratulations to the Holy Maiden and Holy Son. Our Spirit Hall will soon boast a pair of titled Douluo. Surely, our Spirit Hall is destined for greatness and will one day unify the continent. As more well-wishers approached, Dubai felt increasingly out of place. Dual martial souls? Bibi Dong? Wedding night? Spirit Hall? Titled Douluo? Are you all jesting? Dubai frowned. Which production team orchestrated this? Which screenwriter is behind this farce? Who is your director? Strangely enough, you've crafted a rather convincing scene. I admit I stayed up late reading Douluo, and my favorite goddess is Bibi Dong. But this does not justify your arbitrary decision to abduct me. For a performance at the very least, you should have sought my consent. Your actions are unlawful. And you? Why has my voice changed and my hands? Dubai addressed the approaching well-wishers, but mid-sentence he froze. For he realized that his physique had transformed into a taller, fairer version of himself, his voice now mature and powerful. No way. I truly have traversed to the world of Douluo Continent. Dubai's eyes widened as he meticulously examined his surroundings, then glanced at his own strong, fair hands. He confirmed his unprecedented transition. Holy moly, I really have crossed over. A surge of elation coursed through Dubai's heart. The surrounding scenery could be staged, and the people may be actors in disguise. Yet his newly robust physique was no mere illusion. It appeared he had genuinely crossed over into Douluo Continent, and this was not a dream. This is the Spirit Hall, it's my wedding night, and I am the groom. Holy moly, does that mean my bride is Bibi Dong? At the main table of the banquet, Dubai gazed in astonishment at Bibi Dong, resplendent in her bridal attire. Her red wedding gown fit her perfectly from head to toe, a red crown adorned with glimmering gemstones resting atop her head. With her porcelain skin, nearly flawless beauty, and exaggerated curves, she was breathtaking. This astonishing beauty and regal aura left Dubai utterly convinced that the woman before him was indeed Bibi Dong. Du Bei's heart soared, his gaze unabashedly fixed upon Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was to become his wife. Such a notion was simply beyond belief, utterly fantastical. Amidst his exhilaration, a stream of unfamiliar information flooded Du Bei's mind. Bibi Dong had used an external soul bone, the six-winged purple light wings, as a bargaining chip for Du Bei to cooperate in staging a faux wedding. Thus, the origins of the wedding night were revealed. Is this a significant issue? Not particularly. Why not turn this farce into reality? Then, a chime of an external system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully traversing to the world of Douluo and binding the non-spoiler upgrade gift system. Ding! Master's identity, wild child, holy son of the spirit hall, awakener of dual martial souls, possessor of innate full soul power, and Bibi Dong's legal husband. Ding! Introduction to the non-spoiler upgrade gift system. For every level the Master ascends, one gift package will be rewarded. The higher the level, the more substantial the rewards. Opening the gift package will yield various rewards. Ding! Since the Master arrived as a Soul Douluo, your current level is 84, granting you 84 system gift packages. Ding! 84 Soul Master gift packages received. The external system had arrived. Du Bei's heart raced with exhilaration. Yet now was not the time to open the reward packages. Dual martial souls, innate full soul power, an accompanying system, and the legal husband of Bibi Dong. Excellent, splendid. I shall surely avenge Bibi Dong against the scoundrel Yu Xiaojing and the lecherous Qian Xuanji. Du Bei silently vowed to take retribution against Yu Xiaojing and Qian Xuanji in the future. Who just spoke? At that moment, Bibi Dong wore an expression of bewilderment. Just a moment ago, a strange voice had resonated in her ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. Poor Du Bei remained oblivious. After binding the system, all his inner thoughts would be eavesdropped upon by his teary-eyed goddess, Bibi Dong. Enough. You may all take your leave. No need for further congratulations. At that moment, a powerful voice broke through Du Bei's reverie, pulling Bibi Dong back from her astonishment. The other elders and high-ranking officials present wisely retreated. Du Bei and Bibi Dong instinctively turned to face the source of the voice. Before them stood a man of striking features, clad in resplendent golden armor. His gaze was fierce and cold, exuding an air of authority and danger. This man was none other than Bibi Dong's master, the current pope of the Spirit Hall, the Angel Douluo, Qian Xuanji. Chapter 2. Qian Sunji's Struggle-Seeking Votes. With a casual wave of his hand, a semicircular black energy, soundproof barrier materialized, enveloping the three of them and preventing their conversation from leaking out. Du Bei, you're no longer a child. Now that you are the holy son of the Spirit Hall and Bibi Dong's husband, you must be mindful of your identity and the gravity of your words. If you remain ignorant, I wouldn't hesitate to have the elders of the Spirit Hall teach you a lesson. Clearly, Du Bei's earlier remarks about directors and acting had irked Qian Xuanji. Qian Xuanji glared coldly at Du Bei, emphasizing the words Bibi Dong's husband. With a menacing presence, the dangerous aura of a title, Duo, momentarily left Du Bei speechless. Damn it, you old coot. You're Qian Xuanji, right? The sea god resides by the sea, yet your reach is far greater. Do you believe that once I become a titled Douluo, I won't be able to incapacitate you in a secret chamber? Du Bei's mouth was sealed, but his inner world was already firing back with indignation. Once again, Du Bei's inner thoughts reached Bibi Dong's ears. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at Qian Xuanji, showing no reaction. It seemed that only she could hear his thoughts. Analyzing this exchange, Bibi Dong, with her sharp intellect, quickly honed in on Du Bei as the target. Is this a form of voice transmission? Or is it this fellow's inner thoughts? If so, this Du Bei is exceedingly arrogant. Bibi Dong felt a twinge of surprise. She had not anticipated that she might be able to hear Du Bei's thoughts, and it seemed highly probable, yet she needed confirmation. After reprimanding Du Bei, Qian Xuanji turned his intense gaze squarely upon Bibi Dong. Donger, have you truly considered this? You were never fond of Du Bei before. This is a matter of lifelong significance. After tonight, you will be wed. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Qian Xuanji, spoke with a hint of reluctance. Consider? What a load of nonsense this old man is so hypocritical, claiming to act in Donger's best interest while merely lusting after her. Away with you, you old fool. Before Bibi Dong could respond, Dubai had already mentally lambasted Qian Xuanji. His defiance against Qian Sunji's inner thoughts reached Bibi Dong's ears, causing her to shudder slightly. If it weren't mere auditory hallucinations, then this Dubai was indeed audacious. Yet Dubai had a point. Qian Xuanji harbored ulterior motives toward her in the beginning. After Bibi Dong revealed the existence of Yu Xiaojiang to Qian Xuanji, Qian Sunji's gaze was perpetually imbued with a terrifying desire. Qian Xuanji was rather perverse after dismissing Yu Xiaojiang. He frequently restrained his own actions. The high priest of the spirit hall, Qian Douluo, also sought out Bibi Dong, hoping that she would unite with his son Qian Xuanji. With their formidable talents, they could produce an heir for the spirit hall. The notion of a master and disciple being together was inherently against the natural order, making it an impossibility for Bibi Dong. The spirit hall was Qian Sunji's domain, and he had the upper hand. Bibi Dong continuously delayed, reluctant to sever ties, while contemplating her strategy. Fortunately, after being severely wounded by Tang Hao, Qian Xuanji spent time recuperating, granting Bibi Dong a much-needed respite. During this period, she devised a plan to extricate herself from Qian Sunji's entanglement. The solution lay in a feigned marriage with Dubai, thus severing Qian Sunji's lascivious thoughts. Dubai had always been indifferent to women, keeping them at arm's length. This time, Bibi Dong exerted considerable effort, offering a precious external spirit bone as a bargaining chip to persuade Dubai to play along in the charade. On the surface, it appeared that Dubai, with his exceptional talent, had wed Bibi Dong, ensuring that the spirit hall would bequeath a genius heir in the future. In truth, it was Bibi Dong's stratagem to escape the clutches of Qian Douluo and Qian Xuanji. Their marriage would be one of convenience, devoid of genuine affection, merely a transactional relationship. Thus, Bibi Dong publicly celebrated the wedding. In the eyes of the world, the ever-bachelor Dubai was now wed to the most beautiful woman, Bibi Dong. Master, I have given it much thought. Dubai is superior to Xiaojiang, surpassing everyone, and more importantly, he has long harbored feelings for me. Bibi Dong declared, her bright eyes fixed on Dubai. She had already arranged a deal with Dubai in advance, orchestrating a performance for their faux wedding. Is that so? Qian Sunji's gaze turned icy as it bore into Dubai. Indeed, I have secretly admired Donger for quite some time, and only recently mustered the courage to confess my feelings and propose. Dubai replied innocently, exuding an air of sincerity. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanji felt the breath of the title momentarily falter. Dubai, were you not always so dull, indifferent to the affections of women? I arranged your betrothal to one another since childhood, only to have you staunchly refuse. How could you suddenly fall in love with Donger and wish to marry her? Donger, whom I painstakingly raised, has become increasingly enchanting in my eyes. I had thought you would have no interest, and had silently intended for Donger to be my own. Qian Xuanji found it impossible to accept this. 3 years ago, following the sacrifice of that blue silver grass, he was gravely injured by Tang Hao. His desire to leave a legacy had intensified, and it was evident that Bibi Dong was the most fitting choice. Having nurtured her with great effort, driving away Yu Xiaojiang, he never anticipated the emergence of Dubai as an obstacle. It was all too sudden, unbearably so. Qian Xuanji erupted in a fit of hysteria. Donger, do you truly harbor feelings for Dubai? If your heart does not lean towards him, I can assist in dissolving this marriage. My wish is for your happiness in the years to come. Qian Xuanji gasped, desperately clinging to hope. Master, love is a gradual process. I do have feelings for Dubai. He is the sun. I'm the saintess. We're the most suitable pair recognized by the spirit hall. I had misjudged before Yu Xiaojiang is unworthy of me. Bibi Dong responded earnestly. At her words, Qian Xuanji trembled. It was over. A mutual affection had blossomed. With both of you being the sun and saintess, and both Soul Douluos, how could I possibly ensnare you in a secret chamber, achieving the title of a master of secrecy? Then I shall bless your union. Regaining his composure, Qin Xuanji spoke, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Thank you for your blessing, master. With my twin martial soul's talent, I shall surely conceive a prodigious offspring with Donger, elevating the spirit hall to unparalleled heights. Dubai played his part convincingly, appearing genuinely sincere. Yet, to Qin Xuanji, it felt like a dagger to the heart. Excellent. I eagerly await that day. Qin Xuanji replied with forced satisfaction, though a flicker of chill flashed in his gaze. The hour is late. I shall not intrude upon your time any longer. Understood. Master, take care. With that, Qin Xuanji departed, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. The blow to his heart from this wedding was monumental. The body he yearned for would no longer be his to enjoy. Time to return. Time to ponder how to dismantle this pair. With a sigh, Qin Xuanji walked away without looking back. Chapter 3. 3 Rules Seeking Votes. Watching Qin Sunji's departing figure, Bibi Dong gently touched her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. She had narrowly escaped a calamity. However, the cost of a rare external spirit bone for this fod stung her heart. The bothersome old man has finally left. He was a source of irritation. After Qin Sunji's exit, Dubai could not help but murmur softly to himself. His inner voice once again reached Bibi Dong's ears. She glanced at Dubai, whose expression remained unchanged. Is this merely my illusion, or can I truly hear Dubai's thoughts? This is rather absurd. Bibi Dong pondered, still somewhat uncertain. After all, she had never heard Dubai's inner voice before. How could she suddenly perceive it now? I must test whether I can indeed hear his thoughts. Soon, the wedding banquet came to a close. Bibi Dong and Dubai returned to their bridal chamber. Upon entering the room, Bibi Dong boldly approached Dubai, her alluring form pressing forward. As he felt the softness beside him and the intoxicating fragrance enveloping his senses, Dubai's heart raced dramatically. What on earth? Is she intending to engage in such an act? Dubai's thoughts were somewhat incoherent. In the room, there were only 2 individuals, and Dubai's innermost feelings once again resonated in Bibi Dong's ears. Confirmed. Excellent. Truly, she could hear Dubai's heart. Meanwhile, Dubai steadied his mind, extending his hand to embrace Bibi Dong. At that moment, however, Bibi Dong aptly withdrew her alluring figure. Donger, come, let us embrace. Dubai, unwilling to concede, extended his hand forward, adopting a posture as if to embrace. With a swift motion, Bibi Dong elegantly waved her arm, delivering a firm strike that knocked Dubai's hand away, thwarting his attempt to draw her into an embrace. Donger, what are you doing? He exclaimed, a tinge of confusion and resentment lacing his voice. Wasn't it you who approached me? Why strike me? With a playful tone, Bibi Dong remarked, just a gentle probe, and I've uncovered your secret. It seems even our stoic Saint Sun is capable of harboring feelings. It is noteworthy that Dubai had previously shunned female company and emotional ties. Many beautiful women sought his attention, and numerous high-ranking individuals endeavored to curry favor with him, only to be met with cold indifference, even in his youth. When an elder suggested a betrothal between the Saint Sun and the Saintess, Dubai had firmly declined, even expressing his desire to avoid such arrangements. I am a man. If you draw near, am I not allowed a mere touch? Besides, I was merely testing to discern your true intentions. Dubai spoke bluntly, yet within his heart lingered a profound regret. Alas, he lamented the missed opportunity, nearly able to experience the softness of the goddess. Upon hearing his words and thoughts, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, sensing a feeling akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. This scoundrel, when she initially sought him out to stage a mock wedding, she had to plead and bargain, ultimately resorting to the mention of her precious external spirit bone to gain his agreement. Truly outrageous. Were it not for the ability to hear Dubai's innermost musings, Bibi Dong might have been deceived by his outward demeanor. So, it seems, this stoic prince harbors an interest in me. To be desired by someone is a form of validation, often evoking a thrilling sense of vanity, particularly when it comes from a prodigious talent who is usually oblivious to worldly matters. Though she did not voice it, Bibi Dong felt a secret delight within. Allow me to remind you once more. I hope you harbor no ill intentions. Our union is merely a fade. Should you dare to overstep, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Bibi Dong shot a fierce glare at Dubai. Rest assured, I hold no feelings for you. Having accepted your spirit bone, I shall honor my promise to play this charade to perfection. Dubai spoke nonchalantly, yet a glimmer of cunning flashed within his heart. Donger is truly difficult to pursue. However, do you understand the adage that sometimes play acting becomes reality? Since we are husband and wife, we must share the same bed. Feelings will naturally develop over time. Naturally, Bibi Dong could hear the unspoken thoughts of Dubai. Dubai, I wish to establish 3 rules with you. If you fail to adhere to them, you must return that external soul bone to me, Bibi Dong declared. Donger, how childish. Establishing rules. Are you trying to prevent me from touching you? I never truly desired that external soul bone. I shall return it to you when the opportunity arises. Dubai contemplated inwardly but still cooperatively remarked, do tell, what are the terms of the agreement? At this moment, Bibi Dong, who could perceive Dubai's thoughts, bore a slightly peculiar expression on her enchanting face. What could be the matter with Dubai, attempting to find an opportunity to return the external soul bone to her? What was he thinking? Was he mistaken? After all, this was the external soul bone, 6-winged purple light wings, an extraordinary rarity. Bibi Dong maintained a facade of calm. Though she was already aware of Dubai's intentions, she chose not to reveal this insight. The terms of the agreement were quite straightforward. The first stipulation, you shall not touch me without my consent. The second, you shall not enter my bed without my permission. The third, in public, especially before the Pope and the elders, you must portray a deep affection for me. It is as simple as that. No problem, a trivial matter. Dubois responded decisively. Dubai understood. At this moment, Bibi Dong had recently parted ways with Yu Xiaogang and was subtly experiencing discord with her master, Qian Sunji, rendering her particularly distrustful of others. Everything must follow a natural progression. One cannot force what should come about organically. It is unwise to act impulsively. One cannot savor hot tofu when hastily consumed. In due time, Bibi Dong will naturally belong to him. There is plenty of time ahead. He chuckled softly. Very well. Starting tonight, you shall sleep on the floor. You are not permitted to come onto this bed, Bibi Dong declared, gesturing towards the meticulously arranged bed adorned in festive crimson. Understood. Dubai nodded slightly on the surface, yet within, his inner universe was already expressing its tumultuous emotions. How tragic. On my wedding night, I find myself relegated to the floor. Who could be more unfortunate than I? Oh, woman, must you continue to toy with fire? Alas. I shall take a look at what treasures the system gift package has to offer. The promise of a gift package without revealing any spoilers for upgrades sounds rather straightforward. Indeed, quite promising. Dubai's little emotions were naturally heard by Bibi Dong. However, the whispers concerning the system in the gift packs were mysteriously and appropriately shielded from her perception. Bibi Dong was unable to discern any thoughts related to the system and gift packs. Dubai's inner world was a curious blend of peculiarity and charm, starkly contrasting with his outward indifference. What strange thoughts occupied Dubai's mind? A flicker of curiosity passed through Bibi Dong's gaze, as she yearned to explore the depths of his inner world. This was the first time Bibi Dong could hear someone else's thoughts, and it was quite intriguing. Who could have imagined that one's innermost thoughts could be eavesdropped upon, rendering Dubai's inner musings somewhat unrestrained? Once I ascend to the rank of title Douluo and attain divinity, I shall relentlessly torment Qian Sunji, torment Yu Xiaogang, torment the 3 sects, and the 7 protagonists, for they ultimately oppose my beloved Dong. Oh no, I have already reached Soul Douluo level 84. I can first indulge in tormenting the protagonist group. Splendid. Let us dismantle the gift packs. Dubai's inner world is nothing short of captivating. It is important to note that any sentiments regarding the system and gift packages will be obscured, thus Bibi Dong remains unaware. Early on, the narrative lacked proper establishment. Should there be any irregularities, feel free to skim over them. The text is brief, likely consisting of only a sentence or 2, and poses no hindrance to reading. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 4. Opening the Gift Package, Martial Soul Awakening Card. Upon hearing Dubai's thoughts regarding tormenting Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong could not help but tremble slightly. The image of Yu Xiaogang, with his cowardly demeanor, vividly surfaced in her mind. Donger, I am but level 29. I shall never surpass His Holiness the Pope. Donger, let us part ways. Being with you brings me immense pressure. Thank you, Donger. You are a good person. It is thanks to you that I have learned numerous new theories of martial souls. However, we are destined to exist in separate realms. Do not seek me out. As Yu Xiaogang spoke, the fear-inducing visage of Qian Xuanji flashed before Bibi Dong's eyes. Coward, Yu Xiaogang, you are nothing but a timid coward. I, Bibi Dong, was mistaken in my judgment. You are merely a quaking coward. Begone. The mere thought of Yu Xiaogang darkened Bibi Dong's expression. Coward, without me, Bibi Dong, you are nothing. As for Qian Xuanji, that hypocritical scoundrel, I am your disciple, and yet you dare to plot against me? Had I not remained vigilant, sensing your sinister intentions. I might have already fallen into your grasp. Hee, there are no good men. Dubai's heartfelt voice evoked numerous painful memories for Bibi Dong, causing her face to turn an eerie shade of ashen. Fortuitously, Dubai had found a spot nearby to lie down and engage with the system, sparing him from the sight of Bibi Dong's distressing expression. Otherwise, he might have uttered something like, "Embrace the darkness, Bibi Dong, I shall love you." How remarkable it is that Dubai possesses such profound knowledge, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Qian Sunji, Yu Shao Gang, and the trio of the seven monsters. The thoughts that occupied Dubai's mind were often beyond my comprehension, yet they undeniably held significant weight and seemed quite formidable. It appears that I ought to lend a keen ear to Dubai's musings, for they may aid me in breaking free from the constraints of the spirit hall. Bibi Dong contemplated. At this moment, Dubai's voice had fallen silent. He seemed to have either drifted into slumber or was preoccupied with that elusive system gift. Bibi Dong felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Dubai, I can perceive the hidden realm of your inner thoughts. Is this a divine arrangement? Does fate deem my misery sufficient to warrant salvation? Casting a glance at Dubai, Bibi Dong casually reclined on the bridal bed. After a considerable pause, the silence of Dubai's heart remained unbroken. Thus, Bibi Dong drifted into a half-asleep state. Meanwhile, Dubai, guided by the system, was engaged in the unraveling of the 84 packages bestowed by the Soul Douluo at level 84. System, what do you mean? I can only unbox one package a day. Does this imply that I am destined to spend 84 days unwrapping these gifts? Dubai conveyed his instructions to the non-spoiler upgrade gift package system. Ding. Indeed. That is the case. Very well then. If I were to open a gift package now, would there be any commotion? Ding. Rest assured, Master. The system possesses a storage space where all the gift packages and the items obtained from opening them are securely kept. Ding. You may check and utilize the items from the storage space at your convenience. That's reassuring. Following the guidance of the non-spoiler upgrade gift package system, Dubai examined his storage space. Within the storage space, 84 system gift packages were neatly arranged. Each package shimmered with a golden glow, adorned with distinct numbers that revealed their extraordinary nature. For instance, the packages labeled with the numbers 38 and 78 clearly indicated their respective levels. The higher the number, the greater the level of the gift package, and consequently, the more radiant the golden glow. Only one package could be opened per day. Which one should he choose? With a desire to grow stronger, Dubai naturally opted to open the level 84 Contra gift package first. His gaze fixed upon the level 84 Contra gift package. Dubai issued his command. System, please assist me in opening this level 84 Contra gift package. Upon receiving Dubai's command, the system commenced its execution. The level 84 Contra gift package floated out from the storage space, its golden radiance intensifying gradually. Dubai felt as though everything before him had been replaced by a golden radiance. As the golden light began to dissipate, the package in front of him was supplanted by a card that radiated a brilliant purple glow. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on opening the level 84 Soul Douluo package and acquiring a Soul Awakening card. Soul Awakening card. With the assistance of the system, using the Soul Awakening card allows for a secondary awakening of the martial soul. Gazing at the Soul Awakening card within his storage space, Dubai furrowed his brow slightly. A secondary awakening of the martial soul? Dubois muttered to himself. But soon a cascade of unfamiliar information flooded his mind. Oh, so this is how it is. Dubai possesses a unique dual spirit weapon, resembling two elongated objects that are neither precisely sticks nor perfectly rods, and certainly not guns, yet embody characteristics of all three. In earthly terms, one might liken them to elongated loaves of bread. Were it not for the fact that this is a dual spirit weapon, both exhibiting a lustrous golden hue. Coupled with Dubai's innate full soul power, one might easily dismiss them as inferior spirits. This is according to the words of the Pope, Qian Xuanji. Dubai's dual martial soul mutation failed, necessitating subsequent refinement, or what may be termed a secondary martial soul awakening, to unleash its inherent power. Much like Tang San's blue-silver grass, which evolved into the blue-silver emperor with the aid of the blue-silver king. Speaking of the blue-silver king, Dubai intends to venture into the Stardow forest to uproot it and claim it as his soul ring. The martial soul secondary awakening card is indeed a possibility. A very promising one. As soon as dawn breaks, I shall embark on my awakening journey, Dubai thought to himself. The second awakening of a martial soul could lead to significant transformations, resulting in a substantial enhancement of its attributes. Dubai was quite curious about what form his two golden, elongated strips would eventually take. Surely, they would significantly enhance his power. He chuckled to himself, envisioning a time when he could challenge the dominance of the protagonist group at Shrek Academy. He wondered if the 7 monsters had emerged yet. Naturally, he planned to visit the Sunset Forest to seek out the Eye of Ice and Fire, as the celestial herbs there would greatly benefit Dong. He pondered whether Donger would accompany him. If she chose not to, he would assert his rights as a husband to persuade her to join him. With the acquisition of the Soul Awakening card, Dubai was in high spirits, his thoughts soaring and spinning in delightful fantasies. Little did he know, Bibi Dong, who could hear his inner musings, was losing her ability to rest peacefully. The notion of a second Soul Awakening? Shrek Academy? The 7 monsters? The Eye of Ice and Fire in the Sunset Forest? Celestial herbs? Donger? Husband? Rights of authority? His laughter echoed in the stillness. This cascade of thoughts abruptly jolted Bibi Dong awake. She wondered if the visions in Dubai's mind were indeed real, and resolved to find a way to verify them the following day. Deep in her thoughts, Bibi Dong's gaze flickered with a glimmer of wisdom. The long night stretched on, and this newlywed evening was proving to be quite the ordeal, not due to any trivial matters between the couple, of course. Dubai eagerly anticipated the arrival of dawn, longing for the moment when he could undergo the second awakening of his martial spirit and unveil the rewards contained within the martial spirit package. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong was entangled in her emotions, reflecting on Dubai's heartfelt sentiments. Both harbored their own thoughts, resulting in a night of restless slumber. Chapter 5, targeted by Douluo, the evil spirit, and despairing for votes, in the Hall of Martyrs. There was a juxtaposition of joy and sorrow amidst the celebration of a new marriage. Within the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall, Qian Sinji wore a grim expression, his demeanor further intensified by the presence of a ghostly figure looming behind him. It had long been Qian Sinji's desire to possess Bibi Dong, and he had secretly nursed the wounds inflicted by the Haotian hammer, refraining from taking action against her. Yet now, Bibi Dong had become the wife of the Holy Son, Dubai, and the bitterness of lost opportunity weighed heavily upon him. If circumstances allowed, he would forsake healing his injuries. Capturing Dong heir was of paramount importance. Though Dubai was the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, his own disciple, and they belonged to the same faction, the unbearable sensation of losing one's beloved while being compelled to offer congratulations gnawed at Qian Sunji's heart. It was imperative to incite some form of upheaval. Yu Guan, standing before Qian Sunji, responded with a respectful bow, a striking figure adorned in golden armor. With long golden hair and an alluring appearance that radiated an aura of nobility, he was the 95th level title Douluo, known as the Elder of the Pope's Hall. Douluo Yu Guan. Today marks the joyous union of the Holy Son and the Holy Maiden. However, I fear that they may neglect their cultivation. Qian Sunji stated solemnly. Therefore, Yu Guan, I entrust you with a task for tomorrow. Ensure that the Holy Son undergoes his martial spirit's second awakening within 5 years, or else he shall be sent to the city of slaughter for training. A glimmer of determination flashed in Qian Sunji's eyes. Dubai. Though you possess twin martial souls, they have yet to fully awaken, rendering you of little value to the martial soul hall. I have used this reasoning to send you away. In your absence, I shall have the opportunity to claim Donger for myself. Dubai. Do not blame me for my coldness. It is merely that I have long coveted Donger as figure. Indeed, Your Holiness. Douluo Yueguan responded respectfully. On the other side of the Spirit Hall, 2 forlorn figures were drowning their sorrows in drink. I never anticipated that you and I, known as the pride of the Spirit Hall, would witness Donger's marriage today. A man with fiery hair and a muscular build lifted a large bowl of wine, gulping it down with a look of bitter resentment. Indeed, I, Yimo, and you, were recognized as the most likely candidates to wed Bibi Dong. How laughable. How absurd. That Donger has been taken away by that blockhead. It is unbearable. The figure beside him, marked with mysterious patterns of malevolence, uttered these words with a grim smile, draining his cup of fine wine. The 2 men, known as and Yimo, were brothers, with being the elder sibling of the future Golden Generation's Yen, while Yimo was the brother of Xieyu and Hulaina. Both were disciples of the second elder of the Spirit Hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo. Together with Bibi Dong, they formed the illustrious generation of the Spirit Hall, leading their team to victory in the Continental Soul Master competition. Yimo and possess Soul Master ranks just below Bibi Dong, at levels 78 and 79, respectively. They were on the cusp of becoming titled Douluos, poised to be the pillars of the Spirit Hall and the champions of the younger generation. What good is it to lament? The situation is already set in stone, he sighed. At these words, Yimo's heart swelled with sorrow and resentment, prompting him to seize the wine jug and drink deeply. With a crash, the empty jug was hurled to the ground by Yimo in a fit of frustration, shattering into pieces. I cannot tolerate this indignity. I will seek a brawl tomorrow with that scoundrel. I feel that if I do not engage in this fight, I will never break through to title Douluo. But he is the Holy Son. It would be perceived as trouble-seeking to confront him on the second day of his marriage. He sighed heavily. Trouble-seeking? That is precisely what we intend to do. Are you afraid? Yimo, do you not know me? When have I ever feared? Though Dubai possesses dual martial souls as a title Douluo, let us not forget that they are merely two failed, mutated martial souls. Indeed, you are correct. They are just discarded martial souls. We can defeat him. Come, let us toast to this jug of wine. Saying this, Yi and Yimo raised a new jug of wine, clinking it together with fervor. At dawn, we shall fight. Whoever falters shall be a coward for life. Agreed. Whoever falters shall be a coward for life. Thus, these two rivals, consumed by jealousy over Bibi Dong, temporarily united as allies, resolved to confront Dubai. Meanwhile, Dubai remained blissfully unaware that he had become the target of their ire. At this moment, he was still dreaming of quietly undertaking his second martial soul awakening at dawn. As the jade rabbit sank in the west and the golden crow rose in the east, soft sunlight gradually poured into the room, and the fresh air stirred a desire to awaken alongside nature. The sun has risen. It is time for me to get up. Dubai stretched lazily and noticed that the goddess Bibi Dong had emerged from her state of cultivation, gazing in his direction. Good morning. Dubai took the initiative to greet Bibi Dong, whom Bibi Dong nodded indifferently, her emotions inscrutable. However, deep within her, she thought, even amidst the soul masters, still with the sun god. How childish. Upon awakening, the goddess he had longed for was right before him, filling Dubai with exhilaration. My dear Dong looks truly enchanting. She is indeed the most beautiful woman in the Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong's tasteful attire carefully enveloped her exquisite figure, leaving little to the imagination. Coupled with her noble demeanor and unparalleled beauty, she appeared both pure and sacred. It evoked a deep desire within others. To behold the beloved goddess so early in the day was a delightful experience. Dubai's proud inner voice momentarily stunned Bibi Dong. This voice emanated from his admiration for his wife's beauty, a source of joy for him to behold her first thing in the morning. Yet, this wife is none other than Bibi Dong herself. Reflecting on Dubai's sentiments from their wedding night, his disdain for Yu Xiao Gang, his contempt for Qian Sunji, his animosity towards anyone who obstructed his beloved Dong. Could it be that Dubai has harbored secret affections for me? The thought that he might have been silently observing my every action sent Bibi Dong into a whirlpool of confusion. The image of the solitary and emotionally inept saint in her mind was utterly overturned. Impossible, impossible. I have long regarded him as the ultimate male companion. How could he possibly have feelings for me? Bibi Dong shook her head fervently. What is wrong with you? Dubai gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, murmuring while swaying slightly, utterly bewildered. Bibi Dong did not respond, merely staring blankly at Dubai, her eyes revealing a subtle shift in emotions. At that moment, Dubai's mind was solely preoccupied with the awakening of his martial spirit. His carefree nature left him oblivious to the nuances of her demeanor, dismissing it as mere morning confusion on her part. Bibi Dong, I must step out to attend to a matter. I shall return once it is resolved, Dubai stated with an air of nonchalance. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, sensing his pretense, but then she heard his inner thoughts. Donger, my beloved, I am about to undergo a second awakening of my martial spirit. I shall return to astonish you. Haha. This immature thought process snapped Bibi Dong back to reality, preventing her from further losing composure. What was it that Dubai hoped to astound her with? Chapter 6. The Second Awakening of the Martial Spirit. The Annihilation Fire Qilin, Part 1. He wishes to astonish me? I shall not grant him that satisfaction. Bibi Dong resolved that if Dubai truly underwent a second awakening, she would maintain an air of indifference, ensuring he faced a cold reception upon his return. Go ahead, Bibi Dong replied coolly, displaying little curiosity regarding Dubai's whereabouts, seemingly uninterested. To Dubai, her reaction appeared entirely reasonable. After bidding farewell, he departed. But where should he conduct the second awakening of his martial spirit? After a brief contemplation, he decided upon his former residence. It was there that he would attract no undue attention. Discretion was paramount. Only through subtlety could he achieve great success in silence. As she watched Dubai's retreating figure, contemplating his calm demeanor during their exchange and his lively inner monologue, Bibi Dong could not help but marvel. Dubai truly had a talent for pretense, surpassing even my soul guide. the Qiankuan storage ring. After Dubai departed, Bibi Dong stealthily followed in his wake. The second awakening of a martial spirit is no trivial matter, yet Dubai appears to possess the ability to awaken at will, which seems rather arbitrary. This is decidedly incongruous with the norms. The emergence of his inner voice and the enigma surrounding Dubai compel Bibi Dong to delve deeper into the mystery. Perhaps it is due to being on familiar ground, or perhaps Dubai has yet to fully grasp the powers of a Soul Douluo. Dubai returned to his residence, unaware of a graceful figure stealthily trailing behind him. Upon arriving home, a sudden bang echoed through the air. Dubai firmly closed the door behind him. Upon entering his home, he eagerly sought a suitable spot and quickly retrieved the Soul Awakening card. The card radiated a mysterious purple glow, evoking a sense of enigma. As he held it in his hand, Dubai felt a surge of restlessness within his soul, as if it had encountered something irresistibly alluring. How does one utilize this Soul Awakening card, he wondered. Dubai inquired with great excitement. Ding. As the master, you simply need to unleash your martial soul. And this system will assist you in its utilization and facilitate a secondary awakening of the martial soul, the system responded. System. What should I do if two martial souls cannot be released simultaneously? Ding. Under certain conditions, both martial souls can indeed be released at the same time, with this system providing the necessary suppression. Please rest assured, Master. Very well, system. You previously mentioned that it would not cause excessive commotion. Can you guarantee that? Ding. You can be assured of this. This system will help to mask any disturbances. All right, let us commence. As Dubai spoke, his right hand began to unveil his martial soul. A long baguette, radiating a golden glow, materialized instantaneously in his right hand, shimmering with brilliance. The 8 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 on his right hand's martial soul pulsated rhythmically. Just as Dubai pondered how to simultaneously unleash his left-hand martial soul, Dubai's left hand unexpectedly opened involuntarily, unleashing another martial soul. Notably, there was not a single soul ring upon his left hand's martial soul. The two martial spirits of Dubai bear an uncanny resemblance to one another, both resembling elongated baguettes, albeit more robust in form. Were it not for the phenomenon of twin martial spirits and the innate full soul power, as well as the manner in which both martial spirits manifest akin to weaponry such as staffs and spears, one might easily overlook their distinction. Dubai truly believed that these were two food-type martial souls, the bread of martial souls. As both martial souls were unleashed simultaneously, Dubai's hands radiated a brilliant golden light. Meanwhile, the martial soul awakening card, shimmering with a flowing purple brilliance, transformed into 2 beams of purple light that surged towards Dubai's 2 martial souls, merging with them. The awakening card commenced its function. Boom. Dubai felt a resounding roar from his 2 martial souls as the system facilitated their second awakening. The purple radiance resembled a divine craft, transforming and merging Dubai's 2 golden martial souls. The sound of thunderous booms echoed in Dubai's mind as the purple and golden lights intertwined, generating striking bolts of lightning that struck the elongated bread martial soul. Oh my, the lightning has struck my hand. Dubai was taken aback, a wave of dread washing over him. The lightning had struck him with an undeniable reality, leaving the earthling momentarily disoriented. Then, a miraculous transformation began to unfold. As the bolts of lightning descended, the form of his long baguette soul weapon started to metamorphose. With each strike, 1, 2, 3, the once ravaged bread, resembling a chasm, suddenly erupted in a dazzling brilliance, more resplendent than the combined radiance of Dijun and his 10 solar suns standing together. Dubai's martial soul is being forged in the direction of a divine weapon. This golden orb is blinding my eyes. As Dubois lamented, the garments upon his body were reduced to mere ashes by the searing heat within, the blackened fragments clinging to his sweat-drenched form like a cascade. In that instant, Dubai stood there, completely unclothed, akin to a newborn infant, devoid of any semblance of privacy. Yet, the sounds within the room remained as subdued as ever. The system, true to its word, had indeed muted all disturbances. Of course, there was another individual, equally flushed with warmth as Dubai, lurking outside the door, none other than the stunning goddess, Bibi Dong. This young lady had never before encountered a man in such a state of undress. Her cheeks ablaze with a bashful crimson hue that sparked boundless imagination. Each forging and transformation of the martial spirit sent forth ripples of violet and gold, leaving Dubai utterly entranced. What transpired next rendered Dubai utterly astounded. Surely, system, is it true that the first yellow soul ring I acquired, spanning 4 centuries, has detached itself of its own accord? Dubai was astonished to discover that the first soul ring acquired from his right-hand martial spirit had been detached by a swirl of purple and golden light. The yellow century-old soul ring pulsated in mid-air, seemingly reluctant to part ways, and after a brief moment of daze, it swiftly surged into Dubai's body, transforming into soul power that invigorated him. Dubai felt an invigorating surge of soul power within him, as if it were on the verge of breaking free from its constraints and ascending to a new level. Suddenly, a notification resonated. Soul rings below 50,000 years are unworthy of the master's martial soul and will detach on their own. So it was. Indeed. Dubai observed in astonishment as the soul rings of his right-hand martial soul transitioned from yellow to purple and then to black, detaching and transforming into soul power that nourished his body. As time progressed, Dubai was astonished to witness the two martial souls in his hands evolving towards the form of firearms. Not traditional long weapons, but rather guns capable of chambering bullets. The weapon in his right hand resembled an automatic rifle, while the one in his left hand took the form of a sniper rifle. Dubai was utterly astonished. If it were indeed a gun, it would be an unparalleled rarity throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent. Dubai attentively observed the awakening of the martial soul while also being mindful of the commotion it stirred. Dubai discovered that this commotion was concealed by the system, and only he could perceive it. He felt quite satisfied with this fact. A tall tree attracts the wind, he thought to himself. I must remain low-key. However, unbeknownst to him, someone was watching his every move. Outside the room, the lurking Bibi Dong was astounded, her eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Dubai is truly undergoing a second awakening of his martial soul. Bibi Dong's delicate face lit up with astonishment. She had never imagined that Dubai could awaken his martial soul so effortlessly. What an extraordinary talent he must possess. The incomplete evolution of his martial soul sent shivers down her spine. If it were to fully evolve, how terrifying would that be? Witnessing this historic moment, it was impossible for Bibi Dong not to be astonished. At the same time, within the martial soul palace, two figures were hastily approaching Dubai. I've inquired and found out that Dubai returned to his residence early this morning. Let us go and challenge him. All right, let us go. We'll make him regret it. Yu and Siamo, like two ferocious tigers, glared menacingly, eager to confront Dubai to vent their heartbreak. Soon, Yi and Siamo arrived at Dubai's residence. Who is that? Isn't that Dong-er? Indeed, it is Dong-er. From a distance, Siamo and Yu spotted a tall, graceful figure standing outside Dubai's abode. Bibi Dong naturally noticed the fierce approach of Siamo and Yu, who appeared intent on confronting Dubai. At that moment, Dubai was at a critical juncture of his second martial soul awakening, and he could not afford any disturbances. Instinctively, Bibi Dong stepped in front of the approaching Siamo and Yu, shielding Dubai behind her. What are you two doing here? Bibi Dong said coldly, her frosty demeanor sending chills to their hearts. Siamo and Yu faltered, their previously domineering presence diminished by half. Before the goddess of love, they dared not act too recklessly. Chapter 7, Second Awakening of the Martial Soul, Destructive Fire Qilin, Part 2. The three of them held their ground for a moment, and the hot-tempered Yu stepped forward. Dong-er, let us be honest. We are here to challenge Dubai. The Martial Soul Palace has regulations that allow us to issue a legal challenge to anyone we are dissatisfied with, so please do not obstruct us. As Yu spoke, his confidence grew, and his fiery spirit reignited. Indeed, please do not interfere. Siamo added nonchalantly, though the ominous patterns on his face revealed his determination. A challenge is acceptable, but Dubai is currently unavailable, so please leave, Bibi Dong responded frostily. We are here specifically to challenge Dubai, so don't stand in our way. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Yu retorted angrily, releasing his martial soul, the Fire Lord. The temperature in the vicinity surged dramatically. The Fire Lord is a top-tier martial soul of the fire and earth attributes, with 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black pulsing ominously, exuding a dangerous aura. Interesting. Siamo, witnessing this, unleashed his own martial soul, the Crescent Moon Demon Blade, boasting the same formidable configuration of soul rings. With the Crescent Moon Demon Blade in hand, Siamo radiated a fearsome energy. Yeah, you hold off, Dong-er. I'll see how long this turtle intends to hide. Siamo declared menacingly, never considering a direct confrontation with Bibi Dong. With a few swift movements, he maneuvered around her, charging directly toward Dubai. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a hint of menace. She would not allow Siamo and Yi to succeed. In a split second, her gaze sharpened with resolve. First martial soul, Death Spider Emperor, activate. The 7th soul skill was unleashed, in the true form of the Death Spider Emperor emerged. The third soul skill was activated, ensnaring the foes in a deadly web. Transformed into a massive, venomous spider, Bibi Dong expelled deep purple webs, enveloping Mo in a haze of toxic gas. Mo was taken aback by Bibi Dong's decisive actions. She had immediately unleashed her martial soul and third soul skill. As an 86th level Soul Douluo, her strength far surpassed his. Dong-er, you're ruthless. Weighing his options, Mo opted to retreat from Du Bai's vicinity. Don't worry. I'll help hold Dong-er off. You, seeing Bibi Dong's aggressive stance, also released his martial soul. In an instant, he transformed into the Fire Lord, commanding a torrent of terrifying flames. Subsequently, he unleashed his fifth soul skill, Fire Meteor. With a wave of the Fire Lord's hand, a barrage of dark red meteors appeared, hurtling toward the colossal poisonous spider. At that moment, a figure radiating a terrifying aura descended upon the battlefield. A yellow chrysanthemum erupted from this figure, tracing an arc in the air before rapidly enlarging. In an instant, the yellow chrysanthemum expanded to an immense size, enveloping and extinguishing the incoming fiery meteors. This yellow chrysanthemum was the heavenly chrysanthemum. What are you doing? The figure demanded angrily. The presence of the title Douluo was unmistakable. The newcomer was Zhu Douluo, Yu Guan. He had come to convey an order from the Pope, Qian Xuanji, instructing Du Bai to seek methods for martial soul awakening. To his surprise, he stumbled upon the renowned trio of the Martial Soul Palace, engaged in a brawl outside Du Bai's residence. This was utterly unacceptable. Greetings, Elder Zhu. Bibi Dong, and Mo respectfully addressed Yu Guan. Now, explain what you are doing here. If you wish to fight, take it to the Douluo arena. Fighting here is utterly inappropriate. Yu Guan admonished angrily. Yu and Mo exchanged glances, realizing they had come to issue a challenge. Go ahead, Dong-er, report us. Yu thought to himself. In his view, the two would merely face a slight reprimand for causing a scene in their attempt to challenge Du Bai. However, the sight of Du Bai cowering inside, shielded by a woman, would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule if it spread. The thought of this made you feel a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Mo shared similar sentiments. Although their challenge had failed, seeing Du Bai embarrassed was still worthwhile. But then, Bibi Dong's next words left both Yu and Mo utterly astonished. Noticing their smug expressions, Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh and softly stated, Du Bai is undergoing a second awakening of his martial soul. What? Could you repeat that? Du Bai is currently undergoing a second martial soul awakening? They exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, Du Bai is inside, undergoing a second awakening of his martial soul. In an instant, the expressions of Yi, Mo, and even the previously furious Yu Guan shifted to one of shock, struggling to comprehend Bibi Dong's revelation. I must see for myself. Yu Guan, filled with anticipation, swiftly approached the dwelling of Du Bai. Upon closer inspection, the truth of Bibi Dong's assertion was confirmed. Indeed, Du Bai was undergoing his second awakening of the martial soul. Haha, our spirit hall shall unveil the continent's foremost prodigy. What nonsense is the Haotian sect? The youngest titled Douluo, Tang Hao, pales in comparison to our holy son of Spirit Hall. Yu Guan's heart swelled with excitement, his face flushed with joy. Meanwhile, the mood of Xiamao and Yi plummeted at the sight of Yu Guan's exhilaration. This is impossible. He struggled to accept this reality and rushed forward to investigate. Xiamao hurriedly followed suit. Inside the room, Du Bai is wholeheartedly undergoing the second awakening of his martial soul. At this moment, the originally unremarkable golden rods have transformed into two exquisite divine weapons. The evidence is undeniable. Mo and Yi's faces are now ashen. Du Bai remained inside, not out of fear or reluctance to engage, but rather because he was undergoing the second awakening of his martial soul, unable to extricate himself. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong stood guard for him. After much ado, it turned out the real fool was none other than themselves. What brings you two here? Zhu Yueguan glared at the pair. We. Yin and Mo had lost their previous bravado. Before Zhu Douluo, they resembled frightened fledglings, hesitant to act recklessly. We are here to congratulate the Holy Son. Mo stammered, his face flushing at the mention of congratulations. Yes, indeed. We come to offer our congratulations to Du Xingzi on his marriage and the awakening of his martial soul. Yan's face also flushed as he echoed Mo's sentiments. At that moment, both Yin and Mo wore peculiar expressions. Initially, they had intended to confront Du Bai and humiliate him, but instead, they found themselves humiliated, having to offer congratulations and apologies. It felt akin to the discomfort of an interrupted bowel movement, where relief is tantalizingly close, only to be thwarted. necessitating further effort before respite could be attained. It was a most unpleasant sensation. Oh, is that so? Then why were you two engaged in a brawl? Zhu Douluo questioned, his voice low and menacing. We hadn't seen Donger in quite some time. Upon encountering her, we were seized by the urge to spar. Yin and Xiamo admitted, their expressions grimy and defeated. Humph. This is a critical moment for the Holy Sun's martial soul awakening. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be yours to bear. Now be gone, Zhu Yueguan coldly admonished. Though Yin and Xiamo had erred, they were still recognized as the future elite of the Spirit Hall. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Zhu Yueguan chose not to make it difficult for them. Yes, upon hearing the dismissal, Yin and Xiamo felt as though a great weight had been lifted, and they scurried away, not daring to cast a glance at Bibi Dong. It was utterly humiliating. Watching Yin and Xiamo depart in disgrace, Bibi Dong's icy demeanor softened. Her mood considerably lightened. Saintess. At that moment, Zhu Yueguan called out, Elder Zhu, what is your command? Bibi Dong responded, the Holy Sun is currently undergoing his second martial soul awakening. I must remain here to guard him and cannot leave. I ask that you inform His Holiness the Pope of this matter, Zhu Yueguan instructed. Understood, Elder Zhu, Bibi Dong acknowledged. As the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Dubai's second awakening of his martial soul is indeed a matter that must be conveyed to His Holiness the Pope. Even though Bibi Dong is reluctant to meet Qian Xuanji, she has no choice but to proceed. Soon, Bibi Dong arrived at the Pope's chamber. Greetings, Master. Upon seeing Bibi Dong's arrival, Qian Xuanji was quite taken aback. Observing the enchanting figure before him, he mused, Donger has come to see me, undoubtedly regarding Dubai's situation. I instructed Yueguan to relay a message to Dubai to seek the method for his second martial soul awakening. If Dubai cannot awaken on time, he must venture to the city of death for training. The awakening of a martial soul is no simple feat. Donger must be pleading for him. Haha. While Donger is concerned for Dubai, I shall not grant your wishes as a couple. I intend to separate you, then find a way to possess you. After all, I am quite taken by your allure, Donger. Resolutely, Qian Xuanji made up his mind, refusing to soften his stance. Donger, what brings you here? He inquired nonchalantly. In response to Master, Dubai is currently undergoing his second martial soul awakening. Elder Zhu is safeguarding him, and I have come to report to you. Bibi Dong respectfully replied, concealing her inner disdain. What? Dubai is undergoing his second martial soul awakening? Qian Xuanji's previously playful expression shifted dramatically. Filled with astonishment. Yes, Master, Dubai is indeed in the midst of his second martial soul awakening, Bibi Dong reiterated. As even Elder Zhu and the others were equally astonished. Where is he now? At his own residence. What? His own residence? Qian Xuanji had anticipated that Dubai had stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity, but never imagined he would conduct his awakening at home. This revelation left him utterly astonished. Yes, Master, you mentioned Elder Zhu is protecting him? Indeed. Excellent. My dear disciple, you have provided me with tremendous surprise. I shall go and see for myself. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qian Xuanji's eyes, and with a firm step, he departed from the Pope's chamber. Following closely behind him was a shadowy figure. The ghost Douluo, renowned alongside Elder Zhu, a level 94 title Douluo. Before long, Qian Xuanji and the ghost Douluo arrived at Dubai's residence. Greetings, Your Holiness. Elder Zhu Yueguan succinctly briefed Qian Xuanji on Dubai's condition. All right, I understand, Qian Xuanji responded, hastening to inspect the area adjacent to Dubai's room. Indeed. My esteemed Holy Son, you truly are the prodigy of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji proclaimed proudly, though his heart ached. He had initially planned to use the second awakening as a pretext to send Dubai away for training, thereby clearing the path to pursue Bibi Dong. Yet, Dubai had unexpectedly proven him wrong, commencing his awakening quietly at home. Qian Xuanji's emotions were tumultuous, caught between joy and anger. Dubai's union with Bibi Dong was perceived by Qian Xuanji as a personal vendetta for the abduction of his beloved. Nevertheless, he was the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Alas, it would now be even more challenging to act against Donger. Could this be the will of fate? Qian Xuanji sighed deeply, his heart a tumult of emotions. Guimei, Yuguan. You shall guard and protect the Holy Son as he undergoes the second awakening of his martial spirit, he commanded. Understood. Both Guimei and Ji Yuguan responded with reverence. Thus, the formidable trio of Qian Xuanji, the ghost Douluo Guimei, and the chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan stood vigil over Dubai. This stronghold was the very heart of the Spirit Hall, and even in the absence of these three, None would dare to infringe upon it. Yet, they chose to remain, a testament to the respect the spirit hall held for the Holy Son. Shortly thereafter, Bibi Dong arrived from the Pope's palace. Now that Dubai was her husband, her presence was only natural. Inside the chamber, Dubai naturally sensed the commotion outside the house. Initially intending to remain inconspicuous, he now found himself in a rather amusing predicament. It was indeed difficult to maintain a low profile. Dubai sighed inwardly, having deliberately chosen to awaken his second martial soul in his ancestral home. Yet, the commotion still attracted others to come and provide protection. It was indeed challenging. Regaining his focus, Dubai devoted himself entirely to the second awakening of his martial soul at this moment. Dubai's right-hand martial soul has undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving into an AK-47 automatic rifle forged from pure gold, its body radiating a brilliant golden light. Most strikingly, a majestic fire Qilin rests atop this AK rifle, seamlessly merging with its structure. The Qilin's eyes blaze with fiery brilliance, instilling a profound sense of trepidation. This martial soul is renowned, aptly named AK-47 Fire Qilin. Meanwhile, Dubai's left-hand martial soul has evolved into a Barrett cannon, cast in dark gold, its aura subdued yet potent, as if poised for action. Notably, the scope of this Barrett cannon features two glowing red Qilin eyes, exuding an air of menace that surpasses even that of the AK-47 Fire Qilin. This martial soul is famously known as Barrett Destruction. At this moment, both of Dubai's martial souls have reached their ultimate forms. Yet the awakening process is far from complete. The sixth soul ring of the AK-47 Fire Qilin, however, remains reluctant to detach, unwilling to transform into the life force that nourishes Dubai. I recall that the sixth soul ring originated from a ferocious great ape of 45,000 years, and it appears to possess a consciousness of its own, resisting its departure from my AK-47 Fire Qilin martial soul. Observing the sixth soul ring struggle, Dubai finds himself in a state of bemusement. Chapter 9. The initial appearance of the martial soul. Shocking the four, tearfully requesting votes, the system had previously stated that any soul ring under 50,000 years is unworthy of its martial soul and would be stripped away. Thus, Dubai finds himself at an impasse, having no choice but to patiently await the sixth soul ring's eventual departure. However, it seems that this process may require a considerable amount of time. Just as Dubai resolves to exercise patience, the narrative unfolds further. A robust column of soul energy, akin to the girth of an arm, erupted from Dubai Shin's heart, surging towards the sixth spirit ring that resisted separation from the martial soul. As the torrent of soul energy poured forth, the tremors of the sixth spirit ring began to diminish. It was gradually growing stronger, thereby augmenting the age of the spirit ring. Under the nurturing power of the first 5 soul rings, Dubai had ascended to the esteemed rank of Soul Douluo at level 85, even hinting at a potential breakthrough to level 86. However, as the energy of his soul power began to leak outward, Dubai sensed his rank starting to waver. He transitioned from the pinnacle of level 85 to the latter stages, and finally to the mid-stages of level 85, where he ultimately stabilized. The sixth soul ring, having absorbed sufficient soul power, had now evolved to possess an age of over 50,000 years. This sixth soul ring proved to be quite intriguing. Akin to an indomitable insect, refusing to be crushed and even growing stronger. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Dubai found himself in a state of both amusement and exasperation. With the sixth soul ring reaching an age exceeding 50,000 years, the second awakening of his martial soul also approached its conclusion. Moments later, Dubai's right-hand martial spirit, the AK-47 Fire Qilin, and his left-hand martial spirit, the Barrett Destruction, once again erupted with a dazzling brilliance. This resplendent light, upon reaching its zenith, began to retract, ultimately returning to a tranquil state. The two unparalleled firearms emanated an intimidating aura of terror. The secondary awakening of his martial spirits had been a resounding success. This was indeed the hallmark of an extraordinary powerhouse. In the future, he would possess the capability to safeguard Dong or even more effectively. Casting a glance at his martial spirits, Dubai could hardly conceal the joy in his eyes. He needed to find a change of attire before venturing out to meet Donger and the esteemed elders of the church. Dubai slowly rose, casting a wry smile upon his bare form. During his awakening, the garments that adorned him were shattered by the thunderous lightning, leaving him devoid of any clothing. Fortunately, during my second awakening of the martial soul, no one intruded unbidden. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly feel inferior due to my third weapon. Unable to find solace in slumber that night, Dubai murmured to himself, quickly tidying up and donning a suitable outfit before stepping out. Dubai then beheld the Pope Qian Xuanji, alongside the formidable titled Douluo figures, Gui Mei and Zhu Yuguan, both of whom turned their gaze toward him and approached. In addition to these three, his wife, Bibi Dong, was also present. Upon encountering this esteemed company, Dubai felt no surprise. Earlier, during the awakening of his martial soul, the commotion outside had captured his attention, leading an elder to remind the others to safeguard him. "I pay my respects, master. I pay my respects, esteemed elders." Dubai respectfully bowed to the two elders, Qian Sunji and Gui Mei, before directing his gentle gaze towards Bibi Dong. "Madam Xiao Dong Dong, you have also graced us with your presence." Dubai affectionately greeted Bibi Dong. Upon hearing the endearing address, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the earlier sight of Dubai, unclad, awakening his martial soul, a faint blush crept upon her cheeks. "Are you well?" Bibi Dong inquired with genuine concern. Moving closer to Dubai, though there remained a slight distance between them, Dubai could distinctly sense the alluring warmth emanating from Bibi Dong's captivating form. Additionally, the sweet, pure fragrance of her presence filled the air, causing Dubai's third weapon to involuntarily stir in a public display. Fortunately, the Pope Qian Xuanji and the elders remained oblivious to the unusual occurrence. Observing the intimate interaction between Dubai and Bibi Dong, Qian Xuanji felt a pang of jealousy, yet quickly regained his composure, adopting an expression of sternness and poise. "My dear disciple, has the second awakening of your martial soul been successful?" "Indeed, master." "Good, you truly live up to the title of the holy son of our spirit hall. My disciple, please unleash your martial soul for me to see." The Pope, Qian Xuanji, eagerly anticipated witnessing Dubai's martial soul. Dubai's martial soul has always been an ambiguous weapon, resembling neither a spear, nor a staff, nor a club, an indistinct hybrid. It has never been able to unleash its true potential. Now, Dubai's martial soul has successfully undergone a second awakening. Not only the Pope, but even the two elders, Gui and Zhu, are eager to witness the manifestation of this dual martial soul's second awakening. "Very well, teacher." Dubai spoke calmly, then extended his right hand. The martial soul, AK-47 Fire Qilin, was unleashed. Accompanied by a surge of golden radiance, a golden AK-47 Fire Qilin materialized in the palm of his hand, its fiery eyes emanating a mesmerizing and fearsome brilliance. The manifestation of the AK-47 Fire Qilin instantly altered the expressions of the onlookers. "What kind of martial soul is this?" inquired Douluo Yuguan, unable to contain his curiosity. This, Qian Xuanji was momentarily taken aback, as even his extensive experience could not discern the nature of this martial soul. Nevertheless, the palpable aura of danger emanating from Dubai's AK-47 Fire Qilin instilled a sense of trepidation in their hearts. "Wait, why are there only 3 soul rings remaining on this martial soul?" Qian Xuanji suddenly made a startling observation, his astonishment rekindled. Earlier, the crowd had been captivated by the peculiar appearance and golden glow of the AK-47 Fire Qilin, neglecting to notice the soul rings. At this moment, prompted by Qian Xuanji's insight, they realized that the martial soul was adorned with 3 black soul rings, rhythmically pulsating. It is worth noting that a soul master's soul rings accompany them for life, immutable and inseparable. Dubai was previously an esteemed Soul Douluo at level 84, adorned with 8 optimal spirit rings on his martial soul. However, the remaining 5 spirit rings have mysteriously vanished. "Dubai, are you truly all right?" Bibi Dong suddenly recalled something and inquired with concern. "Madam, I am fine," he replied. Dubai spoke with an air of nonchalance, his expression serene. "Xiao Dong Dong's wife, are you concerned about your husband?" "Huh. Not only am I unscathed, but I have also grown stronger. Prepare yourselves for my display of prowess." Observing Dubai's calm demeanor, Bibi Dong felt an urge to strike him on the head for his pretentiousness. Yet, knowing that Dubai was unharmed brought her relief, and she was curious to see how he would continue to show off. "Good disciple, what is the story behind this? Please recount your awakening process in detail." Qian Sunji inquired. "Very well, it happened like this, teacher." Dubai recounted the events surrounding the awakening of his martial soul with embellished fervor. At that moment, the expressions of the 4 individuals present, including the Pope, turned distinctly peculiar. "What, Dubai? Are you claiming that Donger has always been a knot in your heart? If you do not marry Donger, it is likely that you shall never attain the rank of title Douluo in this lifetime." It is precisely due to your audacious confession that you have successfully broken free from the shackles of your mind and triggered a second awakening of your martial soul, thereby advancing your soul power. Qian Xuanji remarked with an odd look on his face. Chapter 10. The next Pope's primary heir. I humbly request your support. Indeed, teacher. That is precisely the case. Ha ha ha. You fool, you actually believe this. Dubai remained composed as he spoke. Upon receiving Dubai's affirmative response, Qiansen, Jimei, and Zhu Yueguan exchanged glances, each reflecting a myriad of thoughts. What Dubai articulated seemed rather enigmatic. One might deem it unreasonable, yet it possessed an air of plausibility. Nevertheless, as the holy son of the Spirit Hall, it is only fitting that he harbors a few personal secrets. The trio of Qian Xuanji, Gui Mei, and Zhu Yueguan shared a tacit understanding and refrained from probing further. Dubai's audacity was remarkable, daring even to deceive the title Douluo, the Pope, and the elders. Given that Bibi Dong could perceive Dubai's innermost thoughts, she was well aware of which assertions were grounded in truth and which were mere fabrications. However, at that moment, Bibi Dong's exquisite visage bore a hint of crimson, and her cheeks felt slightly warm. Dubai, the scoundrel, actually proclaimed before the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the two elders that his martial soul had undergone a second awakening due to his own nuptials. How was he to face the Pope and the elders after such an utterance? It was utterly mortifying. Does your martial soul possess a name? If not, I can assist you in bestowing one, continued Qian Xuanji. I have it. It shall be called the Fire Qilan. Dubai responded nonchalantly, omitting references to the AK-47, lest he be compelled to explain extensively to this antiquated assembly. Is it called Fire Qilan? Qian Xuanji repeated, a flicker of ire passing through his words. On one hand, Dubai's exceptional prowess was a source of frustration. He had just sent Dubai to undergo a second awakening of his martial soul, only to have Dubai quietly achieve this at home, striking the Pope's face and disrupting Qian Xuanji's meticulously laid plans. On the other hand, Dubai had declined Qian Xuanji's offer to bestow a name upon his martial soul, though Qian Xuanji's tone was measured when discussing the naming. The honor of receiving a name from the Pope was a coveted accolade sought after by many of the younger generation within the Spirit Hall. Yet Dubai had refused it. The two Douluos, Gui and Zhu, who had accompanied Qian Xuanji for many years, were acutely aware that Dubai's refusal could very well offend the Pope's sacred authority. Dubai truly displayed a remarkable naivety regarding social niceties. Zhu Douluo sighed inwardly. However, Gui and Zhu, having no personal ties to Dubai, chose not to speak in his defense. Now, please retract your right-hand martial soul and allow me to observe your left-hand martial soul, Qian Xuanji continued, silently jotting down this grievance in his mind. Of course, master, came the reply. Dubai spoke with an air of nonchalance as he retracted his right-hand martial spirit. Subsequently, he unleashed his left-hand martial spirit, the Barret, Destruction. A dark golden radiance surged forth from the palm of his left hand, and soon, a Barret, forged from dark gold, hovered above his palm. This Barret, Destruction, appeared more substantial and formidable than the AK-47 Fire Qilan. The weapon's surface shimmered with a subdued, dark golden glow, exuding a menacing aura that eclipsed even that of the AK-47 Fire Qilan, sending a shiver of trepidation through onlookers. Upon witnessing this martial spirit, Qian Xuanji, Zhu Douluo, Gui Douluo, and Bibi Dong displayed expressions of astonishment. The presence of this martial spirit was far more perilous and terrifying than the previous Fire Qilan. This was the immediate sentiment that coursed through their minds upon seeing the Barret, Destruction. Son, has your martial spirit been named? Zhu Douluo inquired, suggesting that perhaps the Pope should bestow a name upon it, as such an honor would be unparalleled. At this moment, Qian Xuanji had yet to speak, while Zhu Douluo took the initiative to propose this idea, emphasizing the exceptional honor it entailed. Zhu Douluo harbored concerns that Dubai might overlook the importance of placating Qian Xuanji and inadvertently provoke the Pope, which could lead to their own misfortune. Gui Douluo's ethereal specter flickered within his dark robe, signifying his admiration for Zhu Douluo's intellect. Shaking his head, Dubai once again declined, stating, I apologize, esteemed elder, but this martial spirit already possesses a name. It is called Destruction. Dubai once again declined the Pope's offer to bestow a name upon his martial soul. Upon hearing this, Zhu Douluo inwardly cursed, deeming him a blockhead. Even a fool could discern that two martial souls warranted a name from the Pope. A gesture to curry favor. Since the Holy Son had his own intentions, let it be called Destruction. Qian Xuanji spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, betraying neither joy nor anger. Receiving the Pope's naming was an immense honor, and the repeated refusals from Douluo left Qian Xuanji feeling humiliated. Coupled with the loss of Bibi Dong, his favorable impression of Douluo evaporated entirely. Meanwhile, Zhu Duo and Gui Duo understood that the Pope's calm demeanor was the most terrifying. It was akin to the ominous tranquility before a storm. Turning his head, Qian Xuanji shot a glare at Zhu Duo, reproaching him for his audacity to act on his own accord. Under the Pope's gaze, Zhu Duo couldn't help but shudder, realizing the folly of meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Sighing inwardly, Zhu Duo resolved not to involve himself in the Holy Son's matters henceforth. Such obstinacy was indeed unyielding and rather unappealing. Having learned from Zhu Duo's experience, Gui Duo refrained from interjecting. Dubai, your second awakening of the martial soul has brought me great surprise. I intend to designate you as the next Pope of the Spirit Hall. Prepare yourself. Within 3 days, you shall embark on a quest to hunt soul beasts for suitable soul rings. Once you have gathered your soul rings, return to the Spirit Hall, where I shall host a coronation ceremony for you. At that time, challengers will rise against you. Defeat them, and you shall become the first in line to inherit the title of the next Pope. As Qian Xuanji spoke of the first heir to the papacy, a fleeting glimmer of ambition sparkled in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Dubai was momentarily taken aback. This implied that once Qian Xuanji ascended to the position of the lower realm, he himself would become the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Indeed, Dubai Shi, known for his succinctness, maintained a calm demeanor, as if what Qian Xuanji had just mentioned was merely an ordinary matter. Do you have any further inquiries? No. I shall take my leave then. None at all. Dubai shook his head. Very well. Qian Xuanji cast a meaningful glance at Dubai before promptly turning around, his feet lightly touching the ground, and in a flash, he was already several dozen meters away. With the Pope's departure, there was no reason for Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo to remain. Take care, Holy Son. After exchanging pleasantries, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo swiftly followed in the footsteps of the Pope. The decision made by Pope Qian Xuanji appeared entirely reasonable to all present. Dubai, possessing the extraordinary prowess of an 85-level dual martial soul, with innate soul power at the 10th level and a secondary awakening of his martial soul, has experienced the shedding of lower-age soul rings. His right-hand Fire Qilin soul ring exceeds an astounding 50,000 years in age. This remarkable talent positions him as the foremost individual in the martial soul hall, and arguably the most gifted soul master on the entire Douluo Continent. Thus, despite his earlier indifference towards the Pope, showing a lack of deference, it is only natural that the Pope would appoint him as the primary heir to the next pontificate, given his exceptional abilities. However, Dubai must still validate his strength by overcoming any challengers. Dubai, are you truly as oblivious as you seem? You have just offended the Pope, remarked Bibi Dong, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Douluo Continent, with a hint of confusion and concern after the Pope and elders departed. Chapter 11. Dubai's plan. Dear Dong Dong, I am not oblivious. Furthermore, how exactly did I offend the Pope? Dubai responded with a perplexed expression, recalling the conversation he had just had with Qian Xuanji. Dubai felt that he had not spoken any baseless words. Those were merely heartfelt sentiments. What Dubai was unaware of was that his heartfelt words inadvertently conveyed a sense of disdain towards the sacred authority of the Pope to Qian Xuanji. Do not refer to me as Dong Dong's wife. Furthermore, now that everyone has departed, there is no need to continue the charade. Bye-bye shot Dubai a glare. What should I call you then? Bye-bye's wife, perhaps? Dubai maintained an air of indifference, yet inwardly, he could not resist engaging in conversation. Just call me Bibi Dong, he stated. Bibi Dong, having perceived Dubai's inner thoughts, shot him a fierce glare. Being attuned to Dubai's mind, she was well aware that while he spoke with feigned seriousness, his heart was anything but sincere. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong found herself unable to express her frustration. Unable to expose his duplicity, she had to feign cooperation in their charade, lest she be deprived of access to Dubai's genuine inner world in the future. Very well. Bibi Dong, earlier, you mentioned that I offended the Pope. What is the story behind that? Dubai inquired. Dubai genuinely could not comprehend the reason behind offending the Pope. Wasn't the Pope about to bestow upon him the title of first in line for the next papacy before his departure? Are you truly unaware, or merely feigning ignorance? The Pope had evidently intended to grant you a name for your martial spirit, an honor of considerable magnitude. Even Elder Zhu had stepped forward to enlighten you. Yet you turned him away. Bye-bye Dong cast a glance at Dubai, curious to ascertain whether this individual was merely pretending. Ah, so it is. To refuse the Pope's bestowal of a name is to incur his displeasure. How trivial of him. Emir Shaoqian still dares to seek to name my martial spirit without consulting a fortune teller. What is he, after all? I have shown him leniency by not fully articulating the names of the AK-47 and Barrett martial spirits. This old fellow is simply ungrateful. Henceforth, he shall be referred to as Xiaqianzi. Dubai responded, silently mocking in his heart. Bibi Dong felt a wave of embarrassment. Dubai's inner thoughts undoubtedly expressed his disdain and contempt for Qian Xuanji. Bibi Dong, do you truly believe that the Pope's bestowed title is an unparalleled honor? At that moment, Dubai suddenly inquired. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by the question. Shaking her head, she replied, it is merely a hollow title. I do not care for it. More than that, I wish to remain unbound by anyone. Then that settles it, Dubai said with a serious expression, continuing. Shall we depart? Leave the spirit hall? So far away? Dubai, please be mindful of your words and conduct. Bibi Dong glared fiercely at him. This fellow was utterly indiscreet, seemingly oblivious to the ears that might be listening. I was merely jesting, haha. Dubai responded, alas, how many heartfelt truths are concealed within jest. Little Dong Dong's wife. I, Dubai, truly hold affection for you. Dubai sighed inwardly. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. She was well aware of Dubai's true feelings, understanding that he was fond of her, and she did not harbor any aversion towards him either. However, their acquaintance was still in its infancy, as it was merely the second day since they had met and spoken, coinciding with the second day of their marriage. Bibi Dong found it difficult to fully accept Dubai at this juncture. She required time. Love must withstand the test of time, and perhaps in the future, they might find themselves together, but not at this moment. Let things unfold naturally, without forcing them. Bibi Dong gazed deeply at Dubai, her expression regaining its composure. Shall we prepare ourselves and set forth to hunt for spirit beasts? We? Bibi Dong inquired, puzzled. Indeed, just the two of us. If you wish to keep our newlywed status under wraps, join me in the hunt for spirit beasts. Furthermore, I currently possess only 3 spirit rings and require your assistance. Dubai spoke with a solemn expression. Dubai took the initiative to propose, thus providing Bibi Dong with a graceful exit and preserving her dignity. After all, the icy goddess Bibi Dong could hardly be expected to suggest accompanying Dubai on a hunt for soul beasts. With this maneuver, Dubai couldn't help but commend his own emotional intelligence. However, despite Bibi Dong's composed response, she did not harbor any aversion to joining Dubai in the hunt for soul beasts. My dear Dong Dong, I would never have the heart to leave you behind in the spirit hall. Standing by my side through trials and tribulations will surely lead you to discover my true nature over time. Upon hearing Dubai's innermost thoughts, Bibi Dong felt a tinge of complexity within her heart. 3 days hence, let us venture to the sunset forest outside Heavendoe City. I have business in Heavendoe City anyway. Very well, Bibi Dong replied calmly, refraining from further inquiry. For she understood that Dubai's motivations would gradually unfold regarding their journey to the sunset forest and Heavendoe City. Strictly speaking, the Stardoe Forest harbors a greater abundance of soul beasts than the Sunset Forest, making encounters with soul beasts over 50,000 years in age more likely. Thus, Dubai's expedition to the Sunset Forest must surely be driven by a specific purpose. Dubai ventured into the Sunset Forest, naturally drawn by the allure of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Within this enchanting realm flourished numerous exquisite herbs and flowers, including the illustrious king of herbs, the Qilua tulip, the fiery Sin Chow, the frigid 8-pointed ice grass, and the remarkable Tongtian chrysanthemum, among others. These mystical plants, when consumed appropriately, could significantly enhance one's physical constitution and elevate one's soul power. It was through the consumption of herbs and flowers from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes that the Shrek 7, led by Tang San, managed to break through multiple levels and ultimately claim victory in the Continental Soul Master Competition. Moreover, if the extraordinary Tongtian chrysanthemum from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes were to be plucked and presented to the chrysanthemum Douluo, it might very well turn the esteemed Douluo to his favor. Thus, Dubai resolved to first journey to the Sunset Forest to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. His decision to embark on the 3rd day stemmed from a desire to open a couple more treasure chests, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared for this expedition. After Dubai and Bibi Dong reached a consensus, they temporarily parted ways to attend to their own matters. However, as night fell, they would reconvene in the same room. The flowers bloomed in pairs, each expressing its unique essence. Meanwhile, within the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere was tense regarding Dubai's recent spirit awakening. What are your thoughts on Dubai's spirit awakening? Pope Qian Xuanji inquired with a somber expression. The son has concealed something. A second spirit awakening is no trivial feat. And he must be hiding something, Douluo reflected thoughtfully. I am well aware of that. What I am referring to is the son's attitude towards the spirit hall. If he were loyal to the spirit hall, any small secret would be inconsequential, Douluo retorted. What do you think of the son? Qian Xuanji shot a glare at Douluo. Douluo and Douluo exchanged contemplative glances. His Highness the Sun is engrossed in cultivation, somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of human relations. He does not harbor disloyalty towards the spirit hall, yet he seems to lack genuine interest in it, Douluo assessed candidly. Chapter 12. Qian Xuanji's decision. Douluo, whose presence flickered like a shadow, concurred with Douluo's assessment. Indeed, Dubai's character does exhibit some discrepancies. He requires further tempering. Pope, Qian Xuanji remarked. That is certainly true. Both Gue and Douluo nodded in agreement. What are your thoughts on the decision to appoint the son as the next pope? Qian Xuanji continued. Well, it seems reasonable. After all, the son has reached the rank of Soul Douluo, and with his newly awakened spirit, in terms of strength and talent, he undeniably stands as the foremost among his peers. Furthermore, the union of the son and the saintess makes his appointment as the next pope quite fitting. Douluo expressed his opinion. I share the same sentiment, Douluo, whose shadowy form remained indistinct, interjected with a few chilling words. Old ghost, it would be prudent for you to speak less, Douluo admonished him with a glare. Douluo, visibly displeased, flickered in response. Very well, let the word be spread. Tomorrow, summon all the worshippers and elders to the Pope's hall for a meeting. I shall announce this matter, Qian Xuanji declared, a glint of ambition flashing in his eyes. Understood, both Douluo and Douluo acknowledged the command. Subsequently, the two departed the Pope's hall, leaving Pope Qian Xuanji alone in the vast chamber. Dubai, you have truly astonished me. I never anticipated your talent to be so extraordinary. I eagerly await your growth. The Haotian sect still requires your prowess. Qian Xuanji mused to himself, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Upon discovering Dubai's formidable spirit talent, Qian Xuanji resolved to temporarily set aside his biases against Dubai and his covetous desires for Bibi Dong's physical form. Prior to awakening his spirit, Dubai's two failed mutations were of little consequence, akin to a delicacy that was neither appetizing nor entirely worthless to the spirit hall. However, now that Dubai had undergone a second awakening, both of his spirits were exceptional. Moreover, the main spirit he wielded had undergone a transformation, with his spirit rings falling away, signifying that his primary spirit could now possess rings exceeding 50,000 years in age. Once Dubai reached the rank of title Douluo, with 9 black spirit rings at his command, it was likely that even the continent's youngest and most powerful title Douluo, Tang Hao, would not stand a chance against him. The annihilation of the Haotian sect and the other 3 sects would be imminent. With Dubai at his side, the spirit hall would undoubtedly unify the continent. Qian Xuanji's heart swelled with enthusiasm. Should the spirit hall truly unify the continent, as its pope, Qian Xuanji would ascend to the pinnacle of power on Douluo Continent. At that time, he could have any woman he desired. Even if he coveted Bibi Dong, it would not be impossible to eliminate Dubai and claim her for himself. A married woman held a certain allure, imbued with depth and charm. A glint of ambition flickered in Qian Xuanji's gaze. Moreover, he perceived the appointment of Dubai as the next pope as a gesture of goodwill, intended to alleviate Dubai's wariness towards him. In the future, should Qian Xuanji ever perceive Dubai as a threat to his position, he could take advantage of a moment of unguardedness to orchestrate Dubai's downfall. However, unbeknownst to Qian Xuanji, no matter how he attempted to ingratiate himself, Dubai would harbor an unwavering disdain for him. Eventually, once Dubai attained sufficient strength, he would seek an opportunity to overthrow Qian Xuanji. After all, Dubai was well-versed in the plot of Douluo Continent and recognized Qian Xuanji as a treacherous individual, willing to resort to any means to achieve his ambitions. Most crucially, in previous events, he had even targeted Xiao Dongdong's wife. Such actions were unforgivable. The following day, within the Pope's hall of the Spirit Hall, all the high-ranking elders had gathered, including Dubai and Bibi Dong. Qian Xuanji had already briefed Dubai, indicating that today's meeting was merely a formality. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Dubai was poised to become the primary heir to the next pope. The assembly of over 20 title Douluo within the Spirit Hall was a sight to behold, leaving even Dubai in awe of the Spirit Hall's profound heritage. The terrifying aura radiating from each title Douluo elder compelled even Dubai, who typically dismissed all forms of authority, to sit up straight in respect. Subsequently, After briefly outlining Dubai's situation, Qian Xuanji gestured towards him. Dubai, please release your spirit for the elders to witness. Yes, Dubai responded with nonchalance. Subsequently, Dubai successively unleashed his AK-47 Fire Qilin Martial Soul and Barrett Destruction Martial Soul. The spirit hall immediately emanated an aura of formidable martial prowess. Upon witnessing Dubai's martial soul, the elders were left in a state of astonishment. Their expressions grew even more incredulous when they observed that Dubai's primary martial soul was adorned with merely 3 black soul rings, each spanning 50,000 years. Previously, upon hearing the descriptions of Dubai's martial soul from Qian Xuanji and Gue Ju, they had harbored some skepticism. However, at this moment, witnessing Dubai's martial soul with their own eyes, they recognized the truth of the Pope's words. He was indeed the Qilin's son, the most extraordinary prodigy of the continent. The titled Douluo elders appeared as if they had never encountered such a spectacle, their faces painted with shock, unable to regain their composure for a considerable time. Even more remarkably, Dubai had already attained the level of an 85th-ranked Soul Douluo, standing just a step away from becoming a titled Douluo himself. This was a genius who had already flourished, with little chance of faltering, poised to lead the spirit hall in battles across the land. I agree to designate the Holy Son Dubai as the first heir to the next pope of the spirit hall, declared Qian Douluo, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. After witnessing Dubai's martial soul, Qian Douluo was not only the Grand Elder, but also the father of Pope Qian Xuanji, lending significant authority to his words. With Qian Douluo taking the lead, the subsequent proceedings became considerably more straightforward. I concur, followed the second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo. I also agree, chimed in the third elder of the Spirit Hall. Agreed, agreed, agreed. Beginning with the 7 great elders of the Spirit Hall, one by one, all the elders expressed their agreement to recognize Dubai as the first heir to the next pope of the Spirit Hall. The motion received unanimous approval. With the votes from the 27 elders present, Dubai was unanimously appointed as the first heir to the next pope of the Spirit Hall. Congratulations, Dubai, proclaimed Pope Qian Xuanji, announcing the results and extending his congratulations. Congratulations, Holy Son. Several elders around also offered their well wishes to Dubai. Thank you, esteemed teacher. Dubai replied nonchalantly. In truth, Dubai harbored no interest in the position of pope within the Spirit Hall. Standing at such a lofty height often entailed a lack of autonomy, compelling one to undertake actions that were less than desirable for the sake of the Spirit Hall. However, as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Dubai found himself compelled to accept this role. Yet, there was a silver lining. With this title, vanquishing the protagonists of the 3 sects and 7 monsters became significantly more manageable. From a certain perspective, Dubai shared a common adversary with the Spirit Hall, the protagonists of the 3 sects and 7 monsters, who posed a threat to both Bibi Dong and those he despised. Once he eliminated Qian Xuanji and ascended to the position of pope, disbanding the Spirit Hall would not be beyond the realm of possibility. This was the unvarnished truth that resided in Dubai's heart. Naturally, should Pope Qian Xuanji become aware of these thoughts, he would likely choke on his own blood in shock. Dubai and Qian Xuanji were both engaged in their own schemes, each harboring ulterior motives. Chapter 13. The Thief's Sacred Gloves. Upon the announcement of the results, all parties swiftly reached a consensus. Dubai, this time you shall hunt the soul beasts, and I suggest that elders Gue and Ju accompany you. Strive to hunt soul beasts of a higher age, even those exceeding 100,000 years, declared Pope Qian Xuanji. As the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall and the next pope, he naturally possessed the authority to have titled Douluo elders accompany him on the hunt for suitable soul beasts in order to obtain appropriate soul rings. While I appreciate the goodwill of my mentors, I would prefer to venture forth alone in pursuit of the soul beasts, though Lady Dong Air shall accompany me. It would be unwise to allow anyone else to accompany me to the Eye of Ice and Fire, particularly Elder Ju. For there one might find the celestial flower and the rare dew, which are identical to Elder Ju's martial spirit. Should he accompany me, would I still have the opportunity to claim such treasures for myself? Dubai promptly declined and cast a glance at the goddess Bibi Dong. Dubai harbored ambitions of monopolizing the wondrous Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum, which would enable him to extract a significant favor from the chrysanthemum Douluo, subsequently putting it to his own advantage. Beside him, Bibi Dong, attuned to Dubai's innermost thoughts, swiftly deduced the true purpose of his journey to the Sunset Forest. Within this mystical realm lies a location known as the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, renowned for its abundance of celestial flora capable of enhancing a soul master's prowess, including the illustrious Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. The martial soul of Elder Juhuan is the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Thus, acquiring it and managing it wisely would grant substantial assistance from a title Douluo within the Spirit Hall. This opportunity could prove invaluable in liberating herself from the constraints of the Pope in the Spirit Hall. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong felt her heart race with excitement. The revelation of Dubai's profound secret and his awareness of such a place was truly astonishing, further igniting her curiosity about him. Are you and Dong capable of this? Qin Xuanji interjected, a tinge of jealousy surfacing within him, as he was reluctant to allow Dubai and Bibi Dong to remain alone together. Fear not, master. This endeavor serves as a trial for me. I do not wish to be a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse, nor do I desire to be a mere ornamental vase lacking in substance. Dubai spoke with resolute authority, asserting that the celestial flowers and herbs belonged solely to him and Dongdong's wife. He had no desire to share them with the elderly crowd. This was the genuine sentiment residing within Dubai's heart. Very well. The Holy Son possesses a commendable spirit. He is indeed worthy of being the next Pope of the Spirit Hall. Thus, let us proceed according to the Holy Son's wishes, gathering the soul rings as soon as possible and subsequently hosting a coronation ceremony in your honor. The esteemed Elder Qian Douluo of the Spirit Hall looked on with admiration, oblivious to the jealousy brewing within Qin Xuanji. Nevertheless, a married woman possesses a unique charm. Accepting that the matter was settled, Qin Xuanji could only find solace in his own thoughts. Gratitude to Elder Xie for his support, and thanks to the Pope for his guidance. Dubai respectfully spoke. At this moment, there were a total of 28 title Douluo present, including the Pope. Dubai dared not be arrogant or dismissive. Fully aware of the weight of their presence, should he offend them, the combined disdain of these 28 title Douluo could easily overwhelm him. Witnessing Dubai's resolute demeanor, the first elder, Qian Douluo, expressed his approval. All the elders present regarded Dubai with kindness and admiration. Truly, he is the next Pope of our Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall is poised to enter a golden age, and the unification of the Douluo Continent is merely a matter of time. This was the genuine sentiment harbored by the Assembly of Elders towards Dubai. Of course, should Dubai ever defy the sacred will of the Spirit Hall, this group of title Douluo would swiftly unite against him. Such is the nature of the Spirit Hall's institutional mechanisms. If you align yourself with it and contribute, you shall earn the affirmation and recognition of all within the system. Within this framework, the perception of acknowledgement drives one to exert greater effort in extracting their own value in service of the institution. However, when one contravenes the will of the system, retribution will inevitably follow. The system values not individual capability, but rather the worth one brings to the institution. Du Bois revealed the intrinsic value to them. In contemporary society, it is similarly true that every institution, every school, and every factory aspires for their employees, students, and workers to shine and contribute to the system they belong to. Is it not so? Indeed, Du Bois harbors no fondness for the Spirit Hall, nor does he hold any affection for the main cast. He finds discomfort in their absence of suffering, yet experiences a semblance of satisfaction when they endure hardship. After all, Du Bois is well-versed in the entirety of the Douluo Continent novel and harbors a deep-seated disdain for numerous characters within it, such as Tang San, Qian Xuanju, and Yu Xiaojiang. Dubai is primarily concerned with whether he and Bibi Dong can live together happily and freely in the Douluo Continent. Holy Son, prepare yourself. Embark on the journey to hunt for soul rings at the earliest, Qin Xuanji declared, bringing the assembly to a close. As he spoke, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, barely perceptible yet captured by Dubai's keen observation. This was not the first time Dubai had noticed such a flicker in Qin Xuanji's gaze. At this moment, Dubai could not help but internally scoff. What a ridiculous display of brilliance, Douluo. Is this your way of hinting that you possess a title of Radiant Douluo? Hearing Dubai's silent thoughts, Bibi Dong cast a glance at him, unable to suppress her curiosity about this seemingly gentle and obedient fellow, wondering what schemes might be brewing within his mind. As the meeting officially concluded, elders began to rise and depart, many taking a moment to offer their congratulations to Dubai before leaving. He responded with a calm demeanor, aware that these individuals might very well become adversaries in the future. The elders were not particularly surprised by Dubai's indifference, recognizing that the Holy Son's character was somewhat aloof and lacking in worldly wisdom. As the assembly dispersed, those without burdens returned to their homes to embrace their spouses, while those with troubles sought solace in the latrine. Dubai naturally chose to return to his residence to open his own gift pack. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong would not linger around Dubai, preferring to attend to her own affairs. The two would only reconvene in their matrimonial abode when the time for rest arrived. Dubai's residence. Yesterday, I unexpectedly received a Thief Saint's gloves from the level 85 gift package. I wonder what valuable treasures the level 83 gift package may yield today. Dubai gazed at the pair of pitch-black gloves within the system's storage space, a mixture of bewilderment and amusement washing over him. Just yesterday, after successfully awakening his martial soul for the second time, he had eagerly opened the newly acquired level 85 Soul Douluo gift pack. To his astonishment, the contents revealed a pair of gloves. Initially, Dubai found it difficult to comprehend why a mere pair of black leather gloves would emerge from such a prestigious gift pack. However, as the system elucidated their properties, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. These seemingly ordinary black gloves were, in fact, the Thief Saint gloves, an extraordinary artifact capable of siphoning soul power. Chapter 14, The Great Pill. The Soul Douluo Soul Ring and the Soul Bone Set. Legend has it that these gloves were once wielded by the renowned Thief Saint of the Wong clan from a parallel world. Once donned, the gloves bestowed upon the wearer the remarkable ability to drain the cultivation of their adversaries with each attack. In essence, by merely wearing the Thief Saint gloves, Dubai could effortlessly extract soul power from fellow soul masters during combat, converting it for his own use. However, the gloves did come with a limitation. They could only facilitate the accumulation of soul power sufficient to elevate Dubai by one level. Once this threshold was reached, the gloves would enter a cooldown period lasting 2 years. Yet, considering Dubai's current rank as a Soul Douluo, ascending even a single level was no trivial feat. It required immense soul power and relentless training over time. Now, with the Thief Saint gloves, he could simply engage in combat and surreptitiously seize the soul power of others, thus easily advancing a level. The irony lay in the fact that the soul power, painstakingly cultivated by others, would be unwittingly pilfered by Dubai. To sever one's means of livelihood is akin to slaying their kin. To usurp another's cultivation is akin to annihilating their entire lineage. The Thief Saint gloves were truly a marvel. How remarkable it was that such an object existed in this world. Upon discovering the capabilities of the thief's gloves, Dubois couldn't help but express his astonishment. While undeniably powerful, the glove's appearance, crafted from pure black leather, left him feeling somewhat bemused. However, the system provided an explanation for this ebony exterior. It was understated and designed to prevent the leaving of fingerprints. It struck Dubois as quite peculiar and amusing that, amidst a confrontation, one would still be concerned about leaving traces. Reflecting on the system's explanation from the previous day, Dubois found the entire situation to be rather ludicrous and entertaining. As for the thief's gloves, he had already devised a plan for their intended use. Dubai's primary target is Yu Xiaojiang, a man who is weak and incompetent, hypocritical and unworthy, truly detestable. Dubai harbored a desire to deliver a severe thrashing to Yu Xiaojiang, simultaneously aiming to usurp his cultivation, thereby plunging the perpetually stagnant Yu Xiaojiang, forever confined to level 29, into profound despair. Furthermore, there was Tang San, the paragon of the protagonist group, whose duplicity rivaled that of Yu Xiaojiang. In addition, he seemed to possess an array of fortuitous advantages that warranted some suppression. Lastly, there was Qian Xuanji, whose desecration of Bibi Dong in the secret chamber constituted an unpardonable offense. The theft of his cultivation merely served as a minor reprimand, as plans were afoot to render him as a diminished figure akin to little Qinzi Douluo. However, with Qian Xuanji currently holding the position of Pope, enacting any form of retribution against him would not prove to be a simple task. After meticulously contemplating the utility of the thief's gloves, Dubai began to refocus his thoughts. For the moment, it was imperative to continue opening the gift packs. Subsequently, Dubai directed his gaze toward the 83rd level Soul Douluo gift pack. The thief's gloves could be set aside for now. His priority lay in unwrapping the gift packs, hoping to acquire items that would prove beneficial for his journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire. One could only wonder what intriguing treasures these gift packs might contain. Anticipation was indeed palpable. Dubai felt a surge of anticipation within his heart as he contemplated the items contained in the gift package. System: please extract the level 83 Soul Fighter gift box. I wish to open it manually. Dubai received an instruction from the upgrade system that promised a gift package without any spoiler alerts. Ding. Understood, Master. The system responded. Subsequently, Dubai observed the shimmering level 83 gift package within the system's storage space. Simultaneously, he felt a weight in his hand, and the package appeared before him. The system provided 2 methods to open the gift. One was to send a command from the storage space, and the other was for Dubai to personally unveil the package. Holding the illustrious level 83 Soul Master package, Dubai felt a surge of excitement. The golden glowing gift in his hands had a unique allure. As he untied the crimson ribbon adorning the package, a more dazzling golden light erupted forth. Concurrently, the gift bag began to disintegrate under the brilliance of the golden radiance. Ultimately, the items within the package landed in Dubai's grasp. He discovered 2 vials, crafted from purple ceramic, containing elixirs. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for opening the level 83 Soul Master package. You have acquired 10 great recovery pills, the system announced. Simultaneously, a cascade of information regarding the great recovery pills flooded Dubai's mind. Great recovery pill, an exceedingly practical elixir for restoring soul power and healing injuries. Item description: upon consumption, the great recovery pill instantly replenishes all soul power and heals injuries caused by soul skills below the 9th rank. Thanks to the system's guidance, Dubai gained a substantial understanding of the great recovery pill. It was indeed a remarkable remedy for healing and restoring soul power. Dubai contemplated inwardly. Although the items in this gift pack did not quite meet his expectations, they were still commendable. In times of necessity, these 10 great revitalizing pills were equivalent to 10 life-saving elixirs. Who could guarantee that one would not encounter injury while venturing outside? Moreover, the Eye of Ice and Fire possesses both extreme cold and intense heat, and the lonesome poison of the setting sun forest is formidable. With these 10 pills, this journey would undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. Yes, indeed, I shall give Dongo a vial of the great revitalizing pill, while I keep one for myself. In Dubai's heart, a thought emerged, immediately conjuring the image of Bibi Dong. Thus, a day passed. Over the next 2 days, Dubai returned to his residence to unveil his treasures and inspect the contents. During this period, he opened 2 packages, the level 82 Soul Douluo gift pack and the level 81 Soul Douluo gift pack. The level 82 package contained a complete set of 5,000-year poison scale dog soul bones, comprising 6 integral components: the poison scale dog skull, right leg bone, left leg bone, right arm bone, left arm bone, and trunk bone. The level 81 package yielded an optimal soul ring configuration for Soul Douluo, consisting of 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. Specifically, these rings were derived from the following: 400-year Thousand June Ant, 700-year Poison Fighting Rat, 1,700-year Blood Tumor Scorpion, 5,000-year Gale Flame Shadow Tiger, 12,000-year Illusion Circle Bird, 20,000-year Flame Killing Ice Snow Phoenix, 50,000-year Golden Crow Crocodile, and 70,000-year Raging Tide Ape. Despite the completeness of these soul bones and rings, they bore a notable flaw. Upon expiration, they would detach and vanish from the user. The soul bones had a usage time of merely 1 week, while the soul rings endured for a longer duration of 2 weeks. Once this time elapsed, both the soul bones and rings would cease to exist. These soul bones in the optimal soul ring configuration were exceedingly rare, and Dubai had fortuitously acquired 2 complete sets, representing an immense fortune. The expiration of food is determined from its production date, whereas the expiration for these soul bones and rings commences upon their activation. This implies that they can be preserved for an extended period. This wealth is indeed long-lasting. Chapter 15. Adding expirable soul rings to the Barrett destruction. Although Dubai's soul bones and optimal soul ring configuration were time-limited, if presented at an auction, they would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. These items are valuable yet scarce. The soul bones, being a complete set from the poison scale dog, are particularly precious. Currently, the only known faction possessing a complete set of soul bones is the Angel Divine outfit of the Spirit Hall, which comprises 6 soul bones. Now, Dubai too possessed a complete set of soul bones, the Poison Scale Dog 6-piece soul bone set. Even with a mere 7 days of usability during that time, he could significantly enhance his abilities, be it for competitions, hunting soul beasts, or ensuring his survival in critical moments. As for the optimal soul ring configuration for Soul Douluo, it could temporarily bolster strength while awaiting the encounter with suitable soul beasts. Naturally, the full potential of these 14-day expiration soul rings is realized only by dual spirit masters, who typically employ one spirit first and, upon reaching title Douluo, augment the second spirit with rings of 10,000 years or more. With Dubai's 14-day expiration soul rings, he could utilize his second spirit in advance, unleashing its formidable power. Therefore, Dubai felt immense satisfaction with the items procured from this gift pack. This marked the 3rd day since the second awakening of Dubai's martial soul today. Dubai opened an 81-level Contra gift pack and acquired a complete set of the finest soul rings of Contra. This afternoon, Dubai was about to set off for the sunset forest alongside Bibi Dong. At this moment, within the confines of Dubai's abode, he reflected on his recent fortunes. Indeed, yesterday he had unwrapped an 82-level gift pack, which yielded a 7-day limited edition poison scale Hound 6 soul bone set. Today, upon opening an 81-level gift pack, he was pleasantly surprised to receive a 14-day usage soul ring that perfectly complemented the soul dancer. It was truly astonishing to discover that even soul rings and soul bones possess an expiration date, reminiscent of perishable food. The vastness of this world is indeed replete with wonders. Dubai gazed at the soul bones and soul rings nestled within the storage space, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, the acquisition of all this was largely thanks to the gift package system that offers rewards without revealing any spoilers for upgrades. This system is truly splendid, devoid of any tricks, and it does not assign me any tasks. I absolutely adore it. Dubai silently praised the system within himself. Ding! This system is indeed excellent. The system responded to Dubai. Upon hearing the system's reply, Dubai offered a faint smile, finding it to be a remarkably friendly system. Glancing at his storage space, Dubai resolved to employ the optimal combination of soul rings for the soul caliber on his Barrett Destruction Martial Soul today. After all, this journey to the Twilight Forest and towards the Eye of Ice and Fire could lead him to encounter solitary bow or fierce soul beasts. Thus, it is prudent to be thoroughly prepared and exercise caution. Dubai was not inclined to hide behind Bibi Dong when danger approached. That would be utterly humiliating. A commendable man, when faced with peril, instinctively positions himself to shield his beloved wife. However, there exists an exception in the realm of intimacy, specifically in the bedroom, where he willingly places himself behind her. Without further ado, Dubai was ready to commence his fusion. System, please retrieve the optimal soul ring configuration for the Contra from my storage space. Dubai issued a command to the system. Ding. Understood, Master. Upon receiving Dubai's directive, the system commenced its execution. In an instant, the storage space shimmered with radiant light, and a variety of soul beasts materialized before Dubai. Each no larger than a basketball. Ants, mice, scorpions, tigers, birds, phoenixes, crocodiles, and apes, 8 soul beasts in total. Arranged in a precise order ranging from 400 years to 70,000 years, stood before Dubai. Dubai discovered that the 8 soul beasts were in a state of slumber, yet they still emanated a faint trace of life. Upon prodding the golden crow crocodile, Dubai realized it held no inclination to awaken. These soul beasts exhibited signs of life but remained in a deep sleep, likely destined to never awaken. The optimal pairing of soul rings for a Soul Douluo does not exist in the form of soul rings themselves, but rather in the guise of the soul beasts. It appears that I merely need to vanquish these soul beasts and utilize my Barrett Destruction Martial Soul to absorb their soul rings. Dubai suddenly realized something. At that moment, a prompt sound from the system echoed. Ding! With the existence of this system, the Master does not need to personally slay the soul beasts. This system can assist the Master in making these soul beasts willingly offer sacrifices. Hearing the system's prompt, Dubai's eyes lit up. Sacrifice is good. The voluntary sacrifice of soul beasts allows them to enhance the Soul Master's power, ensuring a smoother process devoid of any harm or backlash. However, Dubai still had a concern. Would he risk exploding his body by adding a soul ring to his second martial soul? After all, he was merely a Soul Douluo at this stage, and his physical capabilities were not yet formidable. The first owner of a dual martial soul had perished due to their weak physique when attempting to add a soul ring to their second martial soul, becoming a mere footnote in history to serve as a warning to others. With this thought in mind, Dubai couldn't help but inquire of the system. If I add a soul ring to my second martial soul now, will I be able to withstand it? Ding. Fear not, for this system will protect you, Master. Excellent. That is reassuring. System, I kindly request your assistance in making these soul beasts offer their sacrifices, with all soul rings being added to the Barrett Destruction Martial Soul. Thank you. Subsequently, Dubai politely issued the sacrifice command to the system. Ding. Master, you are too courteous. Your order is received. The system responded. Immediately. Beginning with the 400-year-old Thousand Gene Ant, one soul beast after another commenced their sacrifices. The Thousand Gene Ant suddenly opened its tightly shut eyes, gazing resolutely at Dubai, and began to burn its life force. As the ant's lifespan dwindled, a soul ring radiating a yellow glow gradually floated towards Dubai's Barrett Destruction Martial Soul. Soon, a yellow soul ring joined Dubai's Barrett Destruction Martial Soul, pulsating rhythmically. First soul ring. For 100 years Thousand Gene Ant, yellow soul ring, absorption successful. Following that, The 700-year poisonous fighting rat began its sacrifice. Second soul ring. 700 years poisonous fighting rat. Yellow soul ring. Absorption successful. The 1,700-year blood tumor scorpion commenced its sacrifice. Third soul ring. 1,700 years blood tumor scorpion. Purple soul ring. Absorption successful. Fourth soul ring. 5,000 years gale flame shadow tiger. Purple soul ring. Absorption successful. Fifth soul ring. 12,000 years illusory circle bird. Black soul ring. Absorption successful. Sixth soul ring. 20,000 years flame killing ice snow phoenix. Black soul ring. Absorption successful. Seventh soul ring. 50,000 years golden crow crocodile. Black soul ring. Absorption successful. Eighth soul ring. 70,000 years raging tide ape. Black soul ring. Absorption successful. In an instant, all 8 soul beasts successfully offered their sacrifices, and their soul rings were absorbed by Dubai. At this moment, Dubai's buried destruction martial soul displayed 8 soul rings, alternating in yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 pulsating in an orderly fashion. Chapter 16. The 8 Great Soul Techniques of Destruction, setting off for the setting sun forest. Simultaneously, Dubai kept track of the expiration times of the soul rings through the system. First soul ring, 1000 gene ant, expiration time, 13 days 59 minutes. Second soul ring, poisonous fighting rat, expiration time, 13 days 59 minutes. Seventh soul ring, golden crow crocodile, expiration time, 13 days 59 minutes. Eighth soul ring, raging tide ape, expiration time, 13 days 59 minutes. In just 13 days and 59 minutes, all of Dubai's soul rings would vanish from existence. I never expected to be able to utilize my second martial soul, buried destruction, so soon. Observing the optimal combination of soul rings with his martial soul, Dubai felt a surge of excitement within. Previously, he had thought he would have to wait until becoming a title Douluo to begin adding soul rings to his second martial soul. Yet today, opening the gift pack had granted him such a delightful surprise. Wonderful. After successfully absorbing the soul rings, Dubai comprehended the soul skills bestowed by each one. First soul skill, destructive heavy strike. Skill description, derived from the 1000 gene ant. Instantly enter a berserk state for 3 seconds, launching a highly penetrating bullet at the target, causing 300% damage. Second soul skill, poison bullet. Skill description, derived from the poisonous fighting rat, shoots a poison bullet at the target, releasing toxic mist upon impact, which slows the target's movement speed and soul power recovery while continuously draining their soul power and vitality. Third soul skill, blood tumor scorpion's corruption. Skill description, derived from the blood tumor scorpion, fires a bullet laced with its potent venom at the target, infecting their bloodstream and significantly reducing all attributes while eroding their life and soul power. If the target is affected by the second soul skill, the effect is increased by 50%. Fourth soul skill, Gale Flame Shadow Gun Execution. Skill description, derived from the Gale Flame Shadow Tiger. Increases movement speed by 300%, diminishing over 2 seconds, during which 3 fire-infused heavy bullets can be rapidly fired. Fifth soul skill, Phantom Gun. Skill description, derived from the illusory circle bird, leaves behind an identical phantom that fires several rounds at the target, inflicting 95% damage, while the original body becomes invisible and gains 200% movement speed for 3 seconds, returning to the original after the invisibility ends. Sixth soul skill, Phoenix's Wrath. Skill description, derived from the flame-killing ice snow phoenix, grants 3 seconds of rapid flight, unleashing a barrage of fire and ice projectiles upon the target. Seventh soul skill, True Form of the Weapon Soul, True Form of Destruction, derived from the golden crow crocodile, activates the true form of the martial soul, reducing recoil by 70%, increasing accuracy by 50%, and enhancing damage by 300%, with a lingering burn effect. Additionally, it grants a dashing skill, allowing for a quick advance, during which a powerful elbow strike can be delivered to send opponents flying back. Its soul skill, Cataclysmic Strike of the Raging Tide. Skill description, derived from the Raging Tide ape, locks onto the target, reducing their movement speed by 90%, and unleashes a devastating blow, inflicting 300% damage alongside 19% of the target's maximum life force's damage. Taking a deep breath, Dubai felt the potency of his martial soul skills. The damage potential of these skills was considerable, especially when activating the true form of the martial soul and utilizing the 8th soul skill, where the damage escalated exponentially. Dubai murmured, The 8 optimal soul rings he selected are derived from various types of soul beasts. Consequently, the effects of Du Bai's soul skills exhibit distinct variations. If one were to adhere to Du Bai's combinations, it would be imperative to choose soul rings that embody overwhelming power, as a single strike can be fatal. Presently, Du Bai's soul skills encompass damage, constraints, and control removal, rendering them quite comprehensive. This is advantageous, as it allows him to utilize and experience the diverse abilities imparted by different soul beast soul rings, thereby accumulating valuable experience for the future selection of the most suitable soul rings for the Barret martial spirit. Du Bai contemplated silently. The 8 soul rings of the Barret Destruction martial soul were temporary, set to vanish after 14 days. Thus, he did not place undue emphasis on whether the soul skills were optimal. The mere ability to utilize them sufficed. In the future, when it became necessary to enhance the Barret Destruction martial soul with soul rings, he would deliberate more carefully. After retracting the Barret Destruction martial soul, Du Bai glanced at the 6-piece Toxic Scale Dog soul bone set within his storage space. The system had warned that the process of fusing this soul bone set would be excruciating, and after 7 days, it would painfully detach from his body. Recalling the system's notification upon opening the gift package left him with a headache. Ultimately, this Toxic Scale Dog soul bone set was ill-suited for him. Enduring agony for merely 7 days of use was simply not worth it. Du Bai silently dismissed the notion of merging with the 6-piece set of the Poison Scale Dog's spirit bones. Pain. Du Bai feared pain. The spirit bone set could only be utilized for 7 days, and enduring inhumane suffering for the sake of those fleeting days was entirely unnecessary. Moreover, this particular set of spirit bones originated from the Poison Scale Dog, and merging with it would result in his skeletal structure bearing a resemblance to that of the Poison Scale Dog. Du Bai secretly thought to himself. Du Bois had no desire to risk his own life enduring the excruciating pain of merging with a soul bone, only to ultimately become a crazed, venomous hound. Such a fate was both ludicrous and detrimental to his image. For the time being, he decided to keep it. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. Or selling it at an auction might also be a worthwhile option. Du Bai silently pondered. The thief's gloves, the perishable soul rings and soul bones, the great rejuvenation pill, and the soul waking card for secondary awakening of martial spirits, each item revealed from the successive gift packages was remarkably novel and intriguing. Du Bai was filled with anticipation for the upcoming level 80 gift pack, wondering what intriguing treasures the level 79 pack might unveil. Alas, the system permitted the opening of only 1 gift pack per day. It will take Du Bois another 80 days to complete the task. Take your time. There is no need to rush. Du Bai reminded himself not to be impatient. It was getting late, and it was time to set off for the Sunset Forest. Rising to his feet, Du Bai took a moment to relieve himself. Subsequently, he made his way to the bridal chamber in search of his wife, Bibi Dong. Inside the bridal chamber, he called out, "Bibi Dong, I have arrived. I apologize for the delay. I was held up by some matters and have kept you waiting." With a face full of regret, Du Bai addressed the enchanting figure before him. Initially, he had merely intended to open an 81-level gift pack, yet to his surprise, he unearthed a set of ephemeral soul rings and proceeded to fuse them on the spot. Consequently, he had delayed their time together. "It's nothing," Bibi Dong replied with an air of indifference. Observing her frosty demeanor, Du Bai couldn't help but feel a pang of remorse. Is my beloved Dong Dong upset? Alas, it is all my fault for taking so long with the fusion of that transient soul ring. Once we reach the Eye of Ice and Fire, I must gather an abundance of celestial flowers and herbs to make amends. Du Bai's heartfelt thoughts resonated in Bibi Dong's mind, causing her expression to soften considerably. Chapter 17. The Bond of Master and Apprentice, the Pope Seeks Medicine. In truth, Bibi Dong was not perturbed by Du Bai's tardiness. She merely maintained her usual icy demeanor out of habit. Meanwhile, Du Bai felt a twinge of guilt, compounded by Bibi Dong's cold expression, leading him to mistakenly believe he had angered her. "Du Bai, let us depart now," Bibi Dong urged, striving to make her frosty visage appear more amiable and her tone gentler. However, to Du Bai, this seemed somewhat out of character. "Oh no, my dear Dong Dong must surely be upset. Her expression is rather intimidating." Upon hearing Du Bai's unspoken thoughts, Bibi Dong momentarily froze, reaffirming her decision to remain aloof. Subsequently, the two departed from the Martial Soul Hall, making their way to the Sunset Forest. Along the journey, they alternated between traveling by carriage and bus, anticipating their arrival at the Sunset Forest by evening. Their departure from the Martial Soul Hall, however, was not the sole event unfolding in that realm. At the opposite end of the Martial Soul Hall, the second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo, was bidding farewell to his disciples, Siamo and Siamoe. As you venture into the Death Canyon without the protection of elders, you must cooperate wholeheartedly and remain vigilant, he advised. Strive to break through to the Soul Douluo rank before returning to compete with the Holy Sun at the coronation ceremony. Understood, Master. We shall break through before the coronation and return. With his fiery hair and resolute gaze, affirmed. Siamo, and I will not disappoint your expectations. Siamo's face bore a fleeting dark emblem, signifying his determination. Very well. I trust that your journey will yield remarkable results, even if you encounter delays. I shall request an extension for the coronation ceremony from the Pope and the Grand Elder. Go with peace of mind. Golden Crocodile Douluo's fierce countenance softened with a hint of kindness. As a second elder of the Martial Soul Hall, he possessed the privilege to request a postponement of the coronation ceremony, a request that even Pope Qian Xuanji and Grand Elder Qian Douluo would regard with respect. Thank you, Master. Siamo and respectfully bowed before embarking on their journey to the Death Canyon. The Death Canyon, akin to the City of Slaughter, was a realm teeming with peril and opportunity, capable of unlocking a soul master's latent potential to enhance their power. One either grew stronger through slaughter or succumbed to it. Without the guardianship of an elder, I hope you can return unscathed. Though you may not surpass the Holy Sun upon your return, at least you will have grown. Golden Crocodile Douluo observed his departing disciples with a mix of pride and concern, his towering figure slightly stooping, contemplating the fact that even if they achieved the rank of Soul Douluo, they would still fall short of Dubai's prowess. He could not help but exhale a long sigh. The appearance of Dubai's awakened twin martial souls was witnessed firsthand by the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Dubai's martial soul has not only evolved remarkably but has even shed lower-tier soul rings, reflecting on the appearance and aura of that martial soul. Golden Crocodile Douluo feels a shiver of trepidation and a sense of threat. Sigh. Golden Crocodile Douluo lets out another sigh. He understands that his disciples, and Siamo, will soon face the formidable Dubai, who possesses a martial soul with 8 soul rings, each over 50,000 years old. To lose gracefully would be a luxury for and Siamo, let alone achieving victory. Nevertheless, Golden Crocodile Douluo encourages and Siamo to challenge Dubai. If one fears their opponent and refrains from attempting, what qualifications do they have to be a soul master? Such weak individuals, even if they survive, will inevitably be eliminated by stronger ones. For the sake of his 2 disciples, Golden Crocodile Douluo has devoted himself entirely. He even deliberately concealed the more terrifying aspects of Dubai's mutated martial soul, solely to bolster their confidence. Sigh. I hope this trial can mature your mindset and allow you to adopt a more open perspective on future competitions. With a third sigh, Golden Crocodile Douluo shook his head and departed. At over 140 years of age, he has devoted his life to cultivation, remaining childless. He and Siamo are the most promising of his disciples, and he has long regarded them as his successors. It is not only the younger generation embarking on their journeys from the Spirit Hall. The Pope, Qian Xuanji, is also among those who are setting out. Maihan Douluo. Here I come. This time, armed with a precious soul bone from the head of a sky chicken, I should be able to exchange it for Maihan Douluo's renowned medicine. Breeze soul-calling powder, as well as other high-quality potions. Dubai, my dear holy son, I truly expend great effort for you. A glint of brilliance flashed across Qian Xuanji's sinister face. Moreover, Dong Air, since I harbored greedy thoughts towards you, your alluring figure has lingered in my mind ever since. I crave your form. You are my heart's dilemma, and without possessing you, I fear I may never reach the 100th level or ascend to the divine tier in this lifetime. Qian Xuanji's thoughts drifted to Bibi Dong, and his expression grew heated and debauched. In truth, Maihan Douluo's actual strength is only at the Soul Douluo level. However, his mastery in concocting exquisite potions is such that even a title Douluo may unwittingly fall victim to his mesmerizing drugs. Before Maihan Douluo gained fame, many powerful individuals, including title Douluos, had suffered bitterly at his hands. Among them were many beautiful young women, particularly attractive female soul masters. It is precisely because of the terrifying potency of Maihan Douluo's drugs and his illustrious record that he has been dubbed Maihan Douluo by those within the circle. Despite possessing only the cultivation of a Soul Douluo, after rising to fame, Maihan Douluo, fearing retribution from enemies, became exceedingly discreet and gradually faded from the soul master community. Moreover, most of those who had suffered losses at his hands have been ruthlessly slain. Thus, the existence of Maihan Douluo remains largely unknown. As a member of the inner circle, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji is well aware of Maihan Douluo's existence. This time, Qian Xuanji seeks medicine to prepare for subduing Dubai and Bibi Dong. Dubai, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, is destined to become the next pope of the Spirit Hall. In the future, should one wish to eliminate Dubai, it is clear that brute force will not suffice. Rather, one must resort to cunning stratagems. Qian Xuanji is meticulously preparing, taking precautions against unforeseen circumstances. Oh, Dubai, may you hasten your growth and aid the Spirit Hall in subduing the Haotan sect and the two great empires. A dark and formidable expression looms over Qian Xuanji's face. The Pope has already devised a plan. Once Dubai assists the Spirit Hall in unifying the continent, he intends to incapacitate him with a sedative and render him powerless. Chapter 18. Reflections in the Carriage, Serpent Empress Long Gong, Songhui Academy. As Dubai grows, his dual martial souls could potentially attain 18 spirit rings, each exceeding 50,000 years in age, and even ascend to divinity. At that point, Dubai would become difficult to control. Qian Xuanji cannot allow anyone to exist who is beyond his grasp. Therefore, once Dubai has exhausted his value, he will be eliminated. The empire must belong solely to the Qian family. Contemplating this, Qian Xuanji quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Dubai and Bibi Dong remained blissfully unaware that they had once again come under the watchful gaze of the Pope, Qian Xuanji. However, even being targeted did not pose a significant concern. Within the Eye of Ice and Fire lies a rare flower known as the fragrant dream orchid, a potent antidote to all poisons, capable of neutralizing toxins within its fragrant reach. Presently, Dubai and Bibi Dong were en route to the Eye of Ice and Fire. As night began to envelop the land, darkness descended. Dubai and Bibi Dong had just finished their journey on the 11th route and were now seated in a carriage. The carriage was equipped with excellent shock-absorbing soul-guiding devices, ensuring a smooth ride for the newlyweds inside. However, an air of awkwardness enveloped them, despite being a married couple. They sat in silence, with Bibi Dong, renowned for her icy demeanor, remaining particularly reticent. Having devoted herself to cultivation since childhood, she lacked opportunities for social interaction and was not inclined to engage in conversation. Even though she harbored no aversion towards Dubai and felt a budding fondness for him, she found herself at a loss for words. On the other hand, Dubai, having just embarked on the 4th day of their marriage, was still in the early stages of getting to know her. Although they shared the title of husband and wife, Bibi Dong had asserted that their union was merely a formality. At this moment, Dubai was uncertain whether to approach her with warmth or maintain a distance. Should he be enthusiastic, he feared that she might perceive him as peculiar or overly eager. Thus, he opted for a demeanor of indifference, which aligned with his usual character. Yet, with his beloved goddess so close at hand, his heart raced uncontrollably. The proximity to Bibi Dong left him feeling uneasy, and he struggled to find suitable topics for conversation. "Oh, what shall I say?" he pondered. "Bibi Dong, do you think our expedition to the Sunset Forest will go smoothly?" "No, that felt too forced." "Bibi Dong, I owe my recent awakening of martial soul to you." "That too seemed risky. What if she thought him overly sentimental?" "Bibi Dong, are you hungry?" That was also unwise. What if she replied that she wants tea? And the conversation ended abruptly? Frustrated, he lamented his inability to speak freely, especially when his beloved was right before him, yet he could not embrace her. He needed to devise a way to enhance her affection for him. Perhaps he could take the initiative to set up camp or catch some rabbits. Yes, that would demonstrate responsibility and perhaps draw her attention and admiration. Dubai's heart was a tumultuous sea, inundated with a myriad of peculiar thoughts. Just imagine. When alone with the beloved goddess, wouldn't every utterance and every gesture become imbued with utmost caution? Dubois is precisely like this. Dubois was unaware that his innermost thoughts could be perceived by Bibi Dong, who was presently struggling to contain her urge to laugh uncontrollably. Dubai often has some peculiar and amusing ideas, which leave Bibi Dong both laughing and exasperated. Dubai felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. And Bibi Dong was not faring any better, diligently restraining her facial expressions to prevent Dubai from sensing any unusualness. It was intriguing to discover the complexity of one's inner world. Indeed, Dubai's internal landscape was exceedingly captivating, and it was entirely centered around her. Bibi Dong thought to herself, a warm sensation blooming within her heart. Interacting with Dubai proved to be quite enjoyable for Bibi Dong, particularly the ability to glean some of his thoughts. Observing the calmness on Dubai's face while sensing his internal turmoil brought her a sense of joy and amusement. In truth, Bibi Dong was gradually accepting Dubai. However, their acquaintance was still in its infancy, compounded by the constraints of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong required more time to harmonize with Dubai, seeking unforgettable experiences to deepen their bond and gain a more profound understanding of each other's inner worlds. Thus, this was why Bibi Dong did not decline Dubai's request to venture into the sunset forest together. Had it been the former Bibi Dong, she would have undoubtedly rejected such an unreasonable demand without hesitation, even if it meant pretending to be married. Time slipped by unnoticed. At this moment, the sky was adorned with a multitude of brilliant stars, generously displaying their enchanting light. If one were to cook with starlight, a bowl of the Milky Way would suffice. Dubai and Bibi Dong arrived at the outskirts of the sunset forest. The forest at night was shrouded in darkness, teeming with a vibrant energy. The air was filled with the cries of unknown soul beasts, imparting a sense of both peril and opportunity. Bibi Dong, let us venture into the forest and seek a suitable spot to establish our camp. Dubai cast a glance at the pure and enchanting Bibi Dong beside him. Very well, she said softly, her tone as gentle as possible. However, Dubai, oblivious to the subtleties of the moment, viewed the sunset forest with the same awe as one would a treasured gem, completely unaware of the slight change in Bibi Dong's demeanor. Thus, it remained. Dubai and Bibi Dong formally entered the sunset forest. Many soul masters flocked to this place in pursuit of soul rings. Often arriving as the skies darkened, this was a common occurrence. There were numerous individuals who, like Dubai and Bibi Dong, ventured into the sunset forest as the stars began to twinkle. Among them were the formidable duo, the supreme dragon and serpent, accompanied by their granddaughter Meng Yiran. Although snake matriarch Tian Xiang and dragon sovereign Meng Shu were merely at the ranks of Soul Emperor and Soul Douluo, they possessed an exceptionally powerful martial soul fusion technique known as the Dragon Snake Assault. When unleashed with full force, this soul skill could rival that of an ordinary title Douluo. The primary purpose of their expedition into the sunset forest was to seek a suitable 20-level soul ring for their granddaughter Meng Yiran. Thus, the objectives of the trio aligned closely with that of Dubai, albeit with the latter aiming for soul beasts over 50,000 years in age, while the former sought to capture centennial soul beasts. In addition to the dragon snake couple and their granddaughter, the Tsanghui Academy was also among the throng of soul masters entering the sunset forest. This time, the academy was led by teacher Shernyan, who sought suitable soul rings for his students. Their group was currently stationed at the outskirts of the forest. Concurrently, countless other soul masters ventured into the sunset forest. While some were departing, one such figure was the poisoned Douluo, Douluo, who was among those leaving the forest. Chapter 19. Douluo's confidence inside his tent. Douluo, with his greenish hue that even extended to his hair, hummed a cheerful tune as he emerged from the sunset forest. The experience was utterly delightful. Occasionally soaking in the ice and fire springs, immersing himself in the contrasting extremes of heat and cold, while inhaling the ethereal fragrance of nearby celestial flowers and herbs. Truly a blissful existence akin to that of a celestial being. Ah, this truly is my little paradise, he mused. Having just bathed in the ice and fire springs, Douluo felt revitalized. Renowned for his mastery of poison, he bore the burden of a lethal toxin within himself that even he could not neutralize. Whenever the skies turned overcast and rain fell, he would experience an itching sensation in his sides, which intensified over time. By midnight, he would be afflicted by piercing pains in his head and soles, his entire body convulsing in agony. Douluo, celebrated as the world's foremost poison soul master, bore the title of Poison as his moniker. A lifetime spent mastering toxins left him helpless against the very venom he harbored. This was a cruel jest from fate. Fortunately, he had discovered the wondrous ice and fire springs, a location that not only nurtured life but also flourished with countless celestial herbs. Furthermore, it had unique effects on the human body. Utilizing the powers of the ice and fire springs, Douluo could temporarily suppress the toxins within him, even aiding his cultivation. It was this connection to the ice and fire springs that allowed Douluo to survive the potent backlash of the green-scale serpent's venom and attain the rank of title Douluo. At this moment, having just emerged from the springs, he inhaled deeply the essence of the celestial flora, feeling utterly content. Now, he was set to return to Tiando City for work. Having been away for some time, he mused that if he did not return soon to see the Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Xuesheng, they might grow anxious. Douluo reflected on his status as a royal guest of the Tiando Empire, with his granddaughter, Gu Duyan, currently studying at the Royal Academy. Thus, he had to make periodic appearances to assert his presence. Casting one last glance at the ice and fire springs, he reluctantly turned to leave. He had set a poisonous array around the perimeter of the springs, which he had strengthened today. It had now become a forbidden zone. Surely, No one would survive an intrusion into his lair to steal his precious celestial herbs. With a chuckle, Douluo reveled in the thought of the poisonous traps he had established. As a master of toxins, he took immense pride in this domain. Before his departure, he had laid a formidable toxic array around the ice and fire springs. This array not only served as a barrier of lethal poison, but also possessed certain concealment capabilities. Douluo was confident that anyone below the level of 70 in soul rank would not survive an encounter with his traps. Even soul beasts over 10,000 years of age would not dare to trespass. Should a Soul Douluo or title Douluo happen to evade the array, they would likely suffer unforeseen consequences. Moreover, who among the many Soul Douluos or title Douluos would be idle enough to venture into the depths of the sunset forest in search of treasures? Therefore, Douluo felt assured that the ice and fire springs, under his protection, were exceedingly secure. With no further ado, he set off for work. Dubai and Bibi Dong have ventured into the inner periphery of the sunset forest. In this region, one frequently encounters soul beasts of 10, 100, and even 1,000 years of age. Both Dubai and Bibi Dong have attained the level of Soul Douluo, making it exceedingly effortless for them to contend with soul beasts below 10,000 years, akin to an eagle preying upon a chick. Thus, emboldened by their prowess, they opted to establish their camp in this region. Commencing with the gathering of timber, they progressed seamlessly from the campfire to the tents, and then to the formulations for repelling beasts and mosquitoes. Dubai executed the tasks with remarkable efficiency. This was Dubai's inaugural experience in erecting a camp, and with the aid of his memory, patience, and Bibi Dong's assistance, he accomplished it with commendable finesse. As they surveyed the makeshift camp, Dubai felt a sense of satisfaction, mirrored by Bibi Dong's approval. To allay any suspicions from the elders and the Pope, Bibi Dong had chosen to bring only a single tent for this expedition, implying that they would have to make do with a bit of coziness during the night. Dubai spoke with an air of solemnity, though in truth, he had long since devised his plans. Ha ha ha, little Dongdong's wife, let us share the same bed tonight. Despite his outward seriousness, Dubai's inner self reveled in mischief. Beside him, Bibi Dong could perceive Dubai's true intentions through the whispers of his heart. After a moment's contemplation, she chose not to reject him. Very well, she said, casting a pointed glance at Dubai, reluctantly acquiescing. Their time spent together had led Bibi Dong to believe that Dubai was not unkind. At the very least, he had shown her a degree of sincerity. Although their acquaintance spanned merely 4 days, Bibi Dong began to gradually comprehend Dubai through the echoes of his thoughts. A person's words, especially those of a man, may often be deceptive, yet the heart's voice remains unfaltering in its truth. Bibi Dong felt fortunate to hear Dubai's inner musings, allowing her to discern his every move and intention. Any shift in his demeanor or wayward thoughts would be revealed to her in advance through his heartfelt whispers. Were she to be alone with a stranger, she might have to remain ever vigilant, concocting excuses such as needing someone to guard the camp at night, alternating their rest, or even foregoing sleep altogether. However, in this moment, Bibi Dong found herself enveloped in a state of relaxation. After a considerable pause, Dubai and Bibi Dong entered the tent to rest. I intentionally brought a smaller tent over. Little Dong Dong, your wife has arrived. A wave of emotion surged within Dubai. Upon hearing Dubai's innermost thoughts, Bibi Dong felt a flush of embarrassment. However, she did not turn him away. Firstly, Bibi Dong perceived herself to be in a relatively secure position. Secondly, she was curious to hear the unique sentiments that Dubai harbored. At this moment, Dubai and Bibi Dong had reclined, resting their heads upon 2 soft pillows, enveloped in a warm quilt. However, a garment lay between them, dividing the quilt, alongside a sharp dagger. Should Dubai dare to tread beyond the boundaries set, the safety of his 3rd firearm and 2 bullets would undoubtedly be compromised. It was an uncomfortable predicament. Dubai swallowed hard, although separated by a short blade and layers of clothing. He could distinctly sense the subtle warmth emanating from Bibi Dong's delicate skin and alluring curves, while the air was infused with her enchanting fragrance. Bibi Dong turned slightly, revealing a tantalizing shoulder, her silky hair cascading down, exuding an irresistible aroma. Dubai also shifted his position, facing Bibi Dong. At that moment, aside from the Barrett and fire chillin beneath him, a 3rd gun was aimed squarely at Bibi Dong's rear. Do not move. You are already in my sights. Raise your hands, lift your exquisite form, and submit. Chapter 20, Bibi Dong's Assessment, the Millennium Ghost Vine to the Rescue. Dubai felt a surge of heat within his heart. How he longed to embrace his beloved Xiao Dong Dong. Dubai felt a profound sense of anguish within. A mere embrace should suffice, for we are indeed husband and wife. Dubai pondered deeply. However, he soon dismissed this notion. No, if I were to go there. Dubai glanced at the sharp, glinting dagger, feeling a sense of trepidation wash over him. Swallowing hard, he cautiously shifted his weight backward. In Dubai's heart, a fierce struggle ensued. Yet, the mere proximity to Bibi Dong, even sharing a bed, was an exquisite experience. Bibi Dong's flawless, porcelain-like face was adorned with a flush of crimson. How indecorous of Dubai! What has come over me to acquiesce to such an unreasonable request from him? A delicate shyness enveloped Bibi Dong, her heart racing tumultuously. What if Dubai were to step forward suddenly? How would I respond? Should I refuse? Yet, what if my reaction was not swift enough, and I found myself at a disadvantage? The turmoil within Bibi Dong was profound, her feelings for Dubai exceedingly complex. The temperature within the tent gradually rose, infused with the palpable tension of desire. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Bibi Dong, her bashful heart beginning to steady. No, it has only been 4 days since I met Dubai. We must not become too intimate. What if Dubai's affections are but a fleeting whim, and he becomes equally captivated by other charming young women in the future? Bibi Dong resolved that Dubai's character deserves further scrutiny. I must remain composed. Gradually, the blush on her cheeks faded, replaced by an air of frosty resolve. Bibi Dong was not one to act frivolously. The reason she had slowly begun to accept Dubai, even developing a modicum of fondness for him, was due to the sincerity of his heartfelt expressions. However, it was still too soon. What if Dubai were to be enamored with another young woman? Such thoughts led Bibi Dong to conclude that it was premature to categorize her feelings for Dubai, since she could hear his innermost thoughts. It would be prudent to observe how Dubai reacts to various individuals, situations, and treasures. This would serve as a test for him. Should Dubai's responses to future encounters and challenges diverge from what Bibi Dong hopes for, she would not hesitate to relegate him to her blacklist. The ability to hear one's partner's heart and feel their affection is indeed a blessing. Yet, it also bears the potential for misfortune. Should Dubai harbor feelings for others, such sentiments would be all too easily perceived by Bibi Dong, leading to his immediate exclusion from her life. Contemplating this, the frost returned to Bibi Dong's countenance, her shyness dissipating, replaced by a sense of unease. However, the two found themselves in a shared cocoon, a closeness that stirred an unsettling restlessness within them both. At that moment, Dubai and Bibi Dong were caught in a dilemma. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from outside the tent, suggesting the approach of a soul beast. A soul beast. Bibi Dong parted her lips to utter 3 words before springing into action. Her eyes sparkled with urgency, as if clinging to a lifeline. She swiftly rose to depart from the tent, which brimmed with the most primal of human desires. Within the confines of the tent, it was impossible to find even a moment's peace, let alone sleep. Before Dubai could fully comprehend the situation, Bibi Dong had already transformed into a graceful shadow, moving with remarkable agility and speed, swiftly exiting the tent. Upon emerging, Bibi Dong beheld a 1,000-year-old ghost vine, its thick, trunk-like tendrils bristling with menacing, toxic thorns. Countless robust vines began to encircle the tent, intent on strangling the humans within. Surrounding them, towering trees and a pair of scarlet eyes in the sky observed the battlefield, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to strike. The ancient ghost vine, seeing that the humans inside the tent had succumbed to slumber without a guard on watch, deemed it a moment of disdain towards the spirit beasts. Thus, it stealthily sought to impart a bloody lesson to Dubai and Bibi Dong. Yet, its sinister intentions were swiftly unveiled. Just a mere woman, it thought. Were the ghost vine capable of speech, it would have surely uttered scornful words. With a rustling sound, the ghost vine hesitated no longer, unleashing its thick, poisonous tendrils toward Bibi Dong. The encroaching vines formed a menacing grip. Under such an onslaught, an ordinary soul master would surely meet a grim fate. However, the ghost vine had unwittingly provoked a force it should not have trifled with. The woman it underestimated, Bibi Dong, calmly summoned her martial spirit. Her first martial spirit, the Death Spider Queen, erupted forth. In an instant, a torrent of soul power surged from Bibi Dong, creating a tempest around her. 8 terrifying soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rose majestically, encircling her with a sense of dread. The aura emanating from her transformed into something formidable, akin to the grim Reaper himself. Startled, the ghost vine realized that even soul beasts of over 10,000 years would bow to this woman's might. With merely a millennium of cultivation, it pondered whether to fight or flee. But there was no time to escape. Bibi Dong had already unleashed her soul skill. Her second soul skill, Death Spider Spike, was activated. In a flurry, a multitude of lethal, venomous spikes shot forth from Bibi Dong, each possessing extraordinary penetrating power, shredding the ghost vine's tendrils to pieces. Countless vines, rendered lifeless, crashed to the ground, while nearby ancient trees were severed in half, and many watchful soul beasts fell victim to the chaos. As the last of the ghost vine's tendrils snapped, only its roots remained, now retreating in disarray. Bibi Dong would not allow such an escape. With a swift motion, she appeared above the roots, crushing them underfoot, causing a purple toxic sludge to erupt, accompanied by the faint glimmer of a 1,000-year purple soul ring. Her Death Spider Queen's attributes, combined with the enhancements from her soul rings, granted Bibi Dong immunity to many potent toxins, especially against the venom of a mere 1,000-year-old ghost vine. She was impervious to harm. Meanwhile, Du Bai, having exited the tent, had also summoned his first martial spirit, the AK-47 Fire Qianlin. With the true form of his martial spirit unleashed, he brandished the AK-47 Fire Qianlin, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the skies, the towering trees, and the lurking soul beasts hidden in the underbrush. As Du Bai fired, flames erupted around him, and the once passive soul beasts found themselves either wounded, dead, or fleeing in terror. After a relentless volley, the scene was left in disarray. These lowly soul beasts, ranging from 10 to 1,000 years in age, stood no chance against the might of the Soul Master. Thus, Du Bai refrained from deploying any further soul skills after demonstrating the power of his martial spirit. With Bibi Dong having quelled the battlefield, Du Bai finished dispatching the remaining soul beasts. Following the skirmish, his third firearm was quietly returned. He moved to stand beside Bibi Dong, admiring her impressive stature and reflecting on the earlier events within the tent. Bibi Dong, are you unharmed? He inquired. Du Bai inquired with genuine concern. Although it was certain that Bibi Dong was unharmed, such inquiries exemplified the essence of caring. This holds true among friends, lovers, and family alike. I am perfectly fine, Bibi Dong replied, shaking her head. At that moment, she had reverted to her usual icy demeanor. You should rest now. I will keep watch outside the tent tonight, she added. In truth, this was merely an excuse concocted by Bibi Dong. For enduring the company of Du Bai within the confines of a single tent was quite a challenge, even if a formidable soul beast were to appear after a millennium. The combined strength of Bibi Dong and Du Bai's Soul Douluos would render them unafraid. Furthermore, Bibi Dong had concluded that such intimacy at present was inappropriate. She needed to evaluate Du Bai further. Thus, she resolved not to share a tent with him that night. Fortunately, the 1,000-year-old ghost vine had come to her rescue earlier. Otherwise, she would have had to endure a restless night within the tent. No, Bibi Dong. We have traveled a considerable distance today, and both of us are weary. Now that we have driven away the lower-level soul beasts, they would be foolish to return and disturb us. Therefore, let us rest together in the tent. Du Bai resolutely declined, and his arguments were both rational and well-founded. Ah, please don't, my dear Xiao Dong's wife. I have yet to fully appreciate the silhouette of your figure, nor have I savored the warmth and fragrance of your presence. Du Bai felt a sense of reluctance, lamenting that they had not spent enough time together. Upon perceiving Du Bai's inner thoughts, Bibi Dong was well aware of his true feelings. No need for further discussion. I am on duty tonight, which is a matter of principle. Should we encounter a fierce soul beast, it is prudent to be prepared, Bibi Dong remarked, casting a stern glance at Du Bai. After resolving to assess Du Bai's abilities, her demeanor shifted to one of unwavering determination. Very well then, she declared. Faced with Bibi Dong's resolute stance, Du Bai had no choice but to concede. Alas, he lamented the missed opportunity, cursing the damned ghost vine and soul beast for their interference. Du Bai felt a sense of regret within. Very well. I concur that one shall rest while the other keeps watch. However, let it be me who stands guard tonight. You may retire to the tent for some rest. Du Bai spoke up, actively requesting to take the night watch. No need, Bibi Dong firmly replied. Bibi Dong, I am a man. Tonight marks the first night. Could you grant me this favor? Please rest in the tent, and I shall take the watch. Du Bai straightened his chest and spoke with righteous fervor. At this moment, he felt it imperative to exhibit a touch of masculinity. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by his words, but soon she appeared to comprehend. Well then, I appreciate your efforts. I never expected that Du Xingzi was not so dull after all, possessing an understanding of cherishing delicate sentiments. Bibi Dong remarked with a hint of a smile. Her final statement was, of course, inspired by Du Bai's demeanor and inner thoughts over the past few days. However, Du Bai believed that Bibi Dong was merely commenting on his actions. He considered it to be a trivial matter. Bibi spoke with an air of nonchalance. Bibi Dong was well aware that beneath his earnest facade lay a restless heart, yet she chose not to expose this truth. Well, you have worked hard, Bibi Dong remarked before turning to enter the tent. As she stepped inside, echoes of Dubai's innermost thoughts resonated in her mind. Little Dong Dong, my beloved. One day I shall have you. Dubai, do you truly love me, or are you merely drawn to my physical form? Will your affection endure through the trials I set before you? Sighing, Bibi Dong found herself enveloped in confusion within the tent. I shall observe slowly, she resolved. Never mind, it is time to sleep. Outside the tent, Dubai thoughtfully retrieved a soundproof cover from the storage soul guide and placed it over the tent where Bibi Dong was situated. This was not an act of flattery, but rather a gesture of genuine care. Bibi Dong naturally sensed this and felt a warmth in her heart, allowing herself to rest well. Meanwhile, Dubai settled down by the campfire outside. The figure of his beloved Xiao Dong Dong was truly exquisite, making the 30 years of imprisonment worthwhile. However, in the future, Xiao Dong Dong would undoubtedly be mine. I need not serve time in prison, haha. Before the campfire, Dubai could not help but reminisce about the experience within the tent. It was indeed splendid. Bibi Dong, inside the tent, could hear him and wore an expression of amused exasperation. After a considerable time, Dubai withdrew his thoughts of Bibi Dong and began to contemplate the scene from their recent encounter with the soul beasts. Alas, my two martial souls are indeed extraordinary. Yet I have never wielded a firearm in my past life, resulting in my lack of precision. Dubai reminisced about the scene where he wielded the AK-47 fire Kirin, letting out a sigh. In his previous life, the society Dubai inhabited strictly prohibited firearms, rendering him quite inexperienced in their use. Just moments ago, he aimed to shoot at those soul beasts but found that the bullets consistently veered off course, failing to hit the mark. Had it not been for his activation of the 7th soul skill, the true form of his weapon soul, his accuracy would have remained dismal. In this state, the AK-47 fire Kirin's hit rate was enhanced by 50%, while the recoil was diminished by 60%. Moreover, the bullets were forged from condensed soul energy, allowing for a mere 5 seconds of cooldown after firing 36 rounds. Given the multitude of soul beasts roaming about, most of which were sizable, had the situation been different, Dubai's earlier barrage might well have failed to strike even a single soul beast, resulting in considerable embarrassment. It was evident that he needed to practice his marksmanship. As Dubai contemplated practicing shooting, he was immediately overwhelmed by a sense of dread. Firstly, there was the absence of a guiding instructor. Secondly, he lacked instructional materials and was unaware of the most accurate and systematic methods for marksmanship. Lastly, he found himself devoid of both time and a suitable venue for practice. Alas, Dubai let out a sigh. Even though he had traversed to the Douluo Continent, equipped with a system cheat and the advantage of foreknowledge, he still needed to rely on his own efforts to master various skills. Starting tomorrow, he would practice marksmanship, beginning with those soul beasts to enhance his accuracy, and ultimately engage in rigorous private training. Let us strive to become the peerless god shooter of the 3 guns as soon as possible, Dubai silently contemplated within himself. Without proficient marksmanship, he would be unable to fully harness the true power of the AK-47 fire Kirin spirit and the Barrett destruction. He resolved to give it his all. Dubai murmured, his fists clenched in determination. He needed to grow stronger swiftly. How dare you, spirit beasts, disrupt the blissful moments between me and my beloved Xiao Dong. Tomorrow, I shall use you for target practice. Dubai silently vowed to seek revenge the following day. Chapter 22. The Astonishing Golden Card. The Sacrifice of the 11,000,000, your soul beast. Dubai silently stood guard before the campfire, watching over Bibi Dong, who remained within the tent. Perhaps it was due to the recent occurrence of a tragic battle that no soul beast dared to approach. Soon, the second day arrived. Though the dawn had yet to break, a glance at the tent revealed Bibi Dong was utterly still. Dubai activated the non-spoiler upgrade and accessed the storage space of the gift package system. It was a new day, a perfect moment to unveil the system's treasures. System, please retrieve the level 80 Contra gift package for me. I wish to open it with my own hands. Dubai issued a command to the system. Ding. Understood, Master. The system acknowledged the command and commenced execution. Suddenly, the level 80 Soul Douluo gift pack within the storage space shimmered with a golden light. Subsequently, Dubai felt a weight in his hand, and the gift pack materialized in his grasp. Dubai intended to personally unveil the gift pack. And considering that Bibi Dong had already fallen into slumber, shielded by soundproofing, she would remain oblivious to any unusual occurrences. Naturally, One must engage in the tactile experience of opening a gift pack to truly appreciate it. It remains uncertain what intriguing new items might be revealed from this level 80 Soul Douluo gift pack. Dubai held the gift pack in his hands, his heart brimming with anticipation. Previously, the gift pack received for leveling from 81 to 85 had yielded intriguing items such as expiring soul rings, soul bones, and the Thief Saint's gloves. This had instilled within Dubai a keen expectation for the contents of this new gift pack. Surely, this system would not disappoint me. Dubai contemplated and began to untie the red cord of the level 80 Soul Douluo gift package. As the cord was loosened, the entire package erupted into a dazzling radiance. Subsequently, amidst the golden glow, the gift package began to dissolve. When the golden light dissipated, a golden card appeared in Dubai's hand. This card, crafted from thinly beaten gold, bore intricate patterns on its gilded borders as well as unique designs on both sides, imparting a sense of mystery and grandeur upon touch. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully opening the level 80 Soul Douluo gift package. You have obtained a shocking gold card. Following this, a series of information regarding the shocking gold card flooded into Dubai's mind. Shocking gold card, a legendary card that grants rewards upon completing a task that astonishes others. Item description: with the assistance of the system, use the shocking gold card and describe the intended action to the system. The completion deadline is 1 month. The system will evaluate the level of astonishment and impact caused to others, even to the sect, empire, and the entirety of the Douluo Continent, based on the master's execution of the event, and will issue a reward. The reward is a soul beast sacrifice, with the soul beast cultivation age ranging between 1 year and 1,000,000 years. The greater the impact and astonishment caused in the hearts of others by the master's designated event, the higher the cultivation age of the rewarded soul beast. Upon receiving this information from the system, Dubai gained a certain understanding of the shocking gold card. Truly, the shocking gold card is a remarkable artifact. After grasping the item's description, Dubai could not help but exclaim. The so-called shocking gold card is a means for Dubai to undertake an endeavor that would astonish others, creating a sensation throughout the Douluo Continent. Dubai can obtain a soul beast as a sacrificial reward. Furthermore, the cultivation age of the soul beast to be sacrificed is contingent upon the degree of astonishment his actions evoke in others. The greater the astonishment, the higher the cultivation age of the soul beast, which can reach a remarkable maximum of 100,000 years, equating to 1,000,000 years. Of course, if he inadvertently fails to create a significant impact, he may only receive a soul beast with a cultivation age of several decades, or even just a few years. In essence, the more profound the impact of his actions, the more substantial the reward. Dubai's eyes sparkled with golden light. The reward bestowed by the system was indeed substantial. If by chance, an act were to astonish the entirety of Douluo Continent, would it not lead to the acquisition of a 1,000,000-year-old soul beast? A 1,000,000-year-old soul beast. It is important to note that on Douluo Continent, there are scarcely any soul beasts that have reached the age of 100,000 years, let alone those with a cultivation of 1,000,000 years. This astonishing gold card is exceedingly precious. However, what kind of deed would possess the magnitude of impact necessary to warrant a reward of such caliber, equivalent to a 1,000,000-year-old soul beast? Dubai could not help but furrow his brow, utterly perplexed. To obliterate the spirit hall? To publicly emasculate the hall's pope, Qian Sundi? After rendering Qian Sundi powerless, would one then proceed to castrate the Grand Elder, Qian Douluo? To force-feed the pope in front of an audience? To audaciously assault Qian Sundi before the gathered crowd? To annihilate the Heaven Do Empire? To extinguish the Star Luo Empire? To kidnap the Snow Knight Emperor? To publicly slay a titled Douluo? Such feats seemed exceedingly arduous, bordering on the surreal. Alas, Dubai sighed, feeling a profound headache at the thought of how to maximize the rewards from the shocked gold card. Countless plans flitted through his mind, yet none seemed feasible given his current level of mastery in the Soul Douluo realm. Setting aside the possibility of execution, even if he were to succeed, there was no guarantee that the level of astonishment would reach the magnitude of a 1,000,000-year soul beast sacrifice reward. What if he were to publicly reveal the 8 black soul rings of his first martial spirit? Dubai secretly pondered and conceived an excellent idea. This notion involved seeking a more populous location to showcase his martial soul's soul rings, intending to astonish the crowd. However, he questioned whether the level of astonishment would indeed be significant. Dubai harbors some doubts regarding this incident. Nevertheless, let us retain this shocking gold card for now, pondering later on what other events could potentially astonish. Dubai pondered silently. If revealing 8 black soul rings in public were to be considered an event, he would first need to gather all the soul rings. Moreover, there was an even more astonishing occurrence, unveiling his twin martial souls before the crowd. Each soul ring on those 2 martial souls exceeded 10,000 years in age, and the more, the better. However, such a display would be exceedingly ostentatious. Dubai was reluctant to accept this. Although the shocking golden card was impressive, if it could not astonish the world, it would be akin to a worthless card. Soul beasts under 100,000 years of age held no allure for Dubai whatsoever. Dubai had no choice but to place this astonishing golden card into the system's storage space, intending to retrieve and utilize it at a later time when inspiration strikes. Dubai cast a final glance at the astonished Jin Ka, murmuring to himself, in this day and age, without a modicum of wit and strength. It is indeed quite challenging to navigate through life, especially if one cannot even manage to secure a mere gold card. Subsequently, Dubai unleashed the AK-47 Fire Qilin martial soul and activated his 7th soul skill, the true form of the weapon martial soul AK-47 Fire Qilin. Dubai stood vigil, wielding the Fire Qilin to scan the surroundings, striving to deepen his understanding of firearms. Upon his arrival and subsequent awakening of his martial soul for the 2nd time, Dubai was largely oblivious to these intricacies. However, as time passed, particularly following his inaugural hunt of a soul beast today, his awareness began to evolve. Dubai comprehended the necessity of adapting to his martial spirit and the world around him. It was unrealistic to expect that possessing a system would allow him to effortlessly conquer everything without any effort. If one does not strive, even with a formidable weapon in hand, neglecting to wield and familiarize oneself with it may lead to disaster when the moment of need arises. One might find themselves overwhelmed and defeated by their adversaries. In the 23rd chapter, titled Shifts of Duty and Emotional Intelligence, Special Edition of Qilin AK, Dubai was diligently working to familiarize himself with his martial spirit and the intricacies of firearms. Soon, dawn broke. Bibi Dong emerged from the tent, adorned in a new ensemble, a soft armor robe interwoven with shades of light gray, lavender, and silver, complemented by a flowing garment of moonlit white, trimmed with silver threads. The lightweight attire fit her perfectly, allowing for grace rather than encumbrance. As a gentle breeze caressed her, the delicate fabric danced, and Bibi Dong emanated an ethereal aura. Donger possesses exquisite taste. She is truly beautiful. Dubai was mesmerized, unable to suppress his desire to offer compliments. Bibi Dong, good morning. Upon seeing the enchanting figure, Dubai promptly greeted her. Good morning, Bibi Dong replied, exchanging a brief salutation with Dubai. How was your rest yesterday? He inquired. It was quite refreshing. Thank you for the soundproofing device. It was thoughtful of you, Bibi Dong responded in a gentle tone. In truth, she had been in a state of semi-consciousness all along. After all, the whispers of Dubai occasionally drift into her ears. Some of these sentiments are comprehensible to Bibi Dong, while others are only partially understood, and some elude her entirely. This inevitably leads Bibi Dong to question whether Dubai truly belongs to this world, for he speaks in a language that often confounds her. Unable to grasp everything, she resolves to observe him closely. At the very least, she acknowledges that Dubai harbors no ill will towards her, which is a comfort. With a glance at Dubai, Bibi Dong continued. We shall take turns keeping watch tonight. I will stand guard while you rest. After a moment of silence, Dubai replied quietly, very well, I appreciate your efforts. Dubai is aware that Bibi Dong is not a delicate girl. The feats that boys can accomplish, Bibi Dong can achieve as well, and in fact, she often excels beyond most men. Her character is resolute, and her demeanor is aloof. If Dubai were not to take turns keeping watch with Bibi Dong, it is likely she would feel uncomfortable and uneasy. Additionally, the bond between the two requires mutual effort. It cannot be a one-sided endeavor. Emotional intelligence, indeed. This is a display of high emotional acumen. Dubai held such a belief in his heart. Subsequently, Dubai and Bibi Dong each retrieved their toiletries from their storage soul guides and proceeded to freshen up. In the meantime, they consumed some provisions that had been prepared in advance. Finally, they tidied up the campsite. Dubai and Bibi Dong commenced their journey towards the Eyes of Ice and Fire. Dubai's destination is the Eye of Ice and Fire. Yet he has not disclosed this to Bibi Dong. However, through her inner voice, Bibi Dong is already aware of Dubai's intentions. It seems that the hunt for soul beasts to obtain soul rings is of secondary importance. The Eye of Ice and Fire is of paramount significance. Today, Dubois does not intend to venture directly into the heart of the Sunset Forest in search of the Eye of Ice and Fire. There are 3 reasons for this. The first reason is, Dubai harbored a profound fear of the poisoned Douluo, who happened to be present at that moment. Given his current strength and marksmanship, he was certain that he would suffer a significant loss at the hands of the latter. This was the second reason. Dubai wishes to create a serendipitous encounter, allowing Bibi Dong to perceive the discovery of the ice fire yin yang as a mere coincidence, a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon them by fate. This constitutes the third reason. Today, Dubai seeks vengeance against the soul beasts of the sunset forest, treating them as living targets to enhance his marksmanship, while simultaneously hunting soul beasts that are over 50,000 years old. With these three motivations, Dubai's intentions for the day become considerably clearer. Thus, it shall be. Dubai and Bibi Dong began to wander through the sunset forest in search of prey. At this moment, Dubai unleashed the true form of his AK-47 fire Qilin martial soul, gripping the formidable weapon tightly as he constantly scanned for soul beasts. The appearance of this AK-47 fire Qilin was nothing short of spectacular and imposing, resembling a gun body forged from gold, with a sharp and gleaming bayonet. The vivid depiction of the Qilin, with its fiery, menacing eyes, caught the attention of the enchanting Bibi Dong, who found herself stealing glances at it. The seventh soul skill, when the martial soul's true form is unleashed, continuously consumes a significant amount of soul power. Thus, soul masters typically refrain from maintaining their martial soul in this state outside of combat. However, Bibi Dong noticed that Dubai had kept his martial soul's true form activated, wielding the fire Qilin firearm. Dubai, doesn't maintaining the true form of your weapon soul deplete your soul power? Bibi Dong inquired with curiosity. Taken aback by her question, Dubai paused, for he too was uncertain of the reason. Subsequently, Dubois began to search his memories, reminiscing about the sensations experienced while wielding the Barrett and the fire Qilin. And he meticulously analyzed and summarized his reflections. In an instant, the truth became apparent to him. My martial soul is rather unique when I manifest its true form. The consumption of soul power is minimal. It is only when I commence its usage that a significant drain on soul power occurs. Dubai began to speak. This was a recollection of Dubai's experience from the previous day when he first employed the fire Qilin martial soul to vanquish a soul beast. A scene he meticulously analyzed and summarized. Upon the release of Dubai's martial soul manifestation, the energy expenditure in holding it is minimal. It is only when launching an attack, firing bullets, that the consumption of soul power becomes significant. This martial soul is truly extraordinary, Bibi Dong remarked with admiration. How fortunate it is. Dubai responded with a calm demeanor, continuing his journey in pursuit of his objective. Soon, he discovered a large brown python spirit beast not far away, its color blending seamlessly with that of the ancient tree, rendering it nearly imperceptible. This colossal serpent possessed a girth comparable to that of a water barrel, its size formidable enough to consume 10 large cattle in a single meal. It was the first time Dubai had encountered such a terrifyingly immense snake. Nevertheless, he did not waver. Instead, he raised the muzzle of the fire Qilin and aimed it at the great python spirit beast. Observing Dubai's action, Bibi Dong instinctively remarked, "This is a 700-year-old scarlet leaf python. Although its size is imposing, its offensive capabilities are rather weak. It poses no threat to us. Let us continue our search for a spirit beast of 10,000-year caliber." However, Dubai did not respond to Bibi Dong. Instead, he made a gesture for silence. "Hush." Dubai let out a soft hiss. Dubai, wielding an AK-47 adorned with a fiery dragon motif, closed one eye and opened the other, fully concentrating as he aimed at the elongated serpent. Calm and unhurried, Dubois's right index finger pressed the trigger of the AK-47, unleashing a flurry of bullets. With a swift whoosh, each bullet, akin to fiery meteors, erupted from the muzzle of the weapon. The high-velocity projectiles, imbued with an aura of deadly intent, sliced through the air, aimed at the colossal serpent. With each impact, a spray of crimson erupted. The vermilion-scaled python, struck by several rounds from the firearm, emitted a mournful hiss of agony. In response to the pain, the serpentine beast thrashed violently, its tail, as thick as a barrel, crashing into the surrounding trees, reducing them to splinters. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dubai pulled the trigger once more, unleashing a barrage of bullets aimed at the serpent's head and its vital point. The sound of gunfire was accompanied by splashes of crimson as the massive python was struck. Its life extinguished, and it collapsed, unable to struggle any longer. The life of this formidable soul beast had come to a close. As it fell, its body continued to quiver faintly, and a faint yellow soul ring shimmered into view. However, Dubai found no value in the century-old soul ring. Regrettably, Several bullets had missed their mark. Dubai let out a sigh. Chapter 24. The soul beast becomes a target. The massive python soul beast remained motionless. However, Dubai's marksmanship was abysmal, and he still missed several shots. This left him with a rather grim expression. Is my shooting skill truly this poor? Dubai could not help but express his sentiments. With such marksmanship, if he were to face a smaller soul beast, he would likely miss even if it stood still and danced. This was unacceptable. He must continue to seek out soul beasts and hone his skills with the gun. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong watched in sheer astonishment. A 700-year-old scarlet leaf python posed no real threat, yet Dubai took it so earnestly. Not only did he unleash his seventh soul skill, manifesting his martial spirit with utmost focus and intensity, as if facing a formidable opponent, but he also sighed in frustration, displaying a countenance of dissatisfaction and remorse. It was as if he felt guilt over his own underperformance. She found herself wanting to question Dubai, wondering if he was truly human. It was merely a 700-year-old python soul beast, and he was a formidable existence akin to an 85-level Soul Douluo. What was he competing against? Dubai, this is just a 700-year-old scarlet leaf python. There is no need to take it so seriously or waste time on it. Bibi Dong was perplexed and astonished by Dubai's actions. Noticing her confusion and surprise, Dubai explained, after the second awakening of my martial spirit, it underwent significant changes. I need to familiarize myself with it in order to master my martial spirit, which is why I require these soul beasts for practice. Reflecting on the moment when Dubai utilized his fire Qilin martial spirit, it was indeed markedly different from his previous weapon, the three incomparable rod. Oh, I see. Bibi Dong responded, enlightened. Yet, what about the sharp, gleaming dagger-like blade at the front of the fire Qilin martial spirit? Bibi Dong had initially thought the fire Qilin was a close combat type of martial spirit, primarily launching attacks with the blade. However, Dubai had just executed a ranged attack, raising his martial spirit and targeting the great python soul beast, unleashing countless highly penetrating small fiery stones. The appearance and attack method of this martial spirit were indeed peculiar. Bibi Dong could not help but feel curious about Dubai's martial spirit. Dubai, what exactly is your martial spirit? What are its primary means of attack? She inquired with intrigue. Upon seeing her bewilderment, Dubai felt it was time to showcase his superiority. My martial spirit is a gun. A gun? Bibi Dong envisioned a cold weapon, a long spear. However, Dubai's gun bore little resemblance to that. Bibi Dong was baffled. It's understandable that you don't get it. Ha. My gun is unlike traditional long or short weapons. It is a ranged attack type martial spirit akin to a bow. The difference is that I launch bullets instead of arrows. Additionally, the attack power of my martial spirit far exceeds that of a bow and arrow, and it is substantially more versatile. Dubois spoke with an air of indifference. Yet he felt a profound sense of pride within for this unique martial soul, which was truly unparalleled across the entire Douluo Continent. As for the term bullet, it was an unfamiliar concept to Bibi Dong. A bullet could be likened to a diminutive arrow, significantly smaller in size, yet possessing far greater power and penetrating capability. Once struck in a vital area by a bullet, survival was nearly impossible. Dubai patiently elaborated. Oh, Bibi Dong displayed a contemplative expression. After the introduction, Bibi Dong still seemed somewhat perplexed. However, one thing she was certain of was that Dubai's martial soul was far from ordinary. Observing the goddess's confusion and providing clarity for her uncertainties filled Dubai with a quiet sense of satisfaction. As Dubai observed the contemplative expression on Bibi Dong's face, he discreetly stole glances at various parts of her figure amidst the pauses in their conversation. Dubai stands slightly taller than Bibi Dong. Currently looking down from a higher vantage point, his gaze lingered momentarily on the delicate features of Bibi Dong's face before it gradually descended. With an insatiable curiosity, his eyes traveled down her alluring curves, captivated by the tantalizing silhouette beneath her attire. The remarkable contours and enchanting allure stirred the imagination. How delightful it would be to explore such exquisite beauty. Truly, Xiao Dongdong's wife possessed a figure of extraordinary elegance. She was breathtaking. An irresistible temptation to cherish. Dubois felt a slight dryness in his throat and couldn't help but swallow. Dubai's heartfelt voice suddenly resonated in Bibi Dong's mind. She quickly regained her composure. Where was this scoundrel directing his gaze? He was becoming improper again. Bibi Dong silently cursed, and then glared at Dubai with fury. Startled by Bibi Dong's sudden fierce glare, Dubai was taken aback. Dubai swiftly averted his gaze, feigning composure as if nothing had transpired. Observing Dubai regain his serious demeanor, Bibi Dong couldn't help but silently scold him. Incorrigible rogue. With the topic concluded, Dubai and Bibi Dong resumed their journey. Throughout the course of their travels, Dubai encountered numerous soul beasts. Without hesitation, he utilized them as targets for his marksmanship, firing shot after shot. However, he harbored no intention of taking their lives. Instead, he selectively aimed at non-vital areas of these creatures, striking various parts of their bodies, be it a limb, a claw, or a tail, merely to intimidate them before allowing them to depart. At that moment, directly in front of Dubai, a blue fiery tiger meandered aimlessly through the thicket, swaying its tail. Dubai transformed into a formidable hunter, raising the fire qilin in his hand, selectively aiming at the hind leg and tail of the azure fierce tiger before unleashing a barrage of shots. With a swift whoosh, several bullets struck the tail and rear leg of the azure fierce tiger. In pain and terrified by Dubai's soul caliber aura, the creature swiftly vanished into the distance, leaving only a trace of fire clouds behind. Today, Dubai encountered a colossal venomous spider with 8 legs. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity to practice his shooting skills on this multi-legged soul beast. After injuring 6 of its legs, Dubai chose to set it free. Dubai also encountered the celestial winged serpent, a serpentine soul beast adorned with a pair of diminutive wings. Snakes are meant to slither obediently upon the ground. Thus, Dubai utilized the fire qilin to sever one of the celestial winged serpent's feathered wings. Dubai also encountered a verdant blight tree soul beast, whose aura stirred a tempest within one's stomach. It is likely that a soul master of lesser cultivation would succumb to immediate distress upon encountering this verdant blight tree. In response, Dubai acted as a champion of justice, reducing the verdant blight tree soul beast to a mere remnant. Besides the likes of the azure flame tiger, the 8-legged giant venomous spider, the heavenly winged serpent, and the verdant blight tree, among other soul beasts, Dubai encountered various soul beasts, including monkeys, ants, bees, lizards, and spiders. In relation to these creatures, Dubai transformed into a high-level hunter, practicing his marksmanship on the spot, leaving Bibi Dong beside him in a state of astonishment. However, some of the soul beasts were not so fortunate. Dubai's bullets went astray, resulting in immediate fatalities. Others managed to flee with injuries, while a few reacted swiftly and evaded disaster. Overall, the majority of the soul beasts survived. In Dubai's perspective, those that were wounded would simply need a period of recuperation to restore their vitality, which was of little concern. As he continued to wield the AK-47 fire qilin, his prowess only grew. Dubai's proficiency with firearms has significantly improved. At this moment, bolstered by the 7th soul skill that mitigates recoil and enhances accuracy. Chapter 25. Leave a line for humanity, Soul Hunting Dream Team. Dubai has already achieved a commendable degree of accuracy, managing to miss no more than 3 shots out of 10. However, he still falls short of the precision required to hit a target with unwavering certainty, necessitating extensive and repetitive practice to reach such a level. The training with the firearm continues. Although Dubai harbors no intent to eradicate these spirit beasts, there are those among them who are undeterred by the threat of death. One such creature, a crimson-scaled leopard with a millennium of cultivation, became infuriated after being struck by a bullet, charging at Dubai in a frenzy of vengeance. "Human, you are playing with fire. Prepare to perish," the leopard roared, its body adorned with crimson scales resembling a formidable armor, exuding an aura of immense power. Amidst the thunderous roar, Dubai experienced a momentary dizziness. Simultaneously, the leopard lunged at him, its sharp claws poised to strike. In response, Dubai raised his fire qilin and pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of fiery bullets. The projectiles soared forth like a multitude of meteors, aimed at the crimson-scaled leopard. However, this black beast was not merely a mindless attacker. It exhibited a remarkable intelligence, deftly evading several bullets through agile maneuvering. The few bullets that did strike the leopard were deflected with skill, thanks to the protective scales covering its body. After successfully dodging the onslaught, the enraged crimson-scaled leopard let out a ferocious roar, its crimson scales shimmering with a fierce glow, bolstering its ferocity as it charged toward Dubai. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Dubai's gaze. The 6th soul skill of the fire qilin, the wrath of the wild ape, was unleashed. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The muzzle of Dubois' AK-47, the fire qilin, flickers with flames, as bullets akin to those of the fire qilin are unleashed with a speed that suggests an endless supply. Dubai's 6th soul skill, Rage of the Berserk Ape, enhances his attack damage by an astonishing 250%, increases his attack speed by 200%, augments his movement speed by 100%, and reduces his reload cooldown by 50%, all lasting for a duration of 10 seconds. Consequently, Dubai can unleash a barrage of bullets exceeding double his usual output in a remarkably brief span, with each bullet inflicting 2.5 times the regular damage. Before the Crimson Scale Leopard could even reach Dubai, it was mercilessly riddled with bullets from the AK-47 fire Chelan, leaving its once majestic form a mere sieve, punctured and bleeding profusely. With a thud, the Crimson Scale Leopard collapsed, bloodied and unconscious. However, at that moment, Dubai's complexion also turned pale. The sheer volume of bullets fired during the frenzied state of his sixth soul skill had drained a staggering 80% of his soul power. Presently, he appeared somewhat wan. Simultaneously, a black soul ring manifested upon the corpse of the Crimson Scale Leopard. If not absorbed promptly, it would soon dissipate into the ether. A 10,000-year soul ring was beneath Dubai's consideration. Hiss! Bibi Dong gasped in astonishment, shaken by the overwhelming display of Dubai's sixth soul skill. As the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, she had witnessed numerous elite spirit abilities, yet Dubai's spirit exuded an aura of unparalleled excellence. After catching her breath, Bibi Dong inquired, "Dubai, are you all right? A 50,000-year soul beast is rare. Let us continue our search." "I am fine. Let us keep looking," he replied. Dubai spoke with an air of indifference, reflecting upon the sixth soul skill he had just unleashed, the Rage of the Mad Ape. This formidable skill enabled Dubai to inflict a remarkable burst of damage within a fleeting moment, yet it exacted an immense toll on his soul power. The root of this issue lay in Dubai's lackluster marksmanship. He was unable to achieve perfect accuracy, thus relying on the sheer volume of bullets to gain the upper hand. Casting a glance at the lifeless form of the Crimson Scale Leopard, he noted that the soul beast was among the few capable of retaliating, yet being a 10,000-year-old soul beast, its capacity for vengeance was not entirely unwarranted. Most other soul beasts, upon being struck by Dubai's attacks and sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from him, had fled in terror. As for vengeance, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. He would bide his time until he reached a cultivation level of 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years. Consequently, Dubai allowed these soul beasts to escape, sparing their lives. He believed in leaving a thread of mercy for future encounters. Should they, in time, cultivate to surpass the 10,000-year threshold and seek revenge, it would present him with yet another opportunity to acquire a 10,000-year soul ring. Dubai possesses a broad perspective, embodying what it means to expand one's horizons. However, unbeknownst to him, it is precisely due to his act of sparing the lives of these soul beasts that the destinies of numerous soul masters have been altered. As Dubai practiced his marksmanship, he frequently inflicted damage upon the body parts of spirit beasts, even rendering some of them crippled. This led to a significant decline in their strength, resulting in diminished capabilities in attack, defense, and escape compared to their former selves. Consequently, many soul masters capitalized on this opportunity. Numerous teams of soul masters reaped substantial benefits from this situation. The team known as Soul Hunting Dream Team had successfully assisted 3 members in obtaining spirit rings today, achieving an efficiency more than double that of previous efforts. The captain of the Soul Hunting Dream Team, Wang Yi, was a level 43 soul master. Apart from Captain Wang, the team comprised 3 other principal members. Wang Yi primarily guided newly promoted soul masters in securing spirit rings to earn soul coins. Today, he had taken on 4 commissions to assist 4 newly promoted soul masters in finding suitable spirit rings. However, an unusual occurrence transpired. The Soul Hunting Dream Team encountered many injured spirit beasts in the Sunset Forest. With Wang Ye's level 43 prowess, along with the support of his teammates, capturing one spirit beast after another was effortless. At this moment, the team had already helped 3 newly promoted soul masters find suitable spirit rings, earning a considerable sum of soul coins. Only one soul master remained who had yet to encounter the desired spirit ring. The spirit beasts today bore visible wounds, making them relatively easy to hunt. This scene did not go unnoticed by the newly promoted soul masters. Observing Wang Ye's ease in capturing the injured spirit beasts, they began to doubt whether they could also hunt these creatures on their own. "Captain Wang, I would like to refund a portion of the soul coins. Given the injured state of these spirit beasts, I feel capable of hunting them myself," one newly promoted soul master mustered the courage to say. "We had an agreement. You pay, and we help you obtain spirit rings. What does this bargaining mean now?" Captain Wang's face darkened momentarily upon hearing this. "But look at these spirit beasts. They are wounded. You shouldn't have to pay much, and we should receive some soul coins back. Earning these soul coins is not easy," the newly promoted soul master continued. "Indeed, today's circumstances are exceptional. We should receive a discount." chimed in the other three newly promoted Soul Masters. Silence. The price was agreed upon from the start. We had no way of foreseeing this situation. If you believe you can manage on your own, don't seek assistance from our team in the future. I assure you, such an opportunity will not arise again. If you persist in bargaining, do not blame me for being unkind. Wang Yi retorted, his expression menacing. The newly promoted Soul Masters fell silent, unable to argue back, and reluctantly gave up on their negotiation. Wang Yi, being a level 43 Soul Master, had 3 capable teammates who were Soul Emperors. It was unwise to provoke him. I apologize. There is only one spirit ring left. Please continue searching for the spirit beasts, Captain Wang. The last remaining newly promoted Soul Master said apologetically. Humph. Your request is for a spirit beast of 500 years. For every additional 100 years, you must pay me 10 gold soul coins. Understood? I understand. The last newly promoted Soul Master replied through gritted teeth. Having just advanced to a great Soul Master, he could only claim a maximum of 10 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall within a month. If he encountered a top-tier spirit beast of 700 years today, he would have to pay an extra 20 gold soul coins. That would mean 2 months' worth of earnings gone. However, the prospect of hunting a 700-year-old top-tier spirit beast and absorbing its spirit ring made it worthwhile. Wang Yi snorted coldly once more. At that moment, Wang Yi's keen eyes caught sight of a boy, around 15 or 16 years of age, preparing to slay a spirit beast known as Ghostvine. This Ghostvine, battered and bruised, had only its base and a few feeble tendrils remaining and was desperately trying to evade the boy's attacks. Nevertheless, Wang Yi instantly recognized it as a 700-year-old Ghostvine. What luck, Wang Yi thought, feeling elated as he approached the scene. Child, that 700-year-old Ghostvine is beyond your reach. Leave this place at once. Wang Yi barked, his expression fierce as he unleashed his martial spirit. For soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, emerged, encircling him. A Soul Master, the boy's face turned pale upon seeing the soul rings adorning Wang Yi. Hurry home. This place is perilous for you. Wang Yi taunted the boy. Clenching his fists, the boy's heart seethed with resentment, his body trembling slightly. Yet, after a moment of deliberation, he chose to retreat. The boy departed swiftly, vanishing from sight. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a decent spirit beast in a severely injured state, only to be thwarted. He felt a surge of anger within him. However, as a newly promoted Great Soul Master, he lacked the strength to contend with the Soul Master team before him. Let us search for more injured spirit beasts. Today, the Sunset Forest is rife with them. There may still be opportunities. After the boy left, Wang Yi expressed his impatience and irritation, saying, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill that Ghostvine to absorb its spirit ring. Yes, the newly promoted Great Soul Master and the team quickly responded, rushing forward to hunt the Ghostvine and absorb its spirit ring. The 700-year-old Ghostvine was 200 years beyond the originally agreed 500 years, necessitating an additional payment of 20 gold soul coins. The Soul Master felt a pang in his heart, yet deemed it worthwhile. Pain outweighed pleasure in this scenario. Such instances of seizing opportunities also unfolded in other areas of the Sunset Forest. For the Soul Masters visiting the Sunset Forest today, it was indeed a fortuitous occasion. Spirit beasts that were usually elusive and difficult to hunt had inexplicably appeared in a state of widespread injury. Rumor had it that a powerful individual had undergone a heartbreak and, in venting their frustration, had left the beast in a battered condition. For the Soul Masters, this was a stroke of luck. The formidable couple, the dragon and snake, were also among the opportunistic Soul Master teams. Quickly, kill that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. It is a 700-year spirit beast perfect for your martial spirit. Understood, grandfather, Meng Yiran replied, summoning her snake staff martial spirit to strike down the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. A yellow spirit ring ascended from the corpse of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Meng Yiran hurriedly guided her snake staff martial spirit to absorb the 700-year spirit ring. Observing his granddaughter absorb the spirit ring, Dragon Lord Mingshu felt elated. He had not anticipated encountering an injured phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. It was known for its cunning nature and remarkable ability to conceal itself. It would flee at the first sign of danger. Even he might not have been able to capture it, yet here they were, presented with one. Furthermore, its wings had been severely damaged, significantly reducing its escape capabilities. Watching his granddaughter Meng Yiran absorb the spirit ring with such ease, Dragon Lord Mingshu couldn't help but exclaim, Old man, this is our granddaughter's fortune. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake aligns perfectly with Iran's snake staff martial spirit. Coupled with its 700-year age, it is truly a rare find. Iran's future achievements will surely rival our own. The face of the serpent matriarch glowed with joy, mirroring the happiness of Long Gong. Indeed, Iran possesses the potential to achieve the title of Douluo. Long Gong Mingshu beamed with vitality, although his own cultivation had reached the level of Soul Douluo. Even if he could not attain the title of Douluo himself, he remained confident in his ability to nurture a future title holder with his resources and strength. Thus, the two of them watched with delight as their granddaughter absorbed her soul ring. This journey had been remarkably smooth. Within just days of entering the Sunset Forest, they encountered an injured superior soul beast. It was a splendid Feng-Ai chicken-crest serpent, boasting an age of over 700 years, perfectly aligning with the maximum age limit for a great soul master to absorb. Meng Yiran's acquisition of this soul ring was not merely a matter of strength but also one of fortune. Soon, Meng Yiran completed the absorption of the 700-year Feng-Ai chicken-crest serpent soul ring. "Grandpa, Grandma, I have finished absorbing the soul ring," Meng Yiran exclaimed with excitement. At this moment, she donned a sleek outfit that clung to her well-developed figure. The young girl was strikingly beautiful, with a stylish bob and a pair of lively eyes that evoked a sense of tenderness. "Ah, splendid. My dear granddaughter, what is the soul skill of this soul ring?" Long Gong Mengshu inquired with a benevolent smile. "Grandpa, Grandma, allow me to demonstrate," Meng Yiran replied, her face radiating joy. As she spoke, she released her martial soul, a uniquely designed serpent-headed staff measuring 2 meters in length. It fit seamlessly in her grasp, appearing rather harmonious. The once gentle and lively gleam in her eyes transformed into an enchanting sharpness upon the release of her martial soul. Second soul skill, Binding Essence, Meng Yiran declared with determination, and as her soul power surged, the staff emanated a verdant glow. An ethereal Feng-Tai chicken-crest serpent emerged from the staff, swiftly coiling around a massive ancient tree, constricting it tightly. Simultaneously, Meng Yiran propelled herself backward, soaring to a height of 3.5 meters above the ground. Moments later, as she landed gracefully, the serpent released its grip on the ancient tree, returning to the staff. Upon closer inspection, the tree bore a vivid imprint of the serpent, a testament to the tremendous force exerted during its constriction. Chapter 27. The Malevolent Heart of the Face Demon Spider. 3 updates. Seeking votes. Long Gong Mengshu, a formidable Soul Douluo, discerned the brilliance of his granddaughter Meng Yiran's second soul skill at a glance. "If I am not mistaken, your second soul skill primarily serves the purpose of binding. However, when executing this binding skill, you gain a brief moment of acceleration and flight capability. Am I correct, my dear granddaughter?" he asked with paternal warmth. "Oh, Grandpa, you are too perceptive. I intended to keep it a surprise, but you seem to know everything," Meng Yiran pouted playfully. "Huh, your grandpa is a Soul Douluo. What secrets can you possibly keep from him? Please, enlighten us further about your second soul skill," the serpent matriarch chimed in with a smile. While Long Gong and the serpent matriarch had gleaned some understanding of Meng Yiran's second soul skill, they were eager to hear her elaborate on it. "My second soul skill is called Binding Essence. When activated, I can launch a serpent in a designated direction to bind and control my opponent. During this process, I gain 3 seconds of movement acceleration and 1.5 seconds of flight time," Meng Yiran explained. Upon hearing her description, the smiles on Long Gong and the serpent matriarch's faces widened. "Excellent. This is not merely a controlling soul skill. It is also one for survival and pursuit. Do not underestimate that 1.5 seconds of flight time. In critical moments, it may save your life or even enable a counterattack," Long Gong exclaimed, his joy palpable. Meng Yiran could distinctly sense her grandfather's elation at the mention of excellent. It was evident that Long Gong and the serpent matriarch were thoroughly pleased with her acquisition of the Feng-Ai chicken-crest serpent soul ring. Feeling invigorated, a radiant smile adorned Meng Yiran's fair face. "Yes, I understand, Grandpa," she replied obediently. At that moment, a shadow flickered in the nearby thicket. Long Gong Mengshu furrowed his brow and swiftly moved toward the shadow's location. "Vile creature," he shouted. Soon after, Meng Yiran and the serpent matriarch witnessed Long Gong releasing his martial soul, a towering dragon-headed staff rising over 4 meters high. Simultaneously, the imposing aura of Soul Douluo emanated from him, instilling a sense of reverence in the surroundings. "What has transpired?" the serpent matriarch and Meng Yiran asked, their brows furrowed in concern. Just as they were about to approach Long Gong to inquire further, he swiftly joined them, carrying a massive demonic spider in hand. This bizarre, gigantic spider possessed 8 legs resembling long spears, its glossy black shell glinting ominously. Even more unsettling was its face, a grim visage composed of contrasting black and white patterns. However, the creature appeared gravely injured, with only one of its 8 spear-like legs intact. The others were riddled with wounds and oozing toxic purple pus. Its massive body bore several gaping holes, seeping deadly liquid. With a casual toss, Long Gong dropped the face spider onto the ground. The creature, already battered and now having endured Long Gong's forceful capture, lay there gasping for its last breaths, greedily inhaling the remnants of air. "Grandpa, what is this?" Mingyiran inquired curiously. "This is a 700-year-old face demon spider." Long Gong Mingshu replied, his expression shifting to one of unease. Mingyiran could discern the gradual fading of joy from her grandfather's face as he spoke the spider's name, replaced by a hint of reluctance. It was not only Long Gong. The serpent matriarch's countenance mirrored the complexity of his emotions. "What has happened to Grandpa and Grandma? Why does the atmosphere feel so strange now?" Mingyiran pondered, bewildered, as the earlier joviality seemed to have vanished. Sighing deeply, Long Gong lamented, "What a pity. What a pity. Why did this accursed face demon spider not appear sooner?" Now, Iran has already absorbed the soul ring of the Feng-Ai chicken crest serpent. Dragon Lord Meng Shu lamented with a face full of regret, while the snake grandma also wore an expression of disappointment. Mingyiran was taken aback by the countenance of her grandfather and grandmother. Could it be that the human-faced demon spider was even more precious than the phoenix-tailed rooster snake? It must be so. Mingyiran was not foolish. From the expressions and conversations of her grandfather and grandmother, she had already gleaned some understanding. As her thoughts momentarily froze, the joy she had felt upon acquiring the phoenix-tailed rooster snake dissipated entirely. "Grandpa, is something wrong with you and Grandma?" she ventured to ask. Casting a glance at his granddaughter, Dragon Lord Meng Shu took a deep breath, regaining his composure. The human-faced demon spider was reputed to be a nightmare among small soul beasts, a creature that devoured life itself and was loathed by all soul beasts. Even the phoenix-tailed rooster snake would choose to avoid this human-faced demon spider. This particular spider had precisely 700 years of cultivation and was perfectly suited for you. Even more so than the phoenix-tailed rooster snake. Dragon Lord Mingshu continued, once more glancing at his granddaughter, adjusting his tone, and added, "This is why your snake grandma, and I feel such regret and frustration. The human-faced demon spider is a rare encounter, since you have acquired the phoenix-tailed rooster snake. It seems you are fated to be devoid of the human-faced demon spider. The phoenix-tailed rooster snake is indeed remarkable, being among the elite of snakes. And with your second soul skill of acceleration and entanglement, you have already achieved something quite rare. You surpass many soul masters of your rank." As he concluded, a glimmer of light returned to his eyes. This was both a consolation for his granddaughter and himself. The die was cast. Lamenting further would yield no fruit. It was better to adopt a more open-minded perspective. Having received confirmation, the trio fell into a brief silence. In comparison, the phoenix-tailed rooster snake and the human-faced demon spider were akin to a common fowl against a phoenix, one grounded while the other soared. In the presence of the human-faced demon spider, the phoenix-tailed rooster snake was but a younger sibling, merely a morsel. Having believed that encountering the phoenix-tailed rooster snake was the best choice, she was suddenly confronted with something vastly superior. It was truly vexing. Had she arrived just a few moments later, Mingyiran could have absorbed the 700-year-old human-faced demon spider instead of the phoenix-tailed rooster snake. What a calamity! This human-faced demon spider emerging to wreak havoc, thought Dragon Lord Meng Shu, who could not help but brandish his 4-meter-long dragon-headed staff once more. With a resounding crack, he raised the imposing dragon-headed staff and struck down upon the human-faced demon spider, shattering it to pieces. Mischievous creature, perish! Dragon Lord Meng Shu's fury found release. While some wore frowns, others found joy. On the other side, the leader of Tsanghui Academy, Shernyan, was leisurely guiding his students through the sunset forest. Shernyan felt quite content, for today many wounded soul beasts had appeared within the forest. These injured soul beasts did not require his intervention. His students could easily handle them on their own. Consequently, Shernyan had less to worry about. Among his students, 3 needed to hunt for soul rings. And they all successfully completed their tasks today. Watching his students hunt and slay soul beasts, reaping the rewards of their efforts, filled him with pride. As a teacher, he was genuinely pleased. The teamwork among his students had improved significantly, yet there was still room for growth and refinement. Only through further collaboration could they maximize the damage of their combined technique, the Seven Azure illusion. In due time, these children would undoubtedly achieve remarkable results in the Continental Soul Master competition. A spark of brilliance flickered in Shinian's eyes. As a teacher of Tsanghui Academy, he was determined that he would lead his students to compete in the Continental Soul Master Competition in the near future. Shinian was confident that the 7 children he had trained would bring glory to Tsanghui Academy. Without a doubt, securing a place in the top 8 would be well within their reach. Although his students had already acquired suitable soul rings, Shinian encouraged them to continue hunting soul beasts, honing their teamwork and collaboration. Before long, Shinian and his group encountered a wounded 1,000-year-old tiger soul beast. Attack! Without needing Shinian's command, the 7 students, led by Zhang Jingong and Zhu Zizhang, unleashed their gem martial spirits. Their eyes glinted with ferocity as they charged forth. The tiger soul beast let out a furious roar, clashing with the students. Having been inexplicably shot earlier, it found itself beset by these soul masters. You shall all perish. If not, I will take one of you with me. The tiger soul beast roared defiantly, risking its life to fight back. The battlefield erupted in chaos as various soul skills were unleashed, and the brilliance of gem martial spirits illuminated the scene. Shinian stood by, observing with a watchful eye. Should his students struggle against the 1,000-year-old tiger soul beast, he would not hesitate to intervene. The emergence of these injured soul beasts saved Shinian considerable effort while granting his students a valuable opportunity for training. His students did not disappoint him. In no time, with mutual support, the 7 students from Tsanghui Academy overwhelmed the tiger soul beast, leaving it unable to resist any longer. With a loud thud, the tiger soul beast fell to the ground, its life extinguished. Finally, the battle is over. The 7 students of Tsanghui Academy sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for fresh air and quickly recovering their soul power. Shinian observed each student, drenched in sweat. Yet the exhilaration and satisfaction that followed the battle brought a smile to his face. As a teacher, Shinian fulfilled his role commendably. After a brief period of rest, the group from Tsanghui Academy continued onward. The sunset forest was gradually dimming, and the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects grew more exuberant. Before long, the forest would welcome the onset of night. Let us find a suitable place to set up camp for the night. Shinian instructed his students. Understood, teacher. The 7 students, led by Zhang Jingyang and Zhu Zizhang, responded respectfully. The group continued their journey until they reached a certain point when Shinian suddenly halted. Underneath his neatly arranged silver hair, his ears perked up, seemingly attuned to some sound. Seeing their teacher stop, the 7 students stood respectfully by, awaiting his instruction. After a moment, Shinian focused, frowning slightly as he spoke. This way. Understood, teacher. 7 students followed closely behind Shinian, who soon led them to a battlefield recently ravaged by conflict. The area was littered with severed ancient trees, splintered wood, and scattered boulders, revealing a landscape that had evidently witnessed a fierce struggle. In the distance, Shinian gestured toward a man and a woman standing before the lifeless form of a deadly venomous serpent. Observing them from afar, one could discern their striking elegance. The man exuded a gallant aura, while the woman possessed an ethereal beauty. The serpent's demise was gruesome, yet its formidable appearance indicated that it had once been a fearsome spirit beast. Suddenly entranced, Shinian hastened forward, inadvertently leaving the 7 students trailing behind. Despite their gentle calls for him, he paid them no mind, prompting them to quicken their pace to catch up. Upon reaching the pair, Shinian's keen gaze swept over the carcass of the magical serpent before resting on Bibi and Bibi Dong. His eyes lingered on Bibi Dong for a moment longer, captivated by her exquisite beauty. Ultimately, he redirected his attention back to the deceased serpent, a fleeting glimmer of avarice crossing his features before he reined it in. This serpent's gallbladder could be of considerable use to me. Might you be willing to part with it? Please, state your price, and I shall procure it. Shinian courteously addressed the duo. The man and woman were, of course, Dubai, the holy son of the spirit hall, and Bibi Dong, the holy maiden. They had just cooperatively slain the 30,000-year-old serpent and had noticed a rare spirit bone subtly protruding from its vital point. Before they could claim their prize, the man garbed in a moon-white spirit master robe had suddenly appeared, intent on purchasing the serpent's remains. It was evident that he recognized the valuable spirit bone hidden within the serpent's corpse, causing Dubai and Bibi Dong to grow wary. Spirit bones are the most coveted resource for spirit masters, second only to 100,000-year spirit beasts in rarity. Each spirit bone, regardless of its quality, commands an astronomical price and is often unattainable. The emergence of any spirit bone invariably incites contention. The weak are deemed unworthy of such treasures. Teacher, Dubai and Bibi Dong soon noticed the 7 students trailing behind Xinian. Clad in identical moon-white spirit master robes, they captured Dubai's attention. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the embroidered characters Tsang Hui on the azure circular insignia adorning their shoulders. Moon-white spirit master robes, Tsang Hui, could it be that this was Tsang Hui Academy? And the gentleman before him was indeed Xinian? Dubai secretly speculated, while a series of thoughts cascaded through his mind. Xinian, a soul master of over 70 levels, wielded the martial spirit known as residual dream. He excelled in crafting illusions that ensnared individuals within a labyrinth of their own minds, leading them to despair and self-destruction. Moreover, Xinian possessed a wisdom skull that significantly amplified the attributes of his martial spirit, residual dream. In Chapter 29, The Cataclysmic Strike. Second update. Seeking support. Seeking collections. Dubai pondered that if he were to face Xinian alone, he might find himself in a challenging predicament, perhaps even facing defeat. However, with the formidable Bibi Dong, who also possessed twin martial spirits, by his side, he felt emboldened. Could 2 Soul Douluos truly fear a single soul saint? As these thoughts took root, Dubai's confidence surged. At Tsang Hui Academy, Xinian? Upon hearing Dubai's inner musings, Bibi Dong recalled information about Xinian. She was well aware of his capabilities. Within the illusions he conjured, anyone lacking sufficient mental fortitude, even a formidable Soul Douluo, could meet a tragic end. Yet, with both herself and Dubai, 2 Soul Douluos standing together, they had little cause for concern. Furthermore, Bibi Dong possessed a spirit immunity skull, the bane of all illusionary skills. It was Xinian who ought to face despair. How audacious for a mere soul saint to set his sights on 2 Soul Douluos. This was akin to a chick attempting to seize food from an eagle, only to become prey itself. Can you sell me this phoenix-tailed serpent? Xinian inquired once more. However, at that moment, his voice carried an odd resonance to Dubai and Bibi Dong's ears. Clearly, Xinian, with his residual dream martial spirit, had subtly unleashed an illusion. What you seek is not a serpent's gall but the soul bone, is it not? Dubai smiled gently as he approached, raising the fire Chelan's dagger towards the corpse of the demon python. With a decisive stroke, he made a swift cut and delicately lifted it. In an instant, a shimmering object was revealed within the remains of the demon python. It was a bone resembling a torso, exhibiting a deep purple hue and emanating a faint violet glow. Upon witnessing the soul bone, even Bibi Dong, the esteemed saintess of the spirit hall, with her vast experience, could not help but let her beautiful eyes widen in astonishment. This was a soul bone from the body of a phoenix-tailed demon python, derived from a 30,000-year-old soul beast, making it extraordinarily precious. The sight of the soul bone left her momentarily speechless. Before Dubai, Xinian's mouth was slightly agape, clearly confirming his realization, his mind shaken, and his gaze transformed into one of fervor and avarice. Yet simultaneously, Xinian's form, along with the bodies of the 7 students behind him, began to dissolve into the ethereal. As Xinian's body became insubstantial, everything around them warped and blurred. This was the 7th soul skill of Xinian's dream, phantom martial soul, nightmare, capable of ensnaring individuals in an endless loop of illusion, until their psyche crumbled and they resorted to self-destruction. Dubai is not foolish. He has long been vigilant. Having extracted the soul bone from the body of the phoenix-tailed serpent in advance, Dubai had already retracted his first soul, the AK-47 Fire Chelan, and unleashed his second soul, the Barret, soul of destruction. At this moment, 8 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 undulated rhythmically around his body. The first soul skill of Dubai, Destructive Strike, is unleashed. Dubai instantly entered a state of invincibility, lasting for 3 seconds. With a resounding bang, the Annihilation Cannon trembled violently, launching a highly penetrative bullet towards Xinian. At the moment the bullet was fired, the recoil and inertia played their part. Dubai instinctively spread his legs apart, assuming a half-squat stance to firmly steady himself. The outcome of the battle was already set in motion. As for whether he would sustain injuries or if his students would be affected, such considerations were beyond Dubai's purview. It was a matter of fate for them to contend with. Beside him, Bibi Dong was equally resolute, her first martial spirit, the Death Spider Emperor, having already been summoned. Bands of yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black encircled her impressive figure, radiating an aura of danger. With a flourish, she unleashed her 7th soul skill, true form of the Death Spider Emperor. In an instant, her upper body was enveloped in a layer of purplish-black armor. even her face obscured by a formidable shell. Clad in the armor of the Death Spider Emperor, Bibi Dong appeared both magnificent and perilous, evoking a shiver in anyone who dared to gaze upon her. Activating the Spirit Bone's mental immunity, the true world released. As Bibi Dong transformed into the Death Spider Emperor, a purple radiance blossomed upon her visage, simultaneously with the activation of the bone's accompanying soul skill. The true world released. A resounding crack echoed through the air. The illusion shattered. Everything around them swiftly transitioned from a distorted, nebulous state back to clarity. In an instant, the surroundings regained their normalcy, sharp and vivid once more. As Dubai focused his gaze, he discovered that the ground before him lay in a shattered state, resembling a spider's web. At the center of this web, a deep pit, seemingly bottomless, marked the entry of a bullet. It was evident that this was the damage inflicted by Dubai's earlier strike. Surrounding the cracked earth, 7 students from the Tsanghui Academy were scattered about, having succumbed to unconsciousness. These young individuals were fortunate not to have stood in a straight line. Otherwise, a single shot from the Barrett would have pierced through them, leaving none alive. Casting his eyes around, Dubai found no sign of Xinian. Clearly, the old fellow had sensed the danger and fled, abandoning the students. Nearby, a voice, both melodious and chilling, echoed in his ears. Dubai glanced and noticed a white figure had shrunk to a small dot, desperately fleeing. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. The soul bone of the head? Hand it over. Dubai's lips curled into a smirk, eager to experience the terrifying prowess of the Barrett sniper rifle. Since you have willingly stirred up trouble with your greed, do not blame me for showing no mercy. A sniper rifle can hunt its prey from 1,000 miles away. Once targeted by a marksman, the victim may not even comprehend the manner of their demise. However, Dubai is still inexperienced in the use of firearms, particularly the devastating sniper rifle. Yet, he can harness the power of soul techniques to inflict damage. Dubai raised the Barrett destructive sniper rifle, aiming through the illuminated reticle at the vanishing white dot before his eyes. Within the scope, the fleeting figure of the year was magnified, stained by his own spittle of fresh blood, now in a state of frantic flight. Its soul skill, cataclysmic tsunami strike unleashed. Dubai decisively unleashed his 8th soul skill. In an instant, a crimson laser emanated from the destruction sniper rifle in his hand, striking Xinian. As the beam of red light made contact, Xinian's previously swift movements abruptly decelerated. What is this? Panic surged within Xinian as he realized that the red laser had reduced his speed by 90%. At that moment, even a passing sow would likely outpace him. Amidst a shock, Xinian sensed a terrifying aura locking onto him, intensifying ominously, poised to extinguish his life. Faced with life and death, Xinian's instinct for survival ignited his latent potential. In a frenzy, he brushed his hand against the pearl belt at his waist, summoning a humanoid puppet, soul guide device, the substitute puppet. Without a moment to ponder, Xinian frantically infused his soul power into the substitute puppet. With the influx of energy, the puppet rapidly expanded, its features becoming grotesque, and it soon mirrored Xinian's appearance perfectly. Go! Xinian shouted, hurling the substitute puppet behind him. His body, previously ensnared by the red laser, regained its mobility. With a cough of blood, he stumbled, his form ragged as he continued to flee. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The moment Xinian cast the substitute puppet, the red laser veered towards it. Boom. There was no time for adjustment. Dubai's destruction sniper rifle had unleashed a catastrophic shot, aimed directly at the humanoid puppet. The bullet, traveling at an astonishing speed, shattered the substitute puppet into countless pieces. Yet the projectile did not cease, piercing through dozens of ancient trees before finally coming to rest. The bullet's velocity surpassed Xinian's running speed, although it had missed him. The explosive resonance and destruction inflicted upon the ancient trees sent tremors through Xinian's heart, making it leap wildly. If struck by that projectile, could he possibly survive? Unthinkable. Xinian dared not pause, gritting his teeth as he pressed on. Now, he could only focus on his own survival. The fates of his 7 students were beyond his control. Run. The priority was to stay alive. He had no notion of how long he had been fleeing until he was certain that the 2 formidable soul fighters were no longer in pursuit. Only then did he stop to catch his breath. Damn it, why are there 2 soul fighters? One even possesses a twin martial soul. What business do soul fighters have so deep in the Sunset Forest? Xinian's mind was clouded with frustration. He had assumed that, given Dubai and Bibi Dong's youthful appearances, they would be no more than 60th level soul kings, or perhaps low-level soul emperors. Had his expectations been accurate, he could have easily suppressed them due to his martial soul advantage. Yet the reality was far graver, 2 young soul fighters, far beyond his level. The attractive female soul fighter even possessed the ability to dispel illusions. This was absurd, utterly absurd. Shunyan's mood soured. Not only had he jeopardized his students, but he had also nearly become a victim himself. As for the extraordinarily precious soul bone from the phoenix pattern demon python, he dared not even entertain thoughts of claiming it. After ensuring that Dubai and Bibi Dong were not pursuing, Shunyan hastily constructed a makeshift camp for the night and consumed several pills to restore his soul power, settling down to meditate. At dawn, he would return to report to the academy. He needed to explain that he and his students had fallen victim to a soul bone incident, resulting in their demise. Fortunately, his higher cultivation level had afforded him various means of survival, allowing him to barely escape, though his students were not so fortunate. This way, the academy would not hold him accountable and might even pursue and punish the two soul fighters. As Shunyan restored his soul power, he contemplated his predicament. Alas, the youth of those two soul fighters indicated that their backgrounds were likely formidable. The academy would hesitate to act rashly. What a pity for his 7 students, whose rapid growth he had greatly admired. And that soul bone, originating from a 30,000-year-old demon python, was tremendously valuable. Ultimately, it was enough to absolve himself of responsibility. He could not aspire to claim the soul bone, and as for his students, he could always train another batch. Reflecting on the potential vastness of the two soul fighters' backgrounds caused him discomfort, and he sighed, beginning to comfort himself. As a soul master, Shunyan harbored an inherent greed for resources, a trait that could lead him to forsake his students if necessary in pursuit of greater power. He had simply not anticipated facing two soul fighters, and who could have guessed that two seemingly youthful individuals, appearing to be in their 20s, were actually over 80-level soul fighters? At 53, Shunyan had yet to touch the threshold of becoming a soul fighter. While these two prodigies had long ascended to that exalted realm, one must not judge by appearances. Meanwhile, Dubai and Bibi Dong were left astonished. Despite unleashing the 8th soul skill, the cataclysmic strike, they had still allowed Shunyan to escape. Dubai sighed with a sense of regret. At this moment, Barrett's martial spirit had quietly retreated within. Simultaneously, Dubai's complexion turned pale. The earlier use of the fire Qilin to vanquish the phoenix pattern magic python had already depleted a portion of his soul power. Coupled with the simultaneous release of Barrett's 7th, 1st, and 8th soul skills, even Dubai, a formidable Soul Douluo at level 85, could not withstand such extensive consumption. Beside him, Bibi Dong was equally unwell. At this moment, the Death Spider Emperor armor adorning her had vanished, replaced by her graceful and resplendent figure. However, her complexion mirrored Dubai's pallor. Her cherry lips devoid of color and blood. The soul skills Bibi Dong unleashed were no less than Dubai's. Particularly the skill from the skull spirit bone that granted mental immunity, known as the real world, which demanded an even greater toll. Each use of this spirit bone skill consumed 1/3 of Bibi Dong's mental energy, effectively draining her vitality. She would not resort to using the real world skill lightly, except in dire circumstances. Nevertheless, the efficacy of this skill was indeed remarkable, capable of dismantling all illusions and enchantments, allowing her to confront reality directly. It had instantaneously shattered Shunyan's illusion skill. Had Dubai encountered Shunyan alone, he would have likely faced considerable difficulty and incurred significant losses to subdue him. However, Dubai was still not entirely adept with the two firearm martial spirits, rendering the likelihood of failure quite substantial. Contemplating this, Dubai felt compelled to express his gratitude to his beloved wife. Bibi Dong, I owe you one. If it weren't for your presence, I would have been at a loss on how to deal with Shunyan's illusion. Dubai spoke earnestly. Xiaodong Dong, your wife is truly remarkable. I am immensely grateful to you. Bringing you out was indeed a wise decision. Dubai appeared serious and dignified, exuding a sense of grace and stature. However, in truth, his heart was filled with affectionate thoughts of his beloved Xiaodong Dong. Upon hearing Dubai's inner voice and spoken words, Bibi Dong felt a warmth bloom within her heart, as their sentiments resonated in harmony. It mattered not, they were together in this moment. Bibi Dong endeavored to soften her tone, striving to shed her icy demeanor. At that moment, a faint pallor graced her delicate features, though her gaze remained resolute. Yet, her graceful figure and the ethereal purity of her countenance evoked an irresistible urge for tenderness and compassion. Might one consider offering a precious elixir? Dubai inquired with concern. Previously, he had received 10 great recovery pills from the level 83 Soul Douluo gift pack and had generously bestowed 5 upon Bibi Dong. These great recovery pills possess the remarkable ability to restore all soul power instantaneously and heal injuries caused by soul skills of the 9th rank and below. Their restorative effects are indeed formidable. In Chapter 31, regarding the allocation of the magic python skeleton, Bibi Dong shook her head and said, "If these great recovery pills can indeed restore injuries and soul power instantly as you describe, they are exceedingly precious. To use them at this moment would be somewhat regrettable." "Very well," he replied. Dubai sighed helplessly. However, a trace of regret lingered in his heart. Had he known better, he would not have given those 5 precious elixirs to Xiaodongdong's wife, for she could hardly bear to consume them. Had he withheld them from her, in times of need, he could have presented them to Xiaodongdong's wife, undoubtedly winning her favor. What a missed opportunity! Dubai felt a deep sense of regret within, lamenting the decision to bestow the great rejuvenation pill upon Bibi Dong. What Dubai was unaware of was that Bibi Dong could perceive his innermost thoughts. At this moment, Dubai's sentiments were laid bare, resonating vividly within Bibi Dong's mind. Dubai undoubtedly surpasses Bai Dong, a fact that Bai Dong is well aware of, though she chooses not to articulate it. This oblivious Dubai. Has he not noticed the significant improvement in my tone and demeanor towards him of late? Truly a dense individual, Bai Dong thought to herself, harboring a silent irritation. Subsequently, the two, Bai Dong and Dubai, took a brief moment to regulate their breathing and restore their soul power before commencing the task of clearing the battlefield. Dubai once again unleashed his primary spirit, the AK-47 Fire Qilin, and activated his 7th spirit ability, the true form of the weapon spirit. With the AK-47 Fire Qilin in hand, Dubai skillfully extracted the soul bone of the phoenix pattern demon python from the serpent's carcass using the Qilin bayonet. Dubai's cautious demeanor is undoubtedly a result of his apprehension towards the venom of the phoenix tail serpent. At present, aside from the great healing pill, he possesses no other means of preserving his life or counteracting poison. Thus he must exercise utmost vigilance. The spine bone of the phoenix tail serpent, exhibiting a deep purple hue, radiates a faint violet glow. Remarkably, when extracted from the serpent's carcass, this bone remained untouched by blood or venom. How extraordinary this serpent's spine bone is! Its entire essence reflects a purplish aura, and once integrated, it should bestow upon him skills related to poison attributes. Dubai picked up the soul bone from the body of the magic python, murmuring in contemplation. As his fingertips made contact with the bone, it seemed to come alive, seeking to merge with Dubai's very being. Dubai harbored no intention of merging. Under the formidable control of his mental and soul powers, he grasped the skeletal remains of the magic python tightly in his hands. "Bibi Dong, this skeletal fragment of the magic python is for you." Dubai took the initiative to speak to Bibi Dong, presenting the bone of the magic python's body. "Dear Xiaodongdong, please hastily decline this soul bone." Then, I concocted a reason to return the external soul bone, the 6-winged purple light wings, to you. Haha. I was truly at a loss for a reason to return the external soul bone. Yet this external soul bone is far more suitable for dear Xiaodongdong. My emotional intelligence is indeed commendable. Soon, I shall win a wave of affection from dear Xiaodongdong. Athahaha. Although Dubai spoke with restraint, he could not help but reveal his plans within his heart. Dubai's heartfelt words fell upon Bibi Dong's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. This fellow, no matter the situation, always prioritizes my well-being. Could it be that he truly cherishes me so? A warm sensation enveloped Bibi Dong's heart. The feeling of being adored and favored was indeed delightful. Very well, I shall accept this soul bone from the magical python's body. Bibi Dong replied nonchalantly, extending her hand to take the bone. Dubai had overlooked a crucial aspect. Should the external soul bone be returned, what reason would remain for them to feign a wedding and remain together? Under normal circumstances, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly have declined the soul bone. However, now that she comprehended Dubai's intentions, she was determined not to adhere to his plan. Upon witnessing this, Dubois was momentarily taken aback. This plot did not unfold as anticipated. Xiaodongdong's wife, were you not supposed to decline my offer? I was to return the external soul bone to you. How could you have taken possession of this piece of the magic python's skeletal remains? Dubai's heart lamented. When Dubai regained his senses, the soul bone of the serpent's body was already in the delicate hands of Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, do you truly desire the soul bone of the serpent's body? Dubai could not help but inquire. What? Are you not going to give it to me? Bibi Dong cast a puzzled glance at Dubai. How about I exchange this external spirit bone, the 6-winged purple light wings, for the bone from the magic python's torso that you possess? With the plan having collapsed, Dubai spoke plainly. After all the twists and turns, they had returned to the same point. Bibi Dong sighed inwardly. No need. You may keep that external spirit bone for now. If you were to return it, how would we continue this charade of a wedding in the future? Bibi Dong replied with calm detachment. A hint of shyness crept into her heart. Having fallen for him, she found herself reluctant to reclaim the external spirit bone. At this moment, Dubai and Bibi Dong had only known each other for 5 days. If they did not persist in their pretense of being a couple, the chances for future interactions would likely diminish. Although Bibi Dong believed that Dubai would still cooperate in their ruse, returning the external spirit bone would strip away an apparent layer of mutual benefit. This left her feeling somewhat uneasy. At present, Bibi Dong did not wish for Dubai to discern or speculate about her true feelings. She had already developed a slight affection for him. Upon hearing this, Dubai initially intended to express that even without the external soul bone, he would continue to feign a marital relationship with you. However, upon reflection, Dubai suddenly discerned that such a notion was rather inappropriate. Alas, if the external soul bone were to be returned to Xiao Dongdong's wife, I would no longer have the excuse of possessing the soul bone or pretending to be a couple to remain close to Xiao Dongdong's wife. This external soul bone absolutely cannot be returned. If it were to be returned, any future endeavors I undertake for Xiao Dongdong's wife would undoubtedly seem peculiar and excessively sycophantic. Dubai suddenly realized that something was amiss and quickly retracted his earlier thoughts. Bibi Dong, you are right. My pretense of being your husband is solely due to this external soul bone. I offer you this bone from the magical python's body as a token of my gratitude for your unwavering assistance along the way. I am a person who values gratitude, and I nearly allowed that sentiment to cloud my judgment, almost exchanging the external soul bone for your companionship. However, I have come to my senses now. I shall not proceed with the exchange. Dubai spoke with utmost seriousness. Whether the content of his words holds any credibility remains to be debated. In any case, Dubai is not convinced. If only Xiao Dongdong's wife could comprehend the deeper implications within, recognizing that my kindness towards her stems from genuine affection. How wonderful that would be. The words I uttered hardly seemed fitting for one of mature stature. I hope Xiao Dongdong's wife might misinterpret my fleeting remarks as sinister intentions towards her. However, given her usual detachment from emotional matters, she is rather oblivious, likely grasping only the literal meaning of my words. In the depths of Dubai's inner world, he contemplated silently. Chapter 32. Emotions take a step further. The moment Bibi Dong perceived Dubai's thoughts, she was momentarily taken aback. You are the wooden one. Your entire family is wooden. Have you not noticed the significant changes in me? Bibi Dong felt a tinge of annoyance within her heart, yet simultaneously experienced warmth and comfort. If we could consistently progress in a positive direction, perhaps we might truly come together. Bibi Dong discreetly cast a glance at Dubai, a subtle blush adorning her fair and exquisite face. Although Dubai and Bibi Dong had acquired a piece of the serpent's bone today, it was not suited for either of them. Dubai's martial spirit, characterized by firearms, is oriented towards a strong offensive capability. In contrast, the skeletal remains of the magical python are clearly suited for soul masters who wield poison, rendering them ill-suited for Dubai. As for Bibi Dong, she has expressed her desire to attempt the slaying of a 100,000-year soul beast in order to acquire a 100,000-year soul bone. Dubai has shown his unwavering support for her ambition. Dubai currently possesses no soul bones, as he aspires to acquire soul bones from soul beasts that are over 100,000 years old in the future. After all, the distinction between those of 10,000 years and those of 100,000 years is indeed monumental. He has departed. After Dubai and Bibi Dong partially restored their soul power, they departed from that place of conflict. As for the 7 students of Tsanghui Academy, they were abandoned by Dubai at their original location, motionless. Whether they survive depends on their own fortune. After all, it was their teacher who brought them into trouble. Dubois glanced back at the 7 students from Tsanghui Academy who lay in a state of unconsciousness. To refrain from eliminating them entirely was already an immense act of mercy. At this moment, the night in the sunset forest had descended into complete darkness. Dubai and Bibi Dong have successfully located a suitable campsite and have settled in. By the campfire, the two are seated opposite each other. The flickering flames cast a gentle glow, illuminating Bibi Dong's pure and ethereal beauty, which captivates Dubai. Dubai, please enlighten me about your other martial soul. How is it that it possesses 8 soul rings? Bibi Dong inquired with a grave demeanor. Her serious expression instantly transformed Dubai's carefree attitude into one of solemn respect. It was evident that Bibi Dong assumed Dubai had carelessly added soul rings to his second martial soul, which incited her anger and seriousness. It is well known that the greatest advantage of possessing twin martial souls is the ability to incorporate soul rings of 1,000 years or more into the other martial soul. However, Dubai's second martial soul had inexplicably reached its full complement of soul rings at an unknown time, which left Bibi Dong both astonished and indignant. To add 100 or 1,000-year soul rings to a second martial soul is, quite frankly, an egregious waste. Noticing Bibi Dong's stern demeanor, Dubai dared not be evasive and quickly clarified, "Well, it's a matter of expired soul rings." Dubai did not conceal anything and recounted all the details regarding the ephemeral soul rings to Bibi Dong. However, he refrained from mentioning the system, merely stating that he had acquired this knowledge by chance. After a considerable period, Bibi Dong finally regained her composure and absorbed this intriguing piece of information. The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. Does this mean that after 14 days, all the soul rings of your second martial spirit will completely dissipate? Bibi Dong could not help but inquire once more. Indeed, that is the case. Otherwise, I would not have been foolish enough to add century-old or even millennium-old soul rings to my second martial spirit. Dubai nodded slightly. "All right, I understand," he replied. Following this, Bibi Dong refrained from further inquiries. Bibi Dong could perceive Dubai's innermost thoughts, aware of many of his secrets. Even without asking, she could surmise some aspects. The concepts of a system and a gift package eluded her understanding, leaving her puzzled about the underlying logic and specifics. However, as long as this man before her cherished and loved her deeply, any secrets he harbored were inconsequential. Bibi Dong felt a profound sense of comfort and ease in Dubai's presence, a sense of tranquility she had never experienced before. She could hear Dubai's thoughts and grasp some of his intentions. This man, possessing dual martial souls, was on the brink of ascending to the rank of a titled Douluo. Despite currently being the holy son of the Spirit Hall and the prospective pope, his aspirations were quite unconventional. He desired to castrate the current pope, Qian Xuanji, confront Yu Shaojiang, and challenge the three sections. It seemed that in his eyes, these formidable powers and mighty title Douluo were nothing more than mere insignificant entities. Dubai's assertive mindset aligns perfectly with Bibi Dong's character. Bibi Dong is equally dominant, pursuing her desires without hesitation, trampling over any opposition that dares to obstruct her path. Being with Dubai allows her the freedom to act without regard for others' opinions, as she can truly be herself. For instance, during today's battle with Shern Yin, Bibi Dong felt liberated alongside Dubai, directly unleashing her soul skills to intimidate their adversaries. In stark contrast, if she were to be with Yu Shaojiang, she would likely surrender the precious 30,000-year-old magic python soul bone and endure humiliation. Reflecting on her past experiences with Yu Shaojiang, she recalls the suffocating nature of those days. Each time he was bullied, he would turn to her to reclaim his dignity. Moreover, he displayed a cringing subservience before the Pope, Qian Senji, exhibiting an extreme timidity. Bibi Dong once had the courage to relinquish her position as the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall for Yu Shaojiang, standing in opposition to the Spirit Hall itself. Yet, what of Yu Shaojiang? He trembles before Qian Senji, consumed by fears and indecision, embodying a profound weakness. Bibi Dong has grown utterly disillusioned with the feeble Yu Shaojiang. She is willing to forsake everything for him, yet he cannot even assert his own stance. A man of no worth, who relies on me to delve deeper into the theories of spirit arts. I, Bibi Dong, hold him in disdain. As she reflects on these painful memories, a veil of frost envelopes her exquisite visage. "Are you all right?" Dubai noticed the unusual expression on Bibi Dong's face and found himself unconsciously approaching her side. Gently, he placed his hand on her delicate shoulder. A wave of warmth and a sweet softness emanated from his fingertips, enveloping Dubai's surroundings and imparting a peculiar sense of delight. How fortunate he felt. Dubai was filled with immense joy. After such a long time, he had finally seized an opportunity to share a moment of intimacy with Bibi Dong. Though his heart harbored less than pure intentions, Dubai's expression remained remarkably serious and composed, as if he were genuinely concerned for Bibi Dong. What Dubai remained oblivious to was that his innermost thoughts could be perceived by Bibi Dong. This lecherous individual truly has no bounds. Had it not been for the ability to hear his heart's voice, his outward appearance would have deceived me entirely, Bibi Dong mused inwardly. "I am fine. Thank you for your concern." She selectively disregarded Dubai's thoughts and replied with a gentle tone. "All right, understood." Dubai observed that Bibi Dong displayed a composed demeanor, indicating a lack of desire for further conversation, prompting him to refrain from probing any further. However, within the depths of his heart, Dubai felt an overwhelming sense of delight. He chuckled to himself, noting how his beloved, Xiao Dong, remained blissfully unaware of any irregularities. He couldn't help but admire the softness of her shoulders. Listening to Du Bai's inner musings, Bibi Dong felt a mix of amusement and warmth. It was not that she was oblivious, but rather she was choosing to overlook certain things. Chapter 33, The Purification Talisman, The Boy Chasing the Poison Tree, 3 updates. Seeking recommendations. Seeking collections. The night had fully descended, the sky adorned with countless twinkling stars, resembling a tapestry of diamonds and agate, shimmering brilliantly. The celestial expanse was resplendent, with a radiant moon resembling a fishing boat, drifting gracefully across the vast silver river of stars. Before the campfire, Bibi Dong sat in meditation, restoring her soul power while vigilantly guarding the man, Du Bai, within the tent. According to the agreement between Bibi Dong and Du Bai, she was on night watch that evening, allowing Du Bai to rest inside the tent. Although Bibi Dong's fondness for Du Bai had grown deeper today, she felt it was still insufficient to warrant sharing the tent for rest. Time and further experiences were still needed for their bond to evolve. Du Bai took a respite, yet it was not a complete cessation of his labors. Du Bai is eagerly anticipating the arrival of the following day, when he will unveil the level 79 Contra gift pack. After a brief skirmish with Shern Yin today, Du Bai feels that his trump cards are regrettably few. Had it not been for the company of Bibi Dong, he doubts he would have been able to best Shern Yin. It is imperative that he opens more gift packs to acquire additional items. Du Bai silently contemplated. Du Bai's mastery over soul power and the utilization of his martial spirit require a period of training and adaptation. During this adjustment phase, Du Bai possesses another ace up his sleeve, the system gift package. With the items awarded from the system gift package, Du Bai can accelerate his growth. Before long, the clock struck midnight, heralding the arrival of a new day. Now, let me unveil the treasures contained within the 79 gift package. Du Bai eagerly rubbed his hands in anticipation. This time, he opted to quietly open the Soul Saint gift pack of level 79 within the confines of the system's storage space, wary of any potential detection by Bibi Dong. Inside the storage space, Du Bai's gaze settled upon the coveted gift pack of level 79. The higher the level of the gift pack, the more splendid the rewards it contained. Thus, it was only natural for Du Bai to choose to open the higher level gift pack first. System, please assist me in unsealing this Soul Saint gift pack of level 79 within the storage space. Du Bai issued a command to the system for an upgrade without spoilers, which rewarded him with a gift package. Among the treasures contained in the gift for levels 80 to 85 were the astonishing golden card, expired soul rings, soul bones, martial soul awakening cards, and the thief saint gloves, among other intriguing and useful items. Du Bai was also eagerly anticipating the rewards from the level 79 Soul Saint gift package, hoping for something remarkable. Understood, Master, the system replied promptly. Subsequently, the level 79 gift began to coalesce into a magnificent golden radiance, gradually disintegrating the package. As the golden light dissipated, 4 yellow talismans appeared in the original spot of the level 79 gift. Each talisman was adorned with intertwining yellow and red patterns, exuding an air of mystery and distinction. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully opening the level 79 Soul Douluo gift package. You have obtained 4 purification talisman. Following this announcement, a series of information regarding the purification talisman flooded into Du Bai's mind. Purification talisman. When used, only a minute amount of soul power is required. Item description, upon use, it will dispel all negative, control, and suppression effects on oneself, providing a duration of 3 seconds of immunity to control and suppression. After receiving the information from the system, Du Bai gained a considerable understanding of the purification talisman. This is indeed a remarkable item. The purification talisman is nothing short of a miraculous tool for breaking free from control. Du Bai was exceedingly pleased with the purification talisman he obtained from the gift pack. Although the description of its function appears rather simplistic, this talisman proves to be an invaluable asset during critical moments, capable of preserving one's life and turning the tide of battle. For instance, when one finds themselves ensnared by the control of a soul master, employing such a purification talisman allows for an instantaneous release from that control, thereby reversing the situation. Additionally, should one be afflicted by potent toxins or enduring detrimental effects, activating the purification talisman will eradicate all such negative conditions in one fell swoop. The ability to dispel adverse effects, liberate from control, and negate suppression while entering a state of immunity is what renders the purification talisman so precious. It is no wonder that the system granted me only 4 In Du Bai's heart, a thought arose. The purification talisman is indeed splendid. With this talisman in his possession, he need no longer fear being ensnared in the illusions conjured by Shern Yin during their next encounter, by dispelling negative control and unleashing an 8th soul skill. The cataclysmic strike, Tin Shern Yin, would scarcely suffice to match Du Bai's wrath. With the purification talisman, Du Bai's prowess has ascended to a new echelon. This time, he intends to withhold 2 talismans from Bibi Dong, reserving their revelation for a pivotal moment, akin to offering timely assistance in a snowstorm, thus ensuring an abundance of surprises and goodwill. Du Bai felt a surge of exhilaration, ready to retire for the night. In the stillness of the midnight hour, when most souls lay in slumber, another individual shared his fervor. At the opposite end of the sunset forest, a slender youth, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, was aflame with excitement, brandishing a dagger as he pursued a route emanating a noxious green mist. The scent of this toxic vapor churned the stomach, causing considerable discomfort. This root belonged to a 700-year-old demon tumor tree, notorious for its foul odor that could poison individuals, leech their soul power, and induce an uncontrollable urge to relieve oneself. The demon tumor tree, being a more illustrious variant than the green tumor tree, released a far more potent venom. Among 1,000 green tumor trees, perhaps only one could evolve into a demon tumor tree. This particular tree, once towering at 15 meters during its prime, now lay reduced to a mere half-meter stump, with a grotesquely thick trunk and a damaged root, reflecting a state of utter despair. Its lamentable condition was primarily due to Du Bai's earlier encounter. Having found the tree's stench unbearable, he had vanquished it with a fire Qilin, leaving it in such a pitiful state. "Don't run. You are destined to become my soul ring," the youth shouted, his face alight with enthusiasm as he chased the tree. It seemed the tree understood, quickening its pace, releasing an even denser green mist that further unsettled the youth's stomach. As he pursued the demon tumor tree, his stomach growled audibly, and he could not help but release several flatulent sounds, leading to an unfortunate incident where a foul, yellowish liquid streamed down his leg. Yet, undeterred, he pressed on, determined to capture this soul beast. Despite his lean physique, the boy's dark eyes radiated unwavering resolve, even as he succumbed to the tree's toxic effects. Losing his dignity in the process, his singular focus remained on defeating the demon tumor tree. This boy was the same one who had earlier lost a ghost vine soul beast to the Soul Hunter Dream Team, recently elevated to the rank of Great Soul Master. He sought to hunt a suitable soul beast to absorb his second soul ring. Though he had faced setbacks, he persisted in his quest, and now, in the stillness of the night, he stumbled upon this solitary, severely wounded demon tumor tree. Despite its severe injuries, the tree retained formidable escape capabilities, managing to maintain an equal footing with the boy as they dashed through the forest. The youth, undaunted by the potential threat of a ferocious soul beast lurking in the shadows, called out, "Little tree, cease your flight. We are fated to be together. Yield to me and become my soul ring." His exuberant cries were punctuated by more flatulent sounds, creating a scene both tragic and absurd. If an observer were present, they would likely find this moment indelibly etched in their memory. Were Du Bai to witness it, he might compose a whimsical tune in his mind, singing of the youth's predicament with humorous lyrics. The demon tumor tree, in a state of profound dismay, found itself cornered once more. As it attempted to evade capture, it suddenly collided with a plump mass that appeared out of nowhere, momentarily dazing it. Seizing the opportunity, the youth dashed forth, his dagger poised for action. "Well done, little dream," he exclaimed, a flicker of determination and decisiveness shining in his dark eyes, even as he continued to suffer the consequences of his earlier indulgence. With his weight upon the tree, he plunged his dagger repeatedly into its bark and roots. The once mighty demon tumor tree, now at the mercy of the youth, could only endure as the blade pierced deeper, releasing streams of its verdant essence. The boy, consumed by his ambition to vanquish the tree and claim its soul ring, paid no heed to the toxic liquid that oozed from its wounds. As the night enveloped the sunset forest in a chorus of wildlife, a sliver of moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting an eerie glow upon the youth, rendering him a figure of both dread and determination. Eventually, the boy paused, panting heavily, celebrating his triumph over the soul beast. The once proud demon tumor tree lay lifeless, its long existence now extinguished. Despite the acrid odor that assaulted him, he coughed violently, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of further flatulence. "Little dream, come forth to absorb this soul ring," he commanded, unfazed by his own disheveled state. He began to channel his beast spirit to absorb the essence of the fallen demon tumor tree, the creature he affectionately referred to as Little Dream. resembling a pudgy dog with the stature of a pig, approached. Its coat was a soft brown, adorned with drooping ears and gentle blue eyes. A playful creature known as nightmarish. Thus, the youth, despite the chaos surrounding him, remained resolute in his quest for strength and growth. Indeed, this little dream resembles the form of Yu Xiaojiang's Luo Sanpao. However, while it boasts brown fur, Yu Xiaojiang's Luo Sanpao features a delicate lavender hue. It is likely that by now, some readers have made the connection. The young man is named Yu Chenglong, belonging to the same Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan as Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Chenglong hails from an ordinary family within a side branch of the clan. His parents chose this name in the hope that his martial soul would awaken as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, or even evolve into a more powerful dragon-shaped martial soul, thus allowing their family to ascend to the clan's core. Unfortunately, fate did not align with their desires. Yu Chenglong's awakened martial soul is a peculiar entity, neither resembling a pig nor a dog, vastly different from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon form. Prior to Yu Chenglong's awakening of this odd martial soul, Yu Xiaojiang, the son of the main clan leader Yu Yuanjin, also awakened a similar martial soul. Yu Xiaojiang referred to his martial soul as Luo Sanpao, for it could only unleash 3 attacks, akin to releasing 3 flatulent sounds. The clan leader's son remained stagnant at the 29th level, never able to progress into the 30th level of Soul Master. It was precisely Yu Xiaojiang's ineptitude that led to Yu Chenglong being cast aside upon awakening his similarly peculiar martial soul. No one deemed this martial soul worthy. Even with abundant resources, Yu Xiaojiang could never breach the 30th level. Thus, in the eyes of others, Yu Chenglong, lacking any background or resources, was unlikely to even reach the heights of Yu Xiaojiang, regarded as a failure. Yu Xiaojiang's misfortune with this martial soul caused him to sever ties with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, wandering across the continent. Years later, Yu Xiaojiang proclaimed himself invincible in theory, a theoretical master, while admitting that his martial soul Luo Sanpao was indeed a failure. Forever trapped at the 29th level of Great Soul Master. Learning from this cautionary tale, Yu Chenglong, as a member of a side branch from an ordinary family, found himself even less esteemed. Yu Xiaojiang's downfall stemmed from his incompetence in selecting the wrong spirit rings, rendering his martial soul a mere source of flatulence. How absurd it was to rely on such a pitiful ability. Yu Chenglong possessed a similar martial soul, yet he did not perceive it as a failure. On the contrary, he found it immensely formidable. Thus, he named this martial soul Nightmare. Nightmare, this charming martial soul, would become the terror in the hearts of all on the Douluo Continent. Tremble, you failures. Deep down, Yu Chenglong regarded Yu Xiaojiang as a failure, looking down upon him, influenced by Yu Xiaojiang from a young age. No matter how Yu Chenglong tried to explain to others that his nightmare was not a failed martial soul, but rather a powerful one, he never received recognition. Instead, he faced mockery. Even the theoretically invincible Yu Xiaojiang conceded that his martial soul was a failure. What was Yu Chenglong, then? Was he to be deemed superior to the clan leader's son? How deluded he must be, daring to be so brazen with a failed martial soul. Be gone. You are not welcome here. Yu Chenglong endured years of ridicule from peers and even older brothers within his family. Due to this lack of support, his family's standing within the side branch diminished further. Chapter 35. The Boy Who Sees the Light. Second update. Seeking recommendations. Seeking collections. How infuriating Yu Xiaojiang was. Just because you failed does not mean others must. Why be so foolish as to recklessly add spirit rings to your martial soul, while claiming to be invincible in theory? It is you who is a failure, and you have caused me great suffering. It is laughable that because of you, everyone mocks me, believing me to be a failure as well. They see my martial soul and assume they have glimpsed the end of my life, their eyes filled with derision. Whether it be Nightmare or Luo Sanpao, neither are failed martial souls. Yu Chenglong commanded Little Dream to absorb the spirit rings, while memories of past humiliations surfaced in his mind. Useless Yu Xiaojiang, I shall prove that Nightmare is not a failed martial soul. Yu Chenglong's expression twisted with determination. His gaze fierce. He resolved to validate his beliefs and demonstrate that Nightmare was anything but a failure. Soon, Yu Chenglong's Nightmare successfully absorbed the spirit rings of the demonic tumor tree, spanning 700 years. At that moment, the light brown fur of Nightmare shimmered with a newfound luster, its light blue eyes shone brighter, and its aura intensified. Meanwhile, due to the successful absorption of this martial soul, the essence of the demonic tumor tree, a spirit beast of both demon and fairy-like qualities, transformed Yu Chenglong's demeanor slightly. Tall and slender, with sharp facial features, he appeared strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of hardship and resilience. though Yu Chenglong appeared somewhat disheveled. His dark eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for victory, and coupled with the influence of the demonic tumor tree spirit ring, he exhibited an almost otherworldly charm. Nightmare was not a failure. Yu Chenglong could not help but clench his fists. Then, glancing at Nightmare, his expression softened from one of fierce determination to gentle affection. Little dream, you are not a failure. Yu Chenglong spoke softly. Like Luo Sanpao, Nightmare was one of the few tangible martial souls that could be nurtured like a pet. At that moment, Nightmare blinked its large light blue eyes, seemingly responding, I am not a failed martial soul. Following that, Yu Chenglong and Nightmare began to unleash their newly acquired soul skills and familiarize themselves with them. Little dream, let us test the effects of our two soul skills now. Yu Chenglong gently suggested, stroking Nightmare's little head. Nightmare nodded, rubbing its head against Yu Chenglong, unbothered by his current disheveled appearance. First soul skill, Green Tumor Poison Fog, release. As the first soul skill was unleashed, every minuscule pore on Nightmare's body began to expand, releasing waves of green, murky mist. As the green mist thickened, it formed a small area of toxic haze, enveloping both Yu Chenglong and Nightmare. This green poison fog was toxic and emitted an irritating scent that could induce nausea and vomiting in those who inhaled it, while also causing their soul power to leak. However, as the master of Nightmare, Yu Chenglong remained unaffected by this green tumor poison. The first soul skill, Green Tumor Poison Fog, was derived from the 150-year-old green tumor tree, and Yu Chenglong was already well acquainted with it. The first soul skill, Green Tumor Poison Fog, remained consistent. Yet the potency of the poison had increased by 80% compared to before. Quite remarkable, Yu Chenglong mused as he observed the surrounding green tumor poison fog. Next, it was time for the second soul skill. Second soul skill, Demonic Tumor Bomb, release. As the second soul skill was unleashed, the nightmarish beast opened its mouth wide, gathering power. Although it appeared to be baring its teeth, there was an endearing innocence about it. After a brief moment of accumulation, the nightmarish beast expelled a dark green tumor bomb, roughly the size of a basketball, enveloped in a dense, toxic mist that surged forward. The explosion shattered a newly matured ancient tree into splinters, unleashing a cloud of dark green toxin in its wake. Initially the size of a basketball, the toxic cloud now expanded to cover an area equivalent to a quarter of a basketball court. The toxin from this malevolent tumor tree was far more potent, luring the vision of those caught within it. This not only served as an offensive attack but also created a disorienting effect. This second soul skill was formidable. An upgraded version of the first, designed to target a specific area with a toxic mist. The toxicity of this mist was significantly more lethal than that of the first skill, leaving one to wonder how it would affect a soul master. Yu Chenglong mused internally, wishing he could test the effects of this toxic mist on a soul master. Little dream, we have grown stronger. He gently stroked the nightmarish beast's adorable head, and it wagged its tail in enthusiastic response. The toxic mist from the malevolent tumor tree and that from the green tumor tree shared the same effect, causing nausea and gastrointestinal distress in those who inhaled it. However, the mist from the malevolent tumor tree was far more aggressive. This was merely one facet of its potency. Another effect was the leakage of soul power. For a soul master, soul power was paramount. Without it, the ability to utilize soul skills diminished drastically, leading to a significant decline in combat capability. Both of Yu Chenglong's soul skills had the potential to cause soul power leakage if the opponent's cultivation was insufficient. The simultaneous release of soul power would result in them suffering from gastrointestinal distress until they were utterly exhausted. This was an exceedingly unpleasant and psychologically tormenting skill. However, Yu Chenglong sighed, contemplating something. The first soul skill he had bestowed upon the nightmarish beast stemmed from the green tumor tree, which had thrived for a century and a half. He had meticulously devised the first skill, the green tumor mist. Since you all dubbed Luo Sampa a flatulent pig, believing my nightmarish beast to be no more than a flatulent pig, I shall make you all into those who cannot escape the same fate. He had aimed for his opponents to suffer from both gastrointestinal distress and soul power leakage, thereby significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Yet, the efficacy of the green tumor mist had fallen short of expectations. In the presence of soul masters of similar or even lower ranks, it proved utterly ineffective, failing to induce any soul power leakage, let alone gastrointestinal distress. Against those of a higher rank, it was even more useless, merely allowing them to catch a whiff of its peculiar odor and nothing more. Only against significantly weaker soul masters could Yu Chenglong's first soul skill inflict any real harm. Defeating those of lesser rank held little satisfaction for him. We must strive for self-improvement and conquer the Douluo. His first soul skill had not fulfilled his aspirations. Yet, serendipitously, his second soul skill originated from the more noble malevolent tumor tree, enhancing the effects of the first skill. The potency of the green tumor mist had increased by 80%, while the malevolent tumor bomb surpassed the first skill in strength. This revelation filled Yu Chenglong with hope. He had feared he had strayed from his path, but perhaps the heavens had bestowed upon him this malevolent tumor tree as a sign to continue onward. His gaze became resolute, as if illuminated by a newfound light. Beside him, the nightmarish beast wagged its tail vigorously, seemingly sharing in this illumination. The combination of the first and second soul skills might just enable him to teach those who look down upon him a lesson. I am not the useless Yu Xiaojang, nor will I allow you to claim my soul spirit is worthless. Today, I shall make you all suffer. The nightmarish beast would become your worst nightmare. Yu Chenglong clenched his fists, vengeance burning within him. The path he had chosen was the result of much contemplation, transcending mere retribution. He resolved to return, cultivate diligently, solidify his foundation, and then venture to the soul arena to gather resources. In his mind, he plotted to unleash a circle of toxic mist around him and hurl another circle toward his opponent. Once they drew near the toxic cloud, they would find themselves beset by gastrointestinal distress and soul power leakage. Yu Chenglong was confident that, under the scrutiny of onlookers, no opponent would dare to disregard their dignity and allow themselves to succumb to such humiliation. Once they fell victim to such distress, they would undoubtedly surrender. Especially those of his own rank, they were still young and held their pride dear. Yu Chenglong had deeply understood the psychology of soul masters of his age. Moreover, within the toxic mist, visibility would be obscured, granting him a significant advantage. He was unafraid of close combat. Though slender in build, he had long trained his physique due to the initially unsatisfactory effects of the nightmarish beast's first soul skill, ensuring he possessed strong physical attributes and actively learned the application of daggers and other cold weapons. This was why he had been so adept when pursuing the malevolent tumor tree, wielding a dagger with seasoned expertise. Resources. Born into an ordinary family alongside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon lineage, Yu Chenglong had to work multiple jobs to earn soul coins and resources. The soul arena presented a promising source of economic resources, provided he possessed the requisite strength. He believed the enhanced effects of his soul skills would surely compel his opponents to suffer gastrointestinal distress. Even if they ranked higher than him, they would hesitate to linger too long within the realm of his toxic mist. Only a fool like Yu Xiaojang would resort to flatulence to combat and humiliate his opponents. My nightmarish beast is destined to drain their soul power, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. The nightmarish beast would become an indelible demon of their memories. Fortuitously, the soul hunting squad had intercepted the ghost vine earlier that day. Otherwise, he would not have encountered the superior malevolent tumor tree. This was a gift from fate. Was it not, little dream? Yu Chenglong smiled at the nightmarish beast as he spoke. The round little head nestled against his leg, as if in agreement. The ghost vine had been a result of Yu Chenglong's exasperation. If given a choice, he would have preferred to select soul spirits more suited to the nightmarish beast. Alas, due to the precedent set by Yu Xiaojang and Luo Sanpao, his nightmarish beast had never garnered much hope. Thus, he had to venture out himself, hoping for a stroke of luck. Little did he know that such luck would lead him to the malevolent tumor tree, his finest choice. All of this was owed to Du Bai's practice with the AK-47 Fire Qilin and his subsequent injury of the soul beasts, which had afforded Yu Chenglong this serendipitous opportunity. Yet, he owed the greatest gratitude to the unparalleled powerhouse who had injured those soul beasts. Had it not been for their intervention, he would never have hunted the malevolent tumor tree. In this enchanting tale, the extraordinary figure known as Xiaoming is hailed as a benefactor by Yu Chenglong, who, after expressing his gratitude, takes a few steps back with the creature. Xiaoming, let us show our appreciation to this unparalleled champion, Yu Chenglong declares, bowing deeply 3 times towards the withered tree known as the evil tumor tree, which lies deep within the sunset forest. Each bow resonates with sincerity as he strikes the earth thrice, creating depressions in the soil. Meanwhile, the adorable Xiaoming mimics Yu Chenglong's gestures, albeit with some difficulty due to its short, stout legs, nearly rolling over in the process. Thank you, noble benefactor. May you one day attain the title of Douluo. Yu Chenglong exclaims as he rises, casting a glance at the lifeless tree in the depths of the forest. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, Yu Chenglong possesses a heart pure and kind. He believes in repaying kindness and avenging grievances, and at this tender age, he yearns for strength. Therefore, his blessings for Du Bai also revolve around empowerment, wishing for him to become a Douluo. though it may seem comical. This is Yu Chenglong's most genuine expression of gratitude. Come, let us find a place to cleanse ourselves, he gently says, stroking Xiaoming's soft and endearing head. Just as he prepares to depart, a fleeting glance reveals a faint green glimmer emanating from the evil tumor tree. The flicker of light within the soul beast remains signifies something significant, a soul bone. Soul bone. Yu Chenglong's heart races with the daring thought. No, it cannot be a soul bone. He quickly dismisses the notion, yet his heart thunders with anticipation as he decides to investigate further. His movements are swift and decisive as he retrieves a dagger, disregarding the foul stench and repulsive green liquid, and commences the dismemberment of the tree. Before long, he discovers the source of the green light, a translucent, emerald-hued bone. Indeed, it is a soul bone. His heart surges with excitement as he surveys the surroundings to ensure he is alone. With determination, he extracts the glimmering bone from the evil tumor tree, realizing it to be the precious soul bone from its head. Soul bones are extremely rare. It is said that one may not encounter even a single bone amidst 100,000 soul beasts. Yet here he stands, having obtained one from the very creature that granted him his second spirit ring. Overwhelmed, Yu Chenglong trembles with exhilaration, his hand quivering as he clutches the bone. I must integrate this, he thinks fervently. The urgency to merge with this invaluable treasure surges within him. Should any other soul master discover it, he might face dire consequences. Xiaoming, I need your protection while I merge with this bone, he stammers with excitement. Xiaoming, sensing the gravity of the situation, sharpens its gaze and vigilantly surveys their surroundings. With a swift motion, Yu Chenglong brings the emerald bone to his forehead. Perhaps it is due to the connection between his first and second soul rings, derived from the green tumor tree and the evil tumor tree respectively, that the moment the bone approaches his head, it seems to recognize its kin, rushing into his consciousness to unite with him. A low humming fills the air as Yu Chenglong feels his mind swirl, his vision blurring. He concentrates, regulating his breath, the only actions within his control as the soul bone begins to meld with him. Time becomes nebulous, and eventually, a fiery glow emerges on the eastern horizon. The sun peaks over the landscape, heralding the dawn of a new day. As Yu Chenglong slowly opens his eyes, a strange green light flickers within them. Xiaoming mirrors this transformation, its round form emanating a heightened aura, as Yu Chenglong successfully integrates with the head soul bone of the evil tumor tree. He feels a drastic shift in his demeanor, infused with an aura of both allure and danger. His original first soul skill, the green tumor poison mist, has evolved into the more potent evil tumor poison mist, with its toxic effects amplified by 200%, making it significantly more lethal than before. Furthermore, he gains an additional skill from the soul bone, the evil tumor demon eye gaze, which allows him to mesmerize opponents, causing them to suffer severe consequences should they lack sufficient spiritual or soul power. Xiaoming, Yu Chenglong calls, and the round creature leaps into his embrace. We have successfully acquired a soul bone. We are not worthless. We are not worthless. Tears stream down his face as he recalls the hardships they have endured. And after a moment, he regains his composure, his eyes now resolute and unwavering, as if ready to conquer any mountain in his path. Xiaoming, let us once again express our gratitude to our benefactor, he states, stroking the creature's rounded head, and together they approach the lifeless evil tumor tree. For the blessings of the spirit ring and the soul bone, if I ever achieve greatness, I will repay you, he bows fervently, striking the ground in reverence to the hidden champion, Dubai, deep within the sunset forest, bowing repeatedly with even greater fervor than before. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. The soil had been forcefully dented by Yu Chenglong's forehead, creating a substantial crater. Blood trickled down his face from a wound on his brow, rendering the young boy a fearsome sight. Xiaoming, one must never forget their roots. We must cultivate gratitude. We have grown stronger, exceedingly so, thanks to this unparalleled powerhouse. Although this extraordinary being may act without intention, we have received immense blessings from him. He is our greatest benefactor. Do you understand, Xiaoming? Yu Chenglong appeared to be imparting wisdom to the child, addressing the nightmare. Nodding, the child blinked with gentle, light blue eyes, as if comprehending the message. Understanding, indeed. Yu Chenglong recalled the wounds inflicted upon the soul beast during Dubai's assault, each resembling a thumb-sized gaping hole, unmistakable in their identification. Should they encounter a soul master employing such techniques in the future, they would undoubtedly recognize them as a formidable benefactor. The day had dawned. On the other side of the sunset forest, Dubai and Bibi Dong have tidied up their camp and resumed their journey. Today, we are advancing towards the heart of the sunset forest, where perhaps soul beasts over 50,000 years old dwell. Bibi addressed by Bibi Dong, stating that soul beasts over 50,000 years in age tend to roam within the central region of the forest. Furthermore, the Eye of Ice and Fire is also located within the heart of the Sunset Forest. Yesterday, Dubai mostly traversed the outer areas of this inner circle, but today he intended to advance towards the center. Very well. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, complying with Dubai's plan. Aware that Dubai's destination was the Eye of Ice and Fire, she willingly followed his lead. Thus, both Dubai and Bibi Dong began their journey towards the central region, where training with their weapons was inevitable. As some advanced inward, others sought to escape. Among them was Shernyan. After a night of recuperation, Shernyan felt significantly improved compared to the previous day, though he still appeared quite disheveled. Bearing the marks of a recent battle, he sprinted through the Sunset Forest, only to find 3 figures blocking his path. This trio, comprising an elderly couple and their granddaughter, stood firmly before him. Upon seeing the 4-meter-long dragon staff, the 3-meter-long snake staff, and the 2-meter-long snake staff held by the elderly couple, Shernyan instinctively halted. His pupils constricted. The formidable dragon snake duo. Shernyan thought bitterly, realizing he had been intercepted by this elderly couple. In his prime, he might have managed to flee, but after a fierce battle and a hasty escape, his soul power had not yet fully recovered. He hesitated to run, uncertain if he could withstand the combined assault of the dragon snake couple. You seem flustered, young man. What troubles you? Dragon Lord Mengshu inquired, wielding his 4-meter-long dragon staff with an air of authority. Shernyan forced a wry smile. At over 50, he was merely a decade or 2 younger than Mengshu, and being called young man was disheartening. It's merely a soul beast of 70,000 years, Shernyan replied, shaking his head. Nonsense, boy. What of your 7 students? Mengshu retorted, his brows furrowed. Before entering the Sunset Forest, Mengshu had inadvertently witnessed Shernyan entering with 7 students to hunt soul beasts. Shernyan paused, realizing he had been seen while supplying his students at the forest's edge. They were devoured by soul beasts. I intend to return to report to the academy. So I must take my leave, he said, gritting his teeth, genuinely wishing to escape. That must be a formidable soul beast indeed. For even a teacher would abandon his students to save himself. Mengshu scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He then continued, lead us to the soul beast. Perhaps your students can still be saved. As he spoke, Mengshu tightened his grip on his dragon-headed staff, releasing waves of soul power. Soul Douluo. Shernyan lowered his head, appearing contemplative yet displaying a flicker of cunning in his eyes. The bait had been set. If these 2 old fools were eager to meet their demise, then so be it. With determination replacing his earlier uncertainty, he sighed, alas, I cannot deceive my elders. In truth, my students and I witnessed a 30,000-year-old phoenix-patterned demon python erupting with a piece of its skeletal core, and I barely managed to escape. Sadly, my 7 students likely perished on the spot. He spoke with a sorrowful expression, clenching his fist tightly at the last words. What? The dragon snake couple's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing about the 30,000-year-old demon python skeletal core. You claim to have witnessed the emergence of a soul bone from a 30,000-year-old phoenix-patterned demon python? Is it truly a soul bone? Mengshu's voice quivered with excitement. As their martial souls were all related to serpents and pythons, the prospect of acquiring such a soul bone was immensely valuable to them. Indeed, it is a piece of the 30,000-year-old phoenix-patterned demon python's skeletal core, exhibiting a deep purple hue. Shernyan confirmed, observing their escalating excitement. However, he cautioned, Elder, it might be best not to pursue this. The male and female involved are formidable opponents. Their cultivation levels are quite high, both being Soul Douluo. Shernyan's expression was one of distress and reluctance. Both are Soul Douluo? The couple's excitement began to wane, giving way to a semblance of rationality. The Dragon Lord Mengshu and Snake Lady Zhao Tianxiang were merely a Soul Douluo and a Soul Emperor respectively. Yet to encounter 2 Soul Douluo was indeed a daunting challenge. Yes, Shernyan nodded, secretly harboring disdain, thinking, are you 2 even worthy of such a title? Tell us about their martial souls, Mengshu inquired, regaining his composure. If the opponents were indeed 2 Soul Douluo with powerful martial souls, they would need to tread carefully. The male possesses a weapon martial soul, seemingly a black staff, while the female wields a spider-type martial soul. Shernyan began his description, deliberately omitting details such as Dubai's twin martial souls and destructive soul techniques, as well as Bibi Dong's true nature as the Death Spider Queen. Upon hearing this, the couple's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. A spider-type martial soul? Just a small spider, easily countered by our snake staff martial souls. As for the male's black staff, it may pose a challenge. Mingshu mused, contemplating their next move. Why fear them? Let us investigate further. If they prove troublesome, we can always retreat. United. Our dragon snake combination strike will ensure our escape, even from a tidal Douluo. That skeletal core from the demon python is not something to be missed. Acquiring it could elevate our power to unprecedented heights. Zhao Tianxiang declared. Agreed, let us proceed. Longgong Mengshu responded. Xinian, feeling an inner elation, realized he had successfully hooked two old fish. Seniors, they are advancing towards the heart of the forest. Perhaps you could find them there. I must return to Tsanghui Academy to report to the dean, Xinian spoke. He was acutely aware that escape was not an option. He was to lead them. This dialogue was merely a performance on Shernyan's part. Upon first encountering the formidable Longshi couple, he had intended to lure them towards the man and woman. To state his intentions outright would surely arouse their suspicion. Instead, Xinian cleverly maneuvered the conversation, allowing Longshi to speculate and deduce, while subtly revealing information about the soul bones to entice them. He found this tactic rather ingenious. After all, these two elders would not easily let him go. It would be more advantageous to lead them into a trap and seize an opportunity to slip away later. You must lead the way and accompany us, Longgong Mengshu asserted, adopting a tone that brooked no dissent. If you return, that man and woman may elude us. Do you not wish to avenge your students? Xinian had anticipated this outcome and feigned a deep breath. Very well, I shall guide the seniors, he replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Thus, Xinian, the Longshi couple, and their granddaughter Meng Iran ventured deeper into the setting sun forest. As their figures faded into the distance, a tall, slender youth emerged from the shadows. This gaunt boy was Yuqing Long, the skeleton of a demon python, a man and woman of Soul Douluo. Are they my powerful benefactors? Yuqing Long murmured, gazing into the depths of the forest. Upon witnessing the glimmer of soul bones, he instinctively recognized their threat. Powerful benefactors, I hope you remain unharmed. With such strength, you must be able to defeat them. Once I grow stronger, I shall repay you well. Yuqing Long glanced into the forest's depths before retracting his gaze and turning away. I must leave, he stated succinctly before decisively departing. As for the nightmarish beast martial soul, it was temporarily sealed within Yuqing Long. The clash between Soul Douluo was not a battleground for a mere child who had just ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master. Accompanying them would not only waste time but also toy with his very life. Hence, Yuqing Long departed with resolute determination. Dubai and Bibi Dong remained completely unaware that the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, had set their sights on the 3,000-year-old serpent-esque skeletal remains. Moreover, the time when Dubai utilized his 8th soul skill, the cataclysmic wave, to obliterate the protective puppet had also reverted. At this moment, Dubai and Bibi Dong were advancing toward the heart of the sunset forest. However, as they ventured deeper, they seemed to encounter difficulties. It is eerily quiet here. Not even the sound of birds or beasts can be heard. There might be terrifying soul beasts lurking in the vicinity. Bibi Dong warned Dubai, her voice laced with caution. Chapter 39, The Enigmatic Dragon-Winged Magic Pattern, Second Update. Seeking recommendations. Seeking collections. Indeed, Bibi Dong, you are correct. I suspect we may have entered the territory of soul beasts that are over 50,000 years old. Dubai responded. Simultaneously, he had unleashed his second martial soul. Barret, Destruction. Moreover, Dubai activated his 7th soul skill, the true form of the weapon martial soul, True Destruction. With Barret, Destruction in hand, Dubai felt an overwhelming sense of security. In the event of an unforeseen incident, he would be well prepared to confront any adversary. Your martial soul is truly extraordinary, Bibi Dong remarked, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment as she beheld Dubai wielding Barret, Destruction. This is only to be expected, Dubai spoke nonchalantly. Yet a glimmer of pride shone in his eyes. Shadongdong's wife, your husband is indeed formidable. Otherwise, how could I safeguard you? In Dubai's heart, he could not help but utter a remark. Bibi Dong had grown accustomed to this man's outward indifference, while his heart burned with passion, addressing her affectionately as wife with every utterance. To Bibi Dong, this represented the most comfortable mode of interaction between the two at present. Dubai and Bibi Dong had only just known each other for 6 days. Should Dubai display excessive enthusiasm on the surface and utter words that are inappropriate, Bibi Dong might find herself at a loss for how to respond, potentially diminishing her fondness for him. Currently, their interaction is quite harmonious. and Bibi Dong finds it rather enjoyable. She can sense Du Bai's affection for her. She is content simply to support him in silence. In the future, as they share more experiences, if this man remains steadfast, being with him may not be out of the question. Bibi Dong momentarily lost her train of thought, but soon regained her composure, her expression returning to one of aloofness and vigilance. She hoped for a soul beast of higher cultivation age to appear. While she remained alert and observant of her surroundings, a fierce resolve emanated from her pure gaze. At that moment, a sound akin to the buzzing of insects flitting their wings echoed through the sunset forest. This buzzing crescendoed from a faint whisper to a deafening roar, creating an uncomfortable sensation for those who heard it. It was here. Du Bai's gaze sharpened, and the Barrett destruction in his hand had entered a state of readiness. Be vigilant and observe your surroundings. Bibi Dong cautioned, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Du Bai sensed the overwhelming aura of killing intent emanating from Bibi Dong, filled with indomitable battle spirit. The buzzing sound drew closer, and suddenly, Du Bai felt a deadly presence locking onto him from behind. Upon being targeted by this lethal intent, Du Bai found himself rendered utterly immobile. Shortly thereafter, a colossal shadow of a bird materialized upon the ground, its wings spread wide and menacingly advancing towards him. Du Bai had already entered a state of heightened vigilance when the monstrous entity suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed his fifth soul skill, Illusory Lance. Instantly, 8 soul rings erupted around him, encircling his form. Simultaneously, Du Bai felt a surge of lightness, breaking free from the constraints of his massive physique, thus enhancing his speed and entering a fleeting 3-second state of invisibility. Instinctively, he retreated towards a distant safe haven, leaving behind an exact replica of himself, which began to fire upon the colossal creature. Bang, bang, bang. Du Bai left a phantom image in place as he fired 3 shots at the colossal creature. Subsequently returning to his original position, the immense beast lunged at the illusion, only to miss, and was struck 3 times by the devastating rounds of the Barrett. Emitting a pained shriek, as Du Bai regained his composure, he discerned the true nature of the creature. It was a bizarrely shaped giant mosquito. Its mouth parts grotesquely large and sharp, its body exuding a bloodthirsty deep crimson hue that imparted a sense of imminent danger. This giant mosquito possessed 2 pairs of wings, one resembling the sinister wings of a dragon from the Western world, while the other pair displayed a distinctive black and gray mottled pattern characteristic of its species. As the giant mosquito hovered in midair, it switched to flying with the dragon-like wings. However, those wings bore 3 ghastly holes, the result of Du Bai's Barrett shots, with dark blood gushing forth from the wounds. The creature, a hybrid of dragon and mosquito, appeared somewhat disheveled in the air, its 2 blood-red eyes reminiscent of blood-soaked crimson apples, strikingly terrifying. Fortunately, it was daylight. Had it been night, the sight would have been even more chilling. Regrettably, had the shots found their mark in its head or heart, it might have already met its demise. Du Bai inwardly lamented the unfortunate turn of events. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong seized the moment of the magic pattern's brief respite to mount a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, from Du Bai unleashing his 5th soul skill to evade the retaliation, to regaining his footing and discerning the appearance of the evil dragon-winged mosquito, it all transpired in an instant. The evil dragon-winged mosquito prioritized its assault on Du Bai, thus Bibi Dong had already readied herself, summoning her first martial soul, the Death Spider Empress. The 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 danced in a frenzy around her. With a flourish, she unleashed her 3rd soul skill, Death Spiderweb, followed by her 6th soul skill, Blood-Sucking Spider Spike. Capitalizing on the evil dragon-winged mosquito's momentary disorientation, Bibi Dong unleashed her 3rd and 6th soul skills in rapid succession. In an instant, the purple radiance of the Death Spider Empress shimmered as a deep purple. Venomous web surged forth toward the evil dragon-winged mosquito. This was not the end. Bibi Dong's statuesque form propelled herself into the air, launching a blood-sucking spider spike that mirrored the mosquito's own formidable stinger. The evil dragon-winged mosquito found itself suspended mid-air, unable to react in time, helplessly witnessing the impact of Bibi Dong's 3rd and 6th soul skills. With anguished cries, the mosquito emitted pained shrieks as its 2 pairs of wings flailed desperately. Bound by the death spider web, it lost its capacity for flight, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, commencing a violent struggle. However, as the mosquito writhed, its strength waned, and its struggles became feebler. Meanwhile, the deep purple radiance enveloping Bibi Dong pulsated with an enchanting glow, the surrounding purple soul power fluctuating intensely. Bibi Dong's 6th soul skill, Blood-Sucking Spider Spike, voraciously absorbed a substantial portion of the evil dragon-winged mosquito's soul power and vitality, nourishing and augmenting her own strength. Truly, little Dong Dong's prowess was nothing short of monstrous. Dubai could not help but speak. The evil dragon-winged demon mosquito had launched but a single attack before being wounded by Dubai, and in that moment, Bibi Dong seized the opportunity to unleash two soul abilities, instantly obliterating it. One cannot help but commend Bibi Dong's formidable prowess in combat. While Bibi Dong certainly heard Dubai's remarks, she chose to selectively disregard them. Hurry and finish off this evil dragon-winged demon mosquito. It is a 55,000-year-old soul beast, possessing immense offensive capabilities and agility. It may very well suit you. Bibi Dong shot Dubai a glare as she spoke. Chapter 40. Acquiring the first soul ability of the Fire Qilin. Dubai gradually regained his composure, retracting his second martial soul, the Barret Destruction, and summoning his first martial soul, the AK-47 Fire Qilin. This malevolent dragon-winged demon mosquito possesses the ability to lock onto and restrict the movements of its adversaries, while its two pairs of wings enable it to dive swiftly, complemented by its formidable proboscis that grants it extraordinary piercing power. Dubois also felt that this malevolent dragon-winged mosquito was well suited for him. And what delighted him even more was its impressive cultivation age of 55,000 years. Dubai intends to first add a soul ring of over 50,000 years to his first martial spirit, the Fire Qilin. Once he ascends to the rank of title Douluo, he plans to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts to obliterate Barret. Approaching the evil dragon-winged mosquito, Dubai cast a respectful glance at the formidable Bibi Dong, observing her overwhelming strength. A thought suddenly crossed Dubai's mind. With such a formidable wife like Xiaodongdong's, I shall inevitably become a man governed by my spouse. Dubai was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Naturally, Bibi Dong could hear the voice of Dubai's heart. Dubois regards himself as the husband, yet he appears somewhat resistant to the notion of being disciplined. Do not be tedious. Bibi Dong shot another glare at Dubois. Here we come. Dubai has already unleashed his seventh soul skill, the true body of the Fire Qilin, grasping this divine firearm in his hands. Nevertheless, who could resist the allure of Dongdong's beloved? The vast waters may be numerous, yet a single ladle suffices. I shall yield to her. Moreover, in certain respects, I possess a formidable strength. Casting another glance at the immaculate and breathtakingly beautiful Bibi Dong, with her astonishing curves and peerless visage, Dubai mused to himself. Is Bibi Dong not statuesque? Is her beauty not captivating? Is her complexion not fair and delicate? Is she not tall? Is her bosom not ample? Is her shapely form not alluring? With a wife of such caliber, what does it matter if I am henpecked? Dubai felt a profound sense of contentment. Bibi Dong, do step aside. Dubai spoke, gesturing for Bibi Dong to make way. The ensuing scene promised to be quite gruesome, and Dubai wished to avoid the black blood of the spirit beast splattering onto Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong nodded in acknowledgement, stepping aside. Meanwhile, she pondered Dubai's heartfelt words, her delicate form trembling with emotion. Among the vast waters, I shall take but a single ladle, she repeated in her mind, warmth blossoming on her cheeks once more. In the realm of Douluo, there were no Tang poems or song verses, nor were there phrases from the Book of Songs to express one's sentiments. Such treasures belonged to the heritage of Earth, a legacy from ancestors long past. It was Bibi Dong's first encounter with such profound expression, leaving her profoundly moved. Although she was unfamiliar with the concept of weak water, its essence resonated within her. Amidst the boundless waters, I choose only a single sip, encapsulating a steadfast and singular devotion to love. It was surprising that someone who appeared so simple and naive as Dubai could articulate such wisdom. Bibi Dong's admiration for him soared to new heights. Unbeknownst to Dubai, at that moment, Bibi Dong's perception of him had shifted significantly due to his words. Had he been aware, he might have composed verses for her, akin to ancient customs where men express their affection for women through poetry. In his previous life, Dubai was a student of the humanities, possessing a considerable understanding of the Book of Songs, Tang poetry, song lyrics, Yuan dramas, Ming and Qing novels, as well as modern and contemporary literature. Naturally, Dubai had a particular fondness for novels, especially Douluo Dalu, with his favorite goddess being Bibi Dong. The primary reason for his continued engagement with Douluo Dalu was indeed Bibi Dong herself. Now presented with the opportunity to enter the world of Douluo Dalu, Dubai was naturally enamored with Bibi Dong, persisting in his efforts to win her affection gradually. Returning to the matter at hand, Dubai was currently aiming an AK-47, the Fire Qilin, at the head of the evil dragon-winged demon mosquito before him. Despite being a soul beast of 55,000 years, this creature, having consumed 2 Soul Douluos and possessing 3 soul skills, could not withstand the onslaught. At this moment, the demon mosquito was on the brink of death, awaiting Dubai to take it away. Soon, it would be a swift and painless end. Dubai transformed into the Grim Reaper presiding over the life of the demon mosquito, uttering a chilling remark. The demon mosquito, sensing a terrifying aura locking onto it, felt the imminent approach of death. The malevolent dragon-winged mosquito began to struggle and screech in desperation. Without further ado, Dubai decisively pulled the trigger of the fire chelan. The gun's muzzle, seemingly forged from gold, flickered with flames and radiant light. One by one, the fire chelan bullets surged forth like meteors, piercing through the mosquito's head. Each bullet was a concentrated embodiment of immense soul power, and Dubai felt his own soul energy depleting at an astonishing rate. Dubai unleashed a relentless barrage of 20 fiery Kirin bullets, each striking the head of the demonic mosquito with unerring precision. At this moment, the creature's visage was utterly disfigured, its skull riddled with gaping holes from the bullets, while torrents of dark crimson blood erupted chaotically. Despite the demonic mosquito possessing a formidable cultivation of 55,000 years as a soul beast, the proximity of Dubai's lethal headshots left no room for survival. A shadowy soul ring materialized upon the mosquito's form, signifying the inevitable conclusion of its long, cursed existence. "Come forth, soul ring," Dubai murmured softly, beginning to harness the power of the AK-47 Fire Kirin martial spirit, absorbing the essence of the evil dragon-winged mosquito soul ring. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong stood nearby, quietly guarding him, her thoughts having returned from Dubai's words. "Among the vast waters, I shall only take a single ladle." However, upon witnessing the tragic demise of the mosquito, she could not help but be secretly astonished by the formidable power and techniques of Dubai's martial spirit attack. The method of attack was exceedingly grotesque. To be struck by even a single one of those densely packed and domineering bullets would result in severe injury, if not death, a truly terrifying prospect. If Dubai were to gather all 8 of his soul rings, she mused, it is likely that I would not stand a chance against him. Dubai swiftly absorbed the soul ring of the evil dragon-winged mosquito. As the absorption reached completion, his aura surged, a flicker of dark radiance coursing upward. With the successful assimilation of the soul ring, his soul power level experienced a modest elevation. The elation within him was palpable as he had just added a soul ring exceeding 50,000 years to his fire chelan martial spirit. "Has the soul ring been absorbed successfully? How do you feel?" inquired Bibi Dong with genuine concern. Were it anyone else, she would have remained silent. But before her stood Dubai. Thus, she spoke in an ostensibly casual tone, masking her true concern for his well-being. "Thank you, Bibi Dong. This evil dragon-winged mosquito soul beast truly compliments me. I have comprehended my first soul skill, Fury of the Mosquito. Next time I encounter a soul beast, I shall demonstrate it to you." Dubai spoke with excitement, expressing his thoughts. "No need to thank me. Congratulations," he said. Bibi Dong replied gently. "Soul skills are of utmost importance to every soul master, and they are not easily revealed to others unless it is a critical moment." Dubai's willingness to showcase his newly acquired soul skill to Bibi Dong was a sign of trust. This thought warmed Bibi Dong's heart. Chapter 41. Affection. Poisonous Mist. Bibi Dong, do you need to take a break? Sir Dubois inquired, but there is no need. Let us proceed. Bibi Dong gently replied, shaking her head. Very well. Dubai nodded slightly, and then continued. Dubai and Bibi Dong continued their journey deeper into the heart of the sunset forest. Along the way, although their communication was sparse, the rapport between them remained quite harmonious. Dubai also noticed a significant change in Bibi Dong's attitude towards him. She was no longer as cold as when they first met. In response to Bibi Dong's gentle demeanor, Dubai naturally reciprocated with an equally warm disposition. Dubai is the kind of person who reciprocates the treatment he receives. If Bibi Dong remains aloof and distant, disregarding any of Dubai's efforts, he too will not extend her any kindness. Even if Bibi Dong occupies a divine place in Dubai's heart, he will treat her with indifference. Although Dubai harbors deep affection for Bibi Dong and yearns to be with her, he questions the purpose of his enthusiasm if she shows no interest in him. Love is a mutual endeavor, requiring respect and admiration from both parties. In the tapestry of real life, each of us has, to varying degrees, someone we cherish who does not reciprocate our feelings, those we love but cannot have. For such individuals, our hearts brim with dreams of a shared future, and we would brave any peril for them. However, when our affections go unreturned, A rational person will recognize the need to see such unreciprocated devotion, cherishing these feelings as a beautiful sentiment while continuing to embrace life with optimism, awaiting a more suitable companion. Conversely, an irrational individual may fail to extricate themselves, engaging in actions that are unwarranted and offering gifts that are unappreciated. This one-sided devotion, accompanied by proclamations of fervent love, is not genuine affection but rather a manifestation of unrequited yearning. Dubai is a rational individual, his heartfelt sentiments subtly revealing his affection for Bibi Dong. Yet his actions and words prudently maintain a respectful distance during this period. You bestow upon me a single peach blossom, and I shall return to you an entire grove of peach trees. You offer me a wisp of firework, and I shall present you with a sky full of stars. You take my hand, and I promise you a future. This burgeoning fondness Bibi Dong feels for Dubai is a consequence of such exchanges. Had Bibi Dong been unable to discern Dubai's innermost thoughts, their destinies may have diverged, possibly leading to even more convoluted circumstances. However, at this juncture, Bibi Dong can indeed hear Dubai's heart. Coupled with their exhilarating hunts of soul beasts and the unencumbered combat experiences against soul masters, Bibi Dong has gradually begun to embrace Dubai. Returning to the main topic, at this moment, Dubai and Bibi Dong had already traversed a considerable distance. At this moment, they halted their steps, gazing at the dense jungle that obstructed their path ahead. A faint scent of poison lingered in the air, suggesting the presence of a vast toxic mist. Shall we investigate? Bibi Dong inquired of Dubai. Bibi Dong's martial spirit was the Death Spider Emperor, endowed with soul rings possessing toxic attributes, rendering her particularly sensitive to poison. Dubai's innermost thoughts revealed the existence of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, as well as the poison Douluo. Thus, Bibi Dong subtly surmised that this was the path leading to the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. However, at this moment, Bibi Dong feigned ignorance and inquired about Dubai. Were it not for this pretense, Dubai would undoubtedly perceive that Bibi Dong could hear his innermost voice. Poison? Upon hearing this, Dubai felt a jolt of realization. A place tainted by poison, had he not arrived at the realm of the toxic Douluo, and the ice and fire yin-yang eye? Let us proceed, he urged. Where there is poison, there must surely be opportunities. We must investigate. Dubai, maintaining his composure, spoke up, concealing the joy that surged within him. It seems that bringing along Dong's wife was indeed a sagacious decision. Had it not been for her presence, I would have remained oblivious to the toxic mist that lurked behind this seemingly ordinary jungle. Dubai felt a surge of excitement within his heart. Very well, Bibi Dong replied with an air of nonchalance. However, inwardly, Bibi Dong could not suppress a smile. Being able to hear Dubai's innermost thoughts granted her a godlike perspective, enabling her to discern every movement he made. Observing Dubai's earnest attempts to conceal these actions while maintaining an expression of ignorance struck her as both amusing and intriguing. Subsequently, Dubai and Bibi Dong joined forces to clear the dense jungle ahead, forging a pathway. Behind this newly created route lay a thick forest, accompanied by a small hill that appeared to be shrouded in mystery. Upon glimpsing the hill, Dubai felt a surge of excitement. Atop this hill rested a concave, inverted conical depression, where the ice and fire duality I was situated. Dubai was immersed in contemplation, and his musings were naturally overheard by Bibi Dong. It turned out that the eye of ice and fire lay concealed within the summit of that mountain. Bibi Dong pondered this revelation in silence, yet she exhibited no inclination to expose or thwart him. Although she was privy to the information in advance, she maintained a facade of ignorance, fully cooperating with Dubai. Do you not find this dense forest rather peculiar? Bibi Dong inquired. Observe the purple toxic mist ahead, akin to a battlement, obstructing our path. And there is a disconcerting absence of wildlife around us. I suspect that a terrifying soul beast, perhaps over 100,000 years old, resides within. Shall we venture inside to investigate? Dubai wore a look of speculation, his expression tinged with wariness. Perhaps there exists a soul ring that suits you perfectly, he remarked. Bibi Dong feigned ignorance, playing along with Dubai's act, though in her heart, she was fully aware of the truth. Haha. This Dubai is truly endearing. Had I not been forewarned about the presence of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes and the celestial flora within, I might have been deceived, almost believing that there were soul beasts of 50,000 or even 100,000 years. Bibi Dong mused to herself, reveling in the extraordinary sensation of hearing Dubai's innermost thoughts. Yet, a note of caution lingered. If there truly were 100,000-year-old soul beasts lurking within, it could pose a formidable challenge. Moreover, the poisonous mist was rather troublesome. Dubai, stay close behind me. I possess the means to unravel it. Bibi Dong stated with a serious demeanor, appearing to genuinely trust Dubai's conjecture. All right, Bibi Dong, I appreciate your efforts. If anything seems amiss, we shall withdraw. Additionally, should you fall victim to the poison, make sure to promptly consume the Great Recovery Elixir, for it can instantly restore soul power, heal injuries, and counteract toxins. Dubai spoke with a tone of concern. All right, Bibi Dong nodded. Subsequently, she summoned her first spirit, the Death Spider Emperor. At the same time, Bibi Dong activated her seventh soul skill, the true body of the Death Spider Emperor. Instantly, 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 encircled Bibi Dong, pulsating rhythmically. Dark purple soul power surged around her, exuding an overwhelming presence. Her originally pure form was now cloaked in the sinister armor of the Purple Spider Emperor. A fusion of beauty and terror. Stay close to me, Bibi Dong casually remarked before striding toward the poisonous mist. Chapter 42, The Eye of Ice and Fire, 1 update. Seeking votes. Seeking collections. Observing Bibi Dong ahead, whose aura oscillated between righteousness and wickedness, Dubai couldn't help but quicken his pace. It was upon them, quickly followed behind, where her enchanting figure was fully revealed, possessed an exquisite physique, with graceful curves, a slender waist, and long, elegant legs that were beautifully contoured. Her skin was smooth and delicate, and her luscious, rounded lips were irresistibly enticing. Dubai's intense gaze unabashedly lingered upon Bibi Dong's alluring silhouette, leaving him somewhat entranced. The figure of his beloved Xiao Dong Dong is truly exquisite. One cannot help but. Dubai's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions as she mechanically followed behind Bibi Dong's impressive silhouette. Dubai's heartfelt voice was naturally heard by Bibi Dong. Stay close, Bibi Dong exclaimed, casting a sharp glance at Dubai. As she turned, her unparalleled beauty fell into Dubai's captivated gaze, instantly sending a tremor through his heart. How exquisite she was! He yearned to possess her. I will follow closely, he vowed. Dubai swiftly regulated his breath and replied earnestly. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong had already fixed her gaze ahead, continuing her forward march. However, at this moment, 2 delicate blushes faintly appeared on Bibi Dong's charming visage. This fellow is truly inappropriate. Bibi Dong silently scolded, unconsciously quickening her pace. Slow down, slow down. Dubai murmured softly, quickening his pace. At this moment, both he and Bibi Dong had already stepped into the realm of toxic mist. This noxious fog was meticulously crafted by the poisoned Douluo, Douluo. Along the path of the mist, the rare and deadly Lin Chi Ju flowers were cultivated, exhaling toxic fumes that rendered the mist even more formidable. Should an ordinary soul master venture into this toxic haze, they would likely succumb to poisoning and perish instantly. Even soul beasts that have lived for over 10,000 years would think twice before daring to step into this perilous domain, hesitant to tread even a single step into such a treacherous realm. Alas, Dubai and Bibi Dong, both possessing the formidable rank of Soul Douluo, were merely a few levels shy of attaining the esteemed title of Title Douluo. The toxic array posed no challenge to them. Even if they were to fall victim to its poison, it would be of little consequence. A mere whiff of the Yuxianq Lucianpn. The adversary of all toxins, from the Eye of Ice and Fire, would suffice to expel the venom from their bodies. Furthermore, Dubai possessed the elixir of rejuvenation, the Great Rejuvenation Pill, which could restore all injuries below the 9th soul skill, including any poison, with a single dose. At that moment, a circular, dark purple shield enveloped Bibi Dong and Dubai, safeguarding them within its protective embrace. Within this dark purple barrier, the two moved with ease through the noxious fog. As they traversed the toxic mist, they were even accosted by venomous serpents that thrived in the miasma. However, upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Dubai and Bibi Dong, the serpents wisely retreated. Should they dare to approach, Dubai would undoubtedly ensure that they would not survive to see the likes of Douluo. In no time at all, Dubai and Bibi Dong have successfully traversed the poisonous array, arriving in the toxin-free zone within. Upon entering, Bibi Dong retracted her martial soul and spoke. With the Death Spider Emperor martial soul withdrawn, Bibi Dong regained her sanctified form, her entire being seemingly enveloped in a layer of divine radiance, noble, elegant, and serene. Bibi Dong, you have endured much. Dubai expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. Where shall we go next? Bibi Dong inquired. Her question transferred the initiative for planning their next journey to Dubai. Let us first survey our surroundings and ascertain if any soul beasts inhabit this area. Dubai pondered thoughtfully. Very well, replied Bibi Dong. Subsequently, Bibi and Bibi Dong commenced their search in the heart of the sunset forest. In an effort to maintain the illusion of ignorance, Bibi was kept in the dark about the true nature of their endeavor. Bibi Dong remained ever vigilant. As if poised for an impending battle, oblivious to the underlying tension, Bibi observed everything with satisfaction, formulating his plans to ascend the mountain. Per Bibi, unaware that his so-called strategies were entirely transparent to Bibi Dong. Soon, Bibi and Bibi Dong searched in vain within the confines of the toxic mist. It was peculiar that no soul beast resided within this noxious haze. Bibi Dong, revealing a hint of astonishment, spoke up, "Indeed, it is quite strange. Logically, with the protection of this toxic mist, there should be some extraordinary soul beasts dwelling here." Bibi also wore a look of astonishment. The two fell into a brief silence, during which Bibi spoke once more. "By the way, I have yet to ascend that small mountain. Could it be that the poisonous mist formation is guarding this very peak? Perhaps this mountain harbors hidden mysteries?" Bibi began to contemplate the path towards the small hill. "It is indeed a possibility." Bibi Dong, with a pensive expression, nodded in agreement and said, "Since we are already here, let us go and take a look." "Certainly." Subsequently, Bibi and Bibi Dong made their way towards the small mountain that housed the Eye of Ice and Fire. "The Eye of Ice and Fire, I have arrived." Bibi felt a surge of excitement within. This time, he had come to the Eye of Ice and Fire with the intention of uprooting every single celestial herb and flower within, leaving not a single specimen for the protagonist group led by Douluo Bo and Tang San. In no time, Bibi and Bibi Dong arrived at the foot of the small hill. At the base of the mountain, nothing unusual occurred. Standing high, one can see far. Perhaps from the summit, they might gain a new perspective on the surrounding landscape. Bibi spoke, expressing his agreement. In response, Bibi Dong exhibited unwavering conviction. Thus, under Bibi's inadvertent guidance, both he and Bibi Dong resolved to ascend the summit of the mountain for exploration. The slope of this modest hill was rather steep, posing a challenge for ordinary soul masters. However, for Bibi and Bibi Dong, it was an endeavor as effortless as a mere calculation. Bibi and Bibi Dong ascended the mountain path with remarkable agility, as if traversing flat ground. Their ascent was swift, and their postures appeared almost vertical, strikingly unique. Soon, they reached the summit. Upon arriving at the peak, Bibi felt a silent sigh of relief, for there was no sign of the poisoned Douluo in the vicinity. The absence of the poisoned Douluo was indeed a welcome reprieve. Bibi let out a sigh of relief. Had the poisoned Douluo been present, it would undoubtedly have resulted in a fierce battle. Bibi had yet to mature and was not inclined to engage in combat with the poisoned Douluo. Although both he and Bibi Dong possessed the cultivation of Soul Douluo, they lacked the necessary experience and would inevitably suffer defeat at the hands of the poisoned Douluo. Their fortunate circumstance was that they had not yet encountered him. Subsequently, both Bibi and Bibi Dong were taken aback by the scene before them. Even though they were already aware that the Eye of Ice and Fire was situated here, their astonishment was palpable. Atop the mountain, there lay a funnel-shaped depression, within which the Eye of Ice and Fire resided, a phenomenon of remarkable geography. This Eye of Ice and Fire was an oval-shaped pool, distinctly divided into two parts, one comprised of pure ice water and the other of pure fire water, creating a most unusual spectacle. At this moment, the Eye of Ice and Fire was emanating thick clouds of steam. Standing atop the mountain, one could feel the intense heat rising upwards. The humid warmth caressed their faces, providing a most pleasant sensation. Indeed, this small mountain concealed hidden wonders. Let us descend and explore further. Bibi's face was alight with excitement as he spoke. Indeed, this place is extraordinary, and we must remain vigilant in our observations. Bibi Dong, in perfect harmony with Bibi's sentiments, displayed a hint of exhilaration and surprise. "You are quite right, Bibi Dong." With that, the duo harnessed their soul power and leapt gracefully from the mountain's peak, descending effortlessly. Upon their elegant landing, they found themselves at the Eye of Ice and Fire. The eye was an oval-shaped pool, within which milky white liquid and bright red liquid flowed in stark contrast, each maintaining its own domain. The milky liquid represented the epitome of coldness, while the crimson liquid embodied the essence of fire. Surveying their surroundings, they noticed a plethora of celestial flowers and herbs flourishing beside the spring, vibrant and lush, captivating the eye. Nurtured by this enchanting spring, these plants thrived in a single day here more than they would in 10 days outside. They emanated a unique fragrance, pleasing to the senses and remarkably beneficial to the body if inhaled deeply. It was no wonder that the Pope had once ordered Douluo to accompany Bibi on a soul beast hunt. only to be met with a firm refusal from Dubai. Given Zhu Douluo's profound love for flowers, had he ventured here, he would surely have been entranced. Should he come, the allocation of these rare herbs and flowers would not fall to Dubai and himself, making it imperative that Zhu be kept away. Bibi Dong mused to herself, recalling a scene from before their departure, and a realization dawned upon her. The variety of celestial flora and herbs here was staggering, encompassing both restorative and toxic properties. Apart from the peculiar Qirong Tongtian Ju, which resembled Zhu Douluo's martial spirit, Bibi Dong recognized none. However, Dubai was well versed in their identities. Bibi Dong could glean Dubai's thoughts, using this insight to familiarize herself with the flora. This grayish-white, plump cordyceps must be the snow silkworm. That yellowish-brown exterior with alternate leaves and purple-spotted flowers should be the vermilion lotus. That translucent lavender flower, emanating a faint fragrance, must be the antidote known as the fragrant Hira celestial product. The star-shaped flower, dusted with a light white frost on its leaves, is likely the eight-cornered xianbing grass. And this entirely fiery red flower, resembling a burning cabbage, must be the blazing apricot flower. Ah, and there it is, the Qirong Tongtian Ju. This is the eight-petaled celestial orchid, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and the heart-wrenching red of longing. Dubai strained his mind, recalling the vivid descriptions of peculiar flowers and herbs from novels he had read in his past life. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong followed Dubai's gaze and, attuned to his thoughts, quickly recognized one marvelous flower after another. This blossom was known as the fragrant enchantment. That one was the enchanted tulip. And yet another was the heartbreak red. All splendid names indeed, Bibi Dong mused, as she identified each extraordinary flower and beheld the unique spectacle of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Bibi Dong felt her horizons expand significantly. At that moment, she was deeply moved, her affinity for Dubai growing considerably. In such a magical place, brimming with precious flora, Dubai had taken the initiative to bring her here. Clearly, his feelings for her were sincere. Bibi Dong contemplated. If he did not genuinely care, how could he possibly share such a monumental opportunity with her? As this thought crossed her mind, a hint of shyness flickered across Bibi Dong's exquisite features. However, it was only the sixth day. Further assessment and adjustment were necessary. She reminded herself, regaining her composure. Now came her time to shine. Her dear Dong Dong certainly did not recognize these exquisite herbs. And it would be her pleasure to enlighten her, allowing her to fall in love with the erudite version of herself. At that moment, Dubai's inner voice resonated in Bibi Dong's mind, catching her by surprise. Dubai had already familiarized himself with all the wondrous flora he could identify and was eager to showcase his knowledge. However, Bibi Dong was determined not to grant him the opportunity to show off. Watching Dubai's meticulous preparations to impress her, only to face a setback, seemed rather amusing to her. Could this truly be the Eye of Ice and Fire recorded in the ancient texts? Suddenly, Bibi Dong's astonished voice reached Dubai's ears. Dubai turned his head to see the astonished expression on Bibi Dong's delicate face. Bibi Dong, is this the Eye of Ice and Fire? Could it be that you are familiar with it? Dubai was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired. He had intended to put on a show of superiority, yet he was puzzled as to how Bibi Dong suddenly acquired this knowledge. Indeed, I am familiar with it. I have perused the records regarding the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes in the archives of the Spirit Hall. I never anticipated encountering it here today. Moreover, I recognize some of these extraordinary flowers and herbs. A flicker of excitement illuminated Bibi Dong's charming visage, as if there were indeed some truth to it. What? You are acquainted with these remarkable plants? How is it possible that Dong Dong's wife is familiar with these extraordinary flowers and herbs? Dubai inquired with astonishment, his heart subtly filled with unease. If Bibi Dong recognized these celestial flowers and herbs, she might very well be aware of the effects and properties of the nine-petal purple Ji. If that were indeed the case, it would spell trouble. Observing the surprise etched on Dubai's face, Bibi Dong felt a sense of satisfaction within. If you wish to astonish me, think again. It is I who shall leave you astounded. Bibi Dong mused inwardly. The icy goddess appeared almost childlike at that moment, delighting in toying with Dubai for her amusement. Zhu Douluo had imparted some knowledge about cultivating flowers to her, and combined with the archival resources of the Spirit Hall, she recognized a portion, albeit not comprehensively. This one is the eight-cornered xianbing grass, and that flower is the fiery apricot blossom. They are local specialties of the Ice and Fire duality. That bloom is called the eight-petal immortal orchid, and this is the Qilua tulip. This one is identical to Zhu Douluo's martial spirit, the marvelous heavenly chrysanthemum, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the narcissus jade skin, With each introduction of an extraordinary flower or herb from Bibi Dong's alluring lips, the astonishment on Dubai's face intensified. Unbeknownst to him, his mouth formed an A-shape in sheer shock. Bibi Dong glanced at Dubai, reveling in the satisfaction of his stunned expression. In the 44th chapter, nearly done with the green hat, 3 updates. Seeking recommendations. Seeking favorable reviews, the awakening of martial spirits aimed to astonish me. In the ice and fire duality, I sought to do the same. Experienced the sensation of being astoundingly shocked in return. Bibi Dong felt a secret thrill. For reasons unknown, she found delight in provoking Dubai, watching him rendered speechless by her taunts. Only acquaintances could jest in such a manner. Snow silkworm. Ethereal fragrant Qilua elixir. 9-petal purple Ji. Bibi Dong concluded her introduction of the last few remarkable herbs and flowers. In fact, during the process, she fabricated names for a few unfamiliar herbs, knowing that Dubai had no means to verify their authenticity. Her flawless performance left Dubai utterly convinced. At that moment, Dubai was overwhelmed with shock, as if struck by 5 thunderbolts. When Bibi Dong finally mentioned the last celestial flower, the 9-petal purple Ji, a pallor washed over his astonished countenance. This was serious. He should not have brought his little Dong Dong wife here. He never anticipated that Dong Dong's wife would be acquainted with these extraordinary herbs. Surely, she must know that after consuming the 9-petal purple Ji, that scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang's soul power could surpass level 30, right? This is disastrous. Am I to be betrayed? Dubai felt a pang of regret and anxiety within. If Bibi Dong truly presented this 9th-grade ZG to the scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang, he would become the greatest fool under heaven, adorning himself with a metaphorical green hat. The mere thought of this darkened Dubai's countenance. Meanwhile, upon perceiving Dubai's inner turmoil, Bibi Dong's spirit jolted. The 9th-grade ZG had the potential to allow Yu Xiaojiang to transcend the shackles of a soul power level of 30. The exhilaration she had felt while teasing Dubai was instantly extinguished. Reflecting on Yu Xiaojiang's past, he was deemed a failure solely because he could not break through the 30-level barrier. Now, encountering such a miraculous flower that could facilitate his breakthrough complicated Bibi Dong's emotions profoundly, leaving her disinclined to continue her jest. Should she bestow this 9th-grade ZG upon Yu Xiaojiang? Should she? Her heart was a tumultuous whirlpool of conflicting thoughts. Amidst this inner turmoil, Bibi Dong cast a trembling glance at Dubai. She noticed the shock in his expression mingled with an air of helplessness, which was somewhat unsettling. No, absolutely not. Bibi Dong shook her head fervently in the depths of her heart as she gazed at Dubai. He had treated her with such kindness. It was he who had brought the ice and fire eyes to her. What right did she have to utilize these extraordinary herbs? Furthermore, the coward Yu Xiaojiang did not deserve her kindness. She must honor Dubai. After a fleeting moment of indecision, Bibi Dong's conflicted yet beautiful eyes began to steady, revealing a resolute glimmer. I must honor Dubai. Being with him brings immense joy. Had she met Dubai sooner and heard his heart's whispers earlier, there would have been no need for Yu Xiaojiang at all. Having reached her decision, Bibi Dong's emotions stabilized, her gaze growing firm. Dubai must be suffering in silence. Her expression returned to normal as she glanced at him. Recalling his thoughts and sensing the despair that enveloped him, I will not disappoint you. Bibi Dong vowed silently within. This flower, a potent antidote to all poisons, possesses a fragrance that can counteract myriad toxins. The melodious echoes of her heart's voice once again graced her ears. Dubai emerged from his reverie, captivated by the enchanting figure of Bibi Dong, who deftly wielded her soul power to uproot the exquisite celestial flower known as the fragrant Qilua. Subsequently, her alluringly supple form drew near, cradling the ethereal blossom in her hands. It was uncertain whether we had been tainted by the toxins as we traversed through the miasma. Come, take a whiff of the floral essence. Bibi Dong offered the fragrant Qilua close to Dubai's nose, inviting him to inhale its delicate aroma. At that moment, she was remarkably close to him, and the intoxicating fragrance of her body intertwined with the flower's sweetness led Dubai's thoughts astray. I shall not wear the green hat. Dubai, lost in thought, could not help but reach out his hand to embrace Bibi Dong. Dubai's speed was astonishing. Before Bibi Dong could even react, he had already seized her in his embrace. Dubai's hands were rather large, while Bibi Dong possessed a delicate and alluring figure. When he wrapped his arms around her waist, it felt as though his hands had ample room to spare. Bibi Dong was startled by Dubai's boldness. And by the time she regained her composure, she found herself half nestled in his embrace. Well, let him enjoy this moment. A flush of crimson graced Bibi Dong's cheeks, and she deftly extricated herself from Dubai's hold. What are you doing? You rogue! Bibi Dong exclaimed. a blend of embarrassment and anger coloring her tone, were it not for the intimate moments shared with Du Bai over the past few days. Particularly the heartfelt confessions just exchanged, she would never have allowed him to take such liberties. Under normal circumstances, had Du Bai dared to impose upon her, she would have ensured he faced the consequences. Du Bai observed the flustered and indignant expression on Bibi Dong's face. And only then did he realize the gravity of his previous actions. At that moment, you were so breathtakingly beautiful that he momentarily lost his composure. Du Bai candidly responded. Meanwhile, he savored the delightful sensation of embracing Bibi Dong's delicate form just moments ago. How exquisite. This feeling is truly enchanting. Du Bai silently mused, feeling an unexpected restlessness within. In an obscure place, a noticeable bulge had formed, causing him a touch of embarrassment. Bibi Dong was taken aback by Du Bai's candid admission that he was unable to resist his own beauty. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for words in response to him. As silence enveloped them, her enchanting gaze inadvertently drifted towards Du Bai. Instantly, the blush on Bibi Dong's face deepened. This shall not happen again, she declared, striving to infuse her shy countenance with a semblance of anger as she spoke coldly. Indeed, Du Bai responded. Subsequently, he and Bibi Dong fell into a brief silence. The eye of ice and fire was exceedingly concealed, guarded by a terrifying poisonous array, and nearby were tables, chairs, and beds. Clearly, this place had been claimed as territory by someone. Taking advantage of the absence of that individual, let us first remove these extraordinary herbs and celestial flowers. Du Bois proactively shifted the subject of conversation. Du Bai is quite perceptive. He understands that emotions require time to mature and cannot be rushed. Just as one cannot hastily consume a meal, how much more sacred are the nuances of affection? Although he and Bibi Dong shared a brief moment of intimacy, any further advance was out of the question. Thus, Du Bai consciously shifted the topic to alleviate the awkwardness between them. It must be said that Bibi Dong responded favorably to Du Bai's approach, appreciating his timely maintenance of distance. During their fleeting interaction, Du Bai sensed a hint of peculiarity from Bibi Dong. She did not seem to harbor any disdain towards him, which was quite encouraging. You are indeed correct. These rare herbs and celestial flowers may have been cultivated here by someone. Just looking at this poison formation reveals its complexity. The opponent is likely a titled Douluo. Regrettably, apart from this fragrant and exquisite celestial flower, I am unaware of the properties of the other rare herbs. Bibi Dong resumed her usual demeanor of aloofness and sanctity as she spoke. Chapter 45. A Gift for Douluo. Upon hearing this, Du Bai's eyes instantly brightened. This means that Xiao Dongdong's wife is unaware that the 9-rank purple ginseng can enable Yu Xiaojiang to transcend the constraints of level 30. Splendid. In Du Bai's heart, there was a surge of exhilaration. This was indeed splendid news. Du Bai was initially concerned that Bibi Dong might discover the capabilities of the 9th-rank purple ginseng and offer it to Yu Xiaojiang. That would indeed be akin to shooting oneself in the foot or unwittingly donning a green hat. However, it is worth noting that in his previous life, Tang San was also unaware that the 9th-rank purple ginseng could enable Yu Xiaojiang to transcend the constraints of level 30. Their success was merely a fortuitous accident. It seems he has overthought the matter. Du Bai felt a silent sigh of relief within himself. Bibi Dong, you are indeed correct. This could very well be the domain of a titled Douluo. We must depart swiftly. As for these rare herbs and celestial flowers, we can take them to an expert alchemist for appraisal, or seek the judgment of Zhu Douluo as well. Du Bai spoke up. Well, without further ado, let us commence. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. This fool, how could I not be aware of the efficacy of the 9th-grade purple grass? It is merely that I have chosen you. Bibi Dong mused inwardly. Compared to Yu Xiaojiang, Du Bai exudes a greater sense of masculinity. Yu Xiaojiang's timidity often subjects him to various humiliations, leaving him vulnerable to others' bullying. In contrast, being with Du Bai instills confidence when confronting formidable soul beasts or powerful soul masters. There is no need to fear the adversary. Each battle unfolds with a sense of ease and contentment. Most importantly, Bibi Dong is able to hear Du Bai's innermost thoughts. How extraordinary and wondrous is this? Why is it that I can perceive Du Bai's voice within, while others cannot? Is this not a sign of destiny's subtle orchestration? Patience is key. In due time, everything will fall into place. Subsequently, Du Bai and Bibi Dong each took ahead and began to harvest all the wondrous herbs and celestial flowers within the vicinity of the ice and fire yin yang eye. Du Bai had no intention of leaving any of the precious herbs for Tang San or Douluo. Despite the terrifying extremes of cold and fire emanating from the ice and fire yin yang eye, both Dubai and Bibi Dong possessed the formidable strength of Soul Douluo, rendering the spring water incapable of harming them. They commenced the gathering of extraordinary herbs and celestial flowers: Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, 8-petal fairy orchid, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Chiluo tulip, fragrant Chiluo celestial essence, 8-pointed mysterious ice grass, fiery apricot blossom, snow silkworm, 9-grade purple ganoderma. All of these they seized without hesitation. Swiftly they proceeded. Dubai and Bibi Dong meticulously harvested every single wondrous herb and celestial flower from this once vibrant and fertile land, now rendered pockmarked and in disarray. The collection of these extraordinary botanicals formed a towering mound of medicinal plants, exuding a peculiar aroma that attested to their abundance. Dubai, the last time you bestowed upon me the skeletal remains of the phoenix-patterned magic python. This time, I shall give you all these extraordinary herbs and flowers. Not a single one shall I keep for myself, Bibi Dong declared, her gaze fixed upon Dubai. This decision stemmed from her careful deliberation. For reaching the Eye of Ice and Fire had indeed been facilitated by Dubai's influence. Moreover, Bibi Dong was resolute in avoiding any entanglement with the 9th-grade purple ginseng. Very well, I shall accept your generous offer. Should you require any celestial treasures, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall be more than willing to assist you. Dubai began to speak. Dubai understood that Bibi Dong was a woman of her word, since she proclaimed that everything would belong to him. It was undoubtedly a decision she had contemplated with great care. Dubai, unburdened by hesitation, promptly gathered all the herbs and placed them into his storage soul guide. These extraordinary herbs held significant value for Dubai, particularly the rare fir heavenly chrysanthemum and the heartbreak red. If presented to the chrysanthemum Douluo, that old fellow would likely awaken from dreams with a smile. As for the other celestial treasures, as long as they are consumed appropriately or crafted into elixirs, they would undoubtedly aid in the enhancement of one's cultivation. Oh, by the way, Dubai suddenly recalled something. Subsequently, he opened his storage soul guide and retrieved the fragrant Chiluo celestial flower from among the numerous herbs within. Bibi Dong, this fragrant Chiluo celestial flower is an antidote to all poisons. I gift it to you. You must always keep it with you. Dubai presented the exquisite fragrant celestial flower to Bibi Dong. She was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to accept this ethereal gift. Just then, Dubai's inner voice resonated within her thoughts. I must devise a method to persuade my dear Dong Dong to accept this flower. It may serve to counteract any potent sedatives. Should that despicable Qian Sun Ji ever scheme to incapacitate Dong Dong, this flower could potentially avert disaster. Upon hearing Dubai's thoughts, Bibi Dong was startled. Qian Sun Ji would attempt to drug me? She was perplexed by Dubai's assertion. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong chose to heed his advice. Very well, I shall accept it. Thank you, she replied gratefully. Bibi Dong, keep it close to you. Inhaling its fragrance is beneficial for your well-being. Dubai reiterated once more. All right, thank you. Bibi Dong replied gently, refraining from further inquiries. Bibi Dong's lack of questions allowed Dubai to forego the need for excuses, which was indeed a positive outcome. The miraculous herbs had already been harvested, and it was time to depart. However, Dubai wished to leave a gift for Douluo. Bibi Dong, you may go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to. Dubai spoke up. What is it? Bibi Dong inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Merely a matter of tampering with this spring water, he replied. Dubai responded nonchalantly. In fact, I wish to relieve myself upon this Eye of Ice and Fire. Dubai's inner world could no longer contain itself, and he spoke out. Hearing Dubai's heartfelt words, Bibi Dong could not help but chuckle. This fellow is being frivolous again, she mused to herself, and then she took a step forward, heading towards the summit. In an instant, Dubai found himself alone at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Gazing at the steaming Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye before him, Dubai revealed a wicked smile. Donggu Bo, Tang San, I shall leave you a splendid gift. As Dubai spoke, Dubai took out 8. Hush, 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 hush. Dubai faced the Eye of Ice and Fire and relieved himself. The yellow river's waters gushed forth from the barrel, creating a hissing sound as the arc of liquid cascaded into the Eye of Ice and Fire, producing a soft, sizzling noise. Eventually, the sizzle transformed into a series of crisp plops. After a considerable time, Dubai, satisfied, retracted his third gun. Indeed, with this infusion, the Eye of Ice and Fire has been further nourished. Should Douluo or Tang San visit the hot springs next time, they will undoubtedly find the spring water even more revitalizing for their bodies. A wicked smile crept across Dubai's face. However, this was not the end. He approached the Eye of Ice and Fire and inscribed a few large characters in a crooked manner on the ground. Tang Hao urinated here. Furthermore, Dubai illustrated a large bird in the act of relieving itself beside the text. As an added touch, he drew a hammer to symbolize the Haotian hammer. The artwork was quite commendable, Dubai exclaimed with a sense of self-satisfaction. Chapter 46. 7 Students. Dubai is quite pleased with his painting skills. The large bird, the whimsical lines, and the celestial hammer are all immediately comprehensible. Surely, even that antiquated figure, Douluo, upon seeing these words in this image, would grasp their meaning. Dubai murmured softly. Dubai's actions were purely intended to provoke and irritate both Douluo and the Tang family. Dubai does not anticipate that a mere phrase such as Tang Hao urinated here along with a few illustrations would suffice to incite discord and conflict between the Douluo and the Haotian clan. Dubai believed that Douluo was not as foolish as he appeared. Just as he was about to depart, a fleeting glance revealed a patch of blue-silver grass not far away. How's there blue-silver grass here? Dubious. Dubai's initial thought was that it might be the blue-silver emperor. However, upon closer inspection, it did not appear to be so. Taking a few steps forward, Dubai swiftly arrived before the blue-silver grass. It turned out to be merely an ordinary specimen of blue-silver grass. Upon observing the appearance of the blue-silver grass, Dubois couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Dubai initially believed that the arrival of his presence had caused some chaotic changes in the Douluo Continent, with the blue-silver emperor, Ain, already having been transplanted to the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, this was not the source of Dubai's disappointment. The reason for Dubai's disappointment lies in the fact that he is not the blue-silver emperor and cannot bestow upon her the nourishment she requires. Nevertheless, he decides to return to Holy Spirit Village, where the blue-silver emperor, Ain, should still be present. At that time, taking advantage of Tang Hao's absence, he plans to nurture her, fostering her robust growth. A wicked smile once again appeared on Dubois' face. Dubai's plan for fertilization was anything but ordinary. He intended to uproot the blue-silver grass and casually toss it into the Eye of Ice and Fire. With that, Dubai resolved to depart. He left, indeed. This time for good. Dubai cast a sweeping gaze over the Eye of Ice and Fire, then took flight, ascending straight up the cliffside. Before long, he reached the summit of the mountain. There, Bibi Dong had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Dubai approach, she nodded in acknowledgement. Are you finished? Bibi Dong inquired. I am done. Let us hasten our departure from this place to avoid encountering the title Douluo who occupies it. Dubai spoke up, expressing the urgency to leave a gift for Douluo before making a swift exit, lest he encounter the returning Douluo and find himself embroiled in a fierce battle. Very well, Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Dubai and Bibi Dong swiftly descended to the foot of the mountain, moving purposefully towards the direction of the toxic mist. However, upon reaching the source of the noxious vapors, they were taken aback. A serpent-like soul beast, as thick as a water barrel, was meandering restlessly outside the poisonous fog, accompanied by a gigantic scorpion that resembled a small hill. These two colossal toxic creatures roamed the miasma, and from their size and indistinct appearance, it was evident that they were soul beasts with a cultivation age of at least 30,000 years, possibly even 50,000. When Dubai and Bibi Dong laid eyes upon them, the beasts, in turn, noticed the two humans, their eerie green eyes brimming with feral bloodlust. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sunset forest, a similar encounter was unfolding. However, while Dubai and Bibi Dong faced two venomous soul beasts, the formidable couple of the dragon and serpent encountered 7 students, led by Shernyan. Aren't these your 7 students? They are still alive, remarked Long Gong Mengshu, casting a glance at Shernyan. Unperturbed, Shernyan's gaze fixed incredulously upon his students. Zhang Jingyang, Zhu Zizhang, you are all still alive. The expression on Shernyan's face shifted from shock to overwhelming joy. Yes, teacher, we are still alive, replied the 7 students, led by Zhang Jingyang and Zhu Zizhang. With a hint of indifference, they maintained a vigilant distance from Shernyan and the dragon and serpent couple. Remembering vividly the greed that had shone in their teacher's eyes before the incident, as well as his subsequent actions, had it not been for Shernyan's avarice towards the soul bone, they might not have found themselves in such peril. Upon waking, while they were grateful to be alive, they also scrutinized their teacher's behavior. Initially, some students speculated that perhaps Shernyan had fallen victim as well. Yet, upon seeing him unscathed and accompanied by 3 unfamiliar soul masters, they realized that their teacher had indeed abandoned them. The 3 soul masters appeared formidable, likely pursuing the coveted magic python soul bone. In the face of such treasures, were their students' lives of no consequence? The irony was palpable. The once diligent and kindly image of Shernyan had been shattered, revealing a hypocritical and greedy individual willing to forsake his students for personal gain. Teacher, if you seek death, at least leave us behind rather than dragging us with you. Shernyan sensed the unusual tension from his students. Beneath his gentle facade, a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes. Damn it, why are you still alive? If you had all perished, I could have explained it away. The turmoil within Shernyan's heart was akin to a demon raging. He had presumed his 7 students had all been silenced by Dubai. In light of this belief, he had even changed into a pristine outfit, only to find his students alive, which left him in an exceedingly awkward position. Curse it, had I known, I wouldn't he have changed. The realization that his actions had led to such a catastrophe weighed heavily on him. Zhang Jingong, Zhu Zizhang. It is truly wonderful that you 7 are alive. I feared the worst, and had sought the dragon and serpent couple to avenge you. Shernyan spoke with a gentle demeanor, his tone soft. Despite having abandoned his students, he now donned a new outfit, appearing anything but disheveled. While his students bore the marks of their harrowing ordeal, the 7 students, trained as soul masters, were not naive. They remained on high alert. Thank you, teacher. It is indeed a great fortune that we are alive. We shall return to the academy now, Zhang Jingyang stated, leading the group. Yet, Shernyan's thoughts were dark. They cannot be allowed to leave. A glimmer of murderous intent crossed his gaze. How convenient it would be if these 7 students were to die. I could easily frame Dubai and Bibi Dong. But if they return safely, no matter how I explain, I will be seen as someone who coveted the soul bone at the expense of my students' lives. He acknowledged that his desire for the magic python soul bone had nearly cost his students their lives. But who wouldn't be tempted by a soul bone from a 30,000-year-old phoenix pattern magic python? At that moment, the young couple had just emerged from a fierce battle. Their soul power diminished, and their youthful appearance had led him to underestimate them, unaware that they were both formidable soul masters. Shernyan's misjudgment had led to his downfall. And now, with his students alive, he felt a deep sense of dread. If word spread, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, leading to a loss of trust from his students and eventual expulsion from the academy. In the Soul Master community, his name would be sullied, and he would find no refuge. Damn it, why didn't they eliminate my students? I provoke them, and yet they allow my students to live. Are they not afraid of the exposure regarding the soul bone? Shernyan cursed inwardly. Nonetheless, he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. Students, we are alive. Let us return together. One student among the 7 stepped forward. Indeed, teacher, since that man and woman spared us, we should not provoke them further. Let us return to the academy. Another student added. Despite their wariness, the students still held some trust in Shernyan, hoping he would escort them back to the academy, perhaps with a sincere explanation. They could find forgiveness. However, Shernyan's thoughts were fixated on ensuring the students did not return. With the dragon and serpent couple present, he could not risk escorting them back or silencing them along the way. No, I must seek revenge for you. My students cannot suffer injustice, he declared. Allow me to introduce you. These 2 are the renowned dragon and serpent in the Soul Master world. Even against the title Douluo, they possess the strength to contend. And with my assistance, we shall surely avenge you. At that moment, the esteemed teacher, Shinian, sternly declared that the students were not permitted to return. Well then, you may go, he continued. But we, the 7 of lesser rank, shall not be a burden. We shall return to the academy on our own. Zhang Jingong, the most astute among the 7 students, cleverly articulated his thoughts. If teacher Shinian allowed their departure, it demonstrated his concern for their safety, thus earning their trust. Conversely, should he refuse to let them leave, disregarding their well-being and insisting on leading them to peril, then he would reveal himself as a wolf in sheep's clothing, unworthy of trust. You cannot leave. I must take vengeance before your very eyes, Shinian proclaimed, his expression darkening. Upon hearing this, the 7 students turned pale, realizing that their teacher indeed intended to keep them, seemingly indifferent to their safety, and perhaps harboring sinister intentions. This wolf in sheep's clothing was frighteningly hypocritical, willing to forsake the lives of his students for the sake of a soul bone. With the situation subtly unfolding, the notion of harming the students became apparent. The 7 soul masters, not lacking in intelligence, found their hearts heavy with despair as they came to the grim realization that their seemingly kind teacher was, in truth, a mercenary beast. Noticing the students' distress, Shinian recognized that the truth had come to light. At that moment, he cast a pleading glance towards Long Gongmeng Shu. The observing Ming Shu had already surmised the situation from the snippets of conversation between Shinian and the students. Ha ha ha. I never expected that Shinian would provide such a splendid spectacle. He chuckled, stroking his chin with amusement. Long Gong Ming Shu was not foolish. He understood that Shinian's greed had driven him to covet another soul bone, resulting in unexpected repercussions while abandoning his students to fend for themselves. With a disdainful grunt, Shinian's expression darkened further. Since you are all my students, do not rush to leave. I shall avenge you. Stay here and lead the way. I will ensure your safety. Ming Shu commanded, his presence imposing as he wielded a towering dragon-headed staff. Ming Shu was well aware of Shinian's intentions. Shinian still held value, not only as a guide but also as a key player in the impending battle. Thus, Ming Shu chose to assist Shinian in keeping the group of students. As he spoke, he unleashed a wave of soul pressure, engulfing the 7 students. Instantly, they felt an overwhelming weight upon them, their bodies trembling as they comprehended the old man's formidable strength. Yes, we are willing to accompany you, senior. Zhang Jingong spoke on behalf of the group, choosing to temporarily yield for their safety. Excellent. Very well. Ming Shu laughed heartily, each bellow causing the students' hearts to race. Despite his advanced age, Ming Shu possessed bright, piercing eyes and an invigorated demeanor that instilled both awe and reverence. Thus, the 7 fortunate students joined the ranks of the formidable couple, the Gaisher Long Shi. Albeit with a somewhat delicate dynamic within the group, Shinian led one faction, while the Gaisher Long Shi and Meng Yiran formed another, leaving the 7 students from Songhui Academy as a third group. The 3 factions proceeded cautiously into the Sunset Forest. Along the way, they encountered the corpses of the evil dragon-winged mosquitoes slain by Du Bai and Bibi Dong. Their path fortuitously aligned as they pressed onward. Meanwhile, Du Bai and Bibi Dong had discerned the nature of the gigantic venomous serpent and the massive scorpion. The serpent, a Bai Lin snake king, was over 50,000 years old, a mere tier below the Bai Lin snake emperor of Douluo. The colossal scorpion, equally aged, was known as the Bai Lin demon scorpion. In addition to these formidable foes, several other soul beasts over 10,000 years old, including the evil tiger, enchanted eagle, and demon spider, gathered around, all seemingly drawn to the Bai Lin snake king and Bai Lin demon scorpion. Bibi Dong. Please store that fragrant celestial flower in your soul guide. I suspect its subtle aroma has attracted these soul beasts. Du Bai urged. I apologize for my oversight. Once we are out of here, I will find you a box that can contain its scent. Du Bai spoke with an air of apology. Chapter 48. A Great Battle. 3 updates. Seeking votes. Seeking subscriptions. In the original work, Tang San had previously attracted soul beasts using the essence of the fragrant and mystical flower, albeit with only a few drops of fragrance-enhancing potion. However, Du Bai did not employ such a potion, yet still managed to draw a group of soul beasts of considerable prowess. In truth, this was not solely attributable to the mystical flower's abilities. As Du Bai and Bibi Dong harvested the wondrous celestial herb, they inadvertently absorbed the essence of the medicinal mountain. Failing to attend to this promptly, the lingering aura of the mountain, combined with the enchanting fragrance of the celestial herb, attracted a multitude of soul beasts. It is of no consequence. You need not worry, Bibi Dong responded gently. Simultaneously, she produced the celestial herb. The moment it appeared, the soul beasts outside the toxic mist, as well as the emerald scale serpent king and the emerald scale scorpion engaged within the mist, became restless. Indeed, they were drawn by the allure of this celestial treasure. Confirming this, Bibi Dong spoke again. She then stored the celestial herb within her storage ring. The sudden absence of its fragrant aroma incited further agitation among the soul beasts. However, they were not foolish. They had witnessed the celestial herb in the possession of this man and woman. If they were to eliminate them, the coveted celestial herb would be theirs. The celestial herb held tremendous significance for soul masters and presented a fatal temptation for soul beasts alike, whether for soul masters or soul beasts. Consuming the celestial treasure would undoubtedly lead to significant advancements in their cultivation. This was the very reason for the congregation of so many soul beasts. Bibi Dong pondered. Should she engage in battle or take a detour? Du Bai spoke up. At this moment, Douluo's poisonous mist isolated some soul beasts from the toxins, allowing only the 2 venomous creatures, a snake and a scorpion, to move freely. If they chose to circumvent the area, these soul beasts would not allow Du Bai and Bibi Dong, 2 formidable Soul Douluo, to pass unscathed. Bibi Dong cast a sweeping glance at the restless soul beasts, and a glimmer of battle intent flickered in her beautiful eyes. Battle. With a decisive utterance, Bibi Dong opted for the most domineering and forceful method of departure. Excellent. It is the perfect opportunity to test my new soul skill. Dubai's gaze shifted instantaneously, his entire being brimming with a fierce combat spirit. One shall confront one, I shall face this azure-scaled demon scorpion, while you shall contend with that azure-scaled serpent king. Dubai addressed Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's martial soul was the Death Spider Emperor, the sovereign among spider-type martial souls. In contrast, the emerald-scaled serpent king was merely a serpent king, far from reaching the imperial level. To Bibi Dong, the emerald-scaled serpent king was nothing more than a trivial insect, a mere jest. Very well. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, approving Dubai's distribution plan. Among the gathered, the most formidable soul beasts were the emerald-scaled scorpion and the emerald-scaled serpent king, both capable of disregarding the poisonous mist. Once these two were defeated, the other soul beasts would disperse on their own. Without further ado, Dubai and Bibi Dong unleashed their martial souls. Bibi Dong summoned her primary martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor. Instantly, 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 encircled her proud form. Her pure and unblemished body donned the sinister armor of the Spider Emperor, radiating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. Meanwhile, Dubai unleashed his secondary martial soul, Barret Destruction, which also boasted 8 soul rings. In an instant, 8 optimal soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 erupted around his figure. The soul rings on Dubai and Bibi Dong pulsated furiously, emanating a terrifying aura. 2 formidable Soul Douluos, distinguished among their peers, stood side by side in battle. The overwhelming fluctuations of their soul power and the horrifying rings instantaneously frightened away a group of timid low-level soul beasts. As violet light enveloped the surroundings, Bibi Dong made her move. Behind her, her martial soul, a colossal spherical entity resembling a giant, hairy poisonous spider, unfurled its gaping maw, revealing menacing fangs. In an instant, a deep purple web was expelled, accompanied by nauseating slime and swirling clouds of toxic gas, enveloping the Emerald Scale Snake King. With a swift motion, the gargantuan Emerald Scale Snake King adjusted its massive body, directing its colossal tail to sweep towards the impending deadly spider web. Simultaneously, a resounding roar erupted from its cavernous mouth, unleashing a thick, venom-laden tongue towards Bibi Dong. In a flash, the two engaged in a fierce struggle. A human and a serpent, amidst a world awash in terrifying violet light, thick with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Dubai, with his 8 optimal soul rings in frenzied motion, activated his 7th soul skill, Destruction Incarnation. Grasping the Barret Destruction Cannon, he wielded it with a sense of impending doom, radiating an aura capable of obliterating all existence. Intimidating the Emerald Scale Scorpion. Sensing the dreadful presence of the man before it, the Emerald Scale Scorpion prepared to strike first. It brandished its massive pincers, its 8 sharp, robust legs moving in a flurry, creating a cacophony of screeching sounds. The scorpion moved with remarkable speed, leaving only an afterimage on the ground as it burst forth from the toxic mist. As Dubai beheld the hideous and imposing form of the Emerald Scale Scorpion, its massive tail spike rose menacingly, launching a cloud of black mist infused with swirling toxins directly at him. Dubai, wielding the devastating cannon, fixed his gaze with an intense determination. Excellent. Dubai had long since entered a state of battle readiness, keenly observing the battlefield. At that moment, the scorpion demon unleashed a toxic mist, presenting Dubai with the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. With a flourish, he activated his 5th soul skill, Phantom Spear. Instantly, the 8 soul rings adorning his body radiated a brilliant light. Simultaneously, Dubai felt a surge of weightlessness, granting him a significant boost in mobility. As he slipped into a 3-second state of invisibility, Dubois retreated to a secure position beside him, one that was suitable for targeting the scorpion of azure scales. Simultaneously, he left behind a lifelike illusion that mirrored his appearance, which commenced firing upon the azure-scaled scorpion. Bang, bang, bang. The ethereal silhouette left by Dubois unleashed 3 shots towards the colossal scorpion demon. The emerald-scaled creature displayed astonishing agility, deftly dodging the Phantom S bullets with remarkable ease. A cloud of ominous black poison descended upon the spot where Dubois' illusion had previously stood. In swift succession, the scorpion demon, having evaded the shots, lunged toward the illusion's location, raising its terrifyingly sharp tail to deliver a fatal strike. Human, perish. It howled, convinced victory was at hand. However, as the massive tail descended, it merely passed through the illusion. With a resounding crash, the scorpion's tail plunged into the ground, causing the earth to crack dramatically, resembling a dreadful spider web. A testament to the force of the attack. Regrettably, the scorpion had fallen victim to Dubois' fifth soul skill, the phantom shot, striking nothing more than a mere mirage. Chapter 49. A Great Battle, Part 4. The illusion returned unscathed to Dubois' side, dispelling the gruesome image of a human body pierced by the tail. The scorpion demon let out a frenzied wail, sending shockwaves that rippled outward, resulting in the decimation of countless towering ancient trees, leaving chaos in their wake. Yet, such a force could not harm Dubois, a formidable soul master. Dubois' expression was frigid as he utilized his fifth soul skill to reach a position of safety. Seizing the opportunity presented by the failed assault of the azure-scaled scorpion, he launched a counterattack. With the release of his eighth soul skill, the cataclysmic wave, a beam of deathly crimson laser erupted from the destruction cannon, striking the grotesque and massive form of the azure-scaled scorpion. Upon being hit by this deadly crimson ray, the scorpion, which had just prepared to renew its attack, trembled violently. It sensed an overwhelming aura of lethal intent locking onto it. Simultaneously, the scorpion's previously extraordinary speed plummeted by 90%. The creature that had intended to evade now found its movement sluggish, with even a startled sow outpacing it. With a fearsome roar, the azure-scaled scorpion raised its colossal pincers defensively before its head. In a moment of desperation, its 8 thick, bristly legs began to frantically claw at the ground, suggesting it possessed a means of burrowing to escape. However, it was futile. Dubois let out a cold laugh, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, transforming into a deity of death. Under the targeting of the eighth soul skill, Cataclysmic Wave, not only was his movement speed drastically enhanced, but even the speed of the demon scorpion's earth-shattering assault was significantly slowed. Dubois' gaze was icy, embodying the essence of a killing god, wielding dominion over life itself. The dark gold bear, its muzzle erupted with a flash of fire as a soul force bullet, radiating an aura of terrifying lethality, surged forth with the ferocity of thunder. The devastating bullet of the bear pierced through the intertwined pincers of the magic scorpion, unleashing a cloud of dark red mist. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After penetrating the scorpion's claws, the destructive bullet continued its relentless trajectory. It must be said, the luck of the azure-scaled magic scorpion was remarkable. The bullet did not penetrate its head, but instead surged towards the massive, sharp-tail stinger. As the bullet followed through, it tore through the scorpion's pincers and formidable tail, erupting in a vast spray of blood mist, crimson droplets cascading everywhere. The dark red blood possessed a potent corrosive toxin, hissing ominously as it struck the ground. The azure-scaled magic scorpion, struck by this devastating blow, emitted a wretched cry, the horrific sound waves reverberating through the surroundings. The previously severed portion suffered anew, rendering the scene even more chaotic. The onslaught not only reduced the target's mobility by 90%, but also inflicted a staggering 300% damage, additionally dealing 19% of the target's maximum vitality as damage. The magic scorpion's pincers and sharp tail were grotesquely torn open, blood gushing forth in a chilling cascade. Having taken a bullet, the azure-scaled magic scorpion was instantly rendered feeble, devoid of its prior ferocity, thrashing painfully on the ground. Death. Dubois cast a cold gaze upon the azure-scaled demon scorpion. Subsequently, Dubois switched his martial soul, retracting the second martial soul, the destruction cannon, and unleashing his first martial soul, the AK-47 Fire Qilin. At the same time, the seventh soul skill, true form of the Fire Qilin, was activated. At this moment, Dubois wielded the Fire Qilin assault rifle. The weapon emanated a terrifying aura akin to that of the destruction cannon, instilling fear in the heart of the azure-scale scorpion. Flee. The azure-scale scorpion, devoid of any fighting spirit, yearned only to drag its battered form away. Want to escape? Not a chance. Come and savor the power of my first martial soul. Dubois' gaze was frigid. With a chilling command, he unleashed his first soul technique, the Wrath of the Demon Mosquito. Dubois unleashed his newly acquired first soul skill, the Wrath of the Demon Mosquito. Instantly, a flicker of dark light flashed in Dubois' eyes, and to his astonishment, a pair of sinister dragon wings resembling those of a demon mosquito rapidly expanded from his back. These malevolent wings, forged from soul power, emanated a wicked shade of darkness. With the flapping of these wings, Dubois ascended into the air, acquiring the ability to fly. Simultaneously, his speed of movement and attack surged to unparalleled heights. In the sky, Dubai brandished his AK-47, the fire Kirin, as a dark gleam flickered from the muzzle to the stock of the weapon. Remarkably, the rifle's muzzle autonomously aimed and locked onto the azure-scaled scorpion, akin to possessing a self-targeting feature. Furthermore, it reduced the scorpion's movement speed by 10%. What a remarkable enhancement! Dubai couldn't help but express his astonishment. At this moment, he did not need to manually aim at the scorpion. The fire Qilin would automatically lock onto its target. All Dubai had to do was gently squeeze the trigger to unleash deadly bullets. The self-aiming feature was indeed a remarkable advantage. Without further ado, Dubai began to pull the trigger. With a rapid succession of shots, 3 fire Qilin bullets erupted forth, striking the azure-scaled scorpion with lightning speed. The creature let out a piercing screech, attempting to raise its massive pincers to shield itself from the incoming projectiles. However, it was futile. As the scorpion struggled to lift its pincers, the fire Qilin bullets had already penetrated its cranium. A series of gruesome impacts followed as the bullets pierced the head of the azure-scaled scorpion, creating a grotesque mixture of blood and brain matter that sprayed in a sickening manner. With a final thud, the scorpion ceased its thrashing, peacefully collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, a dark soul ring manifested, signifying the end of its lengthy existence. Casting a cold glance at the fallen creature, Dubai turned and, harnessing the momentum, raised his firearm to take a series of precise shots at the soul beast lurking beyond the poisonous mist. Activating his first soul skill. With the self-aiming feature at his disposal, he gently squeezed the trigger once more, releasing several fire Qilin bullets. His targets were the soul beasts concealed beyond the toxic fog. Some of the creatures reacted swiftly and narrowly escaped, while others, now wounded, instinctively ignited their survival instincts and fled in haste. In an instant, there were no visible soul beasts within or outside the poisonous mist. The scene fell into a profound silence. Dubai gazed towards Bibi Dong. At that moment, Bibi Dong had also concluded her battle. She activated her 8th soul skill, Spider Emperor's Avatar, creating a doppelganger that possessed 100% of her original power. At this moment, Bibi Dong and her avatar stood in tandem, poised upon the vital point and tail of the emerald-scaled Serpent King. Simultaneously, 2 colossal blood spider stingers pierced through the vital point and tail of the emerald-scaled Serpent King as the voracious wolf consumed its life force and soul power, transforming it into nourishing sustenance for Bibi Dong's body. Merely a trivial insect, Bibi Dong had decisively ended the battle even before Dubai. Now, witnessing Bibi Dong and her doppelganger, one could perceive their bloodthirsty and sinister nature. Dubai did not feel a sense of dread. Rather, a bold idea began to take root in his mind. If, while in bed, Xiaodongdong's wife were to activate her Spider Queen clone and sandwich him from both front and back. Chapter 50. The Arrival of the Dragon and Serpent Couple. Dubai could not help but envision a particular scene, instantly feeling a warmth rise in his throat. Exclaiming in delight, Bibi Dong, attuned to Dubai's inner thoughts, realized he was once again indulging in frivolous musings. At that moment, both Bibi Dong and her doppelganger fixed their piercing gazes upon Dubai. Under the intense scrutiny of the 2 Bibi Dongs, Dubai shivered involuntarily, swallowing hard as he withdrew his wandering thoughts. Dubai quickly composed himself and approached Bibi Dong. If Xiaodongdong's wife were to discover his thoughts, he would likely face a severe beating from both sides. What Dubai did not realize was that his innermost thoughts were perceptible to Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong chose to disregard them. Upon Dubai's approach, she retracted her avatar and summoned back the Death Spider Emperor's martial soul. In an instant, the malevolent aura surrounding Bibi Dong dissipated entirely, revealing her once again as pure, elegant, noble, and beautiful. Do you find any soul rings to your liking? Bibi Dong inquired. Shaking his head, Dubai replied, They are far too weak. These 2 soul beasts are simply inadequate for me. Dubai looks down upon the Emerald Serpent King and the Emerald Scorpion, particularly the former, whom he regards as utterly feeble. Very well, he acknowledges. Dubai, I witnessed your first soul skill just now. It was truly impressive. Bibi Dong remarked, perhaps due to her gradually accepting Dubai. The usually taciturn ice goddess felt compelled to offer her praise in this moment, bringing a smile to Dubai's heart. That is only natural. However, I must also credit you for assisting me in vanquishing that venomous mosquito. Spoke, yet his gaze fixated on with an unmistakable intensity. My dear's wife is truly exquisite, particularly her flawless complexion. Dubai's inner world once again descended into a reverence. No need to thank me, Bibi Dong replied nonchalantly. Yet inwardly she felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at Dubai's unseemly gaze. Let us take a moment here to recuperate and restore our soul power before departing, Bibi Dong then suggested. Very well. Dubai nodded thoughtfully. Just moments ago, while hunting the azure-scaled scorpion, he had expended a significant amount of soul power. Now, as he recuperated his energy, he began to reflect on and analyze the recent battle, formulating a summary of his experience. It must be said that the combination of the 5th soul skill, Illusory Spear, with the 8th soul skill, Cataclysmic Wave, was truly invincible. Dubai reflected on the intricacies of his combat techniques. The 5th soul skill, Phantom Spear, conjured illusions to bewilder his foes while allowing his true self to retreat into invisibility. Subsequently, he unleashed the 8th soul skill, Cataclysmic Fury, which immobilized his adversaries and fired a devastating bullet that inflicted damage equivalent to 19 of the target's maximum life force. With this seamless combination of attacks, his opponents were left severely weakened. In such a state, Dubai could effortlessly employ any other soul skill to secure victory. Undoubtedly, this combination was formidable. A single move that could dominate the battlefield. Alas, the potency of Dubai's soul skills and soul rings would fade within 14 days. The 5th soul skill was derived from the illusory circle bird, while the 8th soul skill stemmed from the cataclysmic ape. Both the illusory circle bird and the cataclysmic ape represented excellent targets for hunting and absorbing soul rings. Dubai silently contemplated. Having already designated the illusion circle bird and the raging wave ape as 2 of the soul beasts to target for his soul rings. Subsequently, Dubai further analyzed the 1st soul skill of the fire Qilin, known as the Wrath of a Demon Mosquito. Upon activating this 1st soul skill, Dubai acquired the abilities of flight and automatic targeting with firearms. Dubai merely needs to command the fire Qilin and will to accurately aim at his targets. This soul skill compensates for Dubai's greatest shortcoming as a novice firearms user, proving to be exceedingly practical. Reflecting on the intricacies of combat and the nuances of soul skill application, Dubai let out a deep sigh. Alas, the consumption of soul power by these bullets and soul techniques is exceedingly taxing, although he has successfully subdued the over 50,000-year-old azure-scale scorpion. It has drained 3/5 of his soul power. Contemplating this, a wave of frustration washed over him. His 2 martial souls possess immense power. Yet their sole drawback lies in their excessive consumption of soul energy. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that with the enhancement of his marksmanship, the situation would improve significantly. Furthermore, he currently possesses the Great Rejuvenation Pill, which can restore his soul power and injuries in critical moments. Dubai consoled himself within his heart. Dubai and Bibi Dong continued to rest, replenishing their soul power. In no time at all, Dubai's soul power has recovered to approximately 3/5. Be beyond. It is prudent to depart from this perilous place for now. Once you have found a more secure location, you may continue to recuperate and restore your soul power. Dubai addressed Bibi Dong, affirming his words. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, approving of Dubai's remarks. Subsequently, she led Dubai away from the poisonous mist, just as she had arrived. As they walked, Dubai trailed closely behind Bibi Dong's striking figure, lost in a reverie. This scene stirred a rush of emotions within him, leaving his throat parched, while a blush crept onto Bibi Dong's cheeks, rendering her face ablaze with warmth. Thus, it transpired. Dubai and Bibi Dong successfully escaped the poisonous fog. The air around them was thick with agitation, and the two fell into a brief silence. Just then, 2 silvery gray orbs of light and a violet sphere suddenly appeared in the distance, approaching rapidly. Dubai and Bibi Dong instinctively focused their gaze, entering a state of heightened alertness. As the 2 silver gray orbs dissipated, the elderly couple and the young girl, accompanied by 7 students, stood firmly, directing their attention towards Dubai and Bibi Dong. Within the violet orb, the figure revealed was Xinian, the teacher. This elderly couple was indeed husband and wife. The old man appeared to have reached an advanced age, yet his aged visage radiated vitality, particularly highlighted by his bright, spirited eyes. Grasping a 4-meter-long dragon-headed cane, he exuded an air of authority and innate dignity. Beside him, the elderly woman, despite her graying hair, possessed rosy cheeks and wielded a 3-meter-long snake-headed staff, showing no signs of frailty. Behind the elderly couple stood a beautiful young girl, around 15 or 16 years of age, with a short bob and clad in a simple purple attire. Following her were 7 students from Songhui Academy, dressed in moon-white uniforms, along with the previously fled Xinian. The teacher, Dubai, cast a glance at the imposing dragon snake staff held by the elderly man and woman, instantly recognizing their identities. Had the teachers and students from Songhui Academy come to their aid? The old man was the dragon duke, Meng Shu. The old woman was the serpent matron, Chao Tianxiang. The little girl was Meng Yiran. Dubai observed the crowd before him, silently pondering. Beside him, Bibi Dong naturally perceived Dubai's thoughts. Long Gong Ming Shu and Shipa Chao Tianxiang, a renowned couple known as the dragon and serpent of the Soul Master realm, were quite ordinary. However, the presence of Meng Yiran behind them raised her suspicions. It is quite normal for Dubai to recognize the legendary dragon and serpent. However, the subsequent emergence of the young girl Meng Yiran raises questions. How could you, Dubai, still harbor thoughts of another girl, especially one so young, around 15 or 16? As a holy son, how could you be so naive? In Chapter 51, Verbal Transactions, Underlying Currents. Second update. Please support with votes and follows. Bibi Dong, upon realizing this, shot an angry glare at Dubai. Yet, Dubai's attention was solely focused on the approaching dragon and serpent duo, oblivious to Bibi Dong's discomfort. The youthful appearances of Dubai and Bibi Dong suggested they were merely in their 20s. Had it not been for Xinian's prior encounters with them, the dragon and serpent couple would have never guessed that these two young individuals had already attained the rank of Soul Douluo. Consider this, the dragon and serpent couple had lived for over half a century, teetering on the brink of death. Yet they had only achieved the ranks of Soul Douluo and Soul Emperor. The sight of these two Soul Douluo, so remarkably young, hinted at boundless potential, likely leading them to the title of titled Douluo. Furthermore, the young man was strikingly handsome, while the young woman possessed an unparalleled beauty, undoubtedly cultivated by a powerful force. Were it not for the coveted piece of the magic python skeletal remains, the dragon and serpent couple would have preferred to avoid conflict with these two young Soul Douluo. The keen-eyed dragon prince Mingshu swiftly discerned the lifeless bodies of two soul beasts, the Azure Scale Serpent King and the Azure Scale Scorpion, both over 50,000 years in age, lying amidst the chaos. Excellent. The brilliance in dragon prince Mingshu's eyes shone with determination. The presence of these two 50,000-year-old soul beast corpses indicated that the male and female had recently engaged in a fierce battle, having expended a considerable amount of soul power. Mingshu contemplated that if the two Soul Douluo were at their peak strength, he might not stand a chance against them. However, given their apparent exhaustion from battle, he believed his side held the advantage. With the combined might of his and Xiangxiang's dragon and serpent assault, along with Shernyan's illusionary techniques, victory seemed attainable. Mingshu narrowed his eyes. He was intent on acquiring that magic python soul bone. However, the youthfulness of the two Soul Douluo suggested they had formidable backing, perhaps from the Spirit Hall, making them not to be trifled with. My young friends, we have come for the magic python soul bone. Might I inquire if you would be willing to part with it? We shall offer a most generous price. Dragon Prince Mingshu spoke with a cordial tone. They were not yet ready to resort to hostility. Indeed, my young friends, the magic python soul bone is of great significance to our serpent staff-type martial spirits. We kindly ask for your understanding. The serpent matriarch Tianxiang also chimed in politely. Naturally, the dragon and serpent did not wish for confrontation. Bah, cowardly old fools. Xinian scoffed inwardly. Aware that the dragon and serpent couple were wary of the two young Soul Douluo and hesitated to act recklessly. Let them fight. I hope they clash and dispatch the old fools. Once a fight breaks out, I shall make my escape. Xinian fervently wished for a swift confrontation. Upon hearing this, Dubai scoffed in disdain. Soul bones are exceedingly precious. Even an ordinary soul bone is valued, yet seldom available on the market. How could these two elderly individuals possibly afford a piece from a 30,000-year-old demon python skeletal remains? Casting a frigid glance at the renowned dragon and serpent couple, Dubai held up 3 fingers. 30 million gold soul coins. Dubai spoke in a calm manner. The couple, the dragon and serpent of the world, were taken aback by his words. It was not merely 30 million gold soul coins that they could not afford. Even 300,000 was beyond their reach. The price of soul bones was exceedingly high, and many were eager to purchase them. Just a moment ago, they had acted rather presumptuously. Lord Mingshu of the Dragon realized this in his heart. When Lord Mingshu had mentioned offering a satisfactory price, it was an attempt to curry favor with the two, hoping they would understand and sell to him at a reasonable price. But now, Dubai's opening bid of 30 million was simply unattainable. My young friend, 30 million soul coins is far too steep. We cannot procure such an amount. However, if you would be so kind as to part with that piece of the magic python skeletal remains, my wife and I, the dragon and serpent of the world, pledge to perform 10 tasks for you. Lord Mingshu declared, his demeanor unruffled. In the realm of soul masters, the name of the dragon and serpent of the world carries weight. Agreeing to undertake 10 tasks for you is indeed a worthy exchange. Moreover, he continued, the two of you have just emerged from a fierce battle, and I suspect your soul power is considerably diminished. Should you encounter a formidable soul beast or an adversarial soul master, you may find yourselves at a disadvantage. If you are willing to relinquish the magic python's soul bone to us, not only will we fulfill 10 tasks for you, but we shall also ensure your safety. At this moment, Lady Snake, Chao Tianxiang, joined in to support her husband's proposition. Her implication was clear. Dubai and Bibi Dong had recently endured a taxing confrontation, depleting much of their soul power. Should they refuse to surrender the soul bone, the dragon and serpent couple might resort to force rather than engage in amiable negotiation. Grandfather Ming, Grandmother Snake has already pledged to perform 10 tasks for you. You should be content with this. Ming Yiran interjected, her tone carrying an air of aristocracy. In her view, her grandparents, the renowned dragon and serpent of the world, were well-respected figures in the realm of soul masters, and their courteous demeanor towards these two young individuals was already a significant concession. Dubai and Bibi Dong should be content. Should they dare to provoke, they must brace themselves for the lessons from Lord Dragon and Lady Serpent. They are but delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. This was Shernyan's initial impression of Ming Yiran. The young girl, spoiled by the unparalleled dragon and serpent, is destined to face severe repercussions in the future. No, she is on the brink of disaster. However, it is favorable as events unfold. A confrontation is inevitable. Let the conflict commence, for I wish to flee. In this moment, Shernyan's only desire was to escape. Simultaneously, he cast a barely perceptible glance at his 7 students, secretly wishing for their demise in this encounter. The 7 students from Tsanghui Academy exchanged glances. Standing apart from Shernyan and the formidable dragon and serpent couple, their presence here was born of necessity, hoping to avoid being caught in the crossfire during the impending battle. Damn it, I possess a precious elixir that can instantly restore my injuries and soul power. What do I have to fear? These two arrogant old fools truly believe they can act with impunity beneath the title Douluo level? Dubai was greatly amused by the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent. His inner thoughts naturally reached Bibi Dong's mind. However, Bibi Dong found no need for the great revival pill. The energy expended in dealing with the Emerald Scale Serpent King was minimal, and she was fully capable of engaging in battle. Of course, should the situation become unfavorable, she would promptly resort to the great revival pill. Very well, first assist me in eliminating Teacher Shernyan, and let me witness your sincerity. Deliver Teacher Shernyan's head and his vital essence to me, and I shall grant you the soul bone of the demon python. Dubois spoke with a mocking expression. Dubai does not intend to engage in direct confrontation. He wishes to observe how these two hypocritical old-timers, who bully the weak yet fear the strong, will tear off their masks. In Chapter 52, a battle of words ensues, heralding the onset of a grand conflict. Upon hearing the title of Tang San's father, the Haotian Douluo, the couple, known as the Supreme Dragon and Serpent, immediately deflated, surrendering their soul rings. When they encountered the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan, without a moment's hesitation, they took their granddaughter, Ming Yiran, and made a hasty retreat. The Supreme Dragon and Serpent couple only dares to bully the younger generation. Dubai harbored no fondness for them. At this moment, they dared to approach with intentions towards the soul bone of the magic python, which was tantamount to courting death. How ruthless! Upon hearing Dubai's words, Shernyan felt a chill run down his neck, and a tension gripped him. How infuriating it was that Long Gong Meng Shu would have him killed, even to the extent of removing his head and vital parts. Such brutality was unprecedented. Dubai's irreverence was astounding. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, her heart unable to stifle a laugh. Dubai's remark about wanting to kill Shernyan seemed rather ordinary. However, his subsequent comment about severing vital parts was quite shocking. Surprisingly, Bibi Dong found Dubai amusing rather than offensive. Long Gong Meng Shu cast a discerning glance at Shernyan, fully aware of the implications. To eliminate Shernyan before acquiring the soul bone would be akin to self-sabotage, rendering oneself impotent before the battle even commenced. This was unacceptable. Unless you first provide me with the soul bone, Long Gong Mingshu declared, his tone significantly more assertive than before. Upon hearing this, Shernyan breathed a sigh of relief. Although the old man was aged, he had not succumbed to folly. But what if you obtain the soul bone and still fail to eliminate Shernyan? Dubai spoke again. Rest assured, my esteemed friend, the renowned couple, the dragon and serpent, are well known for their integrity in the realm of spirit masters. Long Gong Mingshu replied, very well. I shall acquiesce to your request and provide you with the soul bone first. Dubai spoke, and then turned to Shernyan, saying, "He, teacher Shernyan. I have wronged you. I will ensure that the formidable couple, the Gaisher Longxi, take good care of your family." What a surprisingly agreeable young man. The assembly was taken aback by his readiness to acquiesce. Naturally, Bibi Dong, attuned to Dubai's thoughts, comprehended his nefarious intentions. Simultaneously, she had steeled herself for confrontation. Should Dubai make a move, she would be ready to act without delay. Damn it, Shernyan thought. Feeling the subtle yet palpable aura of the Gaisher Longxi couple hone in on him. Should Dubai indeed relinquish the soul bone of the magic python, that old wretch would likely pin him to the ground in an instant. Curse it, Shernyan cursed inwardly. However, the Gaisher Longxi couple were not foolish. They would first ascertain whether Dubai would actually surrender the soul bone. In an instant, all eyes in the room were riveted upon Dubai, who was rummaging through his storage soul tool. As he searched, he suddenly muttered, "Old wretch, perish." Dubai suddenly erupted in anger, simultaneously producing a weapon forged from dark gold, resembling a short staff. Is this the staff-type martial soul mentioned by Shernyan? This was the initial thought of the Gaisher dragon and snake couple. Previously, Shernyan had informed them that Dubai's martial soul was a staff type, while Bibi Dong's was a spider. Upon witnessing Dubai unleash the Barret, Shernyan and the 7 students from Songhue Academy instantly changed their expressions. They were acutely aware of the terrifying power of this dark golden martial soul. Flee. This was the immediate instinct of Shernyan and the 7 Songhue Academy students. Meanwhile, the Gaisher dragon and snake couple genuinely believed it to be merely a dark gold short staff. Although they had entered a state of vigilance, they assumed that a short staff would require time to launch an attack, thus failing to prepare for evasion and escape like Shernyan and the 7 students. Death. Dubai let out a furious roar, activating his 5th soul skill, Phantom Spear. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sound of 3 devastating cannon shots resounded. The onlookers beheld the dark golden short staff in Dubai's grasp flicker with flames at its front, unleashing 3 fiery meteors that raced towards them with astonishing speed. The tremendous noise of the cannon fire, coupled with the terrifying blaze at the moment of ignition, and the formidable momentum of the bullets rushing forth like a tempest, caused the expressions of the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, to shift dramatically. What manner of assault was this? Their countenances grew gravely serious in an instant. Release the 6th soul skill, Dragon Soul's Might. Dragon Lord Mingshu bellowed, unleashing his 6th soul skill. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings encircled him, pulsating wildly. In this state, his aura transformed drastically. Strands of silver hair and white brows sprouted and turned golden. At the same time, his bright eyes ignited with a fierce golden flame, becoming unfathomably deep, akin to the wrath of a true dragon. The dragon-headed staff in his hand inexplicably thickened, radiating a fiery golden glow. Kill. Dragon Lord Mingshu, embodying the fury of a true dragon, swept his imposing dragon staff to confront the 2 incoming destructive bullets. Meanwhile, the last bullet was met by Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang. She, wary of the situation, activated her 6th soul skill, Transform into Dragon, albeit she was only a soul emperor. In an instant, her serpent-headed staff evolved into a dragon-headed staff. With the dragon staff in hand, Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang exuded a formidable presence, thrusting it forward towards the approaching bullet. Unaware of the bullet's true power and fearing for her granddaughter's safety, the couple chose to withstand the 3 bullets head-on. During this moment, the couple's soul power surged, deliberately pushing their granddaughter, Mengiran, away to shield her from the battle. Almost the instant Dubai struck, Shinian and the 7 students from Songhue Academy opted to distance themselves from the dragon and serpent couple. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang. The destructive bullets collided with the 2 imposing dragon-headed staffs. With a muffled grunt, Dragon Lord Mingshu staggered back several paces, feeling a numbing in his arm and a jolt in his internal organs, leaving him in discomfort. Beside him, Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang, who lagged 20 levels behind Dubai, stumbled and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The couple was oblivious to the terrifying nature of the destructive bullets. Their decision to face them head-on led to a significant setback. Had they chosen to deflect the bullet's trajectory and evade, they might have emerged unscathed. Alas, they were ultimately caught off guard. Xiang, Dragon Lord Mingshu exclaimed, concerned for his wife Chao Tianxiang's condition. However, in his peripheral vision, he noticed the young figure of Dubai, who had fired 3 shots at them, had vanished. The absence of the enemy was a disconcerting revelation. A sudden chill gripped his heart as he realized a red laser had locked onto him. As he felt his speed diminish and the ominous sense of impending doom envelop him, he discerned that the source of the laser was none other than Dubai, who now wielded the Barret Destruction and had activated his 8th soul skill, Cataclysmic Strike, targeting Dragon Lord Mingshu. Old Man, Dragon, and Serpent Fusion. At that moment, Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang recognized the perilous situation her partner Mingshu was in. With a sudden leap, she sprang up from the ground to stand beside him. Xiang Xiang. Dragon Lord Mingshu called out to his wife. Together, they fixed their resolute gazes upon Dubai. With the grace of the dragon and the might of the serpent, we shall fuse our souls in a dragon-serpent assault. As they chanted, the dragon-headed and serpent-headed staffs collided, merging into a singular entity. The dragon and serpent entwined around each other, their fierce gazes directed at Dubai. The united staff, now a magnificent embodiment of a dragon and serpent, unleashed a fearsome orb of energy, a convergence of gold and silver, imbued with destructive power, hurtling towards Dubai. Ultimately, Dubai's cataclysmic strike was swifter. The destructive bullet already surged towards the dragon and serpent duo. While their dragon-serpent assault followed closely behind, the two forces crossed paths, each pursuing their respective targets. Dubai's attack speed was notably swifter. The moment the cataclysmic bullet was unleashed, Dubai activated his 4th soul skill, Gale Flame Shadow Spear Technique. In the state of the 4th soul skill, Gale Flame Shadow Spear Technique, Dubai acquired a remarkable enhancement of 300% immobility speed for a duration of 2 seconds. Simultaneously, he possessed the capability to swiftly launch 3 heavy projectiles imbued with venomous flames. However, at that moment, his sole intention was to evade the combined onslaught of the dragon and serpent duo, thus refraining from unleashing the venomous projectiles. Just then, Bibi Dong approached with lethal intent. Her delicate figure was adorned with 8 soul rings, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black, spinning furiously. From her ominous silhouette, the Death Spider Queen revealed her murderous intent, expelling a dark purple web infused with toxic miasma. This was Bibi Dong's 3rd soul skill, the Death Spider Web Binding. The dragon and serpent couple, rendered immobile, could only watch helplessly as the venomous web enveloped them. Concurrently, the cataclysmic bullet surged forth with lethal momentum. The couple could merely position their dragon and serpent fusion staff defensively before them. The resounding clash of the formidable staff against Dubai's cataclysmic bullets echoed ominously. After a brief stalemate, the dragon and serpent fusion staff shattered, reverting to its original forms, the dragon staff and the serpent staff, returning to the couple's bodies. Meanwhile, the cataclysmic bullets vanished, transforming into a terrifying force that continued its advance. The immense impact propelled the illustrious dragon and serpent couple backward, causing them to tumble several times. During this tumultuous upheaval, they coughed up copious amounts of blood. Bound by the death spider web, the couple lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Their garments lay in tatters, their bodies marred by numerous wounds, stained with their own blood. At that moment, the once mighty dragon and serpent couple could only muster half their lives, teetering close to the brink of death. Meanwhile, Dubai was not faring any better. The dragon and serpent's merciless assault struck where he had once stood. Despite activating his triple speed to flee the scene, he was still caught in the terrifying energy sphere unleashed by the duo. Dubai crashed to the ground, his vitality surging chaotically, and he violently expelled a mouthful of blood. Bibi Dong cried out in alarm, her exquisite visage betraying a trace of panic upon witnessing his injury. Abandoning the dragon and serpent couple, she rushed directly towards Dubai. This marked the first time Dubai had spat blood. Even during his time on Earth, he had never experienced such a thing. Dubai felt a buzzing in his mind, having never been so close to death before. Suppressing the fear that surged within him, Dubai retrieved a large recovery pill from his storage soul guide. With a thud, he took it. Dubai Hao, unfazed by the bloodstained Dahuan Dan, swallowed it whole. The fear of death is a natural instinct of humanity. This Dahuan Dan possesses the miraculous ability to instantly heal injuries inflicted by soul skills below the 9th rank and to restore soul power instantaneously. At this moment, as the Dahuan Dan was consumed, Dubai felt a surge of vibrant vitality spreading throughout his body, enveloping his limbs in a soft, comforting embrace. Nourished by this overwhelming life force, a wave of exquisite pleasure coursed through him, prompting a low, muffled groan to escape his lips. The once depleted body now radiated with newfound brilliance. In an instant, Dubai was revitalized, the pallor that had consumed him dissipated, replaced by a rosy glow and an aura of vitality. Had it not been for his tattered garments and bloodied form, One might scarcely have suspected that he had just endured a fierce battle. Dubai? At that moment, Bibi Dong had arrived by his side. Observing Dubai consuming the great rejuvenation pill and witnessing the return of his complexion to normalcy, her previously frantic heart began to settle. Dubai, are you all right? Bibi Dong inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine. This great rejuvenation pill is truly formidable. Once ingested, the injuries are healed. Dubai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke. One must admit that the combined assault of the dragon and serpent was truly formidable. It nearly cost him his life. Dubai continued, albeit with a hint of jest in his tone. Well, as long as everything is fine. Bibi Dong murmured the phrase twice, seeking solace within herself. The repetition of those words gradually restored her previously panicked expression to a semblance of normalcy. At that moment, despite Dubai's tattered attire, his robust, well-defined muscles were subtly revealed. His face, smeared with blood and dirt, only served to accentuate his masculine allure. His gaze was resolute and piercing, instilling an overwhelming sense of strength and security. This was the man Bibi Dong aspired to marry, dominant in character, formidable in strength. Observing Dubai from such proximity, a blush crept onto Bibi Dong's cheeks, her heart racing wildly. All of this transpired in a mere flash, from Dubai consuming the great recovery pill to Bibi Dong's arrival. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of events unfolded. Dubai's gaze, icy and piercing, swept towards another direction. At this moment, all 7 students from Songhue Academy had unleashed their gemstone martial souls. The myriad hues of their gemstone martial souls radiated with a dazzling brilliance, clearly indicating the fusion technique of the 7. Before the students, teacher Shernyan's expression twisted in a grimace. Damn it, are you all courting death? I am your teacher. Let me go at once. This is insubordination. With a ferocious countenance, Shernyan berated the 7 students before him. They arranged themselves in a hexagram formation, with the additional member, Captain Zhang Jingyong, standing at the center. At that moment, the vibrant gemstone martial souls transformed into a resplendent rainbow beam, colliding with the violet beam emitted by Shernyan. The collision resulted in an energy pillar, predominantly purple, signifying that teacher Shernyan's soul power was far superior. Die. With a thunderous shout, Shernyan unleashed a torrent of soul power. Within the energy pillar, the colorful soul power began to falter, retreating step by step. The fusion technique of the 7 students revolved around illusions, much like Shernyan's method of attack. It was precisely this shared theme of illusion that culminated in this rare spectacle. Die. Shernyan roared once more, infusing even more soul power. The colorful energy pillar retreated even further, dwindling to a mere 10%. This last remnant of colorful energy stood in a precarious balance with the overwhelming purple energy. The 7 students from Songhue Academy wore ashen expressions, their legs trembling uncontrollably, yet they showed no intention of ceasing their infusion of soul power. They were resolute. They could not allow teacher Shernyan to escape. How dare you treat me this way? I am your teacher. Can't we flee together? Shernyan's eyes blazed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted. From the moment you refused to let us return to Songhue Academy, you ceased to be worthy of that title, Zhang Jingyong. At the center of the hexagram, spoke with great difficulty. Damn it. Shernyan cursed, continuing to desperately channel his soul power. Just a moment more, and he could crush these 7 students and make his escape, oblivious to the fact that Dubai had concluded the battle not far off. He fixed his fierce gaze towards this scene. At that instant, Dubai had summoned his first martial soul, the AK-47 Fire Qilin. 7th soul skill. Fire Qilin True Form Unleashed. Dubai murmured incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a golden, menacing Fire Qilin rifle materialized in his grasp. Under the influence of the 7th soul skill, the true form of the Fire Qilin, Dubai's accuracy would be enhanced by 30%, while the recoil of the firearm would diminish by 60%. The increase in precision, coupled with the reduction in recoil, would allow Dubai to shoot more steadily and accurately. His eyes, crosshair, and target aligned in a perfect line, Dubai aimed for the legs of teacher Shernyan. With a rapid succession of shots, 2 Fire Qilin bullets surged forth like flaming meteors, darting towards Shernyan's legs. In an instant, one bullet struck the back of Shernyan's knee, penetrating through and erupting in a spray of crimson blood. A pained scream escaped Shernyan's lips as he stumbled, struggling to maintain his balance. Just then, the 2nd Fire Qilin bullet arrived. It pierced through Shernyan's body, once again sending a splatter of bright red blood into the air. However, this bullet did not strike his other leg, but rather, it found its mark in a rather unfortunate location. Poor Shernyan's fate was indeed tragic. Dubai observed the scene with a sense of melancholy. It must be said that the fortune of the year was indeed remarkable. After receiving the first fiery Qilin bullet, Shernyan's body swayed precariously. This unfortunate tilt caused Shernyan's vulnerable flower to inadvertently align itself with another fiery Qilin bullet from Dubai. Amidst the cries of agony, Shernyan collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood seeping from him. The crimson pool appeared to be mingled with a peculiar yellowish viscous substance. The two perfectly timed bullets from Dubai rendered teacher Shernyan incapable of further aggression. Kill. The 7 students from Songhua Academy felt an immediate release of pressure and seized the opportunity, channeling their vibrant, multicolored soul energy directly into teacher Shernyan's body. This kaleidoscopic energy, imbued with illusory effects, struck him without reservation. Instantly, teacher Shernyan's expression turned vacant as he succumbed to the realm of illusions. Due to the localized injury he sustained, his hallucination manifested as a throng of influential figures clamoring desperately for votes. Bewildered, teacher Shernyan's visage suddenly twisted into a grotesque snarl, his wounded form writhing violently. This scene sent a shiver down the spines of those present. Teacher Shernyan's plight was truly tragic. With a thud, after delivering the final blow, the 7 students collapsed to the ground, gasping for the air of survival. Had they faced teacher Shernyan alone, they would have surely been no match for him. Yet, in their desperation, they managed to delay him. Ignoring the peril to their lives, teacher Shernyan refused to allow them to return to Songhua Academy. He even compelled them to join him in the search for Dubai and Bibi Dong, subtly hinting at a desire to eliminate them. Teacher Shernyan's actions were utterly unforgivable. Even if it meant risking their own demise, the 7 students were determined not to let teacher Shernyan escape. Ultimately, they succeeded in buying enough time for the formidable figure of Dubai to arrive and subdue teacher Shernyan. Moments later, Dubai and Bibi Dong have descended upon the 7 students and Shernyan. Dubois cast a cold glance at Shernyan and the 7 students. It was evident that a conflict had arisen between these 7 students and their teacher, Mr. Shernyan, leading to a complete breakdown in their relationship. Dubai speculated that it was Shernyan, the teacher, who had instigated trouble and abandoned his students to fend for themselves, resulting in a bitter enmity between them. Sensing the ominous arrival of a man and a woman, Captain Zhang Jingyang exerted all his strength to rise, adopting a kneeling position. "I beg you, senior, do not take our lives. We were forced to come here." Zhang Jingyang pleaded for mercy. The other 6 students, witnessing this, hastily rose and fell to their knees. "Senior, we implore you to spare us. We promise we will not speak of this." They cried out in unison. "Please, grant us our lives. We are still young, and we absolutely will not utter a word. Cursed be that beast Shernyan. Along with those 2 old wretches, they compelled us to come here." "Indeed, senior. If we had not come, they would have beaten us to death on the way. Please, we beseech you." The 7 students knelt on the ground, even striking their foreheads in desperation, pleading for clemency. Their sole hope rested in Dubai's mercy to spare their lives. Dubai is not a person with a penchant for killing, unless provoked by those who dare to challenge him. Teacher Shernyan and the formidable couple, Basher Long and Shifu, each possess their own methods of dealing with life and death. However, these 7 students have shown no intention of provoking him from the beginning to the end. Perhaps it is best to let them be. Ultimately, Dubai chose to spare the 7 students. With a wave of his hand, he spoke softly, "You may go. Thank you, senior, for granting us our lives. We are immensely grateful. You are truly the kindest person in the world. Rest assured, esteemed seniors, once we are outside, we shall not utter a word. Indeed, we will remain silent. We have seen nothing." The 7 students from Songhua Academy once again bowed deeply in gratitude. "Enough. Hasten your departure." Dubois spoke coldly. Yes, the 7 students struggled to their feet. However, they did not immediately depart. Instead, their expressions revealed a hint of hesitation, clearly indicating that they had something to say. Dubai furrowed his brows, pondering their intentions. He had already spared their lives. Why were they still lingering here, hesitating? Chapter 55, The Path to Death, Slaying the First. Second update. Seeking votes. Seeking collections. Esteemed seniors, began Captain Zhang Jingyang. Might we be entrusted with the handling of this beast, Shernyan? We could return him to Songhua Academy for proper disposition, if that would be agreeable. As Zhang Jingyang mentioned bringing teacher Shernyan back to Songhua Academy, a fleeting glimmer of ambition flickered in his eyes. As captain, he was privy to a secret unknown to the other students. Shernyan possessed a soul bone of illusion embedded in his skull. The prospect of acquiring such a treasure was tempting. If successful, it would be a significant gain, and if not, the loss would be inconsequential. With this thought, Zhang Jingong took the initiative to propose that Xinyan face the Academy's judgment. In truth, he harbored intentions of claiming the soul bone for himself during their journey. Following Zhang Jingyang's lead, the 6 other students from Tsanghui Academy chimed in. Esteemed seniors, Xinyan is a teacher at Tsanghui Academy and should rightfully be returned to us for punishment. We earnestly request that you hand him over. Please, esteemed seniors. Tsanghui Academy will ensure Xinyan is dealt with appropriately, providing you with a satisfactory resolution. Kindly consider our plea and extend your understanding. The 7 students persistently implored, their voices laced with trepidation and respect. Yet, to Dubai, their words reeked of audacity. He had already granted them a tremendous mercy by sparing their lives. And now they dared to negotiate the release of Xinyan? Did they truly believe he would hesitate to eliminate them? At this moment, Dubai's expression darkened. Do not push your luck, leave at once. Dubai spoke coldly, while Bibi Dong observed with a detached gaze, leaving the matter entirely in Dubai's hands. The 7 students felt a shiver run through them, startled by Dubai's frigid tone. However, Captain Zhang Jingyang was still eager to test the waters. After all, it was a piece of soul bone. Unbeknownst to him, Dubai would never allow Xinyan to leave. Moreover, Zhang Jingyang's transition from pleading for mercy to wanting to take Xinyan away was perceived by Dubai as bothersome. Such an indiscreet demeanor, especially after having just endured a near-death experience, was met with great disdain by Dubai. Dubai had no interest in listening to his meaningless chatter. With a gentle pull of the trigger on the fire chelan, a bullet shot forth like a meteor, hurtling straight towards Zhang Jingyang's head. The close-range shot, accompanied by the flash from the gun's muzzle and the resounding bang, sent a shiver through the crowd. By the time the 6 students reacted, Zhang Jingyang had already succumbed to his fate, collapsing to the ground. A pool of blood began to spread from his head, marking the end of his lengthy life. The remaining 6 students were utterly terrified. At that moment, they dared not linger, scrambling to their feet as if they were ants on a hot pan, frantically seeking to escape this horrifying scene. They fought to suppress their fear, forcing their trembling legs to move, running like madmen. The horrific image of what had just transpired would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. Their teacher had betrayed them, and their captain lay dead beside them. Such a terrifying sight was not easily forgotten. Yet, they did not harbor hatred for Dubai, nor did they dare to. In retrospect, Dubai's decision to spare their lives was the greatest mercy they could have received. They had witnessed something of immense significance, the explosion of a soul bone. Had it been anyone else, they might have met a far grimmer fate. Simply surviving was a profound blessing. They did not wish to meet the same end as Captain Zhang Jingyang. To live was imperative, they must endure. Once outside, they would certainly refrain from speaking recklessly. In an instant, the 6 surviving students vanished without a trace, leaving the surroundings enveloped in silence. Only Ming Yiran could be heard, weeping beside her grandparents, the illustrious Longxi couple. Meanwhile, Dubai coldly regarded the lifeless Zhang Jingyang on the ground. I had no intention of killing you. Yet, you took advantage of the situation and behaved arrogantly, incessantly haggling. Have you forgotten? To spare the lives of you 7 was already the greatest gift I could bestow. You dare to bargain further. Do you think that just because I have chosen to spare you, you can speak freely? How tiresome. You are doomed. After all, I must eventually acclimate to the brutal reality of the Soul Master world. Let it begin with you, as I slowly adapt to the violence of this realm. Du Bois must acclimate to the art of killing. In the realm of Soul Masters, not a single Soul Master possesses untainted hands. The higher the level of the Soul Master, the more blood they inevitably bear upon their hands. This is the norm. Dubai must learn to embrace and adapt to the art of killing, otherwise, his future is destined for demise. It is truly lamentable that you believe bringing Xinyan back to the academy will result in punishment for him. What if Xinyan, a soul saint of level 72, strikes some form of accord or transaction with Tsanghui Academy? Do you truly think that the 7 of you, as formidable soul masters, could survive such a scenario? How absurd and tragic. While you may possess intelligence, your vision is myopic, and your ambitions are too limited. If one does not perish now, they will inevitably meet their end in the future. Dubai's expression was exceedingly frigid. This marked Dubai's inaugural act of slaughter. Yet, at this moment, his heart remained profoundly tranquil, as calm as still water, devoid of any ripples. The societal environment here diverged significantly from that of his previous life. Dubai recognized the necessity of acclimating to this environment, to the inevitability of slaughter. From the moment Zhang Jingyang entered the scene, Dubai began his gradual acceptance of taking lives. Moreover, Zhang Jingyang's demise was indeed a consequence of his own unbridled desires, a fact unbeknownst to Dubai at the time. Nevertheless, Zhang Jingyang met his fate justly. With time, Dubai found a semblance of peace. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, filled with concern, stood vigil over Dubai, sharing in the silence. It seemed as if this was Dubai's inaugural act of killing. Bibi Dong's heart fluttered anxiously. Being attuned to Dubai's inner thoughts, she comprehended the weight of his emotions. In this moment, her sole purpose was to quietly accompany and safeguard him. Furthermore, Dubai spoke truthfully. Had these students managed to bring teacher Shernyin back to Tsanghui Academy, perhaps he would have remained unharmed, while the real danger would have befallen the 7 students instead. Dubai has shown great mercy, having taken the life of only one, while sparing the rest. Bibi Dong, do you believe I should end his life? Dubai took a deep breath and cast a glance at the enchanting beauty beside him. Bibi understood immediately. Dubois must seek answers and solace from within himself to further adapt to the act of killing. He deserves to die. Bibi Dong's beautiful visage was adorned with an expression of utter indifference. Do you also believe he deserves to die? Dubai repeated himself, yet his gaze noticeably brightened. Casting a glance at the monologue, Bibi Dong asserted with conviction, he must be eliminated. He has offended the dignity of the strong. Moreover, even if we were to bring Shernyin back to Tsanghui Academy, it is likely that Bibi Dong patiently guided Dubai, even referencing the latter's concerns about the possibility of a transaction between Shernyin and Tsanghui Academy, suggesting that the students might suffer as a consequence. Chapter 56. The Supreme Dragon and Serpent acknowledge their master. Third update. Seeking votes. Seeking followers. Indeed, you share the same sentiment. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, a spark of brilliance ignited in Dubai's eyes. Receiving affirmation, especially from someone he admired, filled him with elation. Dubai has come to terms with his fate, further acclimating himself to the art of killing. Thank you, Bibi Dong. Dubai expressed his gratitude, saying, Dubai, you surely haven't taken a life for the first time, have you? I committed murder when I was merely 8. Bibi Dong looked at Dubai with a mixture of disdain and incredulity. Of course, Bibi Dong was merely jesting, attempting to divert the conversation. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Dubai's expression shifted dramatically. No way. I had already taken a life by the age of 6. Dubai's expression reverted to a state of indifference. On one hand, he sought to conceal the recent bloodshed he had experienced upon crossing over. On the other, he felt that displaying any semblance of weakness before Bibi Dong would be utterly humiliating. Observing Dubai's demeanor, Bibi Dong couldn't help but stifle a laugh. At that moment, a sharp voice, belonging to a young woman, pierced through the air. You scoundrels, I shall slay the both of you. Dubai and Bibi Dong turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. It was Meng Yiran, who at that moment wielded a serpent-headed staff towering at 2 meters, her 2 yellow soul rings pulsating with fervor. Despite possessing merely 2 yellow rings, Meng Yiran exuded an imposing aura, her hair standing on end, embodying an intense, life-or-death spirit. Yiran, cease this folly, admonished Long Gong Meng Shu, standing behind her. With a commanding tone, he exerted the remnants of his soul power and forcefully pulled Meng Yiran towards him. With a thud, she stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Grandfather. Meng Yiran attempted to speak, but was halted by Shi Pichao Tianxiang. Child, refrain from further words, she gently urged. Silence. From this moment onward, you shall only listen attentively and refrain from speaking. Do you understand? Long Gong Mingshu rebuked. In this critical moment of life and death, he was not inclined to indulge Meng Yiran. Yes, she murmured, lowering her head. Dubailin cast a cold glance towards Meng Yiran and the couple. Gai Shilong and Shifu. The old man was remarkably resilient, still clinging to life. He lowered his gaze to Shinian. At this moment, Shinian had already emerged from the realm of illusion, reflecting on the horrifying ordeal at the hands of the formidable adversary, leaving him with a visage full of terror. In retrospect, the memory caused Shinian to break into a cold sweat. Coupled with his injuries, he lay on the ground, letting out muffled groans. Truly, he was worthy of being a soul saint-level powerhouse. Even after sustaining a gunshot wound to a sensitive area, he managed to suppress his cries of agony. How admirable! Dubois cast a glance of admiration towards Shinian. Let us approach and observe those 2 elderly individuals. Dubai spoke to Bibi Dong. Very well, Bibi Dong replied, slightly nodding her head. Subsequently, Dubai grasped the present year and, accompanied by Bibi Dong, proceeded towards the locale of the unparalleled dragon serpent. After a few steps, Dubai, accompanied by Shernyin and Bibi Dong, had arrived beside the formidable couple, the dragon and snake of the world. Dubai tenderly laid Shern Yin on the ground, positioning him so that he faced the sky, preventing him from descending further. Throughout this ordeal, Shern Yin refrained from cries of anguish, instead emitting low, muffled sounds. However, as a soul saint, he maintained his dignity. Even in pain, he did not scream, but rather groaned quietly. One must acknowledge his commendable resolve. Not only Dubai, but even Bibi Dong, who stood nearby, harbored a silent admiration for him. Were it a common person, they would likely be wailing and lamenting by now. Yet, Shern Yin merely appeared pale, with taut veins and a low rumble, resembling a stalwart warrior. Witnessing Shern Yin's pitiful state, the couple, the dragon and serpent, felt their hearts constrict. In comparison, they considered themselves fortunate. The bullet had passed through that very place, a thought that sent shivers down their spines. Simultaneously, the couple harbored resentment. Ah, Shern Yin, is this the spider you spoke of? Is this the dark golden short staff you described? This spider is the Death Spider King, the sovereign among spider spirit beasts. This dark golden short staff can unleash incredibly penetrating meteor-like projectiles, possessing astonishing power. Touch your perforated dairy and dare to claim that it is merely an ordinary spider spirit and a slightly superior short staff spirit? Truly despicable. The dragon and serpent recalled how Shern Yin had disparaged Dubai's and Bibi Dong's spirit forms, and at this moment, they felt an overwhelming urge to devour him whole. To consume his very flesh, drink his blood, and strip his muscles to the bone. Had it not been for the 7 students from Songhui Academy standing in their way, they might have genuinely allowed Shern Yin to escape. It was also Shern Yin's folly to insist on bringing his students along to face death, resulting in the survival of 6 students while he himself remained behind. Returning to the present, the dragon and serpent knelt on the ground, filled with reverence as they gazed upon the couple before them. My lords, I, the dragon, have been blind to your greatness and have offended your majesty. We humbly wish to submit to you, acknowledging you as our lords, and from this day forth, we shall obey your commands. We beseech you to show mercy and spare the lives of our family. The couple, tattered and bruised, their age evident, elicited a sense of discomfort in Dubai, who felt as though he were taking advantage of the elderly. It was a scene that should have been reserved for the crossing of streets, yet here they were, entangled in violence. And now look what has transpired. You have suffered a grievous beating. If you acknowledge me as your lord, why do you still refer to yourselves as the dragon and serpent? Are you attempting to provoke me? Du Bailing spoke coldly. As the pressure of the Soul Douluo's released power surged forth, instantly, the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, along with Meng Yiran, felt a tremor coursing through them. Just moments ago, this man had withstood their combined assault, yet he still possessed such profound soul power. The young Soul Douluo was truly formidable. Outside, we are the great dragon and serpent, but before our master, we are but 2 insignificant insects. Long Gong Meng Shu hesitated for a moment, then spoke with unwavering respect and trepidation. Yet, deep within, Long Gong Meng Shu felt a sense of indignation. At his age, he had to refer to 2 youngsters as his master. How could one endure such a humiliation? However, with his granddaughter Meng Yiran and his wife Chao Tianxiang present, thoughts of family filled him with dread. As long as our master spares our lives, we are willing to serve as his humble servants. Madam Serpent Chao Tianxiang echoed in agreement. At that moment, the once proud dragon and serpent had lost their earlier bravado. Their spirits were deflated, consumed by the singular desire to survive. Dubai did not anticipate that this dragon and snake couple would actually relent, leaving him momentarily uncertain about his course of action. Bibi Dong, what is your perspective? Dubai inquired of Bibi Dong, seeking her counsel. It would be wiser to spare them than to eliminate them. Given their standing in the spirit master realm, they might prove beneficial in the future. Let the 3 of them swear an oath using their martial souls. Bibi Dong spoke, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. Very well, Dubai nodded. He then turned his gaze towards the couple, Gai Shilong and Shifu. Have you heard? If you are willing to swear by your martial souls, recognizing us as your sovereign for all eternity, including your descendants, and vowing never to betray us, we may spare your lives. Dubai spoke with an icy demeanor. Chapter 57. The dragon and snake acknowledged their master. 4th update. In the presence of servants, there was no need to show them any respect. Very well, we accept. Gritting his teeth, Lord Mingshu of the dragon conceded without hesitation. Grandfather. Meng Yiran was about to call out grandfather in a show of discontent, urging him to reconsider, but was interrupted. Child, if you wish to spare your grandfather and grandmother from peril, cease your objections. Obeying and recognizing them as our masters is indeed an honor. Lord Mingshu admonished Meng Yiran sternly. His voice was loud enough to convey his determination to do Bai and Bibi Dong. Meng Yiran turned to her grandmother, Granny Shipe, seeking assistance with her eyes. However, the response she received was a firm shake of the head from Granny Shipe. My dear granddaughter, your grandfather has made himself abundantly clear. Compliance is essential for survival, Granny Shipe reiterated. Witnessing the resolute stance of both her grandmother and grandfather, Meng Yiran had no choice but to acquiesce. Pouting as she said, very well, I will comply. However, I have been coddled since childhood, and my temperament requires refinement. I ask for your understanding, my masters. By the way, esteemed masters, could you share your names with us? We shall swear an oath by our martial souls. Lord Meng Shu began. It must be noted that he was quite adept at the matter of acknowledging masters. Even Dubai began to suspect that this old fellow had perhaps pledged allegiance to others in his youth. Otherwise, why would he now, in his old age, wield his power to intimidate the younger generation, exhibiting a tendency to bully the weak? It gave the impression of someone who had always relied on the strength of others. I am Dubai, the holy son of the Spirit Hall. And this beside me is Bibi Dong, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. We are husband and wife, Dubai introduced calmly. However, these unremarkable words struck the ears of the couple, Geishalong and Shifu, like a thunderclap, reverberating deeply in their hearts. Their hearts quivered in astonishment. The son of the Spirit Hall? The daughter of the Spirit Hall? And they're a married couple. No wonder, it all makes sense now. These two individuals, so remarkably young, have attained the level of a Soul Douluo. It turns out they hail from the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall stands as the most powerful force aside from the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. One can only imagine the exceptional qualities of the son and daughter cultivated by the Spirit Hall. Even Shinian, who was incapacitated on the ground due to an injury, widened his eyes in disbelief. The two young individuals before him were indeed the son and daughter of the Spirit Hall, and moreover, a pair of extraordinary partners. What a stroke of fortune to witness their true forms today. It was akin to a revelation that opened Shinian's eyes. How had he found himself entangled with them? Had he known that these two were the son and daughter of the Spirit Hall, he would never have dared to covet the piece of magic python soul bone. No matter how precious the soul bone may be, one's own life is far more invaluable. Curse Spirit Hall. Why did they not announce the appearances of their son and daughter to the world? If he had encountered them, he would have taken a detour. It turns out that he had offended the esteemed son and daughter. Truly, he was doomed. Upon hearing of Dubai and Bibi Dong's identities, Long Gong Ming Shu felt utterly deflated. Had he known earlier that they were the son and daughter of the Spirit Hall, he would have never dared to provoke them. What a relief. Du Bois remarked lightly, by the way, when you take your oath, it suffices to express your loyalty to me and Xiaodong's wife. There is no need to mention the Spirit Hall. Dubai then continued. Dubai harbored no fondness for Qian Sunji, nor did he hold any affection for the Spirit Hall. In the future, he might even find himself at odds with the Spirit Hall. Thus, Dubai suggested that when Long Gong Ming Shu took an oath using the Spirit, he should refrain from mentioning the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's face flushed with a hint of crimson. Dubai audaciously referred to himself as Xiaodong Dong's husband in front of everyone. However, Bibi Dong, prioritizing the greater good and gradually coming to accept Dubai, refrained from publicly refuting him, instead tacitly acknowledging it. Meanwhile, Dubai's declaration, I shall only be loyal to myself and Xiaodong Dong, and there is no need to mention the Spirit Hall, elicited a glimmer of intrigue in Bibi Dong's eyes. While all the other men spoke of the Spirit Hall with reverence, it was only Dubai who, from the depths of his heart, dismissed its significance. His assertive nature, unyielding strength, and fearless disposition made him truly worthy of the admiration I hold for a man. With a blush gracing her cheeks, Bibi Dong found herself stealing glances at Dubai, increasingly captivated by his presence. Very well, my lord. Dragon Lord Ming Shu replied respectfully. Yet, within his heart, he harbored a growing admiration. Truly, a prodigy. Although born into the Spirit Hall, he has not surrendered his life to its dominion. The mindset and perspective of such a genius are indeed exceptional. Dragon Lord Ming Shu mused. Throughout his life, he had witnessed many who entrusted their destinies to their respective factions. This was particularly true for the soul masters within the Spirit Hall, who adhered unwaveringly to its commands, fearing disobedience, leading lives devoid of autonomy. In contrast, Dubai and Bibi Dong, as the holy son and holy daughter of the Spirit Hall, evidently possessed their own thoughts and desires, a rarity indeed. Take an oath. Dubai spoke softly. Very well, my lord. The Dragon Duke Ming Shu responded with utmost respect, subsequently unleashing his martial soul, a dragon-headed scepter. I, Mingshu, vow by my martial soul, for all generations of my lineage, to serve Dubai and Bibi Dong as my sovereigns. As long as my lord exists, so shall I. If my lord perishes, I too shall perish. Should I ever violate this oath, may my martial soul shatter, and may my existence be worse than death. With the 4-meter-long dragon-headed scepter in hand, the Dragon Duke Mingshu solemnly pledged his allegiance. To swear by one's martial soul is no trifling matter. It is the most vital aspect for a soul master. Without a martial soul, one cannot rightfully claim the title of a soul master. The martial soul is as crucial as life itself. Thus, should the Dragon Duke Mingshu betray his vow, it would be tantamount to his own demise. Dubai believed that Long Gong Mingshu would not jest with the life of his martial soul, with Long Gong Mingshu leading the way. The next to follow were Shi Pichao Tian Xiang and their granddaughter Ming Yi Ran. I, Chao Tian Xiang, vow by my martial soul, for generations to come. Should I ever breach this oath, may my martial soul shatter and my existence be worse than death. I, Ming Yi Ran, vow by my martial soul. For generations to come, should I ever breach this oath, may my martial soul shatter and my existence be worse than death. As the three proclaimed their oaths, a profound sense of foreboding enveloped Long and Shi, along with Ming Yi Ran, as they felt that any betrayal would lead to a grim fate. We pay our respects, Master. At this moment, the couple and Ming Yi Ran stood upright, bowing respectfully to Dubai and Bibi Dong. Despite their wounds, Long Gong Mingshu and Shi Pichao Tian Xiang showed no signs of negligence. However, even after pledging her oath, Ming Yi Ran struggled with her new reality. Just a day prior, she had been the cherished granddaughter. Now, she found herself reduced to a servant. The contrast was overwhelming, leaving her in a state of disbelief. At that moment, the prostrate Shernyan spoke up. Master, may I pledge my allegiance to you? Chapter 58, The Loyalty Assessment. 1 update. Seeking votes. Seeking subscriptions. Shernyan, lying on the ground, observed the recognition of the formidable dragon and snake couple and realized he could survive, not wanting to meet his end. He too wished to see if he could live by offering his allegiance. After all, who would desire death? Dubai cast a glance at Shernyan, who lay on the ground, appearing timid and submissive, casting a fearful gaze back at him. Their eyes met, and Shernyan chose to lower his head. To be frank, Dubai harbored no fondness for Shernyan. As a teacher, he was consumed by greed for the soul bone and had nearly jeopardized the life of a student, yet showed no signs of remorse. He was nothing short of a selfish and malevolent individual, willing to abandon even his students, let alone his own master. It was conceivable that one day, Shernyan might encounter someone more formidable and betray his master for personal gain. Such a servant was beneath Dubai's consideration. In contrast, the couple, the dragon and snake, demonstrated a sense of humanity by valuing the life of their granddaughter, rendering them far superior to Shernyan. Just as Dubai contemplated rejecting Shernyan, the anxious Long Gong Mingshu interjected, "My lord, you must not. This Shernyan is treacherous and cunning, willing to betray even his students. He has deceived the three of us. He cannot be spared." With fury etched on his face, Long Gong Mingshu glared at Shernyan. "You scoundrel, I, the dragon and snake, will not let this stand." Beside him, Shi Pichao Tian Xiang echoed his sentiments with palpable rage. The dragon and snake couple admitted their desire for the 30,000-year-old magic python soul bone. Yet Shernyan had concealed and fabricated details regarding Dubai and Bibi Dong's martial souls and attack methods, leading the couple to underestimate their opponent, resulting in a swift defeat. Moreover, at the onset of the battle, Shernyan's immediate instinct was to flee, intensifying the couple's animosity towards him and sealing his fate on their kill list. Preposterous. You two old fools. It is your greed for the soul bone that has brought this upon you, yet you seek to shift the blame onto me. Shernyan retorted sharply from the ground. If you had not chosen to remain, would I have ensnared you in this predicament? Long Gong Mingshu attempted to respond, but Dubai interrupted. Enough. Let us cease this quarrel. Dubois wore an expression of indifference as he admonished. Upon hearing the master's words, the dragon and serpent couple wisely fell silent. With the god of death present, Shernyan did not dare to utter a sound. Nevertheless, a palpable hostility flickered in the exchanged glances between Shernyan and the formidable dragon and serpent. Shernyan, you aspire to be my servant, yet you are woefully unworthy. I have no interest in you. Dubai's expression turned icy as he raised the fire Qilin rifle, aiming it ominously at Shernyan's vulnerable region. Upon hearing Dubai's words and sensing his murderous intent, Shernyan's already pallid face became even more ashen and feeble. "Ah, no, my lord, I still have great value." Shernyin pleaded in desperation. You are of no use, Dubai replied, shaking his head, determination evident in his demeanor. Dubai harbored no fondness for the selfish and cunning Shernyin, reluctant to accept him as a subordinate. Moreover, releasing Shernyin could potentially create future troubles, as he might become a source of annoyance. Eliminating him would mitigate such risks. Additionally, Shernyin possessed a fragment of the illusionary wisdom skull. In the original narrative, Shernyin was slain by Tang San's lethal Yama's edict, which resulted in the emergence of this illusionary wisdom skull. Ultimately, this relic was bestowed upon Ning Rongrong by Tang San, proving invaluable in critical moments. Thus, failing to eliminate Shernyin and acquiring this soul bone might inadvertently leave it for Tang San in the future. At this moment, the fire unicorn rifle in Dubai's hand was poised to be fired. However, the voice of Long Gong Mingshu interjected, "My lord, allow us to take care of this scoundrel, so as not to tarnish your hands." His gaze towards Shernyin was laced with unrestrained malice. "Indeed, we would not want your hands sullied by the blood of this beast," echoed the serpent woman beside him. Upon hearing this, Shernyin's countenance darkened, his body trembling as he attempted to flee. Yet, the wounds on his left leg and his posterior rendered him incapable of escape. With no hope of evasion, Shernyin resolutely closed his eyes. At that moment, his heart was filled with regret. If given the chance to start anew, he would certainly refrain from coveting the soul bone of the magic python and would never have harbored murderous intentions towards these two youths. Dubai nodded in agreement. "My wife and I will head to the front to await your arrival. Ensure that you handle matters here with care, and do not entertain any improper thoughts, otherwise your fate will be far worse than before." Dubois spoke coldly. "As you command, my lord. We harbor no desires and shall certainly adhere to your arrangements." The esteemed couple, the great serpent and dragon, replied respectfully. "That is for the best." Dubai nodded slightly. He then turned to gaze at his beautiful wife, Bibi Dong. "Dong Earth, let us wait over there." Dubai spoke to Bibi Dong, explaining that there was a reason for not remaining in place. On one hand, Dubai wished to avoid witnessing the gruesome scene alongside Bibi Dong. The act of murder, skinning, and extracting bones was simply too macabre. At that moment, Dubai was unable to produce it, so he entrusted the task to the couple, Gaisher Long and Shifu. On another note, this served as a trial left by Dubai for Gaisher Long, Shifu, and their granddaughter. Dubai did not disclose to the dragon and serpent couple that there existed a soul bone of illusion within Shernyin's head. Should the esteemed dragon and serpent couple prove their loyalty, they would uncover the skull upon resolving Shenyan and willingly surrender it. Conversely, if they remain consumed by selfishness and avarice, they would deserve to be punished. Indeed, Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Dubai and Bibi Dong departed from the location. Before their departure, Dubai cast a meaningful glance at the dragon and serpent couple as well as Ming Yuran, hoping that the three of them would not disappoint him. Should they show disloyalty, Dubai would not hesitate to strike ruthlessly, for he had already granted them an opportunity. Dubai harbored no desire to embody compassion. Had Dubai and Bibi Dong possessed insufficient strength, it is likely that they would now find themselves pleading on their knees for mercy. Even such supplications would prove futile, leading only to their silencing. An opportunity had been extended to you. The remaining matters shall be entrusted to the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent of the world. Ah, soon a chilling scream pierced the air from not far away. This wail echoed through the heavens, hauntingly sorrowful, capable of startling any lingering birds or beasts. From the intensity of this cry, one could discern the severity with which the dragon and serpent had dealt with Shernyin. It appears that Shernyin has departed from this beautiful realm. Dubai silently pondered. The loyalty of the dragon and snake couple would soon reveal itself. Meanwhile, the couple had already resorted to exceedingly brutal means to dispose of Shernyin. The specifics need not be elaborated, leaving the details to the reader's imagination. At that moment, a glimmer of light shone on the faces of the dragon and snake duo, their expressions filled with shock. 4. While they were dealing with Shernyin's remains, they unexpectedly discovered a soul bone nestled within his head, radiating a brilliant light. Chapter 59. Avarice. Second update. Seeking votes. Seeking subscriptions. To their astonishment, Shernyin possessed a soul bone in his head. The expressions of Long Gong Mingshu and Shipa Chao Tian Xiang became incredibly intense. "What should we do, old man?" Shipa Chao Tian Xiang asked, somewhat at a loss. "Let us take a look first," Long Gong Mingshu replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "All right, old man." Shipa Chao Tian Xiang nodded. Subsequently, they meticulously extracted the soul bone from Shernyin's head. It was a miniature skull, approximately 3 inches in diameter, shimmering with a faint, multicolored glow. Remarkably, after removing the skull, it remained completely pristine, untouched by blood, and remarkably translucent. Upon observing the skull more closely, their pupils involuntarily constricted. A soul bone. Indeed, it was a genuine soul bone. This head bone shimmered with colorful radiance. Undeniably a precious artifact, rare as the core bone of a magical python. At this moment, the dragon and snake couple's minds momentarily blanked. Should this skull be presented to their master, Bibi and Bibi Dong? However, it was an invaluable treasure, exceedingly precious. More importantly, Bibi and Bibi Dong were unaware of the soul bone within Shernyan's head. Had they not brutally slain Shernyan with their own hands, Long Gong Mingshu would never have discovered this head bone. Their master had not known Shernyan previously, which meant he was oblivious to the existence of the soul bone. Long Gong Mingshu whispered to himself, his breaths quickening. Greed surged within him. He yearned to claim this colorful head soul bone for himself. I possess a left leg bone. If I acquire this head bone, I would have 2 soul bones. I am already old. This soul bone would serve me little purpose. Yet she is still young, with boundless potential ahead. I shall break my left leg and bestow both the left leg bone and this head bone upon her. With her innate talent and the advantage of possessing 2 soul bones, she is destined to achieve the title of Supreme Douluo. As greed blossomed, a wave of fear also arose within Long Gong Mingshu. But I have just sworn an oath to my martial soul, pledging lifelong loyalty to my master. If I betray this oath, the consequences would be dire. No, I merely failed to report the head bone. I have not disobeyed my master's commands. This does not count as a betrayal of my martial soul oath. However, should Bibi discover the existence of the head bone, it is likely that my entire family would meet their demise here. Damn it, this cursed Shernyan. Had I known he possessed a soul bone, I would have killed him outright on the way. Why go through such trouble to provoke these 2 monstrous talents? Long Gong Mingshu glanced at Shernyan's lifeless body, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Even in death, Shernyan's demise had been gruesome. Yet Long Gong Mingshu unabashedly directed his murderous gaze upon him. Xiang, shall we take a gamble? Long Gong Mingshu's face bore a fierce expression. He yearned to take the risk. If Bibi remained ignorant of the skull's existence, it would rightfully belong to them, the dragon and snake couple. Yet if they were wrong, it would spell doom for their family. Old man, what are you saying? Gamble? But if we lose, it would not only be our lives on the line, but even Iran's. In this moment of life and death, Shi Pachao Tianxiang hesitated. Glancing at her granddaughter Meng Iran, her youthful and vibrant silhouette turned away, Shi Pachao Tianxiang's face softened with affection. While dealing with Shernyan, the dragon and snake couple had sent Meng Iran away, not wishing for her to witness such a bloody scene. Observing the graceful figure of a girl barely 15 or 16, Shi Pachao Tianxiang shook her head vigorously. No, we cannot take this gamble. It is merely a skull. How can it outweigh the life of my granddaughter? With this thought, a resolute glimmer filled her eyes. At that moment, Long Gong Mingshu once again tentatively suggested, Xiang, what if we gamble just once? Bibi and Bibi Dong were unfamiliar with Shernyan, so they must not know he possessed a soul bone. Long Gong Mingshu was trying to persuade Shi Pachao Tianxiang while comforting himself that nothing would go amiss. However, having realized that the soul bone was not worth more than her granddaughter's life, Shi Pachao Tianxiang resolutely refused Long Gong Mingshu's proposal. Old man, calm yourself. Shi Pachao Tianxiang declared fiercely, suddenly rising and striking Long Gong Mingshu with her 3-meter-long serpent staff. Ouch! Long Gong Mingshu winced in pain. Retreating several steps. Is the soul bone more important than Iran's life? If we lose this gamble, it matters little for us, but she is still young. Her life should not rest in our hands. Shi Pachao Tianxiang admonished her husband. After receiving a blow from his wife, Long Gong Mingshu instantly felt awakened. Indeed, Xiang, you are right. He conceded. Shall we then seek Iran's opinion? However, the response to Long Gong Mingshu's suggestion was yet another strike from Shi Pachao Tianxiang's serpent staff. Old man, are you foolish or am I? If we consult Iran, her disposition will surely refuse to comply with her master, and she will choose to gamble with you. Shi Pachao Tianxiang chastised him again. With resolute authority, she declared, this matter is non-negotiable. Surviving is of utmost importance. At that moment, Shi Pachao Tianxiang perfectly showcased her familial authority. Her 3 strikes upon Long Gong Mingshu's head illuminated his understanding, imparting a sudden clarity. The greed that had once consumed him dissipated significantly. Xiang, you are indeed correct. With a throbbing headache, Long Gong Meng Shu chose to heed the counsel of his wife, Chao Tianxiang. Naturally, a crucial element in this decision was his deep affection for his granddaughter, Meng Yiran, whom he wished to protect from mortal peril. Xiang, lend me your ear. Since we are to offer up my skull, I have conceived an idea that could embellish our offering and further delight the sovereign. Subsequently, Long Gong Mingshu began to articulate his proposal to Shi Pichao Tianxiang. As he elaborated, a glimmer of enlightenment sparkled in Shi Pichao Tianxiang's eyes. It was indeed a splendid idea, perfectly poised to temper Meng Yiran's spirited nature. Shi Pichao Tianxiang nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the side of Bibi and Bibi Dong, Bibi revealed to Bibi Dong the matter concerning a soul bone located on the head of Shernyan. In Chapter 60, a wager with Bibi Dong unfolds. Upon hearing Bibi mention the soul bone, Bibi Dong's exquisite visage expressed astonishment. What? Are you implying that Shernyan possesses a soul bone on his head? She exclaimed in surprise. In truth, Bibi Dong had already surmised the situation through her heart's voice, and she was aware that Bibi was testing the loyalty of the formidable dragon and serpent couple. However, she could not allow Bibi to realize her awareness. Thus, she feigned ignorance, adopting a shocked demeanor. Indeed, during my earlier adventures, I heard this from my companions, Bibi remarked, glancing at the beautiful Bibi Dong. This was a fabrication on Bibi's part, as Bibi Dong had no means to verify his claims and could only place her trust in his words. Oh, Bibi Dong nodded slightly, comprehending that Bibi was attempting to deceive her, yet she maintained an expression of belief. So, you sent the dragon and serpent couple to deal with Shernyan to test their loyalty? She conjectured. Precisely, Bibi Dong, you are remarkably astute. Truly. Only my wife understands me. Bibi could not help but commend Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, when the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, arrive. If they prove disloyal and fail to present the soul bones, we shall eradicate them all. Bibi continued, his words laced with a palpable sense of menace. He afforded the couple, the great serpent and his wife, an opportunity. If they failed to seize it, their demise would be well-deserved. Very well, Bibi. Bibi Dong interjected, inquiring about the young girl, Meng Yiran. Earlier, Bibi's thoughts had revealed his apparent familiarity with her. How could a distinguished figure like Bibi possibly know a mere girl of 15 or 16? Bibi Dong sensed something amiss and decided to probe further. Should Bibi's response fail to satisfy her, her perception of him would certainly shift. After a moment's reflection, Bibi replied, eliminate her. Bibi is not the kind of person who becomes transfixed upon encountering an attractive woman. Moreover, he is already married to Bibi Dong. So it is only natural that he harbors no thoughts towards Meng Yiran. Bibi is not foolish. He has taken the lives of someone's grandparents, leaving Meng Yiran alive. Is he not inviting suffering upon himself, compelling Meng Yiran to join the main cast and ultimately seek vengeance? It would be far better to send her along with her grandparents to enjoy eternal bliss together in the heavens. Very well, Bibi. Bibi Dong nodded, satisfied with Bibi's response. By the way, Bibi Dong, how about a wager? Bibi then contemplated something and spoke. Wager on what? Bibi Dong asked, filled with suspicion. On human nature. Human nature? Indeed, human nature. Let us wager on the loyalty of the legendary Longxi, shall we? Bibi spoke, his fervent gaze sweeping up and down over Bibi Dong. Where there is gambling, there are stakes. Bibi had already contemplated the wager, a touch lascivious in nature. Simply betting on the loyalty of the formidable couple, the dragon and the snake? What would be the consequence of a loss? Bibi Dong inquired. Indeed. The bet concerns loyalty. If you win, I shall grant you a request. I could even return the external spirit bone, the six-winged purple light wings, to you. However, should I emerge victorious, you must concede to one of my requests. What say you? Bibi spoke with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Gambling with Xiaodong Dong's wife sounds delightful. If I lose, I shall fulfill one of her wishes, performing tasks for my goddess wife, thereby deepening our emotional bond. Conversely, if I win, my wife will owe me a favor, and then I can explore the intimacy of our relationship. Bibi's thoughts suddenly took flight. Realizing that he could profit from this gamble, it turned out that Bibi intended to pull off a clever trick. Upon hearing Bibi's inner voice, Bibi Dong immediately discerned his true intentions. However, both Bibi and Bibi Dong held a 50% chance of success. This could serve to deepen their bond. So why not take the chance? Very well, I shall accept your wager. However, let me make one thing clear. I will not acquiesce to any requests that violate my principles. Bibi Dong agreed. adding a precautionary note to ensure Dubai would not make any excessive demands, such as consummation. Rest assured, I shall not make any unreasonable requests. Dubois patted his chest and spoke. If deep communication is not possible, then how about a kiss on the lips or a gentle peck on the cheek? If that too is out of the question, what about a simple embrace? Dubai felt a surge of excitement. This gamble was an opportunity for him to deepen his emotional connection. I knew this fellow would act inappropriately again, Bibi Dong thought to herself. However, she was also curious about what request Dubai might make if he won, something she would find hard to refuse. If it were a matter of subtle advancement, Bibi Dong would likely acquiesce. Of course, this was contingent upon Dubai's success. If she won, it would still be no loss for her to have Dubai perform a task for her. All right, I accept your challenge, Bibi Dong declared without hesitation. Very well, I shall not take advantage of you. You may choose whether to wager on the loyalty or disloyalty of the Longxi couple. I shall select the remaining option. Dubai spoke, granting the power of choice to Bibi Dong. I wager that the dragon and serpent couple are disloyal and hoarding soul bones. After all, skulls are precious, and under normal circumstances, we are unaware of the existence of soul bones. Greed is an intrinsic trait of humanity. They would undoubtedly take the risk. Bibi Dong then articulated the reasons behind her belief in the disloyalty of the dragon and serpent couple. Her choice was undoubtedly influenced by her past experiences and the education she had received. Deep down, Bibi Dong harbored a reluctance to trust others, with Dubai being a notable exception, as she could perceive his innermost thoughts. Very well, I shall choose to believe in the loyalty of the illustrious dragon and serpent couple, who will willingly present the skull. Dubai chose the remaining opportunity to speak. I hope you, the dragon and serpent couple, will not disappoint me, he declared. Very well, we shall await good news while the dragon and serpent couple tend to their matters. With that, Dubai and Bibi Dong began their patient wait for the arrival of the esteemed couple. Soon, they spotted the dragon and serpent couple approaching in the distance, accompanied by their granddaughter, Ming Ran. As they drew near, it became evident that the couple was adorned with a belt of vibrant gemstones, unmistakably the storage soul guide of the current year. Dubai and Bibi Dong did not find anything pertaining to the head spirit bone. There was only a storage soul guide belt, but no head spirit bone. It seems I have triumphed. A smile graced the exquisite visage of Bibi Dong as she spoke. Dragon and snake couple, do you truly hide spirit bones? Do you not value your lives? A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Dubai's face. Having granted them an opportunity, their failure to cherish it leaves but one path ahead. However, it is premature to reach a definitive conclusion. Let us first observe how they articulate their stance. Dubai spoke, suggesting that perhaps there was still hope for a change in circumstances and that it would be prudent not to dismiss things outright. Instead, he wished to hear the account of the illustrious couple, the dragon and serpent. In Chapter 61, titled Seduction, no way. 4 updates. Seeking votes. Seeking subscriptions. Soon after, the illustrious couple and their granddaughter, Meng Yiran, arrived before Dubai and Bibi Dong. Greetings to both esteemed leaders. Long Gong Mingshu took the lead in bowing to Dubai and Bibi Dong. Has the matter been resolved? Dubai spoke indifferently. At this moment, upon closer inspection of the illustrious couple, Gai Long and Shi Fu, he noticed that apart from the resplendent gemstone belt serving as their storage soul guide, they possessed nothing else. However, behind the couple, Meng Yiran held a delicate wooden box measuring 5 inches on each side, her hands pristine and fair. Upon seeing this exquisite box, a surge of joy welled up in Dubai's heart. Could it be that Master Shernyan's illusionary wisdom skull was contained within this beautiful box? Dubai pondered to himself. If that were the case, then he would surely win the wager against Bibi Dong. With this thought, his gaze towards the couple, the dragon and serpent, softened considerably. Without needing to hear Dubai's inner thoughts, Bibi Dong naturally noticed the exquisite wooden box. Its size indeed resembled that of a skull. It seemed that the dragon and serpent family held life in high regard and remained loyal. Having lost the gamble, one couldn't help but wonder what demands Dubai might propose. Bibi Dong mused. The mere thought of him making intimate requests brought a blush to her cheeks. As long as Dubai's intimate demands were well measured, perfectly advancing without overstepping bounds, Bibi Dong would not mind. Master, this is the storage soul guide belt of this year, which we have not yet explored. We now present it to you. Additionally, I have good news to share. The Dragon Lord Meng Shu said with a warm and respectful smile on his face. Oh, what is this good news? Dubai feigned ignorance and inquired. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the beautiful Bibi Dong beside him. My dear Shadong Dong, See you in bed tonight. Dubai's heart brimmed with delight. This Dubai. Bibi Dong, unable to suppress her laughter, found amusement in Dubai's serene demeanor and seemingly triumphant inner thoughts. My lord, allow me to keep you in suspense. You shall soon discover. Dragon Lord Mingshu said with a cheerful grin. The dragon and snake couple had come to a realization. Since they intended to present a soul bone to please Dubai and Bibi Dong, why not do so joyfully and wholeheartedly? With this understanding, the expressions on the faces of the formidable dragon and snake couple transformed into jubilant smiles. Once again, I present this exquisite wooden box to our two esteemed lords, exclaimed the snake lady Mingshu, her face radiant with joy. Very well. Meng Yiran nodded gently, her youthful figure gracefully advancing. Her slender, fair hands held the ornate wooden box aloft. At that moment, Meng Yiran had donned a clean, gentle attire. From her elevated position, her youthful, delicate visage perfectly framed Dubai's view. Truth be told, Dubai could not help but cast a glance. Yet, after a fleeting moment, he averted his gaze. To gaze once is a mark of a man. To linger, however, alters the essence. Moreover, Dubai's affections lay with Bibi Dong, a fact that would remain unchanged. Although Meng Yiran was not unattractive, she could not be compared to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's beauty was nearly flawless, clad in a soft, deep purple armor draped with a flowing robe adorned with floral patterns and cloud motifs. She exuded a captivating elegance, her mature, alluring figure akin to that of a ripe celestial peach, evoking a sense of longing. Having Bibi Dong as a wife was an immense fortune for Dubai. At this moment, he had no desire for the charms of another young girl. Those two old men certainly knew how to play their little games. Dubai pondered quietly, suddenly realizing that the Longshi couple had deliberately dressed their granddaughter, Meng Yiran, in an alluring manner. Was this an attempt at seduction? No way. Beside him, Bibi Dong, not one to be easily deceived, keenly sensed the couple's intentions. However, Bibi Dong's ability to perceive Dubai's thoughts kept her calm. Should Dubai harbor ulterior motives, she would be the first to notice, possibly leading her to depart without hesitation. Yet, thus far, Dubai remained composed. Please, esteemed masters, open the wooden box and take a look, Longgong Mingshu said with a smile, exuding an air of confidence. Dubai and Bibi Dong are already aware that the wooden box undoubtedly contains the illusory wisdom skull belonging to their teacher, Shernyan. Nevertheless, out of respect, they chose to show their support. Donger, why don't you open it and take a look? Dubai gazed at his beautiful wife, Bibi Dong, and began to speak. Dubai, wary of any implications, refrained from forging any association with Meng Yiran, lest he leave an impression of lechery in Bibi Dong's mind. Very well. Bibi Dong lightly nodded. In the presence of others, she did not correct Dubai's affectionate appellation for her. As Bibi Dong opened the exquisite wooden box, a 3-inch long, round skull radiating a mesmerizing array of colors appeared before the assembly. A soul bone, indeed a soul bone. Although she was already aware of its presence within the box, Bibi Dong could not suppress her excitement upon seeing it. This headpiece soul bone was translucent and shimmering, emanating a celestial glow, as if proclaiming its extraordinary rarity to the soul masters present. Soul bones are indeed rare, and today, Dubai and Bibi Dong had already acquired 2 pieces, which left Bibi Dong in a state of disbelief. Simultaneously, she recognized that she had lost the gamble, and would likely have to grant Dubai a request later that evening. Taking a deep breath, Bibi Dong swiftly regained her composure, restoring her frigid goddess demeanor, ensuring she did not lose her poise before the dragon and snake couple. My esteemed lords, I bring you splendid news. This soul bone was discovered while we were handling the remains of the deceased. I dared not conceal it and have brought it forth as an offering to you both. The dragon, Lord Meng Shu, spoke with reverence. Indeed, my lords, we, the dragon and snake couple, are unwaveringly loyal to you and would not dare to hoard any soul bone. The snake lady echoed in agreement. Excellent, splendid. This is indeed wonderful news. You both have truly astonished me. Dubai nodded in satisfaction and remarked, very well, your voluntary offering of the soul bone demonstrates admirable loyalty. Congratulations. You have passed my test. However, these words struck the dragon and snake couple like a thunderclap, resonating deeply within their hearts. The notion of offering a soul bone, of tests and loyalty, could it be that this young man, possessing formidable powers, was aware of the soul bone's existence and sought to test them? Master, do you perhaps know of the soul bone located in the head of Shernyan? Lord Meng Shu of the dragon family instinctively blurted out, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Indeed, I am aware, Dubai replied. Moreover, I am testing you. Should you conceal the soul bone, I shall personally execute you. Dubai spoke, but his tone was chillingly cold. Chapter 62. Dubai's instructions, particularly the final phrase, to personally slay you, resonated with an icy sharpness that felt like a tangible blade, piercing the hearts of the Longshi couple. Upon hearing Dubai's emotionless words, a shiver ran through them. They had narrowly avoided a grave disaster by refraining from hoarding the soul bones. Had they succumbed to their greed, their family of 3 would have met a dire fate. Long Gong Mingshu cast a grateful glance at his wife, Chao Tianxiang. If not for her timely intervention, dispelling his covetous thoughts with 3 strikes, they would have already become 3 lifeless bodies. Fortunately, a catastrophic error was averted. We dare not. We would never hoard the soul bones. Long Gong Mingshu hastily reaffirmed. Indeed, you would not dare. Dubai's tone softened as he gestured toward the exquisite wooden box. He continued, you have done remarkably well. Thank you for your gracious praise. Your Majesty, we, the dragon and serpent couple, shall strive to excel even further, replied Long Gong Mingshu and Shi Pa Chao Tianxiang with reverence. Very well. I hope you shall not disappoint me in the future. Dubai calmly spoke. Yes, we, the dragon and snake couple, assure you that we will not disappoint you. My lords, the illustrious dragon and snake couple replied respectfully. Subsequently, at Bibi Dong's gesture, Dubai accepted the storage soul guide belt and the exquisite wooden box containing the skull. My lords, may I inquire what further instructions you have for us? Upon seeing Dubai collect the skull and the storage soul guide, Long Gong Mingshu timely inquired. Instructions? To be frank, Dubai had not initially intended to enlist the dragon and snake couple as servants. At that moment, he found himself devoid of any plans. Donger, do you have any directives? Dubai inquired of the enchanting Bibi Dong beside him. No, she replied, shaking her head with an air of indifference. Dubai and Bibi Dong, both possessing the prowess of a Soul Douluo, evidently do not require the accompaniment of the illustrious Long and Shi couple. In fact, their presence may occasionally become a burden. This couple resembles a tasteless morsel, neither enjoyable nor entirely dispensable, rendering them temporarily unnecessary. At present, there are no tasks assigned to you. However, there are several crucial points that warrant your constant attention. After a moment of contemplation, Dubai spoke. What are these points of concern? We humbly seek your guidance. My lord, Long Gong Mingshu respectfully inquired. From now on, at the end of each month, you shall visit the summit of Nodding City. Should any matters arise, I will seek you there. Furthermore, should you encounter individuals bearing the surnames Tang, Yu, Zhao, Fu, Dai, Ma, or Ao, do not hesitate to confront them, disregarding their affiliations. Administer a thorough beating, but ensure they remain alive. Additionally, remember to poke at the chrysanthemum's position twice, but do not cause any lasting harm. Dubai calmly explained, Tang, Dai, Ma, and Ao naturally refer to the main characters, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Yu, Zhao, and Fu represent Yu Xiaojing, Zhao Wujia, and Flender. Each member of this central group will be subjected to my meticulous torment. Furthermore, Tang, Dai, Ma, Ao, Yu, Zhao, and Fu typically act in unison. Thus, I am confident that Long Gong and Mingshu will recognize them upon their encounter. In the original narrative, the formidable couple, the dragon and snake, had a phoenix-tailed chicken snake and a human-faced demon spider stolen by Tang San and his companions. This time, I have enlightened the dragon and snake couple with some insights. I hope that when they next confront the main characters, they will disregard the powers backing them and deliver a proper lesson. Of course, I do not wish for the dragon and snake couple to incapacitate them, as I desire the pleasure of tormenting them myself. Beside him, Bibi Dong's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. The surname Tang likely belongs to the Haoyan sect, while the surname Yu undoubtedly refers to Yu Xiaojing. Bibi Dong mused silently. She could grasp Dubai's intent, albeit the logic eluded her. However, she knew that if Yu Xiaojing were to encounter the dragon and snake couple, he would certainly receive a severe beating. Yet, Bibi Dong had long severed ties with Yu Xiaojing, and her heart now felt no turbulence. As for the logical relationship among these 7 surnames, she would gradually comprehend it through her future interactions with Dubai. Very well, my lord, we, the dragon and snake couple, shall take note. They respectfully replied. Although they were uncertain why their master Dubai wished for them to confront those bearing the surnames Tang, Dai, Ma, Ao, Yu, Zhao, and Fu, they dared not defy his will. Speaking further would be futile. Compliance was paramount. Does my lord have any additional orders? The dragon and snake couple inquired. None. Dubai shook his head in response. There is nothing else to convey at this moment. Understood, my lord. The dragon and snake couple replied with reverence. By the way, my lord, I have a request that I am uncertain whether to voice. Long Gong Mingshu hesitated before speaking. Speak. Dubai spoke with an air of indifference. The Longshi couple wishes to entrust their granddaughter, Meng Yiran, to the two esteemed masters as a servant. Might I inquire if the masters would consent to this arrangement? The dragon lord, Mingshu, made a startling proclamation. Beside him, the snake matron, Chao Tianxiang, also interjected, Indeed, masters, we harbor such intentions. Upon hearing her grandparents' words, Meng Yiran's countenance darkened. What was the matter with them? How could they wish for her to serve as a maid? Absolutely not. She had already painstakingly presented the soul bone in accordance with their wishes. What more could they desire? No, she must refuse. Her precious self would not be reduced to servitude. Just as Meng Yiran contemplated her rejection, Dubai's frosty voice resounded. There is no need for this. Let us not speak of this matter again. Dubai coldly declined. From the very beginning, when the Longshi couple had Meng Yiran dressed elegantly, holding a delicate wooden box, Dubai had already suspected their intentions. You old schemers, I knew your motives were impure. It is impossible for me to accept Meng Yiran as a maid. I am not foolish, with an additional third party. How could I continue to enjoy a harmonious world with Xiao Dongdong's wife? Dubai couldn't help but scoff inwardly. In his eyes, Bibi Dong was noble and pure. Having decided to spend the rest of his life with the goddess Bibi Dong and to become her husband, any infidelity would tarnish the honor of his beloved wife. Not only could Dubai not accept such a betrayal, but Bibi Dong's proud nature would also never tolerate it. Furthermore, she surpassed countless others in her uniqueness. With her figure, her legs, and her exquisite beauty, Dubai felt he could cherish her for a lifetime. Although Bibi Dong initially intended to gauge Dubai's thoughts on the matter, it seemed there was no longer any need for that. Dubai performed admirably, and in the evening, a reward was to be given to him. Upon hearing Dubai's refusal, Long Gong Mingshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, Long Gong Mingshu was reluctant to have his granddaughter serve as a maid for another. Why, my lord? Could you enlighten us on the reason? Long Gong Mingshu inquired further. Yet, as he posed his question, a glimmer of keen insight flickered in his eyes, for he had ulterior motives in mind. Chapter 63, The Departure of Master and Servant, Warmth in the Camp, Second Update. Seeking votes. Seeking subscriptions. I share a wonderful bond with Dong Air. There is no need for a maid to attend to us. Moreover, she is far from worthy of becoming my maid. Dubai spoke with an air of indifference. His refusal resolute and unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing Dubai's cold dismissal, Long Gong Mingshu displayed a look of regret. Alas, very well, my lord. We shall speak no more of it, Long Gong Mingshu remarked, his expression tinged with disappointment. However, deep within, he felt a sense of relief at Dubai's rejection of his request. Naturally, Long Gong Mingshu could not bear the thought of his granddaughter Meng Yiran becoming a maid. He had long anticipated that both Dubai and Bibi Dong would turn down his appeal. His actions were motivated by a dual purpose. On one hand, he sought to curry favor with Dubai and Bibi Dong, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty. On the other hand, he aimed to refine his granddaughter Meng Yiran's character through this experience. Once Dubai and Bibi Dong departed, Long Gong Mingshu and the serpent matron Chao Tianxiang would take the opportunity to impart a thorough lesson to Meng Yiran. Nothing more to discuss. I shall take my leave. Remember the two matters I entrusted to you. In a tone of calm indifference, Dubai spoke. Yes, my lord, there is nothing amiss. The dragon and serpent couple will certainly remember your commands. The dragon and serpent couple responded with utmost reverence, observing that the couple had no further matters to discuss. Dubai and Bibi Dong, an exquisite pair, departed from that place of turmoil. We bid farewell to our esteemed lords. The formidable dragon and serpent couple watched with a mixture of awe as the two figures receded from view. Soon, Dubai and Bibi Dong's silhouettes vanished from the sight of the dragon and serpent couple. After a considerable pause, the couple withdrew their respectful postures. Why? Grandfather and grandmother, do you choose to humiliate yourselves by offering me as a maid to another? At that moment, Meng Yiran's face was streaked with tears, resembling a weeping pear blossom, as she shed two streams of sorrowful tears. Before departing, Dubai's frigid tone of rejection and his dismissive words, "You are not worthy yet," profoundly wounded Meng Yiran. Yiran, dear, your grandfather's actions are for our benefit and ultimately for your own good. Granny Chao Tianxiang stepped forward and embraced her granddaughter, offering comfort. Nonsense. You are deceiving me. You are merely cowards. Meng Yiran's tears flowed even more abundantly. Alas, Yiran, listen to your grandfather. All of this is part of his scheme. Long Gong Mengshu took a deep breath and began to explain. A scheme? Upon hearing the word, Meng Yiran paused in surprise. Liar. You are just weak and timid. She shook her head, sobbing uncontrollably. Yiran, your grandfather knew long ago that those two would never accept you as a maid. This is all part of his strategy. Let him explain it thoroughly. Granny Chao Tianxiang continued to console her. Indeed, Yiran, that is the case. Long Gong Mengshu began to unveil his plan. As he elaborated, Meng Yiran's emotions gradually calmed. From the outset, Long Gong Mengshu was aware that Du Bai and Bibi Dong would not accept Yiran as a maid. Du Bai and Bibi Dong, as husband and wife, journeyed together, with Bibi Dong's beauty surpassing that of her own granddaughter by several measures. It was inconceivable for her to desire another female companion. Such actions served a dual purpose, to appease the two sovereigns, allowing them to lower their guard towards the trio, while simultaneously aiming to humble Meng Yiran, reminding her that there are always individuals more formidable beyond her kin. One must not frivolously flaunt a spoiled demeanor in the outside world, but rather cultivate a humble and diligent spirit for self-improvement. Dear child, remember today's setback. Embrace it as a lesson for your future ascension to the rank of title Douluo. Dragon Lord Mengshu imparted with heartfelt sincerity. Grandfather and grandmother, I shall dedicate myself to diligent practice henceforth, ensuring I am never subjected to anyone's bullying again. Meng Yiran replied, her emotions stabilizing, her gaze revealing a newfound determination. My dear granddaughter, I apologize for your grievances. Let us depart. With that, the formidable couple, along with Meng Yiran, left the realm of conflict in a somber procession. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkened, ushering in yet another night for the falling sun forest. It was a splendid night, shrouded in darkness, with the moonlight casting a hazy glow. The silhouettes of trees dancing in the gentle breeze, interrupted only by the occasional calls of distant birds and beasts. Du Bai and Bibi Dong had already established their camp, erecting tents and igniting a bonfire, seated opposite each other on the ground before the flickering flames. Bibi Dong's fair visage was delicately illuminated by the glow of the fire, adding an enchanting allure to her beauty. Du Bai couldn't help but steal a few more glances. At this moment, however, the two exchanged no words, each consumed by their own provisions. Bibi Dong. This is Long Ji, known for its healing properties, fortifying the body, restoring soul power, and enhancing focus. Du Bai took the initiative to initiate a conversation. As he spoke, he generously retrieved a substantial bundle of emerald green leaves, the dragon's spirit leaves, from his storage soul guide. This collection was gathered from the vicinity of the ice and fire Yin-Yang well, amounting to the yield of an entire tree, quite abundant indeed. In the original narrative, the dragon's spirit leaves served as a miraculous remedy for Tang San and his companions, who would resort to them whenever injuries arose. However, on this occasion, Du Bai had harvested the entirety, leaving not a single leaf for Tang San's group. Thank you, Bibi Dong said gently, accepting the vibrant dragon's spirit leaves from Du Bai. After consuming one leaf, she stored the remainder in her storage ring soul guide. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through her body, hastening the recovery of the soul power expended during the day. These dragon's spirit leaves are remarkable, Bibi Dong praised. They truly possess extraordinary properties. I also have a collection of celestial treasures. I shall seek out a knowledgeable expert to appraise them thoroughly. Du Bai responded, simultaneously consuming a leaf. The dragon ginseng leaf is beneficial for the body, serving to strengthen the foundation and enhance vitality. It may even possess qualities that invigorate and replenish one's essence, making it advantageous to consume in abundance. Very well, we can seek Elder Ju's appraisal, but prior to that, we must persuade him with the wondrous celestial chrysanthemum. Suggested by Bibi Dong. I had the same thought. I may require your assistance later, Du Bai remarked. Once you have gathered all the soul rings and returned to the spirit hall, feel free to seek my assistance wherever needed. Bibi Dong replied, thank you very much. It is getting late. You should retire to the tent for some rest. I shall keep watch tonight. Du Bai spoke up, urging Bibi Dong to retire to the tent for some rest at an earlier hour. Du Bai and Bibi Dong had agreed that one of them would guard the camp throughout the night. Tonight, it was Du Bai's turn to keep watch. All right. I leave this to you, Bibi Dong said. Okay. With that, she returned to the tent to rest. However, as Bibi Dong departed, she overheard Du Bai's mischievous voice. Little Dong Dong, dear wife, hurry up and get ready. I'll come find you at midnight. By then, I'll use the conditions I won from today's wager too. Upon hearing Du Bai's cunning thoughts, Bibi Dong nearly stumbled. Chapter 64. the plan for the next day. What schemes is Dubai concocting this time? I hope it's not too outrageous. Otherwise, I won't comply. Bibi Dong mused, her cheeks flushing crimson at the thought of Dubai visiting her tent later that night. The reason for her shyness stemmed from her awareness of the situation. Yet, she had not refused him. In fact, she found herself somewhat anticipating his arrival. How peculiar. What is happening to me? Bibi Dong couldn't help but quicken her pace as she returned to the tent, settling down. Only after watching her delicate, graceful figure fully enter the tent did Dubai reluctantly withdraw his gaze. Little Dong Dong, dear wife, wait for me tonight. Dubai secretly thought to himself. Having already devised a plan to wait for the night to descend upon the tent, Dubai's plan was remarkably straightforward. He intended to wait until the night grew deep and the surroundings fell into a profound silence, where one could not see their own hand before their face. At that moment, he would present his desires to Bibi Dong, requesting her to lie still on the bed with her eyes closed for 10 seconds. Within that fleeting interval, Dubai would seize the opportunity to kiss and caress her with utmost swiftness. Even if he only had 3 seconds, it would still be a gain. This approach was far more valuable than directly asking for a kiss or an embrace, which might lead to outright rejection from Bibi Dong. It was more advantageous to take matters into his own hands, for by the time Bibi Dong realized what was occurring, he would have already enjoyed his moment of advantage. What a delightful and whimsical scenario. Upon this thought, Dubai felt an exhilarating joy that seemed to stretch the corners of his mouth to the very roots of his ears. He made his way to the campfire, where he quietly settled down in a meditative pose. Watching the flickering sparks dance within the flames, he savored the gentle warmth that enveloped him. Dubai's thoughts began to soar as he reflected on the events of the day. The high-level soul beasts in the sunset forest were few and far between. And having dismantled the lair of the poisoned Douluo bow, remaining any longer would serve no purpose. The expedition to the Eye of Ice and Fire had been quite fulfilling. It was nearly time to conclude this chapter. Dubai contemplated silently. This time, he had come to the sunset forest. Dubai has reaped a bountiful harvest, having acquired nearly everything within reach. 55,000 years of the evil dragon-winged mosquito soul ring, 2 soul bones, the phoenix-patterned magic python torso bone, and the illusory wisdom skull. The ice and fire duality, immortal grade medicinal mountain. He has accepted the legendary dragon snake couple as his disciples. Each of these acquisitions is monumental. Particularly the 2 soul bones and the ice and fire duality, immortal grade medicinal mountain. Most soul masters devote their entire lives in pursuit of a single soul bone, let alone the chance to obtain an immortal grade herb. Yet, in a single day, Dubai has obtained 2 soul bones. The celestial herbs and flowers could indeed form a mountain of medicine. It can be said that Dubai is truly a victor in the game of life. Within the sunset forest, he has claimed all the valuable treasures he could discern. Thus, Dubai now intends to depart. As for his next destination, he has already contemplated it in advance. He shall journey to Heaven-Do City. Dubai pondered quietly. Heaven-Do City is the largest city in the Heaven-Do Empire, serving as the epicenter of the empire's heritage where the royal family resides. Heaven-Do City holds a position for the Heaven-Do Empire analogous to that of Chang'an for the Tang Dynasty, Xianyang for the Qin Dynasty, and Tokyo for Japan. Moreover, Heaven-Do City is located near the sunset forest, requiring less than half a day's journey to reach. As a traveler from another world, Dubai is quite eager to explore the most prosperous city of the Heaven-Do Empire. However, this is not the primary reason for his visit to Heaven-Do City. This trip to Heaven-Do City, Dubai intends to attend an auction in hopes of discovering a suitable box to contain the essence of the exquisite Yoxiang Qilua celestial product. The Yoxiang Qilua is far too extraordinary. Without the proper box for its storage, its essence could easily leak out, attracting the covetous eyes of soul beasts and even soul masters. Therefore, Dubai must find an appropriate vessel to hold the Yoxiang Qilua for Bibi Dong. Carrying the Yoxiang Qilua offers protection against toxins, sedatives, and the insidious Qinshuan disease. However, this is not the primary motivation for his quest. The main reason lies in Dubai's desire to validate certain conjectures of his own. Today, Dubai encountered Long Gong Meng Shu and the youthful Meng Yiran, who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age. This suggests that Tang San is likely around 11 or 12 years old at this time. If Tang San is indeed 11 or 12, he should be either en route to Soto City's Shrek Academy or already enrolled there. Yet, this notion seems implausible, for both Bibi Dong and Dubai are currently 25 years old. In the original narrative, by the time Tang San reaches the age of 32, Bibi Dong would already be in her 40s or 50s. Following logical reasoning, at Bibi Dong's present age, Tang San and his companions should not yet have been conceived. Nevertheless, the appearance of Ming Yiren indicates a deviation in the timeline of the Douluo Continent compared to the original story. Despite the discrepancies in time and age, certain events remain unchanged. Dubai reflected inwardly. For instance, when Qian Xuanji's attempt to slay the blue-silver Emperor Ayin failed, leading to a yin sacrifice and Tang Hao gravely wounding Qian Xuanji, it mirrored the original narrative perfectly. However, some elements had indeed shifted. In the original tale, Qian Xuanji sullied by Bibi Dong, yet in the Douluo Continent where Dubai resided, due to his presence, Qian Xuanji did not succeed in tarnishing Bibi Dong. Consequently, Bibi Dong did not give birth to Qian Rinxue. The absence of Qian Rinxue implies that all four princes of the Tiando Empire remain alive. Xue Qinghe was not replaced. Therefore, Dubai wished to take the opportunity to observe the situation within the royal family of the Tiando Empire. Apart from the circumstances surrounding the imperial family, Dubai still needed to make a trip to Lamba Academy to ascertain the whereabouts of Lu Erlong, which would help him gauge her current relationship with Yu Xiaojiang. Additionally, he planned to scout the Yuexian in Tiando City to see if Tang Yuehua was present, as she could potentially be a target to eliminate the threat posed to Haoyin School, if circumstances permitted. Dubai also wished to seek out Dugubo to uncover a remedy for the poison afflicting him, hoping to gain some advantage. Otherwise, if Dugubo were to encounter Tang San later, there was a chance that this old poison master might be swayed by him. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Dubai's plans for the day became increasingly clear. The agenda included acquiring treasures at the Tiando City auction, scouting Yuexian, surveying Lamba Academy, investigating the royal family, negotiating with Dugubo, finding a venue for marksmanship practice, and meticulously arranging his daytime itinerary. Once he had outlined his plans, Dubai began to close his eyes and concentrate, awaiting the arrival of the deep night when visibility would be utterly obscured. Dubai made his way to the tent where Bibi Dong resided, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Inside the tent, Bibi Dong was lost in contemplation of the day's events, particularly the exhilarating battles that had transpired. The thrill of vanquishing the 5,000-year-old soul beast, the evil dragon-winged mosquito, was simply exhilarating. The triumph over the 5,000-year-old soul beast, the azure-scaled serpent king, was equally satisfying. The defeat of the 5,000-year-old azure-scaled scorpion was a source of great joy. Overcoming the formidable dragon-snake couple and subjugating them as servants was a delight. Slaying the illusionary soul saint, obtaining the illusionary wisdom skull, was invigorating. Harvesting the rare celestial herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire was a euphoric experience. At last, the opportunity to engage in a fierce battle, free from restraint, was upon her. Chapter 65. Heartbeats. Boldness. Embarrassment. For updates. Seeking votes. Seeking subscriptions. In the past, Yu Xiaojiang had been too timid. To protect him, Bibi Dong had refrained from causing trouble, even when others bullied them. She feared the repercussions of a fight affecting Yu Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong had often opted for peace, swallowing her pride. It had been utterly stifling. Yu Xiaojiang could not even contend with 1,000-year-old soul beasts, let alone those older than 10,000 years. Thus, when they ventured into the soul beast forest together, he had never dared to enter the core inner circle. It had been so frustrating. Reflecting on it now, Bibi Dong perceived Yu Xiaojiang as lacking in ability. It was one thing to be incapable, but his cowardice was evident, especially in his reluctance to openly declare his stance before Qian Xuanji. This was profoundly disappointing. In contrast, every encounter with Dubai had been a resounding victory over soul beasts and a thorough thrashing of any soul master seeking trouble, without a care for the consequences. This sensation was immensely liberating. Bibi Dong felt her pent-up frustration and resentment from the past few years gradually dissipating. As the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall and an elite among the Soul Douluo, she was meant to look down upon the world, not cower in fear. Clearly, the experience of being with Dubai was exponentially more gratifying than that of being with Yu Xiaojiang. Oh, Dubai, how wonderful it would have been to hear your heart's voice sooner, to encounter you earlier. Bibi Dong mused inwardly. However, it is not too late. I wonder what request you will propose tonight. I hope you will not be too impatient. Dubai's recent demeanor had been commendable, and if he did not overstep, she would willingly acquiesce. Bibi Dong thought to herself, a rosy blush gracing her cheeks. At that moment, Bibi Dong lay within the tent, contemplating the impending arrival of Dubai and the anticipated physical contact, her heart racing with excitement. What could Dubai be doing at this very moment? Unable to find peace, her curiosity about his activities grew. Once Bibi Dong was a certain distance from Dubai, she could no longer hear his thoughts. For instance, at this moment, She was just far enough away that she could not pick up on his inner voice. Only by getting closer could she discern his thoughts. It was unfortunate that the bonfire was positioned too far from the tent. She could not hear Dubai's heart. Bibi Dong felt a twinge of regret. Next time, she must ensure the bonfire and the tent are not too distant. In truth, aside from the distance, there was more to consider regarding her inability to hear Dubai's thoughts. In Dubai's heartfelt reflections on the past Earth, Bibi Dong remains oblivious to all that transpires. Indeed, apart from the whispers of the past Earth, she cannot perceive any echoes of sentiment. Furthermore, regarding matters related to the system and the gift packages, Bibi Dong is equally deaf to their murmurs, as they are entirely obscured from her awareness. Thus, when Dubai produced the Great Recovery Pill, Bibi Dong was taken aback. For the remarkable effects of the pill in restoring soul power and healing injuries are truly astounding. To her astonishment, Dubai possessed 2 vials, each containing 10 pills. At that moment, Bibi Dong surmised that Dubai must be acquainted with a highly skilled alchemical soul master. The enigma surrounding Dubois piqued Bibi Dong's curiosity. Dubois resembles a treasure trove, evoking a profound desire in Bibi Dong to delve into its depths. However, one must not be hasty. Exploration requires patience. And so, time trickled by second. Inside the tent, Bibi Dong, unable to find solace in sleep, was consumed by her restless thoughts, anxiously awaiting Dubois's arrival. At long last, a faint sound emerged from beyond the tent. With her Soul Douluo prowess, Bibi Dong could perceive even the slightest fluctuations in movement. It was indeed Dubois approaching. A quiet realization coursed through her, and she felt a surge of tension, her heart fluttering rapidly. Who goes there? Bibi Dong endeavored to maintain her composure, concealing any hint of unease from Dubois. It is I, Dubois. Bibi Dong, remain still and do not move. Dubai spoke softly and hurriedly, fearing that if Bibi Dong stood up, their plan would be thwarted. Is something wrong? Bibi Dong inquired again, her voice somewhat subdued, even tinged with fragility. Of course, one would need to listen attentively to discern it. The anxious Dubai, consumed by guilt, remained oblivious to Bibi Dong's odd demeanor. It's nothing. He reassured her. Bibi Dong, just lie still for a moment and close your eyes for 10 seconds. If you do that, you will have fulfilled the requirement of today's wager. Dubai spoke once more. As he did, a large swelling had formed at his location. Why is this? Bibi Dong inquired again, her face flushed with a vivid hue, her heart racing significantly. Lying on the bed, she closed her eyes for 10 seconds. How could she endure this? Without needing Dubai to elaborate, Bibi Dong, capable of hearing unvoiced thoughts, had already surmised numerous possibilities. Do not ask further, just 10 seconds. With my eyes closed, I shall begin to count. After 10 seconds, you will have fulfilled the condition I have set forth. Dubai replied, his gaze fixed intently on the tent. All right, you count, Bibi Dong responded, her voice somewhat subdued. Dubai made no unreasonable demands. He simply instructed Bibi Dong to lie still for 10 seconds. A mere 10 seconds is fleeting and hardly excessive. Yet, Bibi Dong was acutely aware that this seemingly innocuous request was, in fact, quite outrageous. Nevertheless, by some twist of fate, she chose not to refuse. With her eyes closed and her body motionless, she appeared to be awaiting approval. At that moment, Bibi Dong was overwhelmed with shyness. Her beautiful eyes shut as she exhaled a warm fragrance of orchids. A radiant blush enveloped her lovely face, and her delicate form grew increasingly heated, unbeknownst to her. Outside the tent, Dubai took a deep breath, fully prepared. Closing his eyes, he began to count. 1. Dubai's voice resonated from outside. Bibi Dong's eyes were already tightly shut. Just as she contemplated responding to Dubai, a corner of the blanket was pulled back, and a tall, broad figure slipped in, seemingly unclothed. That fervent body pressed closely against Bibi Dong's back. Dubai, as Bibi Dong shouted in a blend of embarrassment and anger. Her entire being emanated soul power. A wave of soul energy surged forth from her, forcefully repelling Dubai's heated form. Bang! Dubai's bare body was propelled outward, causing the entire tent to shatter. The scattered bedding rained down like confetti, filling the air with disarray. How audacious Dubai truly was. Bibi Dong bit her lip lightly. Acutely aware of the moment, she unleashed her soul power, sending Dubai flying. In a swift motion, he bit down on her delicate neck. With slender fingers raised and resting against her alabaster skin, Bibi Dong felt a mix of embarrassment and fury, although she tacitly permitted all that was transpiring. Dubai's boldness was utterly astonishing. The extent of Dubai's frivolity surpassed anything Bibi Dong could have anticipated. As events unfolded, Bibi Dong felt compelled to reprimand Du Bai with righteous indignation. Naturally, she was also eager to hear how Du Bai would attempt to justify himself. Given his audacity, he must have prepared a compelling explanation. Otherwise, Bibi Dong would not tolerate his brazen insouciance. In Chapter 66, Grant Me a Chance, it is evident that Du Bai needed to devise a plausible rationale and articulate his defense skillfully. Should he succeed in providing an adequate explanation, Bibi Dong might be inclined to accept his reasoning. At that moment, Bibi Dong gracefully lifted her delicate foot, propelling her entire form toward Du Bai. Du Bai, possessing the prowess of a soul master, braced himself as the powerful aura emanating from Bibi Dong surged forth. At that moment, he stood resolutely, hastily donning his attire with utmost speed. Just as the enchanting figure of Bibi Dong approached, Du Bai completed the final step of dressing. "What good deed have you just performed, Du Bai?" Bibi Dong exclaimed with fury, simultaneously unleashing her first martial spirit, the Death Spider Emperor. 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 swirled around her exquisite form in a frenzied dance. Her unparalleled beauty was as frigid as ice, her countenance icy and filled with wrath as she glared at Du Bai. Had Du Bai skillfully offered a plausible explanation, providing Bibi Dong an avenue to save face, no conflict would have ensued. Otherwise, a fierce battle was imminent. He could feel the piercing chill of her gaze. Du Bai felt a sudden chill, and the prominent bulge in that area quietly receded. At that moment, he resembled a warrior facing a formidable enemy, his muscles tensed, and his demeanor became serious and composed. Taking a deep breath, Du Bai began to explain, "Bibi Dong, please allow me to clarify." "Speak." Bibi Dong coldly interjected, her words striking Du Bai like a hailstone. "Bibi Dong, in truth, I harbor feelings for you. My actions are meant to etch my presence in your memory, to ensure that you remember me for a lifetime. Bibi Dong, grant me a chance to pursue you." Du Bois, unwilling to keep his thoughts to himself, expressed his ideas in a single breath. Du Bai's actions today are the result of meticulous planning. From the moment the wager with Bibi Dong was struck, Du Bai had already envisioned the entirety of tonight's events. Should Bibi Dong grant him an opportunity, he is confident that through his own efforts, Du Bai firmly believes that one day he will surely win over Bibi Dong. However, should Bibi Dong completely deny him any opportunity, Du Bai will decisively withdraw his affections. Nonetheless, judging by the recent physical contact, Du Bai feels he has already gained something valuable. Upon hearing Du Bai openly express his feelings for her, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Du Bai harbored a fondness for himself? A sentiment that Bibi Dong was well aware of through her heart's whispers. However, she never anticipated that today, Du Bai would audaciously confess his feelings. To make matters more surprising, he had even taken advantage of her in the process. As Bibi Dong stood there, momentarily stunned, Du Bai's voice resonated once more. "Bibi Dong, grant me this opportunity, and I shall cherish you wholeheartedly. Moreover, we are already wed. In the eyes of all, we are indeed a couple." Du Bai spoke with a sincere expression. Although Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes regarded him with a frosty demeanor, she was aware that through their recent interactions, Du Bai genuinely harbored feelings for her. However, their acquaintance had been brief, and Bibi Dong had yet to fully comprehend Du Bai's character. Therefore, she was not prepared to embrace his affections just yet. Emotions, after all, require a gradual cultivation. At this moment, Bibi Dong's feelings for Du Bai resembled a budding seedling, slowly unfurling. This tender sprout demands nourishment and time. One cannot hasten its growth. Love, too, thrives on affection as its sustenance, maturing with the passage of time and necessitating patience. "Let me ponder this," she said, her expression shifting into contemplation. The chill in her enchanting visage softened slightly, yet her demeanor remained somewhat aloof. "Very well, Bibi Dong. Take your time to consider. I shall await your decision." Du Bai spoke gently, then stood tall and upright like a white birch tree, awaiting a reply from Bibi Dong. "My dear Xiaodong Dong's wife says she needs to contemplate," he mused, sensing that they were already halfway there, yet still feeling the need to pray for a favorable outcome. "Oh, Xiaodong Dong's wife, you must promise me. In this Douluo Continent, there is no one who loves you more than I do. By the heavens, I wholeheartedly adore you, Xiaodong Dong's wife. I implore you to grant me a chance. Your expressionless demeanor is equally captivating, and your figure is truly exquisite. It was both ample and soft just now. Oh, how I cherish you." Although Du Bai stood upright, his mind was abuzz with thoughts. Among these musings were both earnest reflections and frivolous inclinations. In his contemplation, Bibi Dong naturally perceived Du Bai's inner voice, which resonated like a continuous declaration of his affection for himself. Although Bibi appeared expressionless on the surface, through these heartfelt sentiments, Bibi Dong had already discerned his intentions. Naturally, Bibi Dong would grant Bibi the opportunity to pursue her. Otherwise, he would not have succeeded that evening. However, she did not wish to allow him to attain her so effortlessly, for she feared that he might come to believe she was easily won and subsequently fail to cherish her. Moreover, despite the budding affection Bibi Dong felt for Bibi, he had yet to fully captivate her heart. "I can offer you a chance." After a moment, Bibi Dong spoke, her demeanor having softened considerably. Upon hearing that she was willing to give him an opportunity, Bibi felt a surge of hope. Bibi's heart fluttered, and he became exhilarated with excitement. Splendid. Truly splendid. Bibi was panting with excitement, his breaths heavy. "However, I have conditions." Bibi Dong glared at Bibi and said, having just agreed to give Bibi a chance, this fellow was already becoming overly elated. "Very well, Bibi Dong. You may speak." Bibi took a deep breath to steady himself. "First, you must attain the rank of title Douluo. Only then will you possess a voice in the realm of soul masters, enabling you to protect your family." Bibi Dong began to speak. When she uttered the final two words, "your family," a hint of embarrassment washed over her, causing her heart to flutter. "All right, no problem. I can achieve that." Bibi nodded earnestly in response. Simultaneously, his heart was elated, for the last words of Bibi Dong, "protect family," signified that she regarded him as one of her own. "Furthermore, you must fulfill my 3 assessments. However, I have yet to determine what those assessments will be. I shall inform you once I have decided." Bibi Dong continued. "No problem at all. Whether it be 3, 100, or even 1,000, I shall comply." Bibi sincerely responded. "Indeed, this is the truth. To marry the most beautiful woman of Douluo Continent, the one he loves, he would go through countless trials. You are quite determined, but 3 trials will suffice." Bibi Dong couldn't help but glance at Bibi and said, "All right, Bibi Dong, then let it be 3. Bibi responded to Bibi Dong's words. "Bibi, there is one more crucial point." "Very well, please proceed." Bibi appeared deeply engaged, attentively absorbing every word and phrase uttered by Bibi Dong. Particularly concerning the request she articulated, Bibi felt an acute sense of obligation to remain vigilant. Chapter 67, The 3-Gun Douluo and the Qin Kuan Shield. "Let us forget everything that transpired this evening. We should interact as we normally do," she stated with a serious and grave demeanor. "I have yet to agree to become your partner, so you need not be overly enthusiastic towards me. Otherwise, I may find it difficult to adjust and could consequently grow weary of your presence. Do you understand?" Bibi Dong cautioned, fearing that the events of the night might disrupt the comfortable and liberating nature of their usual interactions, hence her reminder to Bibi. Bibi instinctively sensed the solemn expression on Bibi Dong's face. Simultaneously, he swiftly contemplated their usual mode of interaction and immediately grasped her intentions. Emotions require time to settle. Bibi Dong is unable to acclimate to the rapid pace of feelings. To win her heart, one must engage in daily companionship, partake in shared activities, and cultivate emotions through the accumulation of everyday experiences. "I understand now." Bibi responded earnestly, his expression once again assuming a hint of indifference, reminiscent of the demeanor he exhibited during the day. "Very well, it is good that you understand. You may return to your vigil," Bibi Dong instructed, directing Bibi to continue his watch. However, as Bibi Dong turned to head towards the tent, she suddenly realized that she had inadvertently destroyed both the tent and a bed covering moments earlier. At that moment, the ground was strewn with the remnants of the tent and bedding, shattered into disarray by the force of her soul power. Bibi observed Bibi Dong's momentary astonishment and cleared his throat. "In fact, I have a tent with me as well." Bibi spoke up and, without a hint of embarrassment, retrieved a tent from the storage soul guide. He then proceeded to a clean, flat patch of ground and deftly set up the tent. However, this time, the tent was positioned a bit far from the campfire, making it likely that once inside, Bibi's thoughts would become inaudible. Perhaps it was for the best. After all, they were likely trivial matters. Watching Bibi erect the tent warmed Bibi Dong's heart. Yet, it also reminded her of their earlier days in the Sunset Forest when Bibi had mentioned bringing only one tent and sharing it with her. How clever Bibi was, she thought, suppressing a smile. "Well then, Bibi Dong, you should retire to the tent and rest early. You have a watch to keep tomorrow night." Bibi spoke in a normal tone. "All right." Bibi Dong nodded in response, satisfied with the appropriate distance maintained by Bibi. Subsequently, without looking back, Bibi Dong entered the tent. Upon witnessing her enter, Dubai retracted his reluctant gaze. He then proceeded to sit by the campfire, reflecting on the arduous journey ahead to win over the heart of his beloved Xiao Dong. Realizing that it would require time and patience. Sitting before the crackling fire, Dubai let out a soft sigh, contemplating the exchanges he had with Bibi Dong. Dubai understood that to win over Bibi Dong, he must begin by accompanying her through the myriad of everyday matters, gradually nurturing their relationship. Furthermore, he recognized the necessity of maintaining a certain distance, avoiding excessive enthusiasm, for it is in this space that beauty emerges. This approach represents the most comfortable manner of interaction for both of them at present. Once they are truly together, an abundance of affection will naturally unfold. For now, it suffices to enjoy each other's company from a distance, fostering their feelings. This evening has indeed been a magical one, Dubai mused. Dubai never anticipated that he would truly achieve his desires. Bibi Dong's figure was astonishingly exquisite. Her attire accentuated her slenderness, while her nudity revealed a generous abundance of curves in all the right places. Moreover, her soft, fair skin felt as though one had succumbed to the embrace of fluffy white clouds or cotton candy. It was simply divine. Merely the thought of it stirred within Dubai an overwhelming excitement. A decade in confinement, even facing the death penalty, seemed a small price to pay. This was Dubai's final reflection. Simultaneously, he recalled the requirements for becoming a title Douluo, as mentioned by Bibi Dong, along with the 3 assessments. Achieving the title Douluo was straightforward. He was merely 5 levels away from that coveted status, which posed no concern. As for the 3 assessments, there was no rush since his beloved Xiao Dong had yet to finalize her thoughts. Dubai silently thought to himself, I shall first bestow upon myself an appellation. Dubai pondered to himself, I, Dubai, possess 3 guns. Let them be called the 3-gun Douluo. Wu wields 3 guns, hence the title of 3-gun Douluo. The first gun is renowned, named the AK-47 Fire Kirin, a single shot capable of fending off a myriad. The second gun is famed, called the Barrett Destruction. A single shot unleashes chaos upon the Douluo Continent. The third gun, known as the Jet Gun, when raised, causes countless women to lean against the walls as they pass. Of course, this is merely Dubai's whimsical amusement within his own mind, particularly regarding the third gun, the Jet Gun. Dubai could only choose to contrast with Dong alone. Gradually regaining his focus, Dubai was about to open the level 78 Soul Saint gift pack. The number 78 held a special significance, and he hoped to unveil something extraordinary. Dubai pondered quietly. Subsequently, with the assistance of the system, he opened the level 78 Soul Saint gift package. To his astonishment, the package contained a camera. This peculiar discovery intrigued Dubai. However, as the system elucidated its function, he grasped the significance of this camera. It bore an imposing name, the Qian Kuanjia, which was no ordinary device. Qian Kuanjia camera, capable of capturing 2 images. Item description: by utilizing the Qian Kuanjia camera to photograph an opponent whose level is 2 ranks lower than your own, you can ensnare them within the photograph for a duration of 24 hours. Note, it can only be used on one individual, and the effect will be nullified by fire. As the system elaborated, Dubai swiftly comprehended the utility of the Qian Kuanjia camera. By merely lifting this device and aiming it at a soul master 2 levels beneath him, he could imprison them within the confines of the photograph. Nevertheless, it bore a limitation, permitting a maximum of 2 uses. Truth be told, any soul master beneath his level by 2 ranks would pose no challenge for him. Even without the aid of the Qian Kuanjia, Dubai secretly thought to himself, yet he did not perceive this Qian Kuanjia camera as a trivial object. Dubai's mind raced with ideas, and he quickly contemplated the ingenious applications of the Qian Kuan camera in locations where a show of force would be inappropriate. This camera could reveal its exceptional utility. For instance, within the walls of the imperial palace, capturing a photograph of the prince could be executed stealthily, allowing for the abduction of the royal without a trace. The Qian Kuan camera is indeed a remarkable invention. Upon grasping its potential, Dubai found himself utterly captivated by it. After a moment of play and familiarization, he carefully placed the Qian Kuan camera into the storage space of the system. Each time the system bestows a gift package upon me, it presents a unique treasure. I eagerly anticipate tomorrow's level 77 Soul Sage package, wondering what extraordinary item it may unveil. Dubai murmured softly, expressing his satisfaction with the system that rewards gift packages without revealing spoilers regarding upgrades. This system is refreshingly straightforward, solely focused on providing upgrades and gifts. Furthermore, each item obtained from the gift packages possesses unique functionalities, with no duplicates. For instance, The camera that can capture and immobilize individuals is quite extraordinary. Of course, this is contingent upon Dubai's commitment to refraining from divulging any information about Douluo Continent. Avoiding spoilers is a simple task for Dubai. After stowing away the Chien Kuan camera, Dubai then closed his eyes, entering a state of self-cultivation. Within the tent, Bibi Dong gently caressed her soft skin. Chapter 68, The Journey of Tiendo, something intriguing indeed. Reflecting on the moment when Dubai's strong and broad back had pressed against her, Bibi Dong felt her cheeks flush with a deep crimson. It was the first time in her life that a man had touched her, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Moreover, just moments ago, Dubai's warm, bare body had been in close proximity to her. Bibi Dong could distinctly sense that something was amiss with Dubai. It was rather impressive, to say the least. Her 5 delicate fingers lightly grazed the nape of her neck, where Dubai had tenderly brushed against her, intensifying the flush on her face. What transpired this evening with Dubai will undoubtedly linger in Bibi Dong's memory for a lifetime. Dubai, I sincerely hope you shall not let me down, she mused, casting a glance towards the direction of his tent. Subsequently, Bibi Dong began to recalibrate her state of mind and entered a period of rest. As time flowed on, the sky transformed. The dawn's light unveiled the delicate veil of night, radiating resplendent morning rays and heralding the arrival of a new day. The campfire had long since extinguished. Dubai stretched lazily, moving his body as he awaited Bibi Dong's emergence from the tent. Soon, a corner of the tent was lifted. Bibi Dong gracefully stepped out, her delicate figure approaching Dubai. Her skin, as white as snow, shimmered in the morning light, radiating an enchanting glow. Her exquisite beauty and voluptuous form captivated the senses, evoking an irresistible allure. Dubai reminisced about the events of last night, momentarily lost in thought. Xiaodongdong's wife was simply breathtaking, Dubai instinctively praised inwardly. After a brief moment of distraction, he swiftly regained his composure. Good morning, Bibi Dong. As customary, Dubai greeted Bibi Dong. Good morning, Bibi Dong replied in her usual manner. Upon seeing Dubai, memories of the absurd events from the previous night flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to involuntarily flush, enhancing her radiant appearance. Dubai, do you have any plans for today? She inquired, regaining her focus. Bibi Dong's primary purpose for this journey was to assist Dubai in acquiring soul rings, and she was ready to follow his lead regarding the itinerary. I was just about to discuss this matter with you, he began. Dubai responded, and then continued, the sunset forest is suited for my soul beast, but it is difficult to find. I have resolved to venture into the Star Do Great Forest to obtain a soul ring. Moreover, after having destroyed the Eye of Ice and Fire yesterday, I worry that they may come looking for me. Therefore, I have decided to leave the sunset forest today. Dubois spoke up. Shall we head directly to the starry forest? Bibi Dong inquired. No, we shall first make a trip to Heaven Do City. Heaven Do City? Indeed. We will take a moment to recuperate in Heaven Do City, and then we shall attempt to procure items at the auction. Dubai patiently elucidated the itinerary to Bibi Dong. The agenda included a respite in Heaven Do City, acquiring a box at the auction that could mask the ethereal aura of the enchanting Xiang Chao, and preparing for future confrontations with the Houghton sect by scouting the Moon Pavilion. These 3 undertakings comprised the strategy Dubai shared with Bibi Dong. Naturally, Dubai harbored more than merely 3 plans. Dubai intended to visit the Blue Bar Academy to inquire about Liu Erlong and to gather intelligence regarding the inner workings of the royal family, seeking an opportunity to negotiate a deal with Du Gubo. However, he chose to keep certain details to himself. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong was perceptive enough to discern Dubai's thoughts, able to infer some of his intentions. In her view, Dubai's reticence was entirely reasonable, as articulating his thoughts would not have clarified the underlying logic for her either. Thus, Bibi Dong decided to quietly accompany Dubai to Tiendo City, eager to uncover the truth. Very well, let us proceed according to your plan, Bibi Dong remarked in a gentle tone. Agreed, we shall embark at once, Dubai affirmed. With that, the two commenced their journey, exiting the inner regions of the Sunset Forest and making their way towards the outskirts, heading for Tiendo City. Upon reaching the supply area at the periphery of the Sunset Forest, they prepared for the next leg of their journey. Dubai overheard numerous spirit masters discussing the recent incidents of injured soul beasts in the Sunset Forest. Have you heard? In the past few days, many soul beasts have been found injured in the Sunset Forest, with several gaping wounds. One exclaimed, these soul beasts are quite easy to deal with. I hunted down 3 nearly 1,000-year-old soul beasts just yesterday, and I plan to try my luck again today. Another chimed in, you are fortunate indeed, but I am not without my own luck. I managed to obtain a splendid soul ring from my hunts yesterday. But you are not the only one to acquire a soul ring. Many newly promoted spirit masters have also found great fortune in the Sunset Forest. They replied, "Let us team up today and venture into the Sunset Forest together." Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the supply area in the Sunset Forest, many were engaged in discussions about the injured soul beasts. As Bibi Dong walked along the path, she turned to Dubai and remarked, "I never imagined you would use these soul beasts as targets, indirectly assisting many spirit masters in their hunts." "Neither did I," Dubai replied. Dubai felt a sense of helplessness. The original intention of Dubai was to leave a line for others, hoping for a chance to meet again in the future. However, those soul beasts, which Dubai had targeted and severely injured, ultimately fell prey to other soul masters who seized the opportunity. In the end, they could not escape their fate of death. With a sense of remorse for the fallen soul beasts, Dubai and Bibi Dong departed from the Sunset Forest, making their way towards Douluo City. The journey took nearly half a day. Soon, they were on their way. Dubai and Bibi Dong finally arrived in the bustling city of Tiando. Within the city, a scene of prosperity unfolded, with a constant flow of vehicles, thriving shops, and a ceaseless stream of people traversing the streets. Dubai sought refuge in a prestigious establishment within the city of Tiando, the Shanghai Hotel. Upon entering, he was greeted by a young woman at the front desk, seemingly in her early 20s. Clad in a sleek black professional outfit, her knee-length skirt accentuated her figure, showcasing alluring curves that captivated the eye. "Good day. I am the receptionist, Xiao Mo. It is my pleasure to assist you. How may I be of service?" she inquired, her smile warm and inviting. "Please, arrange a room for me," he replied. Dubai exclaimed, "2 rooms." Beside him, Bibi Dong shot him a cold glare and replied, "If we were to share a room, who knows what might transpire at night?" "Very well, let it be 2 rooms." Dubai had no choice but to withdraw his little thoughts and choose 2 rooms. "Very well." The front desk attendant, Miss Mo, smiled gently. Subsequently, the front desk proceeded to facilitate the check-in process for Dubai and Bibi Dong. Dubai's room is 305, while Bibi Dong resides next door in 306. Subsequently, the two of them decide to visit the room for a moment. As they pass by room 301, an embarrassing incident unfolds. The door to 301 is slightly ajar, revealing a couple inside, deeply engrossed in each other's company while serenading the air with melodious flute music. How exquisite, how refined, Dubai secretly mused. When the flute's melody flowed gracefully, it compelled one to pause and listen. When the notes quickened, it stirred the blood with fervor. Both Dubai and Bibi Dong possess the cultivation of a Soul Douluo, capable of perceiving even the slightest of movements. Naturally, they took notice of the events transpiring within room 301. Chapter 69, The Poison Douluo Unveils the Truth. How exhilarating, Dubai mused inwardly. Unable to suppress his admiration for the couple, they had deliberately left a corner of the door ajar, inviting onlookers and seeking a thrill. What audacity, Dubai silently mused. However, he merely cast a glance before preparing to depart. At that moment, a boisterous voice echoed from within the room. "Brother, stop staring and come in to join us." The man glanced towards Dubai, a smile and an alluring expression gracing his features. "I appreciate the kind invitation, but it is unnecessary." Dubai uttered a brief remark before retreating to his room. "Don't go. I can teach you." The man inside the room called out to Dubai. Dubai shuddered momentarily and quickened his pace back to his room. The people in this city certainly know how to have fun. Dubai returned to his room, filled with a sense of reflection. At the same time, he found himself secretly contemplating the prospect of having a wife like Xiao Dong in the future. What a splendid sight that would be. Just the thought of it stirred a wave of excitement within him. Subsequently, Dubai settled down to rest in his room. Dubai and Bibi Dong had traveled all day and planned to take a brief respite. As evening approached, they intended to venture out to the Moon Pavilion to gather information. Thus, Dubai and Bibi Dong settled down for a rest. This time, Dubai had reserved accommodations for 3 nights. It must be said that the hotel prices in the heart of Tiando City are indeed exorbitant. Dubai and Bibi Dong found that a single day of residence here required the expenditure of a gold soul coin. To put this into perspective, a single gold soul coin could cover the annual expenses of an ordinary family. Yet, this hotel charged half a gold soul coin per person per day. However, considering that the largest city in the Tiando Empire is Tiando City, and that Dubai resided in the most prosperous area of Tiando City, where every inch of land is exceedingly precious, the elevated cost of accommodation was understandable. With this realization, Dubai felt a sense of acceptance. Furthermore, as the holy son of the Spirit Hall, Dubai possessed nearly 5,000 gold soul coins, ample enough to sustain himself in this place for over a decade. Within the city of Tiando, individuals frequently entered and exited. At this moment, a slender soul master, resembling a spear in stature, was hurriedly making his way towards the city gates. This soul master had hair and beard of a deep emerald hue, with eyes that sparkled like emeralds, and his attire was predominantly green, imparting an aura of malevolence. This figure was none other than the esteemed royal guest of the Tiando Empire, the poisoned Douluo. Douluo's eyelids twitched incessantly, a premonition stirring within him that something might have transpired at the Eye of Ice and Fire in the Sunset Forest. Ever since his last visit to soak in the Eye of Ice and Fire, he had been diligently reporting for work in Tiando City. However, in recent days, he had received a continuous stream of unsettling news from the Sunset Forest. How could injured soul beasts appear there without reason? Clearly, it was the work of a soul master. The number of injured soul beasts was staggering, with some bearing ages of over 10,000 years. As Douluo hurried along, he pondered these troubling developments. There must be a powerful presence in the Sunset Forest, perhaps a soul sage, a Soul Douluo, or even a tidal Douluo. He wondered about the current state of the Eye of Ice and Fire, hoping it remained unscathed. A chill ran down his spine as he considered the situation. Today, his eyelids had been twitching persistently, as though he had lost something of great significance, something akin to a piece of his very heart, unsettling his spirit. The Eye of Ice and Fire was guarded by a poisonous formation, and the Emerald Lizard King roamed nearby, so it should be safe. Douluo reassured himself, recalling the carefully arranged poisonous traps and the exquisite Emerald 7 Absolute flowers he had planted. The presence of the Emerald Lizard King calmed him somewhat. Douluo had immense confidence in his toxins, believing no soul master or soul beast would dare to encroach upon his territory. With these thoughts in mind, he sped towards the Sunset Forest. Soon, Douluo entered the forest, navigating with ease to the area surrounded by the poisonous formation. Upon crossing the threshold, he immediately noticed 2 colossal corpses lying lifeless on the ground. These were none other than the Emerald Lizard King and the Emerald Scorpion, both over 50,000 years old. The moment he laid eyes on them, his expression turned ashen, foreboding misfortune. Douluo approached the 2 corpses, his demeanor darkening. As he arrived, the smaller emerald snakes and emerald scorpions that had been feasting on the remains froze in place, retreating as if confronted by a great terror. With a grim face, Douluo examined the wounds on the Emerald Lizard King and the Emerald Scorpion. What manner of attack was this? He noted the bloody punctures on the Emerald Scorpion, particularly 3 gaping holes the size of thumbs on its head, clearly fatal injuries. The wounds matched precisely with descriptions provided by soul masters who had emerged from the Sunset Forest. It seemed the same individual was responsible. A fierce glint flashed across Douluo's face. Do not let me discover your identity, otherwise I shall flay you alive. Then, he turned his attention to the Emerald Lizard King, which bore significant injuries to its 7-inch mark and tail. It had been pierced and drained of its soul power and life force by the blood-sucking spider of Bibi Dong. 2 distinct attack methods indicated that more than one individual was involved. Douluo's gaze darkened as he contemplated who in the Soul Master world possessed such capabilities. After much contemplation, he could not pinpoint a single individual. Enough of this. I must see the Eye of Ice and Fire. With determination, Douluo took flight towards the eye. Upon arriving, Douluo, who had mentally prepared for the worst, was taken aback by the scene before him. The once fragrant and vibrant Eye of Ice and Fire was now a desolate wasteland, the soil turned and lifeless. Anger surged within him, and he let out a long, piercing howl. This roar, infused with the power of a tidal Douluo, echoed for miles, startling birds and beasts alike. Many lesser soul beasts fled in terror from the epicenter of his wrath. After a prolonged release of his fury, Douluo began to inspect the surroundings for any surviving rare herbs or flowers. Yet, with each discovery, his already sinister expression grew darker. The frosty shimming grass, known for its extreme cold, was gone. The fiery apricot blossom was missing. The plump snow silkworms had vanished. The fragrant Qilua flowers were nowhere to be found. The grand tulips had disappeared. Even the roots were stripped bare. As he continued his search, Douluo's mind buzzed with disbelief. Chapter 70. Confrontation, Yu Xian, First Update. Seeking votes. Seeking readers. This was unacceptable. Absolutely intolerable. Douluo's form faltered, his spear-like figure exuding an aura of despair. Not only had the rare herbs vanished, but even the ordinary plants were obliterated. Everything that could be harvested had been taken, leaving nothing behind. Damn it! Who could have destroyed my cherished garden of celestial flowers? Leaving not even a root behind. Douluo roared in fury. Suddenly, he noticed a message left by Dubai. Tang Hao was here. Accompanying it was a crude drawing of a bird relieving itself. Tang Hao was here. Douluo enunciated each word with increasing intensity. His murderous intent and the aura of a tidal Douluo surging with every syllable. By the time he reached the last word, his fury reached its zenith. Damn it! That wretched Tang Hao. Douluo once again let out a furious howl, causing rocks to tumble and dust to rise in the valley, sending creatures fleeing in terror. Once his rage subsided, a semblance of rationality returned. This destruction couldn't have been the work of Tang Hao. He was not foolish enough to commit such an act and leave his name as a taunt. Regaining his composure, Douluo swiftly deduced that Tang Hao had not emptied the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, one thing was certain, someone had indeed desecrated his sacred ground. The evidence was irrefutable. The message and the mocking drawing both confirmed it. His Eye of Ice and Fire had been defiled. Who could be so depraved as to commit such an atrocity? Let out a cry of indignation. His Ice and Fire eyes had been desecrated, leaving him to ponder how he could ever enjoy a hot spring again. Such an affront was utterly intolerable, a grievous assault on his very being. Not only had he lost the precious spirit herbs he had painstakingly cultivated over the years, but someone had also sullied the hot spring he relied upon to alleviate the toxins in his body. Who could be so vile? What wrongs had he committed to deserve such treatment? With a glint of malice in his eyes, he muttered in anguish. In his fury, a thought suddenly struck him. The enmity towards was rooted in the spirit hall. Grasped a crucial insight. Only the spirit hall bore a grudge against, and the Haotian sect. The words was here left behind were clearly an attempt to mislead. Thus, it was highly probable that the spirit hall was responsible for the theft of his spirit herbs. However, if that were the case, the spirit hall was being alarmingly obvious and foolish. Pondered this, dismissing his earlier suspicions. Now, his anger gnawed at him. Yet he found no outlet for his rage, leaving him in deep frustration. Infuriated, he resolved to confront and vent his feelings through a battle. In the original tale, had indeed clashed with, though he had never emerged victorious until he received the soul-devouring Douluo special item from, which had allowed him to level the playing field. Now, consumed by anger and seeking an outlet, he decided to confront once more. However, before heading into battle, intended to soak in the hot spring to suppress the toxic energy within him. Even if you desecrated it. Perhaps you never even touched the ice and fire eyes and were vaporized by the extreme cold and heat. This was the only consolation he could offer himself. With that, summoned his soul power and immersed himself in the waters of the ice and fire eyes. Following this, he would seek out for a confrontation. As for the provocative words and drawings left on the ground, chose not to erase them. He intended to capture the beast that had stolen his spirit herbs and desecrated the waters, forcing it to kneel and apologize before the inscriptions. Thus, set off to confront and unleash his pin-up fury. Meanwhile, the instigator was leisurely strolling through the bustling streets with his wife, clearly not wandering aimlessly. Dubai and Bibi Dong's destination for this journey is Yuxian. Dubai intended to scout the moon pavilion to ascertain whether Tang Hao was present, in preparation for a future abduction that would threaten the Haotian sect. The moon pavilion is situated on the most bustling street in the heart of Heavendoe City. Similarly, the Shanghai Hotel, where Dubai resides, is also located in this vibrant central area. Soon enough, Dubai and Bibi Dong paused before a majestic structure. This 5-story edifice, upon first glance, exudes an air of elegance. Its architectural style is subtly antiquated, with a simple sign inscribed with the words Yuxian. The flow of pedestrians entering and exiting is sparse, yet it is evident that those who frequent this place are adorned in opulent attire or possess exceptional poise. Before Dubai, a group of 4 or 5 young individuals clad in lavish garments gathered at the entrance, suggesting that entry into Yuxian might require certain prerequisites. Dubai silently thought to himself. Dubai observed that the 4 or 5 young gentlemen of noble birth lingered at the entrance for quite some time. Since Dubai arrived at the Yuxian, these 5 distinguished youths had been outside the door, and they had yet to make their entrance. Bibi Dong. Let us go and ascertain the situation. Very well. Dubai and Bibi Dong no longer lingered and decided to enter the moon pavilion. As they approached, a charming young woman walked over. She cast a glance at Dubai and Bibi Dong as she approached. Dubai distinctly sensed the charming gaze of the young woman, Jasmine, as it fell upon Bibi Dong, momentarily taken aback, seemingly captivated by Bibi Dong's unparalleled beauty. Jasmine, a hostess at Yuxian, had long been accustomed to encountering numerous individuals of extraordinary grace and high status. Yet, the noble and elegant demeanor, along with the exquisite visage of Bibi Dong, was a sight she had never witnessed before. After a brief moment of astonishment, Jasmine swiftly composed herself and warmly greeted. "Esteemed guests, I am Jasmine, the receptionist at Yuxian. Allow me to inform you that Madame Tang has recently developed a fondness for poetry and literature. Soon, she will host a poetry exchange gathering. Consequently, a new rule has been established at Yuxian. All guests must compose a poem on site to qualify for entry." Jasmine explained with kindness and patience. Dubai was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that Tang Yuehua harbored a penchant for poetry, even going so far as to establish a rule that one must compose a poem to gain entry into the Moon Pavilion. This was rather different from the novels he had read in his past life. However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Tang Yuehua was proficient in various arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and she possessed profound knowledge of etiquette. Even Princess Xueka of the Tiando royal family sought to learn from Tang Yuehua regarding matters of propriety. It was only fitting for such a noble and elegant woman to have an affinity for poetry. Chapter 71, Shueqinghe. Second update. Seeking votes. Seeking subscriptions. Is it sufficient to merely compose a poem to gain entry? Is there no requirement for quality? Dubai inquired. For crafting a fine poem is not as simple as relieving oneself. It demands considerable time and contemplation. Of course, should inspiration strike. Composing a poem in a fleeting moment is certainly within the realm of possibility. However, if one seeks to produce something casual and trivial, there is no need to visit Yuxian. The patrons of Yuxian are individuals of refined taste, and if one intends to produce mere drivel, then a visit to Yuxian holds little significance. A voice, tinged with a hint of reproach, resonated in the air. Dubai focused his gaze. A young man, elegantly attired and strikingly handsome, approached, appearing to be just a few years younger than Dubai. Upon recognizing the man's features, Dubai was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he this the same individual who, just yesterday, had been in room 301 of the Shanghai Hotel, teaching the woman how to produce beautiful melodies on the Shao? Dubai recalled that he had playfully invited himself in at that time. "Greetings, Your Highness." At this moment, the young lady, Jasmine, who was attending to the Moon Pavilion, approached and offered her respects. "Miss Jasmine, there is no need for formalities. I am a frequent patron of the Moon Pavilion and also a student here. You may call me Qinghe, or Senior Qinghe," replied the elegantly dressed young man, exuding an air of gentle refinement. "Very well, Senior Qinghe," Jasmine responded with a slight smile. Dubai was taken aback upon hearing this. Could it be that this fellow was none other than the Grand Prince of Heaven Do City, Shueqinghe? This diverges from the narrative of the original text. Dubai recalls that in the original text, Shueqinghe is depicted as a profoundly enigmatic and elegantly aloof individual. However, this fellow was seeking thrills with a lady at the Shanghai Hotel just yesterday, leaving the door ajar, as if to ensure the world knew of his indiscretions. Upon further reflection, it is evident that in the original narrative, Shueqinghe was replaced by Qian Renxue. The true nature of the first prince, Shueqinghe, remains shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, upon meticulous examination, one can infer that being the first among the four princes to attract attention and subsequently being eliminated by Qian Renxue indicates a fundamental flaw in his character, perhaps an inclination towards debauchery. In the original text, Qian Renxue, as the daughter of Bibi Dong, inherited her mother's beauty, which is not insignificant. It is conceivable that she seduced and stealthily eliminated Prince Shueqinghe, subsequently taking his place. Dubai pondered to himself. However, according to reason, Shueqinghe would have been but a child when Bibi Dong was 25 years old. Dubai was puzzled. The crown prince, Shueqinghe, before him was of a similar age, perhaps just a few years younger. Something felt amiss, something was not right. Dubai could not help but furrow his brow. The Douluo Continent, where Dubai currently resides, diverges significantly from the one depicted in the original narrative. Meng Iran, who was not meant to be born, has arrived at least 14 years earlier than she should have, and so has Shueqinghe. Individuals who originally existed across disparate timelines now find themselves encountering one another simultaneously. Strangely, this convergence does not evoke a sense of peculiarity. Perhaps due to my presence, the Douluo Continent has undergone certain transformations, and it is likely that I will encounter individuals from various timelines in the future. Dubai pondered to himself, regardless of whom he encountered or what events transpired. Dubai is a living individual, currently existing in the world of Douluo. Dwelling on the past is futile. Having traversed into this realm, one must embrace the present and act according to the rules of this world. Dubai pondered quietly, reflecting on the intricate relationship between Earth and the Douluo world, a connection that had been obscured from view. Consequently, Bibi Dong was entirely unaware of his musings. At that moment, a melodious voice gently pulled Dubai back from his thoughts. I apologize. Senior Qinghe is quite particular about matters of etiquette and poetry, which is why he criticized the hastiness of such poetic endeavors, said the hostess, Jasmine, with a look of regret. She assumed that the recent remarks from the Crown Prince regarding the quality of Dubai's poetry had caused him discomfort, hence her explanation. Once he regained his composure, Dubai replied nonchalantly, "It is of no consequence." At this juncture, the 5 handsome young men who had been gathered at the entrance approached. Along with the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe and his 2 regal companions, there were now a total of 8 men. As they drew near, Dubai, as a man himself, could not help but notice their gazes frequently landing, albeit inadvertently, upon Bibi Dong. What a group of lecherous hypocrites, he thought to himself. Dubai silently cursed within himself. Beside him, Bibi Dong, upon hearing his thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Ah, Dubai is feeling jealous. This young lady. I wonder which noble family from the imperial court she hails from. Might I have the honor of befriending you? The Grand Prince, Xue Qinghe, presented himself with an air of gentle elegance and spoke. Greetings, fair maiden. Our esteemed Prince Qinghe has always been keen on forging friendships. Moreover, he possesses remarkable talents in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. We could engage in delightful exchanges. 2 elegantly attired gentlemen standing behind the Grand Prince chimed in. Oh, not at all. It is merely a modest skill, hardly worthy of the term mastery. Xue Qinghe humbly replied. Were it an ordinary maiden, she might have been deceived by the flattery exchanged between Xue Qinghe and his sycophants. Yet, Bibi Dong, being the saintess of the Spirit Hall and an 86th level Soul Douluo, was utterly uninterested, even feeling a tinge of disdain. With her delicate brow slightly furrowed, she was about to refuse. At that moment, Dubai could no longer contain himself. A mere commoner? You are the true pretender. You wish to befriend her? You are unworthy. Dubai's face darkened with rage as he scolded. How dare you entertain such thoughts of harming my wife, Bibi Dong, in my presence? This is utterly outrageous. Dubai's expression darkened considerably. My good sir, have I provoked you in any way? Am I not allowed to seek friendship? Xue Qinghe's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of anger playing across his face. Yet he maintained an air of refined nobility. He failed to recognize that Dubai was the same man who had glimpsed him playing the flute yesterday in room 301. Had there been an ordinary woman present, she would surely have been captivated by Xue Qinghe's demeanor, perhaps even standing up to chastise Dubai for his lack of decorum, demanding he leave the city of Tiando. Although no such woman was in attendance, Xue Qinghe was flanked by 2 sycophants, with 5 more licking his boots nearby. At that moment, these 7 sycophants sprang into action. Why should we scold His Highness, the Crown Prince? You are the one lacking in manners, unworthy of entering Yuxian. Your Highness, he merely wishes to befriend this young lady. Is that too much to ask? You are exceedingly arrogant. Do you dare to believe I could have you bedridden for an entire month? The 7 sycophants launched a concerted attack against Dubai. Please refrain from quarreling. This is Yuxian, a place of elegance. Let us maintain the peace, implored the attendant, Jasmine, in a state of distress. Did you hear that? Cease your bickering at once. I trust this gentleman means no harm. All misunderstandings can be resolved. Xue Qinghe spoke with grace, maintaining his genteel demeanor. Had there been an innocent maiden present, she would undoubtedly have found herself increasingly drawn to Xue Qinghe's conduct. However, aside from Dubai, Bibi Dong, and Jasmine, only the 7 sycophants remained. His Highness speaks true. It is we who have been impolite. We shall not stoop to the level of this rude fellow. If a dog barks at us, should we not bark back? We shall spare you this time. The sycophants lauded Xue Qinghe, simultaneously deriding Dubai. Faced with the mocking chorus of 8 sycophants, even the most patient of souls would find their temper tested. At that moment, Dubai's countenance grew exceedingly grim. Had it not been for other plans he wished to pursue, he would have preferred to avoid further complications. Dubai had already rendered the limbs of these 8 beasts to a state of ruin. Beside him, Bibi Dong was acutely aware that these 8 individuals were humiliating Dubai. At this moment, Bibi Dong's exquisite visage was shrouded in frost, emanating an intense chill. However, as Dubai remained silent, Bibi Dong refrained from lashing out. Young sir, a gentleman of refinement does not engage in physical altercations. Dare you challenge His Highness Qing, he to a poetic duel? At this juncture, a creature behind Xueqing, he spoke up. Indeed, your words are laced with insults. It seems unlikely that you could compose anything of merit. Hence, you question whether subpar poetry could gain entry into the Moon Pavilion. Another creature chimed in. Will you dare to contest with His Highness Qinghe in literary prowess? I believe a crude individual such as yourself is incapable of crafting any noteworthy verse. Two more creatures emerged to defend Xueqing. Originally, Dubai had silently harbored a grudge, contemplating an abduction of these 8 beasts later that night. But now he was taken aback. Were these 8 individuals truly challenging me to a poetic contest? Dubai's face revealed an odd expression. As a citizen of Earth. And moreover, a liberal arts student, is not poetry a craft easily grasped? These individuals truly lack discernment. Initially, Dubai had no intention of quarreling with them at this moment. However, they have now audaciously proposed a poetic duel. Dubai did not mind teaching them a lesson, making them aware of what poetry truly entails. Noticing Dubai's expression stiffen, Xueqing felt a surge of joy within. It seemed this fellow was unfamiliar with the essence of poetic literature. Esteemed young master, I genuinely wish to engage with you in a discussion regarding the nuances of poetry. Xueqing had gently proposed. Very well, what manner of contest shall we engage in? Dubai said with indifference. Initially, he intended to scold these 8 dogs, perhaps uttering a remark like, well, I shall reluctantly offer you some guidance. However, Dubai understood that if he were to say such a thing, these dogs would likely begin to bark at him even more. Thus, he proceeded to the topic at hand. Of course, Dubai silently noted the appearances of these individuals, particularly that of Xueqing. When the night grew deep and tranquil, Dubai would certainly abduct Xueqing to teach him a lesson. After all, wasn't Xueqing quite skilled in the art of poetry? At that time, he would have Xueqing tend to the old cow of the neighbor's elderly lady. Just for a bit of fun. The poetry duel was quite simple. Within the span of a single incense stick, Miss Jasmine would select a theme, and each person would compose a poem. Subsequently, all present would evaluate the 2 poems to determine which was superior, thus declaring the victor. In cases of significant dispute, Lady Tang could be called upon to judge. One of the dogs stepped forward to elucidate the rules. Very well, no objections. Dubai spoke calmly, exuding an air of confidence. The art of composing poetry in competition is akin to performing rap. One is given a theme and must swiftly craft verses surrounding it. As an inhabitant of Earth and a student of the humanities, Dubai possesses an extensive collection of poetry. And it is no exaggeration to say that he can effortlessly compose 100 poems. The young lady, Jasmine, who was in charge of hospitality at the Moon Pavilion, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the impending poetic duel. The majority present were supporters of the Crown Prince, which placed Dubai at a disadvantage in this contest. Unless Dubai's verses were to far surpass those of the Crown Prince, defeat seemed inevitable. However, Jasmine found herself unable to identify a fair and impartial judge for the poetry. Given the identity of the Crown Prince, it was likely that most would show bias in his favor. A sigh escaped Jasmine's lips as she reflected on her rather favorable impression of Dubai. Hoping only for his well-being. Esteemed guests, it is not appropriate to compose poetry here. Let us move to the hall. Jasmine gently suggested. The first floor of the Moon Pavilion was equipped with a designated area for guests to create their works. At that moment, the crowd had gathered at the entrance, which was rather unbecoming. Many passers-by had already stopped to observe, clearly intrigued by the commotion. No need for that. This spot will suffice. Just bring me paper and ink swiftly, Dubai said calmly. Dubai had already devised a plan, inscribing his verses upon paper before departing with a self-satisfied clap. Humph, what a pretense, scoffed a nearby dog. No matter, if this young master delights in composing poetry on paper, let him be, Su Qinghe remarked with an air of elegance, waving his hand. It must be said that Su Qinghe's actions garnered considerable favor. Soon, the necessary writing materials arrived. Miss Jasmine, it is your privilege to select a theme. I appreciate your efforts, declared the Grand Prince Su Qinghe, maintaining his refined demeanor. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jasmine smiled and suggested, let us write about scenery. I request both esteemed guests to compose a poem on this theme within the span of a single incense stick, she added. Very well, let us commence. The Grand Prince Su Qinghe responded gently. Fortune smiled upon him, for he had fortuitously conceived a poem about scenery before his arrival. Moreover, he was certain that the people here would rally behind him, supporting his victory. Su Qinghe silently rejoiced, feeling confident that he would triumph in this endeavor. Dubai picked up his pen and began to gracefully dance across the paper. In his previous life as a humanities student, Dubai possessed exquisite handwriting. So much so that his calligraphy could have earned him a place as a graduate student at a prestigious university's art institute. However, his struggles with the English language thwarted his aspirations for further study. The torment of mastering English proved insurmountable for him. At this moment, Dubai had already composed a rendition of the renowned poem Quiet Night, Thoughts by the illustrious Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai, The bright moonlight before my bed. I suspect it is frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown. This poem, though consisting of merely 4 lines, is universally known and could be recited in full by any child in his previous life. However, this does not diminish its significance. On the contrary, it stands as a timeless masterpiece. The poem is refreshingly simple, clear as day, with profound meaning that invites endless interpretation. It not only captures the beauty of the moonlit scene but also intricately intertwines themes of longing and nostalgia. The deeper essence of Quiet Night Thoughts lies in its emotional resonance, as it evokes a yearning for distant homeland and loved ones through the imagery of the moon. Dubai's choice of this poem was not due to a lack of inspiration. Rather, it was a deliberate and thoughtful decision, primarily composed for Tang Yuehua. This poem encapsulates the feelings of longing for home during the stillness of the night. Tang Yuehua, a direct disciple of the Haotian sect, holds a significant position within the sect as the sister of Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, and the aunt of Tang San. Following Tang Hao's severe injury, the Haotian sect was compelled to retreat into obscurity. As a crucial figure within the sect, Tang Yuehua finds herself unable to return home or reunite with her family. Thus, Quiet Night Thoughts poignantly articulates the sentiment of missing one's hometown and loved ones. Dubai firmly believes that if Tang Yuehua were to encounter this poem, she would undoubtedly be stirred by the evocative imagery, profoundly moved. This poem possesses the power to effortlessly resonate with Tang Yuehua. Dubai secretly mused to himself. Initially, he had merely intended to scout the location and ascertain whether Tang Yuehua was present. To his surprise, he discovered that Tang Yuehua had recently become engrossed in poetry and was even planning to host a poetry conference. Coincidentally, he found himself facing the hypocrite Xue Qinghe, who wished to engage him in a poetic duel. Thus, he decided to unveil a poem, hoping to earn Tang Yuehua's admiration and subsequently abduct her. In the process, he aimed to impart a lesson to the pretentious Xue Qinghe about the true essence of poetry. When Dubai composed this poem Quiet Night Thoughts, only Bibi Dong was privy to it. Others remained unaware. At this moment, Bibi Dong found herself repeatedly reciting the verses, her heart stirred with profound emotion. The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it's frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown. As Bibi Dong pondered over these succinct lines, she discerned the poet's feelings of solitude and longing for his distant home. To her surprise, Dubai had penned a remarkable poem. Moreover, it seemed he harbored a deep yearning for his homeland. She recalled that Dubai was an orphan. Surely, these years must have been arduous for him. A flicker of compassion arose within Bibi Dong for Dubai. Simultaneously, as her thoughts raced, she contemplated the first assessment she would give him. Previously, she had consented to Dubai's pursuit of her, contingent upon his completion of 3 challenges. Now, Bibi Dong had resolved upon the first task. The inaugural challenge would require Dubai to compose a love poem. Should it resonate with her sentiments, he would pass. Bibi Dong quietly resolved within herself. Have you completed the poem? At that moment, a dog barked at Dubai, pulling Bibi Dong back from her reverie. It is done. Dubai responded with an air of indifference. However, he did not unfold the paper in his hand, showing no intention of revealing the poem to the onlookers. Was he hesitant to share his work due to its perceived inadequacy, feeling too embarrassed to present it? A dog barked at Dubai once more. Having been barked at by numerous dogs today, Dubai had grown accustomed to it. In response, he maintained a cold demeanor. Let us first scrutinize the poetry of the Crown Prince and see how it fares. Dubai spoke calmly, just as several dogs were about to bark in unison. The leading dog, Xue Qinghe, waved his hand and said gracefully, "Do not resort to insults. I have already composed a poem." Xue Qinghe gently added, "Please listen to it." Dubai spoke calmly, "Listen well. The poetry crafted by His Highness the Crown Prince is as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze. Today, you were fortunate beyond measure to hear His Highness's verses." 2 dogs emerged, boasting. With a wave of his hand, Xue Qinghe signaled them to refrain from further chatter. "The sunset forest is grand." Xue Qinghe elegantly recited the first line. The 7 dogs sat upright, attentively listening. "Indeed, His Highness." The first line beautifully depicts the vast expanse of the sunset forest. 1 dog barked. "The forest sunset is round." Chingha continued with poise, reciting the second line. Casting a confident glance at Dubai, as expected of His Highness Qingha, the second line transitions seamlessly from the forest to the full moon, as if it were right before our eyes. Another dog barked. The sunset forest is home to soul beasts. Following this, Qingha maintained his graceful demeanor and recited the third line. At this point, all 7 dogs displayed expressions of longing. This third line is exceptional. It vividly captures the existence of soul beasts in the sunset forest, leaving us eagerly anticipating the remaining verses. Surely, the fourth line will reach the poem's climax. Several dogs whispered among themselves. Observing the admiration on the faces around him, Qingha wore a satisfied expression. With a flourish, he concluded with the final line. Adopting a poised posture. A truly striking line. One dog exclaimed. This last verse vividly portrays the scene of the poet slaying a soul beast, simultaneously revealing the childlike heart of an imperial prince beneath his lofty ambitions, worthy of being a celebrated line. At that moment, another dog barked in admiration. Listening to the elegantly dressed and handsome 7 dogs interpret the poem, passers-by couldn't help but feel that the poem was indeed remarkable. Even Jasmine, the maid from Moon Pavilion, felt there was something special about the poem after hearing it and the interpretations from the 7 gallant gentlemen, repetitively reciting Senior Qingha's poem. It truly is well-crafted. Jasmine thought to herself. Now it's your turn. Since this is a poetic duel, recite your poem and let us hear it. Let's see if your composition can rival that of His Highness Qingha. If it cannot, you must apologize for your earlier actions. Yes, if you lose the poetic duel, you must apologize. The 7 dogs barked in unison at Dubai. Dubai, having just heard Qingha's poetry, was amused by its humor. At this moment, 7 dogs barked in unison, bringing Dubai back to reality. One must admit, Qingha is quite compelling. Your poetry is filled with wit and humor. Dubai commented with an air of indifference. As for the barking of the dogs, he had grown immune to it. These individuals had already caught his silent attention. Given a suitable opportunity, Dubai would seize them one by one for retribution. What? You dare to claim that His Highness Qingha's poetry is comical? The verses of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, are unparalleled. If you possess the ability, let us behold your own poetry. Yes, do show us your poetry. The dogs began to bark once more. In response, Dubai paid them no heed but instead turned to the reception lady, Miss Emoli. Miss Emoli, please convey this poem to Madame Tang for her evaluation. Of course, you may read it as well. However, when you do, be mindful of these 8 long-necked dogs eavesdropping. Dubai spoke with an air of calmness, simultaneously handing a folded piece of paper to Emoli. Instinctively, Emoli accepted the paper he offered. Certainly. I will deliver it to Mrs. Tang. She responded with a smile. For some reason, Emoli sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from the man before her. From Dubai, she perceived a sense of composure and restraint. At the same time, she subtly felt that the poetry he crafted was of remarkable quality. Chapter 74, A Minor Lesson. Dubai evokes an extraordinary sensation in Emoli. During his poetic endeavors, Jasmine observed Dubai with keen interest. When composing verses, Dubai exhibited an air of tranquility, his countenance exuding ease. As he wielded his brush, his movements were remarkably fluid and unrestrained, devoid of any hesitation. From a distance, the contours of his characters conveyed a sense of clarity and grandeur. His fluidity in both poetry and calligraphy revealed that Dubai was no mere dilettante, but rather a person of genuine prowess. Engaging in poetic contests not only tests one's ability to perform spontaneously, but also assesses the depth of one's literary reservoir. The theme Jasmine proposed was scenery, a broad subject indeed. Anyone with a modicum of poetic knowledge has, to some extent, penned verses inspired by the beauty of nature. Dubai composed poetry with remarkable swiftness, exuding an air of confidence and composure throughout the process. The verses penned by this young gentleman must undoubtedly be extraordinary. Jasmine mused to herself. With this thought in mind, she discreetly retreated to a secluded corner. Jasmine recalled Dubai's instruction that only Madame Tang and herself were permitted to view the poem. At that moment, she cautiously unfolded the paper containing the verses to examine them. Indeed, what met her gaze were grand and imposing characters, possessing an aesthetic appeal unlike any she had previously encountered. How unique these characters are. Jasmine's cherry lips parted slightly, revealing her astonishment. So, this is how writing can be. She let out a soft exclamation of admiration. The script was a fusion of the characters from the dragon nation of her past life and those from the Douluo Continent, a singular creation on this continent. Hence, Jasmine was greatly taken aback. Next, she began to earnestly peruse Dubai's quiet night thoughts. As she delved deeper, her eyes gradually brightened. Meanwhile, Dubai, accompanied by Bibi Dong, prepared to depart. However, as they were about to leave, the 7 dogs beside Xueqinghe could no longer contain themselves. No, you cannot leave. The poetry duel is not yet concluded. If you leave now, are you unable to ride any further, wishing to escape? You wretched scoundrel, quickly apologized to our crown prince. If you dare to leave, I shall have someone teach you a lesson, ensuring you cannot rise from your bed for 3 months. The 7 dogs encircled Dubai, barking fiercely to prevent his departure. As the leader of this pack, Xueqinghe observed coldly from the side. This young lady is remarkably beautiful, her demeanor ethereal, rivaling that of Teacher Tang. More importantly, she is so young. I must drive away the man beside her to win her favor, Xueqinghe thought to himself. At this moment, he allowed the 7 dogs to confront Dubai and Bibi Dong. The true Xueqinghe was indeed captivated by beauty. This aligns with the original narrative, as he would ultimately be the first to be dealt with and replaced by Qian Rinxue. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Xueqinghe. In the Douluo Continent, girls, especially Soul Master girls, mature early. It is common for young ladies in their teens to stand at heights of 1.7 to 1.8 meters. Coupled with the pristine environment, the girls here possess fair complexions, long legs, and alluring figures. Who wouldn't be enamored? At this juncture, Xueqinghe was not idle. He aimed to establish a refined persona, showcasing his gallant side. What is the meaning of this? Do not frighten this young lady, since this gentleman wishes to leave. Let him do so without disturbing her. Xueqinghe maintained his composure as he spoke. The crown prince truly cherishes the delicate. Observing the rudeness of the one who spoke coarse words, eager to depart in the midst of the poetry duel, they deemed him cowardly. Young lady, do not be deceived by him. He is clearly not a good person. Indeed, hasten away from him. The 7 dogs barked, showing no intention of allowing Dubai and Bibi Dong to leave. The clay figurine still held a trace of anger. At this moment, Dubai's expression darkened, as he harnessed the power of his Soul Douluo cultivation to admonish, silence. As Dubai's reprimand resonated, it embodied the formidable spirit power of a top-ranked Soul Douluo. At that moment, his voice thundered like a rolling storm, reverberating in the ears of the onlookers. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of soul energy erupted from Dubai, fiercely spreading outward. The 7 hounds, at the epicenter of this thundering rebuke, felt as if their eardrums were shattering. They were also struck hard by Dubai's Soul Douluo energy, one by one collapsing to the ground. Clutching their ears, the 7 hounds writhed in agony, their faces contorted in pain. Beside them, Xueqinghe, a soul king, was at least 3 ranks inferior to Dubai. His complexion turned ashen, betraying his fear and astonishment. The surrounding pedestrians scattered in alarm, though a few audacious soul masters lingered to observe. Get lost. Just as Xueqinghe and the 7 hounds began to recover from the shock of the reprimand, a chilling voice pierced their ears again, inducing tremors in their bodies. The 7 hounds, including Xueqinghe, clutched their ears, trembling in fear. This voice belonged to Bibi Dong, who, as a Soul Douluo, possessed an even mightier presence than Dubai. It dawned upon the crowd the caliber of the beings they had provoked, at least a soul sage, if not a Soul Douluo. Xueqinghe's expression morphed into one of horror, stripping away his earlier composure. He felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had this occurred in the wilderness rather than in the safety of Heaven Do City, he might well have found himself lifeless. While Xueqinghe and the 7 hounds were still in a daze, Dubai and Bibi Dong had already moved on, the entire episode transpiring in the blink of an eye. The attendant at Yuxian, named Jasmine, had just begun to recover from the shock of Dubai's rebuke. As she sought to find Dubai and discuss the brilliance of his poetry, she realized he had vanished from sight. Taking a deep breath, Jasmine approached the pale-faced Xueqinghe. Your Highness Qinghe, are you all right? She inquired with concern. Xueqinghe, the eldest prince of the Tiandu Empire and a disciple of Madame Tang from Yuxian, was someone Jasmine naturally held in high esteem. I'm fine, Xueqinghe replied, though his complexion remained devoid of color. Having just provoked 2 formidable individuals, he felt a lingering unease. Observing the distress etched on Xueqinghe and the 7 hounds, Jasmine understood the gravity of the situation. That young gentleman is truly powerful. Not only does he possess remarkable poetic talent, but his strength is equally formidable, Jasmine thought. Casting her eyes towards the direction Dubai had departed, her expression revealing admiration. This is utterly disgraceful. Resorting to violence after a poetic competition is a breach of decorum. They are not to be trifled with. This is outrageous, Your Highness. We must seek retribution against them for their insolence. At that moment, the 7 hounds appeared pale. Yet their spirits remained undeterred. In their eyes, Xue Qinghe was the grand prince of the Tiandu Empire, and regardless of the strength of the man and woman. The Tiandu Empire had the capability to discipline them. Your Highness, I implore you to summon Elder Douluo Bo to deal with these insolent individuals. Forget Elder Douluo Bo. We can call upon the royal knights. The 7 hounds clamored, hoping Xue Qinghe would leverage his royal status to teach the audacious pair a lesson. No matter how powerful they are, unless they are titled Douluo or Soul Douluo, they must crawl before us. The 7 hounds, having assumed that Du Bai and Bibi Dong were merely a few years older than Xue Qinghe, believed their prowess could not be vastly superior. These pampered scions of the Tiandu city, self-styled as refined and cultured, were oblivious to the reality that there were always greater mountains and people beyond their horizon. Let us not speak of that young gentleman anymore. Have you seen the poetry he crafted? It is truly magnificent. In this poetic duel, he was the clear victor. Jasmine interjected, eager to defend Du Bai against the ire of the wealthy young men. In an instant, the 7 hounds and Xue Qinghe turned their attention towards Jasmine. Miss Jasmine, do not jest. He appears to be merely a martial artist engrossed in cultivation. How could he possibly compose fine poetry? The 7 hounds retorted. I refuse to believe his work surpasses that of His Highness Qinghe. Show us what he has written. They insisted. Even Xue Qinghe found himself curious about the poem Du Bai had penned. Despite his superior cultivation, he must have dedicated all his time to martial arts. Surely his writing cannot exceed mine. He mused internally. Miss Jasmine, please allow me to see that gentleman's poetry. Xue Qinghe resumed his poised demeanor. Here you go, Your Highness. Be gentle. Do not damage it. Madame Tang has yet to see it. Jasmine carefully handed over Du Bai's composition to Xue Qinghe. Rest assured. I shall handle it with care, Xue Qinghe replied, his brow furrowing. Was the poem truly so extraordinary that he, the Grand Prince, had to treat it with such delicacy? However, seeing Jasmine's reverence for the piece, he sensed its significance. As he unfolded the paper, he was greeted by grand characters, strikingly beautiful and unique. Upon seeing the writing, Xue Qinghe's expression shifted dramatically. The script was exquisite, likely beyond the capabilities of even the finest calligraphers in the Tiandu Empire. Only Madame Tang from Yuxian could rival such artistry. Xue Qinghe's countenance darkened. He hadn't anticipated that not only was this individual a powerful cultivator, but he also possessed such remarkable calligraphy skills. The sight of the majestic and rhythmic characters, reminiscent of dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing, evoked thoughts of Du Bai's cold yet handsome visage. Du Bai exudes a sense of restraint, yet his eyes are profound, akin to an inexhaustible treasure trove, sparking curiosity. For instance, his calligraphy stands as one of those treasures. Merely in the realm of writing, Xue Qinghe feels a sense of inadequacy. He muses to himself that he has encountered a formidable challenge. Masterful calligraphy does not necessarily imply that one's poetry is equally commendable. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Xue Qinghe yearns to explore Du Bai's poetry further. What if it is utterly disappointing? Upon reading, however, Xue Qinghe's expression transformed dramatically, revealing a captivating brilliance. Quiet night thoughts. The moonlight before my bed, I suspect it is frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, then lower it to ponder my hometown. Signed, Li Fu. As Xue Qinghe silently recited the lines, a peculiar glimmer appeared in his discerning eyes. Although Xue Qinghe was somewhat hedonistic, as a prince, he had spent his days learning etiquette from Lady Tang and studying literature under the esteemed scholars of the Hanlin Academy. This cultivated demeanor often masked his true nature, allowing him to project an air of refinement. In his worldview, he did not perceive himself as merely indulgent, but rather as a romantic. Elegance coupled with amorous charm became Xue Qinghe's guiding principle. His appreciation for poetry was genuine, as was his penchant for romance. He understood well the challenge of crafting a fine poem. Du Bai's quiet night thoughts resonated deeply within him. Reading this poem, he felt a profound sense of solitude. Akin to wandering in a foreign land, gazing at the moon, and longing for family back home, a timeless masterpiece that surpassed his own capabilities. That evening, he resolved to seek out Yuro to express this sense of loneliness. Reflecting on his own recent poem, The Setting Sun Over the Vast Forest. The sun is round in the forest's embrace. In the forest, the setting sun harbors soul beasts, pricking and bounding, recalling his own creation. Xue Qinghe felt a wave of shame wash over him. Rubbish. My poem is nothing short of trash. It pales in comparison to quiet night thoughts. He inwardly cursed. His face flushed with embarrassment. Your Highness, is this poem truly so terrible? Otherwise, why does your face flush with anger? A dog scoffed. Indeed. It must be dreadful if the prince's face is turned red, barked another dog in agreement. Curse be it. What poetry dares to insult our prince's sensibilities? Another dog barked in indignation. Let me see the impudent soul who penned such a wretched poem that incited the prince's ire. Yet another dog growled in anger. Enough of this chatter. Young Master Li's poetry is exquisite. If you do not believe it, take a look for yourselves and cease tarnishing his name, exclaimed the lovely Jasmine maiden, Mo Li, defending Du Bai with fervor. When Du Bai composes poetry, he signs it as Li Fu. Thus, Jasmine refers to Du Bai as Young Master Li. Is that true? Jasmine, dear, do not be deceived by him. I cannot believe that the poetry of this so-called Young Master Li can surpass that of His Highness Shui Qinghe. Just as my 7 dogs were about to bark in unison, they were abruptly silenced by the rebuke of the second prince, Shui Qinghe. Enough. Do not speak any further. Examine this poem for yourselves. Shui Qinghe exclaimed, his face flushed with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. He then cautiously presented Du Bai's Quiet Night Thoughts for the 7 dogs to review. Shui Qinghe felt he had made a significant blunder. His complexion reddened with a hint of shame. Nevertheless, he genuinely appreciated poetry. Deep down, Shui Qinghe believed that Du Bai's work was exceptional. This Quiet Night Thoughts would undoubtedly create a tremendous impact on the poetic realm of the heavenly Dou Empire, or even on the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Shui Qinghe mused to himself. Du Bai, with the mere composition of this poem, has attained remarkable prestige within the literary realm of Douluo Continent. At this moment, Shui Qinghe feels a deep sense of regret for having offended such a distinguished poet. Chapter 76. The first assessment content, 3 updates. Seeking votes. Requesting subscriptions. No. I must apologize. Shui Qinghe thought to himself, glancing towards the direction where Du Bai had departed. However, Du Bai had already vanished, leaving Shui Qinghe unaware of his whereabouts. Sigh. Shui Qinghe exhaled a long breath. Meanwhile, the 7 hounds had finished reading Du Bai's Quiet Night Thoughts. The brilliance of the words and the poetry itself was unparalleled. The faces of the 7 hounds flushed crimson. They finally understood why the Crown Prince had appeared so embarrassed moments ago. It was not due to anger over the poem's poor quality, but rather the humiliation that had reddened his face. We have misjudged that Young Master Li. One hound barked with a penitent expression. Indeed. Young Master Li's poetry is truly exceptional. Another hound barked. Sigh, His Highness Qinghe's efforts are commendable as well. It's just that he encountered Young Master Li's even more remarkable work. We were mistaken. We were mistaken. We apologize to Young Master Li. The hounds barked to one another, beginning to express their contrition for their previous actions. Truly, they are hypocrites. See, I told you it was a misunderstanding. We misjudged Young Master Li. In this poetic contest, Young Master Li emerged victorious. I must inform Madame Tang about this poem. She will undoubtedly appreciate it. Yu Xian's attendant, the gentle young lady Jasmine, carefully retrieved Li Bai's poetic work. His Highness Qinghe still has a few gentlemen here. I shall seek Madame Tang, and let the other sisters entertain the guests. My apologies, Jasmine said softly. Subsequently, she cradled Du Bai's poem like a treasured possession, her excitement akin to that of a child, as she hurried to find Madame Tang. This was the first time the 7 hounds had witnessed Jasmine exhibit such uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Among them, 5 of the sycophants felt a twinge of jealousy. Anyone wishing to enter Yuxian must compose a poem. However, the first floor of Yuxian contains a hall for guests to create. These 5 sycophants lingered outside, engaging with Jasmine, reluctant to enter. Now, seeing her so animated over another man, they felt a surge of envy. How could I not compose a mere 4 lines? A mere 20 characters of Quiet Night Thoughts? If only I could have penned such a poem. With this work, I could surely win Jasmine's heart. Alas, such were the true thoughts of the 5 sycophants. Meanwhile, Shui Qinghe was lamenting his offense against Du Bai. Should I encounter this Young Master Li again? I must seek his wisdom regarding poetry. He is far superior to the masters of the Hanlin Academy. If possible, I would even like to take him as my mentor. Shui Qinghe mused. He believed that crafting beautiful poetry and mastering calligraphy, as well as excelling in the arts of music, chess, and literature, embodied a refined and gallant nature rather than mere lewdness. Elegance and charm were Shui Qinghe's aspirations and beliefs, making his desire for mentorship entirely reasonable. As evening approached, he contemplated seeking Yuro to express the feelings of longing and solitude evoked by Quiet Night Thoughts. With this thought, his flushed face began to ease. Du Bai and Bibi Dong had distanced themselves from Yuxian for some time. The 7 dogs, along with Shui Qinghe, possessed a total of 8 mouths, leaving Dubai with no time to engage in futile arguments. He left behind the quiet musings of the night, knowing that those who understood would comprehend. In the future, capturing them and administering a lesson would suffice. Dubai was disinclined to indulge in verbal sparring. Dubai, I did not expect you to possess the talent for poetry, Bibi Dong remarked, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. Indeed, I can compose poetry. It's merely a hobby. Dubai responded calmly, wow, I never expected that my poetry might have captivated Xiao Dongdong's wife as well. Dubai's inner world jolted, suddenly perceiving something amiss with Bibi Dong. Could it be that Bibi Dong is also a girl with a fondness for poetry and literature? Dubai pondered quietly. Very well, Dubai, listen carefully. I have already devised the first assessment for you. The task is to compose a poem for me. If I find it satisfactory, you shall pass this initial test. Bibi Dong's exquisite visage bore an expression of utmost seriousness and gravity. Yet, within her heart, there lingered a hint of bashfulness. Although Bibi Dong did not specify the theme for the poem, it was apparent to anyone of sound mind that a love poem was in order for her. This expectation was also the source of her slight embarrassment, as it implied a degree of initiative on her part. Upon hearing this, Dubai felt a surge of joy in his heart. Excellent. The first assessment is to my liking. Dubai felt a surge of joy within. Very well. Bibi Dong, I shall listen intently. Not only will I compose the finest poem for you, but I shall also sing the most melodious song in existence just for you. Dubai spoke earnestly, a serious expression adorning his face. At that moment, he slapped his forehead in realization. Why had he not thought earlier to compose poetry, akin to the ancients, to express his affections for the girl he cherished? Furthermore, he could serenade her with contemporary love songs, articulating his sentiments. In the world of Douluo Continent, there existed no poetry or music from the Dragon Kingdom. If he were to borrow the eloquent verses of his ancestors and the melodious tunes of modernity, even in the absence of a formidable martial spirit, he could carve out a respectable status through the power of poetry and music. The Douluo Continent revered martial prowess, with soul masters perpetually fixated on combat and leveling up. There was a significant deficiency in the realm of literature. As a transmigrator, the poetic and musical heritage of the Dragon Kingdom was undoubtedly the finest trump card he possessed. The poetry Douluo. Dubai envisioned that aside from the title of the three-gun Douluo, he could also adopt a more refined title, the poetic Douluo. Bibi Dong was thoroughly pleased with Dubai's earnest response. You must contemplate your verses with great care. My standards are quite stringent. I shall not allow you to pass the initial assessment lightly. Bibi Dong stated with solemnity, ensuring that Dubai understood the gravity of the task. Of course, I will devote myself to crafting meaningful poetry. By the way, Bibi Dong, is there a time frame for this poetic endeavor? Dubai Lian spoke and inquired. There is no time constraint. Whenever you are ready, simply show it to me. To this, Bibi Dong replied, very well, I shall compose a poem diligently. Subsequently, the two continued to stroll through the bustling streets of Tiando City. In truth, Dubai could have effortlessly recited a poem for Bibi Dong at that very moment. For instance, he could have chosen Guanju, On the River is the Osprey's Call. A graceful maiden, a gentleman's cherished match. Yearning in vain, I dream of her night and day. Or perhaps Jinjia, the one I long for is on the other side of the water. Evenly see, once I have seen the vast sea. No other waters shall suffice. Without the peaks of Wu, no clouds can compare. However, Dubai was not in a rush to showcase his talent or hastily complete this assessment. To casually present a poem would seem too hasty, and it would not elicit the surprise he desired from Bibi Dong. Thus, he wished to wait for the opportune moment to gift her a romantic poem, to serenade her with heartfelt melodies, ensuring a lasting impression in her heart. Additionally, Dubai needed to thoughtfully consider which poem or song would be most fitting for Bibi Dong. Chapter 77, The Cave, Dwelling Demon Pig for updates. Seeking votes. Seeking continued readership. Little did he expect that composing poetry for the girl he cherished would be such a romantic endeavor. Dubai pondered silently, while beside him, Bibi Dong naturally perceived his thoughts. Bibi Dong also considered that gifting a love poem to a cherished girl was indeed a romantic gesture. After a lifetime of battles, whether slaying monsters or vying for power, taking a moment to appreciate poetry was quite delightful. At that moment, Dubai and Bibi Dong were en route to the auction house in Heavendo City. Dubai had a specific plan for his visit, attending the Heavendo auction to seek a suitable box for storing the ethereal fragrance of the Qilua fairy item. It was currently dusk, and Dubai had no intention of participating in the auction just yet. Rather, He aimed to obtain entry qualifications and inquire about the commencement of the next auction. Auctions are typically organized well in advance, with guests confirmed beforehand and items promoted ahead of time. Thus, it was improbable for Bibi and Bibi Dong to simply arrive at the auction house and participate immediately. As they journeyed towards the auction venue, they overheard various discussions regarding the items to be auctioned. Have you heard? There will be a soul bone auction this time. Soul bone. From which soul beast? How old is it? It is said that this soul bone comes from a 25,000-year-old Earth Abyssal Magic Pig, and it's a skull. Earth Abyssal Magic Pig? Is it a spider? No, it's a pig. A female pig. Is it really the skull of a pig-like soul beast? Will anyone actually buy it? After all, it's fused to their own head. How could anyone not want it? An Earth Abyssal Magic Pig with such an impressive age. Many will be eager to acquire it. Really? Of course. Soul bones are priceless and often incite fierce competition upon their emergence. This auction will undoubtedly attract numerous bidders. Oh, I see. So, will you bid? Of course. If I had the money, I would certainly buy it. But soul bones are beyond our reach. Have you heard? There seems to be a Catwoman up for auction. A Catwoman. I would love to acquire one. Too expensive. I fear we cannot afford it. Sigh. Bibi overheard numerous conversations regarding the upcoming auction as he traversed the path, although he was yet to ascertain the precise date. It fortuitously fell within the next few days. Soul bones? Catwoman? Bibi exhibits no interest in these two items. Presently, he possesses the illusory Wisdom Skull soul bone, along with a unique set of soul bones from the Azure Scale Canine, which is valid for a mere 14 days, despite its 5,000-year history. Soul bones exceeding a decade in age failed to captivate his attention. The body bone of the Phoenix pattern magic python and the six-winged purple light wings belong to Bibi Dong. Thus, Bibi refrains from considering them as personal belongings. As for the feline woman, while her figure is undeniably alluring, she pales in comparison to Bibi Dong's enchanting presence. Despite his disinterest, Bibi encounters numerous individuals along his journey who are quite taken by these topics. When they converse about the soul bones and the Catwoman, their eyes sparkle with excitement. Is it merely about the soul bones and the Catwoman? Bibi harbored a sense of disdain. Soon, he and Bibi Dong arrived at the auction house in Heaven-Do City. This auction house was an enormous circular edifice. Based on Bibi's estimation, the semicircular structure embedded in the ground had a diameter of nearly 500 meters, with its highest point soaring over 80 meters. Heaven-Do City, the capital of the Heaven-Do Empire, could be described as a land where every inch is invaluable. This underscores the significance of the auction house within the entire city, with a background that is profoundly unfathomable. Upon reaching the entrance of the auction house, Bibi noticed numerous placards advertising the items to be auctioned. Among them, the skull of the 25,000-year-old Earth-embedded magic boar was particularly highlighted, drawing considerable attention. Such a soul bone held immense importance and captivated the gaze of many. Bibi pondered to himself. Upon reflection, it is indeed understandable. Soul bones are exceedingly rare. Their scarcity is surpassed only by the 10,000-year soul rings. Typically, when a soul master acquires a soul bone, they choose to fuse with it immediately, rarely considering its auction. As for powerful families or sects, should they obtain a soul bone, it is most likely reserved for their most promising disciples. Consequently, soul bones seldom circulate in the marketplace. Thus, the auction in Heaven-Do City featuring a 25,000-year-old subterranean magic pig soul bone is bound to cause quite a stir. Although this soul bone originates from a pig, reaching the age of 25,000 years is no small feat. Hence, this skull has garnered considerable attention. Even Bibi, having heard numerous accounts regarding this skull, could not help but take notice. However, his interest did not lie in acquiring this skull. Rather, he was astounded that such a trivial subterranean magic pig skull could incite such a significant uproar. If that is the case, then my 5,000-year complete set of green-scale dog soul bones could potentially astonish the entire continent, even though it possesses merely a 14-day limit. By heavens, I believe I have discerned how to utilize that shocking gold card. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Bibi, illuminating his mind and allowing him to comprehend many things. Previously, Bibi had opened a system gift package and obtained a shocking gold card. Upon utilizing this gold card for a particular endeavor, the greater the commotion generated by the action, the more he would be rewarded with a sacrificial offering of a soul beast of increasingly higher cultivation age. Bibi had previously been uncertain about what actions would elicit the greatest sensation regarding the shock gold card. However, he has now come to a realization. If I were to auction the Emerald Scale Dog Soul Bone set, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among the prominent families, sending ripples throughout the Douluo Continent. Indeed, future history books might even record the date, on a certain day of a certain month in a certain year, when the Tiando auction house auctioned off an emerald scale dog soul bone set. Dubai found himself enveloped in excitement. The auction of the emerald scaled canine soul bone set was indeed capable of generating tremendous fervor, maximizing the rewards for the golden card. Moreover, this exquisite soul bone set was bound by a mere 14-day limitation, a detail that Dubai intended to keep under wraps. Once the user's time expired, it would undoubtedly incite another wave of astonishment. Additionally, it would yield a substantial sum of gold soul coins, propelling him into the ranks of the affluent. Dubai's face was alight with excitement. Once I return to the Shanghai hotel, I shall meticulously devise a plan. In Dubai's heart, he mused that if all went well, he might obtain a soul beast of over 100,000 years for sacrifice. These thoughts, concerning the system, were inaudible to Bibi Dong, and Dubai's expression remained unchanged, his movements devoid of any peculiarities. Consequently, Bibi Dong harbored no suspicions. At this moment, the two continued towards the grand entrance of the auction house. The entrance, semicircular in design, mirrored the overall aesthetic of the auction hall, both exuding a pearly white hue. Before the door stood four tall and graceful young women, a sight to behold. Chapter 78, The Auction House Bidding Qualification Card. First update. Seeking votes. Seeking collectibles. These four young ladies were evidently the result of meticulous selection, each standing approximately 1.75 meters tall, their figures remarkably proportionate. While not breathtakingly beautiful, their charming appearances were undeniably alluring. One cannot help but acknowledge the thoughtfulness of the Heaven Do auction house. These young women appeared to be no older than 20, appealing to the youthful, single soul masters. Of course, those slightly older, even if accompanied, would also be captivated. However, Dubai had already secured the affection of the most exquisite beauty in Douluo Continent, Bibi Dong. After a fleeting glance, he averted his gaze, having grasped their appearances. They were adorned in floor-length gowns that concealed their arms, revealing not a hint of excessive skin. Yet, the dresses were form-fitting, accentuating their graceful curves. The white fabric was embroidered with silver patterns, which subtly formed letters. The four young women moved in perfect unison, their hands clasped in front of them, smiles gracing their faces. Although these smiles bore a professional quality, they still evoked a sense of warmth. As Dubai and Bibi Dong approached directly, one of the young women stepped forward with a slight bow, addressing them with a smile. "Ladies, how may I assist you? We are here to inquire about the entry qualifications, and we would like to know the time for the next auction," Dubai replied. Dubai politely responded, though his expression remained one of indifference. "Very well, obtaining an entry qualification card requires proof of assets, with a minimum of 10,000 gold soul coins." The young lady continued to smile. "The next auction will commence in 2 weeks," she added. Dubai was taken aback upon hearing this. The requirement of 10,000 soul coins for entry was astonishing. He possessed merely over 4,000 golden soul coins. Dubai couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This was indeed an awkward situation. As the holy son of the spirit hall, Dubai was free from concerns about basic necessities, dedicating himself solely to his cultivation, and thus had no pressing need for gold soul coins. Consequently, he had not accumulated a significant amount, merely possessing enough to meet his immediate needs. The nearly 5,000 gold soul coins he had on hand sufficed for his daily expenses. However, it was evidently insufficient for attending the auction. A miscalculation. Dubai pondered to himself, "Bibi Dong, do you possess any golden soul coins? I only have 5,000, which is somewhat insufficient." Dubai, feeling helpless, could only turn to Bibi Dong for assistance. Bibi Dong was attuned to Dubai's innermost thoughts. Even without words, she comprehended his intentions. "I happen to have 20,000 gold soul coins," Bibi Dong gently offered. "All right, I will repay you later." Dubai remarked, "No need to repay." To which Bibi Dong replied, "All right, thank you, Bibi Dong." Dubai expressed his gratitude. Dubai was well aware that Bibi Dong was not the type to be overly calculative, particularly regarding the matter of the gold soul coins. Thus, he refrained from engaging in unnecessary pleasantries with her. Furthermore, as they were to be lifelong companions, what was hers was his, and vice versa. "Could you kindly assist us in obtaining the bidding qualification certificate?" he requested, turning to the young lady at the auction house. "Of course, please follow me." The young lady replied with a persistent smile, exhibiting no change in demeanor despite the conversation between Dubai and Bibi Dong. It was quite embarrassing. It seemed imperative to sell the blue-scale canine spirit bone package, and, in the process, utilize the astonishing gold card. Dubai silently mused, indeed. A wealthy man enjoys privileges, while a man of modest means struggles. Subsequently, the young lady from the auction house took delicate steps, leading Dubai and Bibi Dong into the auction hall. Upon entering, one is immediately enveloped by an ambience of resplendent opulence. The floor is adorned with creamy white marble, and the surrounding walls are embellished with a myriad of exquisite reliefs. Although the colors of the reliefs are strikingly vivid, they exude an air of simplicity and clarity, embodying an elegance that is far from ostentatious. In addition to the reliefs, there are wall-mounted display cases showcasing an array of artifacts, such as porcelain and armor, each exuding a palpable sense of history and immense value. Were it not for the knowledge of the hall's purpose, Dubai might well mistake it for a museum. The guiding young lady exhibited commendable professionalism, pausing approximately every 10 steps to indicate the way with a gracious gesture. Her meticulous and considerate service was certainly endearing. Before long, she led Dubai and Bibi Dong to a room adjacent to the hall, adorned with qualification certifications. Then, with the assistance of the young lady, Dubai and Bibi Dong successfully acquired the bidding qualifications for the auction house's white card. A sum of 10,000 gold soul coins secures the white card, while 100,000 gold soul coins grants access to the yellow card. 500,000 gold soul coins allows for the purple card. As for the black and red cards, they necessitate proof of assets amounting to 5 million and 10 million gold soul coins, respectively. This was explained to Dubai and Bibi Dong by a young lady from the auction house. The varying colors of the cards signified different seating arrangements and levels of service within the auction house during the bidding process. In essence, the darker the card, the greater the wealth and higher the social status it represents. Dubai and Bibi Dong possessed merely 20,000 gold soul coins. Thus they could only acquire the white card for auction qualifications. However, as the holy son and holy daughter of the Spirit Hall, should they require additional gold soul coins, they could easily seek assistance from the Platinum Pontiff Sarath in the Spirit Hall of Heavendo City, who would readily offer them support ranging from several 100,000 to millions of gold soul coins. Nonetheless, their pride and dignity precluded Dubai and Bibi Dong from humbling themselves to request funds from the Platinum Pontiff. Moreover, Dubai was on the verge of selling the blue-scale dog soulbone set, which would soon provide him with ample funds, alleviating any financial concerns. After completing the necessary procedures, the young lady courteously guided Dubai and Bibi Dong outside. Along the way, Dubai began to inquire about information pertaining to the upcoming auction. "Excuse me, do you know if there will be any items available at this auction, such as storage boxes capable of concealing one's aura?" Dubois inquired. "Indeed, such storage boxes are available at the commencement of each auction. Naturally, the prices vary, with the lowest starting at 100 gold soul coins. To my knowledge, this auction features a storage box with a bidding reserve of 50,000 gold soul coins, capable of shielding its contents from external scrutiny," the young girl earnestly elucidated. Upon hearing this, Dubai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The storage box, with a starting bid of 50,000 gold soul coins, was precisely what he desired. Given the starting price of 50,000, the final bid would likely range from several tens of thousands to several 100,000. This indicates the impressive functionality of the storage box. As for the issue of gold soul coins, Dubai already had a preliminary plan forming in his mind. This plan pertained to the Bailin dog soulbone set, and he needed to return to elaborate on it further. "Do you have any insight regarding the dimensions of that box?" Dubai inquired. Chapter 79. Tang Yuehua's Astonishment. Apologies, but the auction house protects and conceals information about the items, so I am unaware of the specifics. Only on the day of the auction will the auctioneer provide a special introduction and display of the items, the young girl shyly explained. "That's quite all right. Are you aware of any highlight items in this auction? I heard many discussing the skull of the subterranean demon boar and the catgirl servant when I arrived. Could you elaborate on that?" Dubai inquired. "Of course, I would be delighted to provide an introduction," the young lady replied with a polite smile. She then commenced her presentation. Among the highlight items of this auction is the skull of a 2,500-year-old abyssal demon boar, a remarkably rare soul bone. The catgirl servant, beloved by soul masters, is of excellent quality this time, and I fear the price may be quite substantial. In addition, there exists a pill known as the 9 Apertures Linglong pill, which, when consumed, can gradually restore damage inflicted by soul masters below the title Douluo rank within 3 days. Furthermore, there is an armor soul guide capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Soul Douluo. The young lady diligently continued her introduction, maintaining her professionalism and courteous demeanor despite the fact that Dubai and Bibi Dong held only white cards for bidding. Dubai felt quite pleased with this. Before long, the three had arrived at the entrance of the hall. "Thank you for the introduction," Dubai politely stated. "It is nothing. This is what we ought to do." The young girl smiled and replied, "Bibi Dong, let us return to the hotel," Dubai proposed. At this moment, the sky was growing dim. Today's excursion involved composing poetry at the Moon Pavilion, followed by a visit to the Heavenly Dual Auction House to secure bidding qualifications, a successful endeavor. The remaining matters could be addressed tomorrow. Very well, Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. The two esteemed guests departed, bidding farewell gently under the warm demeanor of the young lady at the auction house. Dubai and Bibi Dong made their way toward the Shanghai Hotel. Meanwhile, in Yushin, the receptionist, Emily, excitedly carried Dubai's poem Quiet Night Thoughts into the private room where Tang Yuehua was seated. "Madam Tang, here is an exquisite poem. You must take a look," Molly exclaimed, eager to share Dubai's work with her. At that moment, Tang Yuehua, adorned in a silver palace gown that accentuated her elegance and grace, appeared to be in her late 20s. However, her eyes held the wisdom of someone who had seen much more than her years suggested. Note, let us not dwell on time. This narrative intertwines two timelines from the original work. If the timeline confuses you, simply adhere to this book's chronology. The author is clear-headed and unperturbed. "Oh, you are so hasty. Look, I am already holding a fine poem, and there is a stack of others on the table," Tang Yuehua gently remarked. "Emily, you can set it aside for now. I will look at it later." In 3 days, Tang Yuehua was to host a poetry exchange conference, and during this time, Yuxian had instituted a rule requiring poems for entry. Consequently, numerous literati had submitted their works for Tang Yuehua's appraisal. Overwhelmed with a table full of poetry, she found herself quite busy. Each gentleman claimed his submission to be a masterpiece, leading Madame Tang to initially assume that the poem Emily brought was akin to the others, prompting her to suggest setting it aside. "However, madam, you must take a look at Quiet Night Thoughts. It is undoubtedly the finest poem of all," Emily insisted, her urgency apparent. She longed for Tang Yuehua to abandon her mundane tasks and appreciate this particular work. "Oh dear, Emily, every time a maid comes to me, she insists it is a good poem, urging me to read it. Yet, thus far, I have found none to my satisfaction," Tang Yuehua replied, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her beautiful face. In a world of soul masters, where everyone aspired to slay beasts and gain levels, the pursuit of poetry and literature, which nurtures the soul, was often overlooked. Is there true joy in violence? Can it bring happiness? To Tang Yuehua, ascending in rank paled in comparison to savoring a beautiful poem, playing a melodic tune, or crafting a magnificent painting. Even achieving the title of Douluo merely meant living a few hundred years longer than others. Tang Yuehua preferred the enrichment of the inner self over combat. Of course, her pursuit of spiritual fulfillment was grounded in the security of having her basic needs met. "Madam, you must read this Quiet Night Thoughts. It will not disappoint you," Emily urged once more. "Very well, I shall indulge you this time," Tang Yuehua said softly, regaining her focus. "Here, madam," Emily beamed, carefully handing over the precious poem to Tang Yuehua. "With such a precious demeanor, this poem must be extraordinary," Tang Yuehua remarked, receiving the paper delicately. "Madam, please look. I assure you, it will not let you down," Emily encouraged again. "All right, Emily," Tang Yuehua replied, unfolding the paper. As the paper spread open, she was greeted by bold, dynamic characters, each stroke both flamboyant and disciplined. Emily's earlier excitement mirrored Tang Yuehua's own astonishment as she observed the unique and beautiful calligraphy. After perusing countless poems, she found this particular script to be the most distinctive. In her heart, Tang Yuehua felt a delightful surprise akin to stumbling upon an unexpected garden of blossoms. The artistry of the characters was unparalleled, and she found herself yearning to meet the creator of such exquisite writing. Tang Yuehua studied the poem intently. It was brief, merely 4 lines and 20 characters, easily grasped at a glance. Yet she remained transfixed, her lovely eyes scanning the page, sparkling with an unusual brilliance. Even Emily noticed a subtle tremor in Tang Yuehua's gaze, indicating the poem had profoundly moved her. "It seems this poem has truly captivated madam," Emily thought to herself, filled with joy at having discovered such a treasure to share with her esteemed mistress. Quiet Night Thoughts. The bright moonlight before my bed, perhaps it is frost on the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown. Tang Yuehua murmured the lines softly, reflecting on the poem's seemingly ordinary facade. However, as she delved deeper into its essence, she became overwhelmed by the profound sense of longing and solitude it conveyed, resonating with her own experiences of yearning for family and home. The emotion expressed in Quiet Night Thoughts, encapsulating the feeling of being adrift in a foreign land, mirrored Tang Yuehua's own tumultuous journey. Her brother, Tang Hao, had suffered grievous injuries in defense of his beloved Ain, provoking the wrath of the Pope, Qin Xuanji, and incurring the ire of the Spirit Hall. As the foremost sect of the upper three sects, the Haotian sect was forced into seclusion, fading from the Soul Master world. Consequently, Tang Yuehua, a direct disciple of the Haotian sect, found herself unable to return home, residing instead within the confines of Yuxian in Heavendo City. She rarely dared to mention her sect, burdened by the weight of nostalgia for her brother, Tang Hao, and Tang Xiao, longing to revisit the remnants of her past. These sentiments of yearning resonated deeply within her as she absorbed the essence of Quiet Night Thoughts. Could it be that the poem's author shared similar experiences? Did he too long for his homeland and family? Tang Yuehua's heart trembled. She was astonished to discover that someone else had traversed a path akin to her own, one who also cherished the beauty of poetry and penned this extraordinary piece. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yuehua endeavored to regain her composure, determined not to lose her poise in front of Emily. Truly, Quiet Night Thoughts was a remarkable poem. A sincere smile graced her lips as she praised it. Madam, I too believe Quiet Night Thoughts is a splendid poem. Emily chimed in agreement. Could the esteemed author, Mr. Li Fu, be an elderly gentleman? Tang Yuehua inquired. The elegant and profound handwriting of Quiet Night Thoughts, coupled with the poignant sentiment of homesickness expressed within the poem, led Tang Yuehua to perceive the author as a venerable elder who has weathered the storms of life. She believed that only someone who has traversed the vicissitudes of existence could compose such verses. Madam Tang, that is not the case. The author of Quiet Night Thoughts is not an old gentleman. Jasmine shook her head in denial. Is he a middle-aged man? Tang Yuehua probed further. No, Madam Tang. He is not a middle-aged man either, Jasmine reiterated, shaking her head once more. Then who is he? Tang Yuehua continued to question. He is a young man in his 20s, strikingly handsome, and younger than you, madam. Jasmine responded. A young man in his 20s? How can this be? Tang Yuehua murmured, incredulous. It is unfathomable that someone so young could produce such poetry and handwriting. The mere act of writing such verses must require decades of refinement. From the script of Quiet Night Thoughts, Tang Yuehua discerned a classical essence imbued with history. Madam, I assure you he is indeed a young man. The Crown Prince was present at the time and can attest to this, Jasmine stated. Jasmine understood that hearing it from another could evoke a sense of disbelief. Had someone else claimed that a young man authored those lines, she would have been skeptical, much like Madame Tang. However, having witnessed the truth herself, Jasmine recognized that there truly exists a young man capable of expressing such solitary emotions through poetry and exquisite handwriting. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yuehua struggled to accept this revelation. The notion that such artistry and eloquence could emerge from a lad in his 20s was simply astonishing. Jasmine could not deceive herself. It seemed to be the reality. Oh, by the way, is it possible that this young man, for some reason, cannot become a soul master, and thus, he channels his emotions into poetry? Tang Yuehua pondered aloud. To Tang Yuehua's surprise, Jasmine shook her head once more. No, madam, that young man is a soul master. Moreover, he is a remarkably powerful one. I am unsure of his exact rank, but I witnessed him merely hum, and the Crown Prince turned pale, unable to move. Jasmine recounted the scene faithfully. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua froze momentarily. You mean to say that the young man is a soul master, and a formidable one at that? She asked in astonishment. It was known that the Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe, possessed the strength of a soul king, exceeding level 50. The mere sound of this young man's hum had rendered the Crown Prince powerless. Such prowess must be on par with a soul emperor or a soul saint. Tang Yuehua was convinced that Jasmine would not deceive her for amusement. Thus, it appeared that there was indeed some truth to this claim. A young soul master, capable of producing such exquisite writing and poetry, left Tang Yuehua in a state of profound shock. The soul masters she had encountered typically showed little interest in the arts, making this young man a remarkable exception. Indeed, madam, Jasmine affirmed. Upon receiving this confirmation, Tang Yuehua's beautiful face displayed a look of surprise. After a moment, she regained her composure. Jasmine, do you know where Master Li Fu resides? I wish to pay him a visit. Tang Yuehua stated earnestly, her cheeks flushed slightly. The prospect of visiting an elder would be acceptable, but to seek out a young man felt somewhat embarrassing, as rumors might circulate regarding Madame Tang's interest in a youth. Yet, the existence of such a powerful soul master who also cherished poetry ignited Tang Yuehua's desire to meet him, to delve into a deeper exchange regarding literature. She was eager to discover what experiences this young man had endured to inspire such poignant verses. "Madam, I do not know where Master Li Fu resides," Jasmine replied, extinguishing Tang Yuehua's hopes like cold water. "What? You do not know where Master Li Fu lives? Jasmine, did you not inquire? Have we at Yueshin offended this gentleman?" Tang Yuehua frowned, recalling Jasmine's earlier remarks and realizing that they might have indeed crossed paths with Master Li Fu. "Madam, it is as follows." Jasmine recounted the events in detail, maintaining her integrity without embellishment. She even defended the crown prince, explaining that he merely sought to befriend Bibi Dong, who was beside Master Li Fu. Chapter 81. A fine poem. Humph. That Xue Qinghe truly acts thoughtlessly, ruining my chances. I am aware of some of his misdeeds. I shall certainly teach him a lesson. Tang Yuehua's face bore a hint of anger as she contemplated reprimanding Xue Qinghe. "Madam, this is not the crown prince's fault. He merely wished to engage in a poetic duel with Master Li Fu." Jasmine interjected in defense of Xue Qinghe. "All right, Xue Qinghe. Do you think I am unaware of your antics? Engaging in poetry battles for no reason." Tang Yuehua retorted with a cold snort. "Madam, in truth, the crown prince's poetry is quite commendable." Jasmine again attempted to defend him. "What nonsense! Do you think I am a child? His poetry lacks the finesse to stand among the greats. He still has much to learn from Master Li Fu." Tang Yuehua exclaimed, both frustrated and contemplative. "Madam, the crown prince actually." Jasmine began to explain, wishing to defend him once more. However, before she could finish, Tang Yuehua interrupted. "Enough. There is no need for defense. I shall address him later." She responded sternly. Fortunately, Tang Yuehua halted Jasmine's explanation. Had Xue Qinghe been present, he would likely have pleaded for Jasmine to cease her defense. "Jasmine, Master Li Fu must still be within Tiando City. Please, find out where he is staying. I wish to pay him a visit," Tang Yuehua commanded earnestly. "Understood, madam," Jasmine replied. Jasmine received her orders. Having served Madame Tang for many years, she was surprised to see a hint of anxiety on the usually composed face of Madame Tang. It was understandable, for Master Li Fu was both an exceptional poet and a remarkable scholar. As the renowned host of the literary and ceremonial world, Tang Yuehua was eager to make his acquaintance. "Remember, be courteous and polite. Meeting Master Li Fu is akin to meeting me. Do you understand?" Madame Tang reiterated her instructions with concern. "I understand, Madame Tang," Jasmine replied before withdrawing. Thus began the Moon Pavilion's quest to locate Master Li Fu. At that moment, it was nighttime, and Madame Tang approached a private chamber on the upper floor of the Moon Pavilion. This elegant room was furnished with a bed, a dressing table, and a window through which the crescent moon could be seen. Cherishing the poetry of Du Bai like a treasured gem, Tang Yuehua opened the window slightly. Gazing at the moon radiating a gentle glow in the sky, she observed the brilliant moonlight spilling onto the window's railing. Tang Yuehua commenced reciting quiet night thoughts, allowing the scenery to evoke her emotions. As she recited, her heart was stirred. "Heavenly sect, Brother Tang Hao, Brother Tang Xiao, I miss you." Immersed in the poem, tears welled in the corners of Tang Yuehua's eyes. Meanwhile, in a hotel by the mountains and sea, in room 301, a refined figure gazed out at the crescent moon from the window, cradling a delicately proportioned young woman in his embrace. This elegant figure was none other than Xue Qinghe, the grand prince of the Tiando Empire, while the enchanting maiden in his arms was Yu Rou. It is worth noting that Yu Rou was a different girl from the one Du Bai had seen earlier, who was enchanting the air with her melodious flute. Yu Rou. "Yu Rou, behold how brilliantly the moon shines outside. See how softly the moonlight filters in, like a delicate layer of frost," Xue Qinghe remarked, exuding grace and charm. "Indeed, Your Highness, the moonlight is truly beautiful." Yu Rou nestled closer to Xue Qinghe, seeing such a moonlit scene. "I suddenly wish to compose a poem. Would you care to listen?" Xue Qinghe gently inquired, his striking eyes fixed upon his beloved. "Your Highness, please do." Yu Rou gazed into Xue Qinghe's starry eyes, surrendering completely as she snuggled closer. "Very well, I shall begin. The bright moonlight before my bed." Xue Qinghe started to compose, pausing after each line as if pondering the next. "Is that frost upon the ground?" he continued, his determined gaze suggesting that the poem was taking shape. "I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, lowering my head to kiss Yu Rou." As he recited the final line, he looked deeply into Yu Rou's eyes. Uro a kiss. Xueqing has said tenderly. Already enraptured. Uro felt a surge of affection at his last line, lowering my head to kiss Uro. With a gentle sigh. She closed her eyes and shared a heartfelt kiss with Xueqing under the moonlight, lingering in their embrace. Your Highness, that was truly a wonderful poem. Thank you. Uro murmured, blissfully nestled against his broad frame. Indeed. Uro replied softly. Uro, you used to be so difficult to persuade. Xueqing began, but was interrupted by the enchanting Uro in his arms. Your Highness, you need not say more. For the sake of this poem tonight. Uro spoke bashfully before leaning in for another passionate kiss with Xueqing. Excellent. Wonderful. Splendid. Xueqing's eyes sparkled. His heart uplifted. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dubai and Bibi Dong each returned to their respective chambers to recuperate. Upon returning to the Shanghai Jian Hotel, Dubai discovered that room 301 was occupied, leading him to surmise that Xueqing had not checked out. Consequently, after settling into his room, Dubai ventured out once more. As he exited the hotel, he inquired at the front desk whether the occupant of room 301 had vacated the premises. The response he received was negative, confirming that Xueqing remained. This revelation signified that Dubai had the opportunity to exact his revenge and teach Xueqing a lesson. Dubai's intentions were known to Bibi Dong, who could hear the whispers of the heart. It came as a surprise to her that Dubai harbored such a grudge. He had indeed set out for revenge. An amused smile crept across Bibi Dong's face, a blend of laughter and exasperation. This seemingly earnest Dubai often engaged in actions he assumed were hidden from her perception. Upon reflection, one might even find him rather charming and amusing. Dubai went to seek vengeance, and naturally, Bibi Dong did not obstruct him. It is evidently inappropriate for a young man to embark on a quest for revenge accompanied by his beloved. Bibi Dong, displaying a commendable understanding, remained in the room. After Dubai departed from the room, he ventured outside in search of the old ox. The old ox possessed an elongated tail. Dubai intended for Xueqing to perform a melodious tune for the old bull. However, locating the bull proved to be quite a challenge, not to mention its considerable size, which made it difficult to transport. Consequently, Dubai considered the subterranean magical pig. Yet, finding the old pig was equally elusive. Ultimately, Dubai stumbled upon an adult male dog. This dog was poised to mate with a smaller group of female dogs on a narrow street, its legs standing tall as if it were a human. In response to this, Dubai ruthlessly unleashed his soul power, instilling fear in the two dogs, who promptly collapsed onto the ground. Subsequently, Dubai abducted the amorous male dog. Chapter 82, Mr. Yellow Dog, 1 update. Seeking votes. Seeking continued readership. Dubai grasped the neck of the frenzied male dog, leading it back to the hotel in Shanghai. This male dog was approximately 50 centimeters long, quite a sizable creature. It was indeed a pitiful sight, having already entered a state of readiness, poised for the most primal and sacred union with the female dog. However, Dubai abruptly intervened, unleashing a wave of his formidable energy, effectively interrupting the interaction between the two canines. Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Dubai, the male dog exhibited a surprisingly docile demeanor as it was held in his grip. It dared not resist or display any semblance of aggression, even refraining from revealing its sharp teeth. In that moment, the male dog appeared utterly harmless, though a flicker of frustration and reluctance danced across its face. Just one step away from its intended rendezvous with the female dog, it found its desires thwarted by this audacious human who had the audacity to disrupt such a natural act. Such an egregious act of interference was utterly unacceptable. More insufferable than the dogs themselves, humans truly embodied a terrifying species. Observing the male dog's expression of sorrow mingled with suppressed anger, Dubai couldn't help but chuckle. Fear not, good boy. I shall have the crown prince of the heavenly fighting empire attend to your needs. I promise to elevate your canine existence to its zenith. Dubai consoled with a serious expression. Do not fear, dear one. The dog appeared to comprehend Dubai's words, curling up in apparent trepidation. Do not be afraid. The crown prince is quite skilled at playing the flute. When the time comes, listen closely to that enchanting music. Dubai offered further consolation. Wong Wong. The dog responded with a gentle bark. If this canine were capable of speech, it would undoubtedly plead for mercy. Alas, it could only utter its simple Wong Wong. Well then, I shall not tease you any longer. Dubai smiled, and then swiftly carried the male dog as he hurried back to the Shanghai hotel. Before long, Dubai returned to the Mountain and Sea Hotel. However, just as he was about to enter, he was halted by the front desk attendant. Miss M.O. Greetings, esteemed guest. I apologize, but our hotel does not permit pets. she said apologetically. Miss Mo, clad in a fitted outfit that accentuated her curves, stood tall and exuded a captivating charm. Yet, Dubai had his thoughts elsewhere. Engaging with the front desk was not in his character. I see, but I was unaware of that. I've brought Xiao Huang with me, and it's quite unfortunate for it to be left without a place to go. Dubai exhibited an expression of embarrassment. I apologize, sir, but our hotel has its regulations, Miss Xiao Mo said politely, tinged with regret. The male dog, Xiao Huang, held in Dubai's hand, seemed to comprehend human speech, and at that moment, his eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, the hotel does not permit my entry. Perhaps you might just release me, dear human. The dog, Xiao Huang, even nodded his head in agreement with Miss Xiao Mo's words. Simultaneously, Xiao Huang's gaze was fixated on the alluring, smooth legs of Miss Xiao Mo beneath her slender skirt. Humans are not only kind-hearted but also possess beautifully long legs. I'm enamored. The lustful male dog gazed intently. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Huang even forgot the perilous situation he found himself in. However, compared to the human before him, Xiao Huang yearned more to return to his beloved female dog, Xiao Huang, to rekindle their romance. Naturally, Dubai would not grant Xiao Huang such a wish. How about this? I shall pay 3 additional gold soul coins to secure a room for this little dog for 3 days. The remaining gold soul coins could serve as a tip for Miss Xiao Mo. Would you kindly consider my request? Dubai spoke earnestly, simultaneously taking out 3 golden soul coins from the storage device at his waist. This. Miss Xiao Mo hesitated for a moment. 1 golden soul coin represented the annual expenses of an ordinary family, and it was also equivalent to her monthly salary at the Shanghai hotel. To be honest, Xiao Mo felt tempted. With the boss absent and no one around to witness, what harm could there be in making an exception? Can you ensure that this dog will not disturb the other guests? Miss Xiao Mo inquired. It is important to note that the Shanghai hotel is renowned in Tiando City, catering to affluent patrons who are anything but ordinary. If this dog were to cause a disturbance and the hotel received complaints, not only would she have to compensate, but she might also face termination. Rest assured, Mr. Little Yellow Dog will not disturb any other guests. I can guarantee that if Mr. Little Yellow Dog causes any trouble, I will ensure he is dealt with appropriately, and I will cover all compensation costs. Dubai spoke earnestly, his sincerity evident, observing the strikingly handsome man before her, who casually offered 3 gold soul coins for a room for a dog. Xiao Mo couldn't help but sense that Dubai was extraordinary and undoubtedly wealthy. Ultimately, she acquiesced. After all, this was a lucrative venture. The cost of accommodating the little yellow dog for 3 nights was merely 5 gold soul coins, leaving the remaining 5 coins for Xiao Mo herself. For her, this amounted to a month's and a half salary, an exceptionally easy profit. Subsequently, Xiao Mo arranged a room for Mr. Little Yellow Dog, who was assigned room number 307. With a gentle smile, she emulated Dubai and referred to the dog as Mr. Little Yellow Dog. Even without the melodious sound of the second prince's flute, this male dog, addressed as Mr. Little Yellow Dog by both Dubai and Xiao Mo, had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of canine existence. Were dogs able to converse, he would surely boast to his fellow canine companions about this remarkable event. Room 307 happened to be situated right next to Bibi Dong. Dubai is 305, Bai Dong is 306, and Shuiqinghe is 301. Well, thank you. Dubai, holding the room key card and accompanied by Mr. Yellow Dog, ascended the stairs. Just before his departure, the enchanting Xiao Mo called out to him. Esteemed guest, should you have any desires, do not hesitate to summon me, she said, casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her curves, she made Dubai ponder whether this alluring Xiao Mo was seeking to earn some extra income. Earn extra income? Not a chance. I already have Bai Dong. Thank you for your kind offer, he replied. Dubai spoke with an air of indifference. Subsequently, he lifted Mr. Yellow Dog and ascended the stairs. As he climbed, Dubai noticed that Mr. Yellow Dog's gaze was fixated on the slender legs of Miss Mo. As Dubai continued upward, Miss Mo's figure gradually faded from sight. Only then did the male dog, Mr. Yellow, reluctantly retract his gaze, adopting a bewildered and fearful expression. Witnessing this scene, Dubai couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It appeared that Mr. Yellow was in the throes of his mating season, displaying a somewhat lascivious demeanor. Dubois has ruined his good fortune. At this moment, he dares not express his anger. Yet, this does not hinder his appreciation for the exquisite long legs, albeit belonging to a human. You foolish dog. Dubai gently tapped Xiao Huang's dog on the head. The male dog, Xiao Huang, immediately curled up his body and let out a soft whimper. Chapter 83. The Devil. After Dubai's figure vanished, the young lady at the front desk of the Shanghai hotel, Xiao Mo, withdrew her gaze. What an intriguing guest, she murmured with a smile. It was the first time Xiao Mo encountered such an affable and charming patron, who even referred to a dog as Mr. Little Yellow Dog and reserved a room for it. Truly amusing. Since she began working at the Shanghai hotel, Xiao Mo had only witnessed men bringing women to check in or reserving rooms for mistresses. This was her first experience of someone booking a room for a little dog. Moreover, judging by the dog's breed, it appeared to be quite common and unremarkable. A dog lover, perhaps? Could it be that the guest harbored a peculiar inclination? Xiao Mo pondered in silence. However, she soon shook her head in dismissal. Firstly, Dubai did not seem to be someone with an unusual fondness for dogs. Secondly, Xiao Mo had just attended to Dubai at noon, when he checked in with an elegant and stunningly beautiful woman. Based on her observations, Xiao Mo surmised that they were not a couple and likely would not become one in the future. Hence, she concluded that Dubai's sexual orientation was perfectly normal. Dubai's intriguing personality sparked a sense of affection in Xiao Mo. This prompted her to playfully remark, "If you have needs, you can seek me out." Undoubtedly, this statement was made in jest, as Xiao Mo was well aware that Dubai was enamored with the unparalleled beauty of Bibi Dong, whose character was undoubtedly honorable. He would never harbor any inappropriate intentions towards her. Her words were merely a light-hearted jest, aimed at further endearing herself to the guest. Xiao Mo had no ulterior motives for financial gain, and her playful banter was exclusively directed at Dubai. She possessed a sense of propriety and would not speak indiscriminately to other patrons. However, these musings are somewhat tangential. Meanwhile, Dubai, having brought his dog, Xiao Huang, stood before the door of room 301. Dubai could faintly hear the shy, muffled moans of a girl from within. Clearly, at this moment, Xue Qinghe was engaged in intimate matters with the young lady. How remarkably energetic Xue Qinghe is. Dubai sighed. The little yellow dog, Mr. Xiao, held by Dubai, evidently heard the sounds of movement from within. At this moment, his bright eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a new world. Just wait for the prince inside to serenade you with his melodious flute. Dubai gently patted the head of the foolish little yellow dog, silently contemplating. Thump, thump, thump. Dubai gently rapped on the door of room 301. However, he received no response from Xue Qinghe. Knock, knock, knock. Dubai rapped once more. Still, there was no response. Clearly, they were preoccupied with important matters inside and had no time to open the door. Dubai persistently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock. He continued to strike the door. Who is it? What do you want? Came the impatient voice of Xue Qinghe from within. I am in the midst of something important. Which beast is disturbing my tranquility for no reason? Indeed, who is it? Yuro. Her delicate arms wrapped around Xue Qinghe's neck, sweetly inquired. It's your takeout. Your order has arrived. Of course, this was merely the response echoing in Dubai's mind. Knock. Knock, knock. Dubai remained silent, continuing to knock on the door. Damn it, why do they keep knocking? Xue Qinghe exclaimed in frustration. Anyone would be irked when their tranquility is disrupted during a moment of intimacy. At that moment, Xue Qinghe was in high spirits, and the interruption understandably infuriated him. Yurua, lie still on the bed, keep the covers over you, and do not expose your lovely flesh. Xue Qinghe spoke tenderly, planting a kiss on Yuro's beautiful, rosy cheek. I will see who has been persistently knocking, he added with a huff. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Yurua replied, reluctant to part. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe donned a robe, took a bite of a cherry, and made his way towards the door. Meanwhile, the persistent knocking echoed through the entrance. Who is it? Stop knocking. I'm coming. Xue Qinghe exclaimed impatiently as he approached. Outside, Dubai, holding the little dog Xiao Wang, naturally took note of Xue Qinghe's footsteps. He's coming. A glimmer of determination flickered in Dubai's eyes, indicating his readiness for confrontation. The door to room 301 creaked open slightly, revealing Xue Qinghe's handsome face. Slightly flushed with sweat, clearly having just emerged from a vigorous battle. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door was violently thrust open by a man, while another individual, holding a dog, stormed in, slamming the door shut behind him with another thud. As soon as Xue Qinghe caught sight of the man's face, he received a powerful uppercut to his abdomen, eliciting a muffled grunt of pain. The sudden jolt of agony compelled Xue Qinghe to bend over instinctively. On the bed, Yuro sensed the disturbance and, realizing someone had intruded, let out a panicked cry. Yet, this alarm lasted but a fleeting second before it was abruptly silenced. Dubai had already unleashed the aura of his Soul Douluo rank, a wave of oppressive energy that rendered Uro incapable of uttering another sound. Struggling against the overwhelming pressure, she found breathing a challenge and thus remained mute. The crown prince, Shue felt the weight of the immense pressure, his body trembling in shock. Soul Douluo, he recognized the intruder as Dubai. After having read Dubai's verses, Shue held a newfound admiration for him. Regretting his previous offense, he yearned to offer Dubai an apology, to engage in poetic discourse, and even to request that Dubai become his mentor in poetry. Seeking enlightenment. However, Dubai remained blissfully unaware of Shue transformation. Dubai was only aware that Shue had offended him, and he decided to impose a swift punishment. Shue wished to defend himself, but as soon as Dubai entered the room, he executed a swift hook kick, unleashing the oppressive force of his soul fighter cultivation. In that moment, Shue found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his predicament. Before he could acclimatize to the pain in his abdomen and the pressure from the soul fighter's power, he suddenly felt himself lifted by Dubai. Dubai held Xiao Huang in one hand and Shue in the other, swiftly arriving at the bedside. Naturally, Dubai had no intention of forcefully claiming Uro in the presence of the prince and Xiao Huang, nor of engaging in any such indiscretions with her. Dubai casually tossed Shue to the ground. Subsequently, with a swift movement, he appeared beside Uro. Dubai, devoid of any compassion, delivered a swift strike with his hand upon the delicate neck of Uro. In that moment, overwhelmed with shock, Uro fainted. Mr. Xiao Huang, the little yellow dog in Dubai's hands, witnessed the entire event. At this moment, the male dog Xiao Huang widened his pair of canine eyes, his face filled with astonishment. This creature, this human, is a beast. Not only did he disturb the beautiful affair between himself and little Huang, but he also went on to ruin the good deeds of others. This human is a devil. The male dog Xiao Huang felt a sense of fear. Now, it is time to address the main topic. Dubai retrieved a rope from his storage soul guide. Subsequently, he roughly bound the male dog, Xiao Huang, to a chair, exposing its pristine belly. Thereafter, he dragged the horrified and anguished Shue before Xiao Huang, compelling her to assume a kneeling position. You have 5 minutes. If you can appease Mr. Xiao Huang, I shall allow you to depart. Dubai spoke as if he were a devil. Chapter 84. Teacher Li Fu, I shall grant you 5 minutes. If you can satisfy Mr. Little Yellow Dog, I shall allow you to depart. Dubai's words struck like a thunderous clap, mercilessly assaulting the tender psyche of Shue. In an instant, Shue's kneeling form trembled uncontrollably. The devil, this Li Fu was indeed a devil. Fear enveloped Shue. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such ferocious and predatory language. What madness could compel someone to enact such a grotesque scenario? For the crown prince of the Tiando Empire to entertain a filthy street dog with melodious tunes, such a sight was beyond imagination, utterly unfathomable. Shue raised his eyes, trembling, to behold the small yellow dog before him, bound tightly and exposing its white belly. A wave of dread washed over him. The small yellow dog, too, regarded the kneeling youth with evident fear. A gentleman exhibits candor, while a rogue conceals his trepidation. The small yellow dog resembled an upright gentleman, revealing all that should be disclosed, even the most vulnerable aspects, which felt particularly chilling at this moment. Human, what are you planning to do? The small yellow dog quavered. Despite being bound, it desperately curled its limbs and head, seeking a semblance of safety. The scene was both tragic and oddly amusing. Why are you still dawdling? You have but 5 minutes. Are you not adept at playing instruments? Quickly, play a tune for the small yellow dog to enjoy. Should the small yellow dog be dissatisfied within these 5 minutes, you shall never escape this room for the rest of your life. Dubai spoke coldly, simultaneously amplifying the oppressive aura of his Soul Douluo cultivation. Instantly, the entire room 301 was enveloped by the fluctuations of his soul power. Even the surrounding air seemed to distort slightly. This overwhelming pressure, spanning 3 significant realms, extinguished any flicker of resistance within Shue. In the face of absolute power, one can only choose between submission and death. As the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire, with a prestigious status, Shue had not yet fully indulged in the pleasures of life. Naturally, he was reluctant to embrace death. However, the thought of serenading the small yellow dog before him with a melodious tune was beyond his capacity to voice. Shue lamented internally, wishing fervently that he had chosen not to visit the Moon Pavilion that day. Had he abstained, he would not have offended this formidable man before him, nor would he have had to endure this unforgettable and terrifying ordeal. Of course, all of Xueqinghe's contemplations transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the small yellow dog and hearing Du Bai's dreadful demand, he could not afford to maintain his lofty self-image. Instead, he humbly submitted, exclaiming, Teacher Li Fu, ever since I beheld your quiet night thoughts, I have been utterly in awe, regarding you as the most esteemed mentor of my life. With his eyes ablaze and under immense pressure, Xueqinghe turned and knelt before Du Bai, his words flowing without hesitation. Initially, the notion of acknowledging Du Bai as a teacher was merely a trivial thought, one that required careful contemplation alongside an assessment of Du Bai's attitude and poetic prowess. However, at this moment, his utterance of Teacher Li Fu came forth almost instinctively, unimpeded and resolute. Prior to reading Du Bai's quiet night thoughts, Xueqinghe had indeed altered his perception of him, yearning to forge a friendship and learn poetry from him. Nonetheless, despite this newfound regard, he still harbored a sense of superiority. Had Du Bai shown no inclination towards camaraderie, Xueqinghe would have certainly turned away, treating him as a mere stranger. Yet now, amid this harrowing experience, Xueqinghe had unreservedly cast aside his pride and nobility, kneeling to acknowledge Du Bai as his teacher. He dared not hesitate. Should he delay, he feared he might find himself compelled to play the flute, of all things, to a common yellow dog. Fear gripped Xueqinghe's heart, prompting him to relinquish all remnants of arrogance as he bowed low before Du Bai. What are you doing? Du Bai was taken aback by Xueqinghe's unexpected actions. Teacher Li Fu, I wish to take you as my mentor, Xueqinghe said earnestly, his face filled with reverence and urgency. Oh, you wish to take me as your mentor? Du Bois repeated it once more, surveying Xueqinghe from head to toe. Before Du Bai sought revenge on Xueqinghe, he contemplated three possible outcomes. The first scenario involved Xueqinghe resolutely refusing to comply, ultimately leading to his own demise as Du Bai forcefully subdued him. The second possibility entailed Xueqinghe enduring humiliation and shame, ultimately confiding in Mr. Little Yellow Dog. The third outcome envisioned Xueqinghe, as a prince, employing means to safeguard his life and escaping from Du Bai's clutches. Du Bai never anticipated that Xueqinghe would already be intimidated before he even made a move. And moreover, he appeared to be in awe, seeking to become his disciple. Observing Xueqinghe's expression, it seemed that he genuinely harbored the intention of taking Du Bai as his mentor. Teacher Li Fu, I truly wish to become your student. Your thoughts on A Silent Night is exceptionally exquisite. I have read it repeatedly and hold you in great reverence, Xueqinghe respectfully declared once more. At that moment, the formidable man before him was willing to engage in conversation, which indicated that he still had a chance to avoid embarking on that difficult and embarrassing path. Xueqinghe felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Before Du Bai could utter a word, Xueqinghe continued, I have no grievance in my defeat during that poetry contest. I regret having contradicted you. And I even sent someone to seek you out for a visit to express my apologies. I never anticipated that you would come to find me first. I am utterly astonished. When I opened the door and saw you, I was about to bow in respect, only to realize I must ask for your forgiveness instead. Xueqinghe spoke anxiously. I recall that just before I entered, you were engaged in important matters. It seems you have not taken to heart the events that transpired today, nor my actions. Du Bai glared coldly at Xueqinghe, simultaneously gesturing toward the bed where the covers concealed the delicate figure of Miss Ro. Xueqinghe found himself in an awkward position. In truth, he had not given much thought to the events of the day, having been entirely engrossed in his own matters, momentarily casting Du Bai out of his mind. However, Xueqinghe certainly would not admit to this. Teacher, humans possess a spectrum of emotions and desires. While I may have been engaged in such activities earlier, it does not imply a lack of respect for you, dear teacher. Would you not agree? He defended himself. At that moment, Xueqinghe was exceedingly deferential, not daring to act presumptuously in Du Bai's presence. The discomfort of enduring such humiliation was far more bearable than a direct confrontation. Xueqinghe felt that temporarily bending to the situation was inconsequential. For only Du Bai and a small yellow dog were privy to his predicament. Others were oblivious, and no one was aware. Beyond this moment, he remained the illustrious prince. Oh, is that so? Du Bai squinted, weighing the pros and cons of accepting Xueqinghe as his disciple. Chapter 85, Bowing and Greeting. Du Bai contemplated the advantages and disadvantages of accepting Xueqinghe as his disciple. Initially, Du Bai had no intention of taking Xueqinghe under his wing. He merely sought to administer a reprimand. However, witnessing Xueqinghe's humble demeanor, incessantly referring to him as teacher, prompted a shift in Du Bai's perspective. Xueqinghe, the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire, despite his lascivious tendencies, possessed a status that could greatly benefit Du Bai within Tiando City. For instance, should Du Bai wish to meet Du Gubo and engage in trade, he could leverage Xue Qinghe's connections for an introduction. Similarly, if he sought a temporary venue to practice his spear techniques, Xue Qinghe could run errands on his behalf. Furthermore, Du Bai could utilize Xue Qinghe's influence to facilitate dealings with Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the original narrative, Xue Qinghe was a disciple of Ning Fengji. Thus, Du Bai could conveniently forge a connection with Ning Fengji through Xue Qinghe. Ning Fengji's martial soul is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. If he were to consume the celestial herb, the Chiluo tulip, brought by Du Bai from the Eye of Ice and Fire, it is highly probable that his martial soul would evolve into the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile. This transformation would enable Ning Fengji to transcend the limitations of the 79th rank Soul Sage and aspire to become a Soul Douluo or a Title Douluo. In the original work, Ning Fengji's daughter, Ning Rongrong, had consumed the Chiluo tulip brought by Tang San from the Eye of Ice and Fire, which allowed her martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, to evolve into the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile, ultimately leading her to achieve the rank of Title Douluo and even ascend to divinity. Du Bai firmly believes that by presenting the exquisite celestial product, the Chiluo Yujing Xiang, in a trade with Ning Fengji, he can undoubtedly reap substantial benefits. In fact, Du Bai might even propose conditions to temporarily enlist the Qibao Glazed sect for his own purposes. It is noteworthy that the Qibao Glazed sect boasts two Title Douluos, the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. With the assistance of these two formidable Title Douluos, alongside sect master Ning Fengji, Du Bai would find the pursuit of 100,000-year spirit beasts to be significantly more efficient. Furthermore, should he find himself at odds with Qian Xuanji or the Spirit Hall in the future, the support of the Qibao Glazed sect would provide him with considerable confidence. However, it is important to note that Ning Fengji tends to favor the imperial family of the Tiando Empire and aligns himself with the upper three sects, which poses a slight dilemma for Du Bai. As for matters concerning Ning Fengji, they may be postponed for the time being. Nevertheless, accepting Xue Qinghe as a disciple appears to be a commendable choice. Du Bai contemplated inwardly, having already made a decision. However, he still wished to ascertain whether Xue Qinghe had indeed taken Ning Fengji as his mentor. After all, the timeline of Du Bai in the Douluo Continent diverged slightly from the original narrative. Moreover, in the original story, Xue Qinghe had long been replaced by Qian Renxue. In this world, Bibi Dong had not been tainted by Qian Xuanji, and as such, had not given birth to a daughter named Qian Renxue. Should Bibi Dong bear a daughter in the future, she would naturally be named Du Renxue instead. With the absence of Qian Renxue, it followed that Xue Qinghe had not been substituted. Once his thoughts were clarified, Du Bai significantly reduced the oppressive aura emanating from his Soul Douluo rank. Immediately, Xue Qinghe felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Splendid. It seems that Li Fu has changed his mind. I no longer need to serenade this little yellow dog with enchanting melodies. Xue Qinghe rejoiced internally. Qinghe, I have a question for you. Du Bai spoke condescendingly in the tone of an elder. Very well, teacher, you may ask, Xue Qinghe responded with an ingratiating tone. Yet, a sense of oddity lingered in his heart. After all, Du Bai was only a few years his senior. Nonetheless, the thought of that little yellow dog, Mr. Tandan, brought him a sense of resolution. Addressing him as teacher was indeed warranted. What is your relationship with Ning Fengji? Du Bai gazed down at Xue Qinghe and inquired. Taken aback by the question, Xue Qinghe pondered silently whether Du Bai's hesitation to accept him as a disciple stemmed from his existing teacher, Ning Fengji, or if it was due to a reluctance to confront the formidable influence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. If Du Bai were truly one to fear the power of major sects, he would not be coercing a prince of the second rank into such egregious actions at this very moment. Regardless of Du Bai's intentions, Xue Qinghe resolved to be forthright. Ning Fengji, the head of the Ning clan, is my teacher, he declared. Du Bai responded, since you already have a teacher, why would you seek to take me as your mentor? Are you attempting to deceive me? Du Bai spoke in a low voice, his gaze betraying a menacing intent. Simultaneously, he intensified the oppressive aura of his Soul Douluo cultivation, causing the air around him to distort once more. Xue Qinghe, who had just begun to relax, now felt an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. No, teacher, I have no intention of mocking you. I truly wish to become your disciple. Master Ning, teach me martial arts, and you, teach me poetry and prose. Xue Qinghe, enduring the immense pressure, managed to articulate his thoughts, though his lips quivered as he spoke. Humph, as if you would dare. Dubai let out a cold snort. Subsequently, he retracted the formidable soul pressure emanating from his Soul Douluo cultivation. Instantly, Xueqinghe felt his taut nerves begin to relax. With a sigh of relief, Xueqinghe found the weight on his shoulders significantly alleviated, and his body felt considerably more at ease. However, before long, Dubai's indifferent voice resonated once again. Your poetry is utterly lacking. You are unworthy of being my disciple. Dubai spoke indifferently. Ah, Xueqinghe was startled. The terrifying figure before him was unwilling to accept him as a disciple. Did that mean he still had to compose a beautiful flute melody for this little yellow dog? Xueqinghe was most unwilling. Just as despair and indignation welled up within him, Dubai's indifferent voice echoed once more. However, I can acknowledge you as an honorary disciple. You may consider yourself half my apprentice at best. Dubai spoke calmly. Upon hearing Dubai's intention to accept him as a named disciple, Xueqinghe felt a wave of relief wash over him once more, regardless of whether he was a formal disciple or a named one. As long as he did not have to endure Mr. Little Yellow Dog's whims, it was all well. Very well, though I may be a named disciple. I shall continue to hold you in the highest esteem, dear teacher, Xueqinghe respectfully remarked. Now, bow 3 times to acknowledge your master. Dubai spoke with an air of indifference. Bow, acknowledge your master. Xueqinghe was momentarily taken aback. This seemed rather humiliating. At that moment, the tightly bound little yellow dog let out a timely yelp. Upon hearing this bark, Xueqinghe felt a jolt of realization. The sound seemed to serve as a warning, suggesting that failure to bow and acknowledge would result in a melodic admonition from the flute. Xueqinghe certainly did not wish to incur the wrath of the little yellow dog. So bow it is. All right, master, Xueqinghe respectfully proclaimed. Since he was all ready to bow, wearing a frown would only invite his master's displeasure. It was better to appear cheerful and at ease. Taking a deep breath, Xueqinghe's eyes gleamed with determination as he knelt. Teacherly, please take 3 steps back. I shall pay my respects, Xueqinghe said with utmost reverence. Good disciple. You are thoughtful. Dubai smiled faintly, taking 3 steps back as he quietly observed Xueqinghe perform his greeting. Chapter 86. The Bitter Oath. Upon retreating to an appropriate distance, Xueqinghe took a deep breath to compose himself. Then, with a sudden force, he struck his handsome forehead against the floor 3 times, each impact resonating loudly. With each bow, he proclaimed, Disciple, I pay my respects to my master. Soon, the 3 bows concluded, and Xueqinghe raised his head, gazing at Dubai with utmost reverence. At that moment, Dubai noticed a slight abrasion on Xueqinghe's forehead. Well done, my obedient disciple. However, I still harbor some reservations. Dubai spoke calmly. Dubai's intention behind this act was to play a prank on Xueqinghe. At this moment, Xueqinghe had taken Dubai as his master. However, Dubai could not ascertain whether Xueqinghe was genuinely sincere in his desire to learn. Should Xueqinghe merely be deceiving him, seeking to evade a predicament temporarily, it would be to Dubai's detriment. Thus, Dubai contemplated using this apprenticeship as a means to discipline Xueqinghe, while simultaneously tempering his arrogance and fervor. In the eyes of others, Xueqinghe might be revered as the esteemed crown prince, yet before Dubai, he must relinquish any pride and show unwavering respect, devoid of ulterior motives. Naturally, as long as Xueqinghe exhibited sufficient sincerity and respect, Dubai would reciprocate with respect and would not mistreat him. Master, what must I do for you to feel assured? Xueqinghe inquired. Since he had already bowed his head, he was indifferent to any additional conditions. Swear by your martial spirit and make the most solemn vow. If you can move me, I shall accept you as a registered disciple and impart to you the art of poetry and prose. Dubai spoke with a solemn expression, stating that a martial soul is as vital to a soul master as life itself. A soul master would never pledge an oath lightly using their martial soul. To do so would mean binding oneself to that promise, a commitment that could only be disregarded if one no longer wished to remain a soul master. Previously, the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, had sworn fealty to Dubai using their martial souls. It was precisely because of their oath that Dubai felt assured enough to let them go. At this moment, Xueqinghe found himself in a state of hesitation. If he truly swore by his martial soul, he would have to acknowledge this young man, who was less than 5 years his senior, as his master. Just then, the little yellow dog, bound securely, barked appropriately once more. The dog's bark seemed to convey a message. Brother, perhaps you should just yield, otherwise, you might have to face consequences. Upon hearing the dog's enthusiastic bark, Xueqinghe's uncertainty dissipated. Very well, master. I shall take an oath by my martial soul this instant. Allow me a moment to contemplate the most potent vow, he proclaimed, subsequently displaying a thoughtful expression. Dubai remained calm, patiently awaiting the moment. During this time, he cast a glance at Mr. Yellow Dog. It must be said, the influence of Mr. Yellow Dog was indeed formidable. The instant his snowy white belly was exposed, accompanied by those diminutive legs, the imposing figure of Xue Qinghe, a man of 8 feet, was instantly subdued. After a long pause, Xue Qinghe had already formulated his solemn vow. Given that he was to swear by his martial soul, it seemed that the teacher was truly committed, rather than feigning reluctance. It would be more prudent to embrace the moment wholeheartedly. Perhaps this would even earn him the teacher's favor and protection. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xue Qinghe took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Teacher, I have composed the content of my vow, Xue Qinghe respectfully declared. Then proceed with your oath. Dubai replied calmly, gazing quietly at Xue Qinghe. All right, teacher, Xue Qinghe responded. Wait a moment. Dubai suddenly recalled something and interrupted Xue Qinghe, who was about to take an oath. Teacher, is something the matter? Xue Qinghe inquired with a puzzled expression. When you take the oath, you must use my true name. Dubai? Li Fu is merely a pen name I use for my poetry and prose. Dubai began to speak and elucidated. At the moment Dubai composed quiet night thoughts, he signed it with the pen name Li Fu. Consequently, Dubai harbored concerns that when Xue Qinghe swore an oath under the name Li Fu, it might render the oath related to his martial spirit ineffective. Very well. Teacher Du. Xue Qinghe nodded, not pondering it further. It is quite customary for literati to employ their pen names in their literary works. Xue Qinghe himself possessed an elegant pen name, Xue Hanxiao. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe began to unleash his martial spirit. In an instant, a resplendent golden swan materialized beside his right hand, emanating a soft golden radiance. Upon the release of his martial spirit, Xue Qinghe's expression turned solemn as he commenced his oath. I, Xue Qinghe, do hereby swear by my martial spirit to recognize Dubai as my teacher, to honor and respect my master, and to never betray teacher Dubai for life. Should I transgress, may my martial spirit shatter and my vitality diminish by 5 inches, rendering my existence worse than death. Note, 1 inch equals 333,333 centimeters. A fierce determination flickered across Xue Qinghe's face as he earnestly recited his vow. Upon completing the oath, he felt an intangible force binding him to Dubai. Should he violate this promise, the vow's horrific consequences would manifest, plunging him into an abyss from which there would be no return. To honor and respect my teacher is paramount. I must not falter. Xue Qinghe silently admonished himself, resolutely affirming that he could not betray this oath, lest he endure a fate worse than death. Nearby, Dubai listened to the contents of Xue Qinghe's oath, taken aback. The severity of this vow was astonishing, even more ruthless than the shattering of one's martial spirit. Dubai secretly thought to himself as he gazed at Xue Qinghe. A gentle and benevolent expression suddenly graced his features. Dubai was acutely aware that Xue Qinghe was a libertine. Otherwise, he would not indulge in the company of numerous young ladies within the confines of this establishment in a single day. The oath he took was exceedingly harsh. It could be said that if Xue Qinghe were to violate the vow of allegiance, his future would be bleak indeed. While an ordinary person might possess a few inches of stature, Xue Qinghe had been curtailed by a full 5 inches, rendering him almost devoid of it altogether. The severity of this oath was striking, and Dubai found great satisfaction in it. My dear disciple, this martial spirit oath is remarkably severe, and I am thoroughly pleased. Dubai's face revealed a gentle expression as he stepped forward to help Xue Qinghe rise from the ground. Simultaneously, he had retracted all the imposing dignity that came with his Soul Douluo cultivation. At that moment, Xue Qinghe felt a wave of relief wash over him, as the shackles that had weighed upon him vanished. Supported by Dubai, Xue Qinghe exhaled deeply, grateful to have narrowly escaped a dire fate. Had he not chosen to become a disciple, he would have been forced to endure the indignity of serving that little yellow dog, a fate worse than death. However, by accepting the apprenticeship, not only could he avert disaster, but he would also gain the profound knowledge of Dubai's poetry and prose, a truly fortunate turn of events. Xue Qinghe reassured himself, Master, I shall certainly honor and respect your teachings, he declared earnestly. Excellent, excellent. The master can already sense your sincerity. Dubai responded gently, My dear student. Xue Qinghe nodded appreciatively. Chapter 87, The Swan Martial Soul. Observing Xue Qinghe's obedient demeanor, Dubai felt a profound sense of satisfaction. To be candid, Xue Qinghe's vow deeply moved Dubai. Had Xue Qinghe, merely sworn an oath at the cost of his shattered martial soul. Dubai would have retained a degree of estrangement. However, with Xueqinghe pledging his most cherished possession, he touched Dubai's heart. Consequently, the chasm between them diminished significantly, and Dubai found Xueqinghe much more agreeable to behold. Nevertheless, my disciple, I must reiterate a matter of utmost importance. Dubai cast a solemn glance at Xueqinghe and said, "Very well, master, please proceed." Xueqinghe respectfully replied, "I have already bowed in acknowledgement of my apprenticeship tonight and sworn an oath to recognize you as my master. No matter how many matters Dubai may have, I shall continue to follow." Disciple, Dubai continued, "Your vow is fervent and deeply moving to your teacher. However, I wish to impart a principle to you. Once a teacher, always a father. I hope you will treat your master with the utmost respect." Dubai spoke with a grave demeanor, stating, "Once a teacher, forever a father." Xueqinghe repeated the phrase, deeply shaken. Not only had he taken on a mentor, but he was also to acknowledge him as a father. Sai, well, having already knelt and bowed, swearing an oath by his martial spirit, what did it matter if he recognized him as a father? Xueqinghe consoled himself. "Very well, master. I shall treat you with the same reverence as I would my father." Xueqinghe solemnly replied, "Indeed, very well, my obedient disciple." Dubai spoke with satisfaction. Dubai is 25 years old this year, while Xueqinghe is merely 21. Note, do not get caught up in the timeline or age. Adhere to the context of this narrative. At this moment, the 21-year-old Xueqinghe stands alongside the 25-year-old Dubai, and there appears to be little discernible difference in their ages. Dubai is somewhat taller than Xueqinghe. If an unfamiliar outsider were to see the two standing together, they might presume them to be brothers, rather than master and disciple. Thus, the scene of Xueqinghe bowing to Dubai as his master strikes a somewhat comical note, imbued with humor. However, there was no one present to witness this peculiar moment, which spared Xueqinghe any loss of dignity. Yu, having been rendered unconscious by Dubai's swift strike, remained oblivious to Xueqinghe's act of recognition. The sole witness to the entire event was none other than Mr. Little Yellow Dog. At this moment, a peculiar expression graced the canine's face. Humans truly are strange creatures. Just moments ago, these two individuals had given Mr. Little Yellow Dog a sense of conflict and aggression. Yet now, they were reconciled, with one human bowing and swearing an oath to the other. Truly, the behavior of humans is baffling and inscrutable. In this manner, Mr. Little Yellow Dog revealed his white belly, observing the scene before him, experiencing the pinnacle of canine existence. "Ah yes, my dear disciple, release that swan martial spirit for me to behold." Dubai addressed Xueqinghe. "All right, teacher." Xueqinghe responded without much thought to Dubai's request, promptly complying. Soon, he released his swan martial soul. This ethereal swan, adorned in a pale golden hue, radiated a shimmering golden light, exuding an air of nobility. Although Xueqinghe's swan martial soul appeared regal, Dubai, being familiar with the original text, understood its inherent weakness. This martial soul was rather ineffective and lacked strength. While the martial soul of the Heaven Do Empire was indeed a swan, its rank was not particularly high and held little significance on the Douluo Continent, aside from possessing the ability to soar through the skies. This swan martial soul had feeble attack power, rendering it virtually defenseless, in stark contrast to the formidable evil white tiger of the neighboring Star Luo Empire's royal lineage. It was utterly inferior. This disparity in martial souls was a contributing factor to the overall weakness of the Heaven Do Empire compared to the Star Luo Empire, and it likely influenced the Spirit Hall's decision to implement the Heaven Do Palace transformation plan within the confines of the Heaven Do Empire. Dubai carefully observed the characteristics of the swan martial souls found in the snow-clear river. "All right, my obedient disciple, please retract your martial soul." Dubai began to speak. "All right, my student." Xueqinghe heeded Dubai's words and complied. "Teacher, is there something wrong with my martial soul?" Xueqinghe inquired. Although Dubai was of a similar age to Xueqinghe, he had attained the rank of Soul Douluo, just a step away from becoming a title Douluo. Thus, Xueqinghe believed that Dubai's request for him to unleash his swan martial soul must have stemmed from some discovery. "My dear disciple, your swan martial soul possesses limited offensive power. It is merely a pretty sight, lacking in practicality." Dubai spoke candidly. If it had been someone else making such a remark, Xueqinghe would undoubtedly have become angry and confrontational. However, since it was Master Dubai who spoke, Xueqinghe managed to endure it. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of discomfort within. "Master, my swan soul is not weak. You must not tarnish it." Xueqinghe protested defiantly. This was, after all, Xueqinghe's soul spirit. For a soul master, the soul spirit is akin to a second life. At this moment, Xueqinghe felt his dignity being trampled upon by Du Bai's disdain for his soul spirit, leaving him somewhat displeased. Du Bai noticed that Xueqinghe's expression was somewhat melancholic, and he offered a gentle smile. My dear disciple, I admit my words may have been a tad harsh. However, I assure you, I harbor no intention of mocking or belittling you. Rather, I believe I possess a means to enhance the quality of your swan martial soul, rendering it more formidable than ever before. Du Bai spoke with a serious demeanor, devoid of any jest, and certainly not intending to amuse himself at Xueqinghe's expense. Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe was momentarily taken aback. Teacher, are you truly serious? You cannot be joking, can you? Do you really possess a method to enhance the quality of my swan martial spirit? It is worth noting that its current quality is already quite remarkable. Xueqinghe inquired with a look of astonishment and disbelief. The swan martial spirit of the royal family of the Tiando Empire is a far superior breed compared to the ordinary white swan martial spirit. It is adorned with a delicate golden hue, representing the noble golden swan, which can be regarded as the pinnacle of swan-type martial spirits. The assertion made by Du Bai about the possibility of enhancing Xueqinghe's swan martial spirit quality filled him with unexpected joy, yet he simultaneously harbored doubts. For such an endeavor seemed exceedingly difficult. Even with the might of the entire Tiando Empire, not even a title Douluo could elevate the quality of the swan martial spirit. Thus, Du Bai, who possessed only the rank of Soul Douluo, made such a startling claim, leaving Xueqinghe both astonished and skeptical, devoid of any real hope. Du Bai had yet to respond. Suddenly, Xueqinghe recalled something and continued. Teacher, you wouldn't want me to seek a suitable lady for union, would you? To produce offspring through such a union, allowing my progeny to inherit the divergent martial souls of both parents, thereby resulting in a mutation that births a more formidable martial soul? Is that your intention, teacher? Xueqinghe elaborated, inquiring of Du Bai. Upon hearing the suggestion from Xueqinghe, Du Bai was rendered speechless. You, my disciple, are perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of women. Even a method to enhance the quality of martial souls is linked to the notion of women. Truly, you are a remarkable talent. A celestial specimen indeed. Teacher has a celestial flower. Chapter 88. The bottom line, one update. Seeking votes. Seeking readers. Now I understand why it hasn't rained. It is because my obedient disciple has left me at a loss for words. If we were to follow Xueqinghe's proposal of uniting the parents to produce offspring and induce a mutation in the martial souls of the progeny, how many unions and offspring would it take to achieve success? Moreover, the mutations in the martial souls can be both beneficial and detrimental. To proceed as Xueqinghe suggests is nothing short of a fantastical daydream. My dear disciple, your idea is quite audacious, but you have strayed off course. Du Bai shook his head and said, according to your method, my dear disciple, you can only achieve the aberrant evolution of the swan martial soul in the next generation. However, I possess a method that can induce this transformation in your swan martial soul without waiting for the next generation. He then continued, so, what is your method, master? Xueqinghe inquired, his curiosity piqued. If Du Bai could indeed facilitate the aberrant evolution of his martial soul, then Xueqinghe's decision to prostrate himself in reverence to his master would not have been in vain. As for the feasibility of this method, I cannot provide a definitive assurance at this moment. Therefore, I shall withhold the details for now. Rest assured, I will provide you with a precise answer by tomorrow. Du Bai began to speak. After returning to his chamber, Du Bois intended to meticulously examine which of the celestial flowers he had procured from the Eye of Ice and Fire would be most suitable for Xueqinghe. Thank you very much, esteemed teacher. Xueqinghe expressed with a look of heartfelt gratitude. Du Bai set the date for the following day, which stirred a subtle excitement within Xueqinghe. Perhaps, the teacher truly possesses the ability to facilitate the evolution of my swan martial soul. Xueqinghe felt a surge of joy at the thought. The imminent revelation of the outcome made time seem to pass swiftly, alleviating any doubts Xueqinghe harbored about Du Bai's sincerity. Had Du Bai suggested waiting a year and a half for a trial, Xueqinghe would have likely dismissed him as a charlatan. However, with the date set for tomorrow, Xueqinghe was assured that teacher Du Bai genuinely held the key to enhancing the quality of his swan martial soul. With this in mind, Xueqinghe expressed his gratitude once more, saying, "Thank you, teacher." His face radiated appreciation. It is important to note that Xueqinghe had only just acknowledged Du Bai as his mentor. The thought that Du Bai was considering his future and martial soul filled him with gratitude. Xueqinghe's greatest concern had been the superficiality of their teacher-student relationship. fearing that Dubai might exploit his status as the crown prince for personal gain. Yet, it now appeared that teacher Dubai genuinely cared for him. No need to thank me. However, do not rejoice too prematurely, as I myself am uncertain of the outcome. Dubai took the precautionary measure in advance, lest Xue Qinghe's swan martial soul remain unevolved, leading him to doubt himself. It's all right, teacher, Xue Qinghe replied. Teacher Dubois is quite pleased that Xue Qinghe can consider his own needs. That is wonderful. My obedient disciple, I have a question to pose to you. Dubai spoke. All right, teacher, please ask. Xue Qinghe responded. You are the eldest prince of the Heavendo Empire. Who are the other princes? Dubai inquired. This. Xue Qinghe paused, feeling a sense of hesitation. The other princes were his brothers, and for a fleeting moment, Xue Qinghe worried that this teacher might harbor ill intentions towards them. Teacher, why do you ask this? Teacher, before I answer your question, I would like to pose one of my own. Xue Qinghe replied. At that moment, a sudden realization sent a chill down his spine. Disciple, feel free to ask. Your master shall share all knowledge without reservation. Dubai replied nonchalantly. Teacher, from which faction do you hail? He implored. Please, do not deceive me or conceal the truth. Xue Qinghe's expression turned serious as he posed the question, a hint of gravity evident in his demeanor. A sense of regret washed over him. He lamented not having inquired about Dubai's affiliation before hastily becoming his disciple. If, perchance, his mentor belonged to the Spirit Hall, then by pledging himself to him, he would inadvertently be aiding the Spirit Hall in its endeavors to annex his homeland. Xue Qinghe's heart brimmed with discontent. Should it be that teacher Dubai truly hailed from the Spirit Hall, he would undoubtedly implore him to refrain from any actions against the Heavendo Empire. He could not allow himself to be coerced into undertaking anything detrimental to the empire, for even at the cost of his life. Xue Qinghe would not permit Dubai to succeed in such endeavors. The Heavendo Empire represented Xue Qinghe's unwavering principle and forbidden boundary. Even in death, he would never betray the Heavendo Empire. Dubai instinctively sensed something amiss with Xue Qinghe. I hail from the Spirit Hall, and I am the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Dubai's demeanor remained composed as he responded candidly. Since this was a disciple of his own, what harm could there be in revealing the truth? What? You hail from the Spirit Hall. You are the holy son of the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's breath caught. This was indeed a troubling revelation. Indeed, Dubai nodded in acknowledgement. Upon learning that Dubai hailed from the Spirit Hall, Xue Qinghe's heart momentarily faltered. Although the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall appeared tranquil on the surface, beneath lay turbulent undercurrents. The Spirit Hall harbored ambitions of annexing the Tiando Empire. As the eldest prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe would naturally not jeopardize his own nation. Master, you must promise me that you will not threaten me into taking any actions against the Tiando Empire. This includes you, for the sake of your disciple. You must refrain from attacking the Tiando Empire. Otherwise, even in death, I shall not allow you to achieve your desires. Xue Qinghe declared resolutely. The Tiando Empire represented Xue Qinghe's unwavering bottom line, untouchable and sacrosanct. Observing Xue Qinghe's steadfastness, Dubai felt a sense of satisfaction. Through their exchange, Dubai discerned that Xue Qinghe was no ungrateful wretch. Rest assured, my dear disciple, the Spirit Hall is merely a place where I have taken refuge. I do not belong to it. In the future, I may even find myself at odds with the Spirit Hall. Dubai smiled faintly and said, however, there is one more thing I must clarify to you. I do not align myself with the Spirit Hall. Their stance bears no relevance to me. Whether I shall become an adversary of the Heavendo Empire in the future hinges entirely on their attitude towards me. Should they provoke me, I shall undoubtedly take action against them. Dubai added, a glint of sharp, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Since he had traversed to the Douluo Continent, Dubai naturally refused to subordinate himself to any faction or to curry favor with any power. Dubai himself embodies a formidable force. Although he currently holds the title of Saint Son within the Spirit Hall, it is merely a temporary refuge. Xue Qinghe listened attentively to Dubai's words, momentarily taken aback. Master, but you hail from the Spirit Hall and hold the esteemed position of Saint Son. How could you possibly be at odds with the Spirit Hall? Xue Qinghe inquired. Perplexed. This is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. What I say is absolute. Dubai replied indifferently. Very well, teacher. Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement and said, rest assured, teacher, I shall not allow the Heavendo Empire to act against your interests. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe added a further assurance. Indeed, very well. Chapter 89. The Situation of the Heavendo Royal Family. Second update. Seeking votes. Seeking follow-ups. Now, Could you enlighten me about the matters concerning the other princes? Dubai began to speak. Certainly, teacher. I am the eldest prince of the Tiando Empire, and the second prince is Xue Luochuan. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe began to introduce the other princes. Through Xue Qinghe's explanations, Dubai gained insight into the four princes of the Tiando Empire. The eldest prince is Xue Qinghe, the very one before Dubai, who has already taken him as a disciple. The second prince, Xue Luochuan, is 19 years of age and stands out as the most exceptional among the four princes, excelling in both cultivation and intellect. He is highly regarded within the royal family and is the most likely candidate to be designated as the crown prince. The third prince, Xue Heizang, is 16 years old and possesses the greatest talent in the art of soul master cultivation, being deeply engrossed in martial arts training. The fourth prince, Xue Bang, is the youngest at 14 years of age. Aside from his youth, there are no significant discrepancies with the original text. Dubai contemplated in silence. In the original narrative, Xue Qinghe was replaced by Qian Ruxue, while both the second prince and the third prince met their demise through poison. Only the youngest, Xue Bang, survived, ultimately emerging as the greatest victor when Qian Ruxue's true identity was revealed, being appointed as the crown prince by Emperor Shui Yi. However, in this realm, the absence of Qian Ruxue means that all four princes continue to thrive. Thus, it can be inferred that in this lifetime, the second prince, Xue Luochuan, remains the most likely candidate to ascend to the throne. Dubai contemplated inwardly. However, now that he had taken the first prince, Xue Qinghe, as his disciple, he would naturally assist Xue Qinghe in becoming the crown prince and, ultimately, the sovereign of the Tiando Empire. After all, having a crown prince as a disciple would allow him to navigate the Tiando Empire with ease. But how could he aid Xue Qinghe in ascending to the position of crown prince? Of course, Dubai would not poison the second prince or the third prince as depicted in the original work. Dubai's approach involves selecting the appropriate celestial herbs and flowers for Xue Qinghe to consume, thereby assisting him in enhancing the quality of his swan martial soul. Once Xue Qinghe's swan martial soul surpasses that of the other princes and even exceeds that of the reigning Emperor Shui Yi, he will undoubtedly be proclaimed the crown prince. Dubai silently contemplated everything. Very well, my obedient disciple, I understand. Rest assured, as long as the Tiando Empire does not provoke me, I shall refrain from undertaking any actions that would endanger the Tiando Empire. Dubai spoke, reiterating his assurance that he would not harm the Heavendo Empire. All right, teacher. I understand. Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement. Dubai has inquired about nearly everything that needed to be addressed. Dubai's recent endeavor in the city of Tiando was to gain insight into the circumstances surrounding the imperial family of the Tiando Empire. At this moment, Dubai has already become acquainted with the situations of the four princes. Furthermore, he has taken the eldest prince, Xue Qinghe, as his disciple, rendering this venture exceedingly successful. My dear apprentice, your master has no further concerns. Tomorrow, I shall seek you out to assist in enhancing the quality of your swan martial soul. And I have additional tasks for you to undertake. For now, I shall not impede your delightful affairs. Dubai spoke. Very well, teacher, I shall see you off. Xue Qinghe replied. At this moment, Master Dubai is about to depart, and Xue Qinghe will naturally not attempt to detain him. After all, his beloved Yu-Roer lies in bed, awaiting his care. The unconscious Yu-Ro, left at his disposal, is a tantalizing thought. At that moment, the bound little yellow dog, Mr. Wong Wong, timely let out a bark. Wong Wong. It seemed as if the little yellow dog was reminding Dubai and Xue Qinghe not to forget about him. Xue Qinghe shot a glare at Mr. Wong Wong. I, Xue Qinghe, as the esteemed crown prince, with a lifetime of illustrious reputation, find this quite vexing. Under Xue Qinghe's fierce gaze, Mr. Wong Wong trembled, sensing the hostility emanating from him. Just then, Dubai spoke up. This little yellow dog is rather amusing. I shall take refuge in your room for the night. Tomorrow, I will come to retrieve Mr. Wong Wong. Remember, do not harm him, or else I shall be displeased. Dubai spoke with an admonitory tone. The little yellow dog, Mr. Yellow, was indeed a pitiable creature, having been spoiled by his petite companion, Miss Yellow. He was already unfortunate enough, and Dubai had no intention of causing him harm. He would simply release him the following day. Who knows, in the future, he might even require Mr. Yellow's assistance in meting out justice to others. Very well, teacher. Xue Qinghe responded with resignation. Since Dubai had already expressed his desire to spare the little yellow dog's life, Xue Qinghe naturally dared not defy him and thus abandoned the thought of punishing Mr. Yellow. However, there were still pressing matters to attend to that evening. Never mind, I shall simply turn the table over to shield Mr. Yellow's view. It seemed that the little yellow dog could comprehend human speech, as he appeared to breathe a sigh of relief at that moment. Subsequently, accompanied by Xueqinghe's respectful presence, they departed. Dubai departed from room 301. My dear disciple, please halt. It suffices to escort me to the door, for I shall take my leave now. When Du Bois arrived at the door, he gestured for Xueqinghe to remain. Very well, master. I shall not see you off any further, Xueqinghe respectfully replied. Indeed, I shall take my leave. Dubai spoke with an air of indifference. Following his departure, Xueqinghe firmly shut the door to room 301. Upon returning to the room, Xueqinghe cast a glance at the little yellow dog, revealing a wry smile. He softly remarked to the little yellow dog, "What a dramatic turn of events." The little yellow dog barked once, as if cautioning Xueqinghe to keep his distance. Rest assured, I mean you no harm, Xueqinghe reassured. He then dragged the little yellow dog and its chair into a corner, while simultaneously placing a large table to obscure the dog's view, preventing it from witnessing his forthcoming actions. Now, Xueqinghe was ready to attend to his business. Shedding his robe, Xueqinghe nestled into the warm embrace of the bed. You rower, hee. A mischievous grin spread across Xueqinghe's face as he prepared to awaken Yu Ro from her slumber using a rather unconventional method. Meanwhile, on the other end, Du Bois soon returned to the room. Dubai's room is located at 305, while Bibi Dong's room is at 306. The two rooms are quite close to one another. Occasionally, when Dubai moves about, his thoughts resonate within his mind, and Bibi Dong is able to hear his silent musings. For instance, just moments ago, upon returning to his room, Dubai couldn't help but think to himself, I can't believe I have actually taken the crown prince of the heavenly Dou Empire, Xueqinghe, as my disciple. What a surprise! That young man is fortunate indeed. No need for him to play the enchanting flute anymore. The voice of Dubai resonated within Bibi Dong's mind. It was only when Dubai was in close proximity to her that she could hear his thoughts. Thus, Bibi Dong discerned that Dubai had returned to the chamber. Chapter 90, The Watchful Guardian Totem, Third Update. Seeking votes. Seeking subscriptions. Xueqinghe was fortunate, spared from the need to play the enchanting flute. Bibi Dong pondered as she listened to Dubai's thoughts. Suddenly, a realization struck her, causing her delicate form to shudder, and a blush of crimson adorned her pure, unblemished visage. No, Dubai is not that kind of person. How could Dubai allow Xueqinghe to play beautiful melodies for him? Bibi Dong reassured herself, for Dubai's thoughts conveyed, that fellow is lucky, spared from playing the lovely flute. Dubai did not specify to whom he would play the enchanting melodies of the shao. Consequently, Bibi Dong's first thought was that Dubai intended for Xueqinghe to serenade her. However, upon further reflection on Dubai's character and way of life, she dismissed this absurd notion. I shall observe how Dubai speaks tomorrow, Bibi Dong mused silently. At that moment, her proud form pressed against the wall, yearning to draw nearer to Dubai, hoping to catch a glimpse of his innermost thoughts. Unfortunately, her efforts were in vain, as there was no response from Dubai's side. The room was so spacious that even the whispers of the heart were inaudible. Bibi Dong felt a pang of disappointment. It was deep into the night, and she deemed it inappropriate to seek an audience with Dubai. With no thoughts to listen to, Bibi Dong resigned herself to rest upon her bed. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Dubai began to arrange the celestial treasures and divine flowers he had brought back from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Dubai seeks to find a celestial herb suitable for Xueqinghe to enhance the quality of his swan martial soul. This exquisite Qilua tulip is reserved for Ningfengji for trading purposes. Dubai gently retrieved a pale yellow flower, exuding a rich fragrance, from his storage soul guide and murmured softly. This exquisite Kira tulip was entirely enveloped in a delicate yellow hue, reminiscent of the light golden color of Xueqinghe's swan spirit. Had it not been for his intention to barter with Ningfengji, Dubai would have undoubtedly administered this celestial treasure directly to Xueqinghe. Subsequently, Dubai meticulously examined the other celestial herbs and flowers. The fiery apricot blossom, radiant and fiery red, harbored the essence of ultimate flame, appearing incompatible with the swan, thus unsuitable for Xueqinghe. The 8-petal ice crystal grass, glimmering like ice, contained an extreme chill, similarly at odds with the swan and inappropriate for Xueqinghe. The snow silkworm, roughly the size of a fist, could only be deemed a potent restorative, failing to elevate the quality of the spirit, rendering it unsuitable as well. The rare celestial chrysanthemum, though adorned in soft golden hues, was intended for the chrysanthemum Douluo Juyueguan, making it unfit for Xueqinghe. The 8-petal immortal orchid, draped in deep purple, emitted a robust fragrance that invigorated the senses. Suitable for auxiliary soul masters, but not for Xueqinghe. Lastly, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, originally intended for the corpulent Ma Hongjun, was apt for enhancing fire attribute spirits. Yet again unsuitable for Xueqinghe. Dubai carefully examined each exquisite celestial flower, ultimately fixating his gaze upon the water immortal's jade-like blossom. This flower, radiant and pristine, resembled an untainted white lotus. The water immortal's jade-like blossom exuded an air of elegance and fragrance, transcending the mundane, and indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the noble purity of Xueqinghe's swan martial spirit. Dubai pondered to himself. Xueqinghe's swan martial soul shimmered in a delicate golden hue, exuding an air of nobility and purity, while the daffodil jade bone possessed an elegant and ethereal grace, both embodying a sense of untainted refinement. In the original narrative, the daffodil jade bone was administered to Zhu Zhuqing by Tang San. Upon consumption, Zhu Zhuqing's rank swiftly ascended from 31 to 38, simultaneously enhancing the quality of her martial soul. In this lifetime, Dubai had arrived in the Douluo Continent and had already developed feelings for Bibi Dong, leaving no room for other women in his heart. Therefore, Dubai resolved to bestow this daffodil jade bone upon his disciple, Xueqinghe, as a token of his goodwill. My dear disciple, I have prepared a splendid gift for our meeting. I hope that in the future, you will honor and respect me as you would your father. Dubai murmured softly. When Xueqinghe swore his oath regarding his martial soul, he stated that if he were to disrespect his master or violate his promise, that place would diminish by 5 inches. This vow deeply moved Dubai, compelling him to treat this disciple with utmost care. Thus, he was inclined to have Xueqinghe consume the water immortal jade skin bone. After silently contemplating everything, Dubai carefully stored the celestial flowers back into the storage soul guiding device. It must be said that these celestial flowers are indeed invaluable, even when uprooted. They do not wither or decay, truly deserving their celestial status, Dubai whispered softly. Soon, he gathered all the celestial treasures and flowers into his storage soul guide. However, the room remained imbued with a subtle floral fragrance, which cleared his mind and invigorated his spirit. After placing the celestial treasures and flowers into the storage soul guide, Dubai did not immediately succumb to slumber. Dubai intends to stay up late, eagerly awaiting the arrival of midnight. Then, he will open the level 77 Soul Saint gift pack to discover what treasures lie within. Dubai sat on his comfortable bed, closing his eyes in concentration. Seated in a meditative posture, quietly awaiting the passage of time. Soon, the clock struck midnight, heralding the arrival of a new day. System, may I now open the gift package? Dubai inquired of the system. Ding. The system responded affirmatively to Dubai. Excellent. Dubai uttered a single word, good, and then proceeded to open the storage space of the system. Dubai's gaze settled upon the 77th level Soul Saint gift pack within the storage space. Previous packs had yielded a plethora of valuable items. I fervently hope that this time will not disappoint me, Dubai murmured softly. Subsequently, Dubai issued a command to the system, requesting, System, please open this level 77 Soul Saint gift package for me. Dubai issued a command to the system, instructing it to open the storage space quietly, ensuring that no sound was made. Subsequently, he received a prompt response from the system. Ding. Understood. Soon after, Dubai beheld the 77-level Soul Saint gift pack begin to emit a resplendent golden light. The familiar golden glow intensified, causing the gift pack to disintegrate. In no time, the pack had completely shattered, leaving only a sphere of golden light concealing the treasure within. As the golden radiance began to fade, the shape of the treasure gradually emerged. It resembled a flower, adorned with 2 golden leaves and a golden stalk. However, this flower bore no blossom, instead presenting a spherical object akin to the sun, radiating a gentle golden glow. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on successfully opening the 77-level Soul Saint gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained 3 Vision Totem Guardians. The system announced. Vision Totem Guardians? Dubai repeated it softly to himself. Subsequently, a series of information regarding the Vision Totem Guardian flooded into his mind. Vision Totem Guardian. After infusing a trace of soul power, one can establish a Vision Totem Guardian in place. Item description. Once established, the Vision Totem Guardian will enter a state of invisibility, monitoring all visual areas within a radius of 30 meters. The owner can view the visual scope of this area through the system. Chapter 91. The auction plan for the Soulbone set. Listening to the system's explanation of the Vision Totem Guardian's information, Dubai has gained a certain understanding of the Vision Totem Guardian. This Vision Totem Guardian resembles the wards from the previous world of League of Legends, allowing one to place vision wards in designated locations to gain visibility over that particular area. Dubai thought to himself. However, the vision wards placed in the League of Legends have a time limitation, whereas the vision totem from the system appears to be limitless. I must inquire whether there are any constraints pertaining to the system's vision totem. Dubai pondered deeply within himself. Subsequently, he directed an inquiry to the system. System, does the placement of this Vision Totem Guardian come with a time constraint? Dubai inquired of the system. Ding. The Vision Totem Guardian, once placed, can exist for 3 years. The system responded to Dubai. 3 years. That's quite a duration. Dubai pondered inwardly. This is tantamount to establishing a surveillance system that has been operational for 3 years in a single location. It can cover a visual area of 900 square meters and monitor this expanse in real time. Moreover, this surveillance remains clandestine, allowing it to operate undetected by others, capturing every activity within its purview. By the way, system, will this visual totem guardian be perceptible? Dubai inquired once more with the system. In the realm of the Alliance game, vision wards can be detected and eliminated through the use of scanners. However, in Douluo Continent, there are no scanners available. Yet there exist formidable tidal Douluos. Dubai harbored concerns that the tidal Douluo might discover the Vision Totem Guardian during their passage and casually eliminate it. In such a case, the Vision Totem Guardian would become futile, as its placement was primarily intended to monitor the formidable tidal Douluo. Ding. The system reassured Dubai. Rest assured, unless the entity possesses divine-level cultivation or is a soul beast exceeding 500,000 years in age, it will remain undetected. Excellent. Truly splendid. Dubai whispered in excitement. Currently, he is unable to encounter soul masters of divine rank or soul beasts with an age exceeding 500,000 years. How many soul masters of divine rank and soul beasts of such extraordinary age exist on the Douluo Continent? This implies that after Dubai has established the Vision Totem's defense, he need not worry about being discovered and having it dismantled by others. This is indeed a remarkable thing. Dubai whispered excitedly once more, reflecting on the fortunate acquisition of the Vision Totem Guardian. Had it fallen into the hands of the lecherous characters from the original tale Bulu, Mahongjun, or Daimabai, they would undoubtedly have chosen to place it in a bathhouse, a girl's dormitory, or the boudoir of a lovely maiden. However, Dubai's primary intention is to employ it for surveillance over the Spirit Hall and the ancient soul beast residing in the Lake of Life within the Stardow Forest, which have existed for over 100,000 years. In the future, Dubai envisions establishing a force akin to the Tang sect, aptly named the Explosive Sky Gang. At that time, he could discreetly position a Vision Totem Guardian within the gang to remain perpetually informed about its affairs. Nonetheless, he must exercise caution when deploying the Vision Totem Guardian, as it is not invisible during installation. Others can indeed perceive its presence. Thus, he must proceed with utmost stealth. Moreover, the Vision Totem Guardian is solely operable by Dubai. Others are unable to utilize it, as accessing the surveillance it provides requires the assistance of the system. Therefore, Dubai cannot auction the Vision Totem Guardian or allow Bibi Dong to employ it. In summary, the surveillance feature unlocked by this system package resonates deeply with Dubai. After casting one last glance at the Vision Totem Guardian, he withdrew his gaze. Now focusing on the meticulous planning of how to utilize the Shock Gold card and auction the Bai Lindog Soulbone set. Dubai's eyes flickered. The Bai Lindog Soulbone set has a mere 14 days of usability, and the process of fusion and separation inflicts tremendous tearing pain upon the body. Moreover, it is a soul bone derived from a dog. Dubai harbored no desire to become a mere hound, nor did he wish to endure pain. Thus, he resolved to auction himself. The complete set of the Azure Scale Canine Soul Bone, if presented at the auction, would undoubtedly incite a sensation throughout the entire continent, generating immense astonishment. This would serve to maximize both the astonishment value and the rewards of the Shock Gold card. Should the Shock Gold card be employed judiciously, the successful auction of the Azure Scale Canine Soulbone set would be assured. Dubai can acquire a soul beast over 10,000 years old for sacrifice, along with a substantial sum of gold soul coins, elevating him to a position of great wealth and influence. This matter is of utmost importance. He must conceal his identity and devise a meticulous plan. Dubai pondered in silence. As his thoughts and deductions unfolded, time slipped away moment by moment. After a considerable period, Dubai opened his eyes, emitting a piercing brilliance. Dubai has devised a comprehensive plan. The first step involves assuming a false identity to visit the Tiando auction house, where he will authenticate the soul bone set of the blue scale dog while concealing the 14-day limitation. The second step entails selling the soul bone set directly to the Tiendo auction house, securing the funds, and departing without participating in the auction's profit sharing. The third step requires him to demand that the auction house promote his auctioned items under the guise of his assumed identity. The fourth step involves instigating a ruckus after the 14-day period has elapsed, prompting the buyer to confront the auction house, thereby creating a sensation. The fifth step will see the auction house in search of the fabricated identity, only to find no trace of the individual, leaving them astonished and further amplifying the uproar. Simultaneously, as he progresses to the sixth step, he must conduct an extensive promotion, ensuring that he remains anything but low-key. Dubai mentally simulated the plan in broad strokes. Numerous details remained that could only be addressed and filled in once the action commenced. It was a discussion that could extend indefinitely. The plan devised by Du Bois is truly ingenious. Before the auction, the emergence of a soul bone set that is 5,000 years old caused an uproar. During the auction, various factions scrambled in a fervor to acquire it, resulting in staggering prices and an even greater commotion. After the auction, the flaws of the soul bones were revealed, leading to disputes from the purchasers and further chaos at the auction house, perpetuating the sensation. The appearance of this 5,000-year-old soul bone from the azure-scaled hound will undoubtedly be recorded in historical texts, serving as a testament for future generations that such an event transpired in history. Consequently, my astonishing golden card can yield maximum rewards, allowing for the sacrificial offerings of soul beasts over 10,000 years old. Dubai was filled with unparalleled excitement. This was likely the first red soul ring of over 100,000 years that he had obtained, and naturally, he was overjoyed. He then began to contemplate the first step, fabricating an identity. At present, Dubai had two potential plans. The first plan involved stealing the Soul Master's ledger of a powerful individual, thereby impersonating this strong figure to auction at the marketplace. When the truth emerged, and the auction house sought the individual, they would discover the deception, resulting in a significant uproar. The second plan entailed creating a forged Soul Master ledger and fabricating an identity, such as that of Li Fu, who was renowned for his poetic talents. During the execution of this scheme, he would ensure that Li Fu gained prominence in the literary circles of Tiendo City, captivating a loyal following and admirers. When the truth eventually surfaced and the auction house came looking, they would find no trace of the person, leaving the case unsolved and causing a stir. Simultaneously, this would create a sensation in the literary world, continually generating astonishment. After some contemplation, Dubai deemed the second plan more suitable. However, it was imperative to ensure that anyone who had seen Li Fu's visage would either vanish or refrain from coming forward to identify him. Dubai silently pondered. Previously, when Dubai visited the Moon Pavilion, Dubai, under the guise of Li Fu, engaged in a poetic duel with Xue Qinghe, capturing the attention of many. And it is likely that his visage has been etched in the memories of numerous onlookers. This presents quite a vexing dilemma. Dubai was immediately overwhelmed. Subsequently, he dismissed the notion of executing the initial plan under the fabricated identity of Li Fu. After a moment of contemplation, he pondered the idea of introducing a new name, thereby allowing the literary world to unveil another extraordinary talent. Dubai suddenly struck his forehead, as if a light had dawned upon him. Let us call him Du Changxiao. Dubai conceived an identity name, Du Changxiao. This name was inspired by his own unique characteristics and strengths. Had Xue Qinghe been present and aware of Dubai's choice, he would undoubtedly exclaim with delight, "Truly worthy of being my master, to have created a name so akin to mine, Xue Hanxiao. It is evident that we are of one family, sharing a name." Simultaneously, Xue Qinghe might also feel a pang of inferiority, for in comparison to his master Dubai, he perceives himself as remarkably insignificant. Yet, there remains the matter concerning Xiaodong's wife. Dubai found himself momentarily uncertain whether to inform Bibi Dong about the auction of the emerald scale dog soul bone. After some contemplation, he decided that since Xiaodong Dong is his wife, there would be no harm in sharing the news with her. However, he resolved to keep the matter of the astonishing golden card a secret. Dubai secretly thought to himself that Bibi Dong was destined to become his wife. In a relationship with one's spouse, one ought to be candid and sincere. Should Dubai choose to conceal certain matters, and Bibi Dong were to discover them later, it could potentially tarnish her affection for him. Therefore, Dubai resolved to confide in Bibi Dong regarding the auction of the soul bone. When dawn breaks, he also intends to share with her the news of accepting Xue Qinghe as his disciple. Dubai's decision is indeed commendable, for even if he had chosen not to confess, Bibi Dong would still be able to perceive his true feelings. by voluntarily revealing his thoughts. Bibi extends a gesture of goodwill towards Bibi Dong, signifying his trust in her. This act serves to bridge the gap between the two of them. Naturally, matters concerning the shocking golden card and system-related elements will remain concealed and undetectable to Bibi Dong through her intuitive senses. Thus, it is settled. No more late nights. It is time to rest. Du Bois murmured softly to himself, contemplating the idea of retiring for the night. Bibi has now attained the rank of Soul Douluo, rendering sleep unnecessary. However, indulging in slumber does aid in the consolidation of mental fortitude and contributes to overall well-being. Unlike in his previous life, Bibi no longer requires a full 8 hours of rest. Merely 3 to 4 hours suffices to rejuvenate his body. With that, Bibi retired for the night. Before long, the night passed swiftly. The following day dawned. Bibi arrived at the threshold of Bibi Dong's chamber. Knock, knock. Bibi lightly tapped on the door. It was indeed Bibi. Bibi Dong thought to herself. She then gracefully rose from her seated position, taking a few delicate steps to the door. Upon opening it, she found Bibi standing outside. Good morning, Bibi Dong. Bibi greeted, good morning. To which Bibi Dong gently replied, good morning. Bibi Dong, may I come in and have a seat? I have matters to discuss with you. Alternatively, you may join me in my room for a chat. Bibi began to speak. Bibi wished to discuss with Bibi Dong the matters concerning Xueqinghe and the auction of soul bones. Before Bibi Dong could respond, Bibi earnestly fixed his gaze upon her. It must be said that Bibi Dong possessed an exceptionally alluring figure, her form both ample and curvaceous. This brought to mind the scene from that day within the confines of the tent. Bibi felt an overwhelming heat. It had been 9 days since he arrived in this world. He longed to burst through the door and overpower Bibi Dong. Bibi pondered inwardly, feeling a slight warmth in his throat once more. Bibi Dong, capable of perceiving Bibi's thoughts, found herself somewhat at a loss due to his musings. Come in, and please share what is on your mind, she said, adjusting her demeanor. Very well, he replied. Bibi responded, subsequently following Bibi Dong into the room. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings, eager to discern any distinctions in the chamber once inhabited by the goddess. However, he found nothing noteworthy aside from the signs of use on the bedding. How unfortunate that his beloved Xiaodong Dong did not display any intimate garments. It would have been delightful to behold a glimpse of color. Bibi found himself pondering once more. Well, Bibi Dong suddenly felt as if she had invited a wolf into her home. Speak, Bibi, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Bibi Dong began, steering the conversation to divert Bibi's attention and prevent him from indulging in fanciful thoughts. Listening to Bibi's intimate musings made Bibi Dong feel a touch of shyness. After all, she had presented 3 evaluative requirements to Bibi, which was tantamount to agreeing that they would become husband and wife in the future. All right. I shall begin now. Brace yourself, and do not be taken aback. Bibi spoke up, simultaneously offering a precautionary note to ensure that Bibi Dong would not be overly astonished. Very well, please proceed, Bibi Dong responded. It is as follows. I sought out Xueqinghe yesterday for retribution, and ultimately, Bibi recounted his visit yesterday to discipline Xueqinghe, ultimately taking him as his apprentice, weaving a delicate narrative. During this account, Bibi placed particular emphasis on the little yellow dog. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's unparalleled beauty transformed, her expression becoming extraordinarily captivating. Finally, she let out a soft laugh, akin to a frosty flower bud blooming on an ice mountain. Breathtakingly stunning. This was one of the rare moments Bibi witnessed Bibi Dong's smile. In that instant, Bibi was entranced. My dear wife, you are exquisite. Bibi quietly mused as he gazed upon the stunningly beautiful and statuesque Bibi Dong, a desire to embrace her enveloping his thoughts. Ahem. Bibi Dong, sensing her lapse in composure, reigned in her smile, the exquisite ice flower that had blossomed upon her visage retreating to a more demure bud-like state. Bibi, I never anticipated your ingenuity. Even the crown prince of Heavendo City has yielded and sought your mentorship. Bibi Dong praised. Her amusement stemmed entirely from overhearing Bibi's inner thoughts the previous day. She had believed that he sought to have Xueqinghe play enchanting melodies on the flute merely to vex him. To her surprise, Bibi had instead sought out a small yellow dog by the roadside. This unexpected twist brought her joy and laughter. Chapter 93. The amusing little yellow dog disturbs the Spirit Master realm. 3 updates. Seeking votes. Seeking subscriptions. Furthermore, this little yellow dog was in the midst of a rather intimate affair, and Bibi interrupted and took it away. Bibi affectionately referred to the little yellow dog as Mr. Yellow Dog, prompting Xueqinghe to play melodious tunes on the flute for it. One could vividly imagine this delightful scene, especially when considering the typically serious and aloof demeanor of Dubai, which rendered such behavior surprisingly whimsical. This revelation left Bibi Dong with a profound sense of having her perception of Dubai's character utterly transformed. The mischievous charm emanating from Dubai was indeed quite amusing, she mused. Bibi Dong possessed a reserved and elegant nature, characterized by her graceful demeanor and adherence to propriety. Such an aloof goddess rarely engaged in conversation. If her partner were equally haughty and devoid of playfulness, their interactions would likely devolve into silence, rendering them rather dull. In contrast, Dubai's playful yet tactful approach to communication made Bibi Dong feel at ease and entertained. To put it succinctly, a high-maintenance girl is best suited for a companion with a captivating soul. Dubai embodied that intriguing spirit, complemented by a striking appearance and formidable strength, making them a perfect match. Thus, the time spent between Bibi Dong and Dubai was marked by a profound sense of comfort. "Higi, I have other plans for Shuqinghe," she exclaimed. "By the way, Bibi Dong, I intend to pay Shuqinghe a visit shortly. Would you care to join me?" Dubai inquired. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and replied, "No, it is sufficient for you to go. When you assist Shuqinghe in enhancing the quality of the swan martial soul, it is likely to consume a considerable amount of time. I shall remain in my chamber and await your return. By the way, that little yellow dog seems rather amusing. Before you let it go, do reward it with some low-grade celestial herbs as a token of appreciation." Bibi Dong articulated. She harbored no interest in Shuqinghe and recognized that with Dubai taking charge, her involvement was entirely unnecessary. Rather than waste time, it would be more prudent to rest and cultivate her spirit within her room. The little yellow dog, as described by Dubai, intrigued Bibi Dong, and she wished to compensate it in some way. Of course, she had no intention of adopting it as a pet, considering it was merely a common mutt. "Very well, Bibi Dong," Dubai responded, expressing his agreement with what Bibi Dong had stated. The little yellow dog, having been abducted by himself, did not enjoy the melody of the flute, and indeed deserves some form of compensation. Dubai took numerous celestial treasures and divine flowers from the ice and fire yin-yang well, and it would be harmless to administer some of the lesser quality ones to Mr. Little Yellow Dog. "By the way, Bibi Dong, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you," Dubai continued. "All right, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Dubai responded, "Indeed. I possess a complete set of the blue-scale canine soul bone ensemble." He then proceeded to elucidate to Bibi Dong the details regarding the auction of the blue-scale canine soul bone set. Upon hearing that Dubai had a complete 5,000-year blue-scale canine soul bone set, a peculiar glimmer once again grazed Bibi Dong's enchanting visage. Dubai discerned astonishment in Bibi Dong's expression. Although the blue-scale dog soul bone set was only usable for a mere 14 days, its significance remained profoundly impactful. It is worth noting that the only remaining complete soul bone set on the Douluo Continent belongs to the Spirit Hall, comprising the six-winged angel divine set. With this esteemed soul bone ensemble, the Spirit Hall boasts formidable strength, establishing itself as a dominant force on the continent. While the blue-scale dog soul bone set may not rival the six-winged angel divine set, it is nonetheless a rare artifact. Should a sect acquire it, their overall strength and ranking would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, the fleeting 14-day usage of the blue-scale dog soul bone set renders it somewhat impractical. "Dubai, are you not concerned about exposing yourself to pursuit by auctioning this soul bone set?" Bibi Dong inquired with a hint of worry. Should those factions that invested heavily in the soul bone set discover its limited duration, they would surely seek revenge with fervor. Consequently, Dubai would likely face relentless threats from various parties. If the Spirit Hall does not intend to safeguard Dubai, his later life could become exceedingly grim. "Do not worry, Bibi Dong. I am quite prudent in my endeavors. This blue-scale dog soul bone set holds little value for me. It would be wiser to exchange it for some gold soul coins. Furthermore, this will stir the various factions within the Soul Master community, which can only benefit us." Dubai patted his chest and declared, "This time, the auction of the Azure Scale Dog Spirit Bone set is not merely for the sake of acquiring gold soul coins. It is also to maximize the rewards from the Shock Gold card obtained through the system's gift package, thereby securing a sacrifice reward of 100,000 years or more from the soul beasts. This endeavor not only enhances my own strength, but also has the potential to stir the dynamics within the Spirit Master realm, possibly introducing more variables. With an increase in variables comes uncertainty, and perhaps the Spirit Hall might even find itself weakened as a result. Of course, regarding the Shock Gold card, Bibi Dong remains oblivious to my true intentions. Thus, she only perceives that I intend to earn a substantial amount of gold soul coins and to alter the prevailing circumstances in the spirit master world. Very well. I support you. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Bibi Dong responded. She was aware that Dubai felt no sense of belonging to the spirit hall. Likewise, Bibi Dong herself had lost her connection to the spirit hall due to Qin Xuanji's interference in Yu Xiaojing's affairs, along with the subsequent restrictions placed upon her actions, which sought to violate the ethics of master and disciple. Consequently, she too felt no allegiance to the spirit hall. Dubois' endeavors receive unwavering support from Bibi Dong. Thank you, Bibi Dong, for your steadfast encouragement, Dubai responded. Bibi Dong did not inquire further, allowing Dubai to forego the need for deception. Her lack of probing questions greatly enhanced Dubai's fondness for her. What a man requires most is a woman's silent support rather than incessant questioning. Subsequently, Dubai and Bibi Dong engaged in conversation for a while longer, their interaction marked by harmony. Eventually, the topic was brought to a close. Bibi Dong. I shall take my leave now to enhance our disciple's swan martial spirit. Dubai spoke up. After their conversation concluded, he took his leave at an opportune moment. It would not be appropriate to linger for too long. Very well, go ahead, and do remember to offer a token of appreciation to Mr. Little Yellow Dog. Bibi Dong reminded him. Subsequently, Dubai rose to depart. As he opened the door to leave, Dubai turned his head, a serious expression adorning his face as he addressed Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, although you have yet to agree to become my wife, in my eyes, you are already my wife. After uttering these words, Dubai closed the door behind him and departed. Of course, just before leaving, he caught Bibi Dong's final remark. Let us first pass the 3 assessments. In the room, Bibi Dong gazed at the fading silhouette for a long moment before shifting her gaze back, revealing a faint smile. Once Dubai exited Bibi Dong's chamber, he approached the door of room 301 with a buoyant spirit. Knock, knock, knock. Disciple, open the door. After a brief knock on the door of room 301 opened slightly, revealing the refined and handsome visage of Xue Qinghe. It was evident that Xue Qinghe had been prepared to receive the esteemed presence of teacher Dubai. Welcome, esteemed teacher. Xue Qinghe greeted with utmost respect. After all, the previous night had marked the solemn occasion of bowing in reverence to acknowledge the master, with the oath of the martial spirit confirming the mentorship. This was not a casual arrangement. It was a solemn commitment that warranted deep respect. I have arrived. Dubai nodded lightly and said calmly, Hello, teacher. At that moment, a gentle voice greeted them, belonging to a girl. Dubai fixed his gaze upon the figure behind Xue Qinghe, a tall girl named Yuro. The first impression she left on Dubai was one of gentle grace and charming innocence, reminiscent of a sweet neighbor. After a moment of contemplation, Dubai realized that this was the girl he had rendered unconscious with a swift strike the previous day. How remarkable it is that Xue Qinghe possesses such skill. A girl so gentle and demure, yet his unruly disciple has managed to transform her into a wild and untamed spirit in the intimacy of their shared moments. Dubai pondered silently. Yesterday, when he brought Mr. Little Yellow Dog to reprimand Xue Qinghe, he had heard the sounds of a fierce battle from within. Originally, Dubai assumed that the girl engaged in the conflict with Xue Qinghe would possess a wild and unrestrained demeanor, given the intensity of the sounds. However, upon meeting her today, he found that the young lady exuded a gentle and docile aura. One cannot help but commend Xue Qinghe for his remarkable disciple. Truly impressive. Greetings to you. Dubai's expression remained serene as he nodded slightly. Dubai's gaze did not linger excessively on Yuro, but rather withdrew at the appropriate moment. Dubai, having a beloved wife, naturally refrains from casting wandering glances. Moreover, she is the cherished confidant of his apprentice, thus rightly considered a woman of another. Although a married woman possesses a certain allure, Dubai's thoughts are pure and virtuous. He would never entertain improper intentions. Even if he were endowed with the capability, he would not indulge in indiscretions. Teacher, this is Yuro. My Xue Qinghe briefly introduced the young lady to Dubai. Very well, I understand. Dubai nodded in agreement and said, Teacher, this room is rather untidy. I have specifically reserved room 308. Let us proceed there to discuss important matters. Xue Qinghe then transitioned to the main topic, stating that Dubai's primary purpose for visiting was to assist Xue Qinghe in enhancing his swan martial soul. Additionally, Dubai had certain tasks that he needed Xue Qinghe to undertake. Very well. Dubai nodded, fully aware of Xue Qinghe's thoughts. The state of room 301. Where his diligent disciple Xueqinghe had previously engaged in a fierce battle with Miss Yuro, was in disarray, clearly unsuitable for receiving a teacher, discussing matters, or enhancing the swan martial soul. Yuro, you may remain in room 301 while I deliberate on certain matters and return, Xueqinghe had gently instructed her. Understood. Yuro replied obediently. Meanwhile, Dubai, feeling somewhat disheartened, found himself unwittingly consuming a dose of dog food. My esteemed disciple, I am here to assist you in elevating the quality of your swan martial soul, not to indulge in romantic distractions, he mused. Teacher, shall we proceed? Xueqinghe inquired. Certainly. By the way, do bring Mr. Little Yellow Dog along as well. Dubai instructed Xueqinghe to bring along Mr. Yellow Dog and proceed to room 308. Understood. Teacher, Xueqinghe replied promptly. Subsequently, he adeptly lifted both Mr. Yellow Dog and his chair, making his way to 308. Mr. Yellow Dog appeared quite disheveled, a pitiful sight after a night of being tightly bound. His eyes were half open, bloodshot, and he exuded an undeniable lethargy. It was evident that he had not rested well, having been restrained and unable to find comfort. Furthermore, the primal and instinctual activities of Xueqinghe and Yuro from the previous night undoubtedly contributed to his sleeplessness, as the sounds of their passionate encounter kept even the dog awake with excitement. However, upon catching sight of Dubai, Mr. Yellow Dog's bloodshot eyes widened in alarm. The human devil, this human devil has returned, he thought, startled. Witnessing this reaction, Dubai found himself both amused and exasperated. Clearly, he had left an indelible impression on Mr. Yellow Dog's mind. Dubai chuckled inwardly. Subsequently, he ceased to linger and proceeded to attend to his duties. Before long, Dubai, Xueqinghe, and the little yellow dog entered room 308, which was conveniently situated directly opposite room 301, a mere stone's throw away. Will the teacher be enhancing the quality of my swan martial soul today? Xueqinghe inquired as they stepped inside the room. Master Dubois once stated that today he would assist in enhancing the quality of the swan spirit. Should Master Dubois later evade this promise, it would indicate that this teacher, whom I have only known for a day, seeks to deceive me, and I must remain vigilant in the future. Conversely, if Master Dubois fulfills his commitment, it would signify that I have indeed found a worthy mentor, and I shall continue to draw closer to him. Indeed, dear disciple, today I shall aid you in elevating the quality of your swan spirit. Dubai responded, then with a swift gesture towards the storage pouch at his waist. A crystalline white blossom appeared in his hand, an exquisite specimen known as the water narcissus bone. The moment this ethereal flower emerged, it emanated a faint, refreshing fragrance that was both soothing and uplifting. Upon witnessing the immaculate, pristine blossom in Dubai's hand, reminiscent of a pure white lotus, Xueqinghe displayed a look of astonishment. Even the little yellow dog, bound and weary, seemed to awaken from its fatigue. Woof! The little dog barked, its bloodshot eyes greedily fixated on the water narcissus bone. Clearly, this flower held a potent allure for the little canine as well. The little dog yearned to possess it. Woof! It barked again, even extending its damp tongue, evidently salivating. You silly dog, be quiet, or you shall face the consequences. Xueqinghe glared at the little dog, stating, This is a celestial flower bestowed by Teacher Dubai for me. What business do you have in this matter? However, this also subtly highlighted the extraordinary nature of the flower, as even a foolish dog was immensely intrigued. Dubai cast a stern glance at the little yellow dog. Under the gaze of two formidable human beings, particularly the piercing stare of Dubai, the little yellow dog immediately wilted, reverting to a fatigued demeanor, no longer daring to act impudently. Teacher, what kind of flower is this? It appears quite noble, Xueqinghe inquired. As the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire, he possessed a distinguished status and had encountered countless rare treasures, antiques, and exotic plants since childhood. Yet, he beheld the narcissus jade bone for the first time. Initially harboring no illusions about enhancing the quality of his swan martial soul, at this moment, he seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Chapter 95. Commencing Absorption. Second update. Seeking votes. Seeking followers. Could it be that Teacher Dubai intends to concoct a potion from this exquisite celestial flower for my consumption, thereby aiding me in elevating the quality of my martial soul? As Xueqinghe awaited Dubai's response, such thoughts swirled in his mind. This flower is known as the narcissus jade bone, a celestial being among flowers. Its ethereal and refined aura harmonizes beautifully with your pure and noble swan martial soul. Dubai introduces the exquisite water immortal jade skin bone, seamlessly blending the artistry of a liberal arts scholar into his discourse. The term water immortal jade skin bone resonates through the air as Xueqinghe softly repeats it, his eyes igniting with an extraordinary brilliance. What a celestial being among flowers! Truly ethereal and untouched by the filth of the mundane world. Xueqinghe praises. Master, is this water immortal jade skin bone meant for your disciple? He inquires, his heart racing with excitement. A gentleman cherishes flowers, and Xueqinghe considers himself such a gentleman. As he gazes upon this celestial bloom, affection blossoms within him. This water immortal jade skin bone is indeed destined for you. It is intricately connected to enhancing the quality of your swan martial soul. Dubai spoke, while simultaneously observing the expression of Xueqinghe. Noticing the delight on the face of the crown prince, Xueqinghe, who was eager to obtain the celestial flower, Dubai felt immensely satisfied. Thank you, teacher. Confirming that Dubai truly intended to bestow this extraordinary item upon him, Xueqinghe could hardly contain his excitement. Given Xueqinghe's extensive experience, he naturally recognized that this water lily's exquisite beauty was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Dubai had mentioned that it was related to enhancing the quality of his swan martial spirit. This further assured him of the rarity and preciousness of the water lily's exquisite beauty. It seemed that choosing this teacher was not in vain. This devotion was not in vain, nor was this solemn oath taken lightly. Xueqinghe felt a deep sense of joy, not only because he was about to receive the water lily's exquisite beauty, but also because he had found an exceptional teacher, which filled him with happiness. No need for thanks. Dubai replied indifferently, my obedient disciple, you need only adhere to the principle that a day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. Treat your master well and do not forget the solemn vow you have taken. He then continued, very well, teacher do. I shall not disappoint you, Xueqinghe declared, patting his chest with confidence. Although Dubai appeared only slightly older than Xueqinghe, the latter had already embraced the role of a disciple after taking the solemn vow and bowing his head in reverence. At this moment, he felt no strangeness in addressing Dubai as teacher, finding it quite natural. By the way, teacher, is this water immortal jade bone meant to be refined into a pill for consumption? Will it enhance my physical quality and elevate the quality of my swan martial soul? Xueqinghe inquired about the matter of improving the quality of his swan martial soul. There is no need for it to be refined into a pill. Dubai shook his head and spoke. Subsequently, he handed the water immortal jade bone to Xueqinghe. Disciple, take good care of this water immortal jade bone. I shall teach you how to consume and absorb this celestial treasure. Dubai spoke, all right. Xueqinghe, with a solemn expression, took the pristine and flawless water fairy jade bone from Dubai's hands. As soon as he grasped the water fairy jade bone, Xueqinghe was enveloped in a sensation of softness and comfort. A delightful floral fragrance, unique to the water fairy jade bone, gradually ascended, filling Xueqinghe's being. What a splendid flower, truly deserving of its title as the immortal among blooms. Xueqinghe's eyes brightened. He sensed a subtle agitation within his swan martial soul, yearning to consume the water fairy jade bone. Teacher Du is absolutely correct. This water fairy bone is in perfect harmony with my swan martial soul. My dear disciple, pay close attention as I teach you how to properly utilize this water fairy bone. Dubai spoke, all right, teacher. Xueqinghe displayed a solemn expression, listening attentively. Good disciple. First consume the daffodil blossoms one by one, then gently suck the nectar. Remember to ensure that it is thoroughly extracted. Do not consume the roots just yet. After you have absorbed the nectar, channel your soul energy to assist in integrating the medicinal properties into your being. In a state of cultivation, dissolve the medicinal potency to break through your limits. Dubai meticulously instructed, outlining the process of consuming the narcissus jade skin bone, which mirrored that in the original text. Understood, teacher. I shall heed your words. Xueqinghe responded earnestly and solemnly. Very well, go now. Delay is not advisable. Absorb this celestial treasure. Dubai opened his mouth to speak. Very well, my teacher. Xueqinghe nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Xueqinghe moved the room's tables, chairs, and other furnishings to the corner, clearing the floor of the chamber. Selecting a suitably sized space, he sat down cross-legged, ready to commence the consumption of the narcissus jade skin. At that moment, the reassuring voice of Dubai and his wife echoed once more. Dear disciple, remember, you must maintain a tranquil mind in order to absorb its essence. Do not succumb to impatience. Dubai reiterated his reminder. Very well, teacher, I have taken note. Xueqinghe nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he meticulously consumed the petals of the narcissus essence, treating them with the same care he had shown when serving Uro. With great effort, Xueqing had diligently extracted the nectar from the essence flower, leaving only the verdant, crystalline stem of the narcissus. After ingesting the narcissus essence, a warmth enveloped his abdomen, as if a surge of energy was cascading from his core to the farthest reaches of his limbs. This, he surmised, was the potency and inherent energy of the narcissus essence. Xueqing, mindful of Du Bai's teachings, refrained from any distraction. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and commenced his tranquil cultivation. Upon consuming the narcissus essence, Xueqing entered a state of meditation. Instantly, a subtle jade hue radiated from his entire being. As the medicinal effects unfolded, he emitted a distinctive fragrance characteristic of the narcissus essence. A delicate white mist began to rise from the surface of his fair skin, enveloping his form in a gentle, ethereal embrace. Simultaneously, his pale golden swan spirit, in harmony with the absorption of the essence's effects, unfurled, now adorned with a lustrous jade sheen, synchronizing with Xueqing's rhythmic breaths as it absorbed the swirling essence-laden mist. Du Bai gazed at the scene, marveling in astonishment. He had never anticipated that the first to partake of the celestial treasures, the ethereal flowers drawn from the eye of ice and fire, would be none other than Xueqing. Du Bai silently thought to himself, Du Bai and Bibi Dong have yet to consume the celestial elixirs, for they remain uncertain as to which particular elixir is best suited for them. Du Bai intended to return to the spirit hall after subjugating Zhu Douluo. Following Zhu Douluo's guidance, he would select the appropriate celestial items and consume them in a suitable manner. After casting a glance at Xueqing, Du Bai averted his gaze. Du Bai turned his gaze toward the small yellow dog that was tightly bound. This little canine, unfortunately, did not have the pleasure of enjoying the enchanting melodies played by the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire, Xueqing. In Chapter 96, titled Dogtail Grass, Du Bai resolved to compensate the small yellow dog with a rare and mystical herb brought from the Eye of Ice and Fire. This decision was, of course, also in accordance with Bibi Dong's wishes. Observing Du Bai's unwavering stare as he approached, the small yellow dog felt a twinge of fear. Woof. The small yellow dog uttered softly, expressing its trepidation. Human, what do you intend to do? Please, do not come any closer. Surely, you do not wish to serenade me with a delightful tune on your flute, do you? No, human, I, Xiao Huang, shall not accept. The small yellow dog curled its limbs and head, a clear sign of its fear toward Du Bai. Silly dog, do not be afraid. Du Bai gently patted the little yellow dog on the head, which only intensified the creature's fear. Witnessing this tender moment, the little dog felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Prior to arriving at the mountain and sea inn, Du Bai had softly reassured the dog along the way, urging it not to be afraid and to embrace enjoyment. However, upon reaching the inn, the little yellow dog found itself bound tightly for an entire night. The mistreatment of such a small creature is truly inhumane. Beneath the facade of kindness lurks a visage of sheer malevolence, a notion that echoed within the dog's heart, fueling its terror. Observing the little dog in such distress, Du Bai shook his head, caught between laughter and sorrow. You really are quite frightened, aren't you? Fear not, I shall make amends. I hope we may meet again under better circumstances. Du Bai murmured softly. Subsequently, he ceased to linger and swiftly rummaged through the soul-guiding apparatus within his storage pouch. Du Bai was in search of a mystical herb that would be suitable for the little yellow dog. Soon, he discovered a plant resembling dogtail grass within his storage soul guide. However, this particular dogtail grass was not green. Rather, it radiated a delicate hue of pale yellow and golden tones. Its feathery spikes, akin to a dog's tail, were adorned with strands of golden fuzz, reminiscent of pure gold. This golden dogtail grass, with its very name embodying the word dog, seemed perfectly suited for the little yellow canine. Du Bai thought to himself. Subsequently, he retrieved the golden dogtail grass from his storage soul guide. As soon as the grass was taken out, it instantly captivated the attention of the little yellow dog. The dog's eyes fixated on the golden grass, revealing a glimmer of greed. Its fierce red eyes widened, brimming with desire. The little yellow dog yearned for this golden dogtail grass, and Du Bai sensed that its desire for the grass surpassed even its longing for the exquisite water lily jade bone. The grass bore the character for dog, and as you are indeed a dog, fate has intertwined your paths. Thus, I shall bestow it upon you. Du Bai murmured softly, and then, with a casual gesture, Du Bai unleashed a sphere of soul energy that shattered the ropes binding the little yellow dog into fragments. Woof! Freed from its constraints, the little yellow dog leaped from the chair to the ground, swaying side to side to adjust to its numbed body. Simultaneously, the little yellow dog gazed at Du Bai with a mixture of awe and trepidation, maintaining a respectful distance. This human before it was quite formidable, and the little yellow dog dared not make any sudden movements. However, its canine eyes frequently darted towards the golden dogtail grass in Dubai's possession. It yearned for it, yet feared offending Dubai. Here, this dogtail grass is for you. Observing the little yellow dog's dilemma, Dubai smiled faintly. He then casually tossed the golden dogtail grass before the little yellow dog. As it lay within reach, the little yellow dog displayed an expression of incredulity. Clearly, it could not fathom Dubai's intentions. For a moment, it hesitated to act, instead choosing to observe this enigmatic human. Silly dog, this dogtail grass is yours. Whether you can become the greatest dog in the world depends on your own fortune. Dubai let out a soft sigh. Subsequently, he settled cross-legged upon the soft and comfortable bed, awaiting the moment when Xue Qinghe would assimilate the essence of the water immortal's jade-like skin and bones. Though the little yellow dog could not comprehend Dubai's words, it possessed an innate intelligence, able to grasp the general meaning behind them. The small creature cast a glance at Dubai, one filled with curiosity, gratitude, and a hint of cautious observation. Then, the little yellow dog picked up the golden tail grass from the ground and found a vacant spot, swallowing it whole. As Dubai beheld the moment when the little yellow dog ingested the golden foxtail grass, its entire coat of yellow fur began to shimmer with a resplendent golden glow. Remarkably, each strand of the dog's yellow fur transformed into lustrous gold. Simultaneously, a swirling mass of golden mist emanated from the little dog's body, enveloping its limbs. With a sudden cry, the little yellow dog rolled over, its paws in the air, lying on the ground in a manner reminiscent of a human. Bathed in the golden ethereal mist, with its belly exposed to the sky, the little yellow dog entered a state of absorption, indulging in the celestial treasures and flowers. Dubai gazed at the dog's magnificent golden coat. Dubois revealed a wicked smile. You foolish dog, now that you have grown a golden mane, won't you be plucked bare the moment you step onto the street? Dubai shook his head with a smile. Subsequently, he quietly awaited the absorption of the medicinal substances by the foolish dog and the obedient disciple. This could be considered Dubai's protective watch over both the individual and the canine. Time passed steadily, moment by moment. During this interval, certain occurrences unfolded, originating from the little yellow dog. After consuming the golden dogtail grass, a miraculous herb, the efficacy of the herb not only nourished the little yellow dog's body, but also expelled the impurities residing within, which included various unwanted parasites. Unlike humans, dogs frequently come into contact with the ground and a multitude of plants, rendering them susceptible to such contaminants. Particularly for the little yellow dog, a native stray, the accumulation of these impurities was significant. As these contaminants were expelled, Dubai heard the little yellow dog emit a comfortable, contented sound. As for the expelled parasites, Dubai took the liberty of disposing of them. Perish. Dubai harbored an intense aversion towards those wriggling little insects. At this moment, his formidable spiritual energy was deliberately directed towards them, causing the insects to be forced into an open space. In an instant, they were obliterated by the sheer pressure of Dubai's soul force, bursting into a gory spectacle. Following this, Dubai continued to safeguard, patiently awaiting the absorption of the celestial essence by a person and a dog. As time flowed on, it became apparent that more than half a day had elapsed. The gentle jade radiance enveloping Xue Qinghe began to dissipate. After a brief interval, the luminous aura faded almost entirely, and Xue Qinghe subtly exhibited signs of awakening, withdrawing from the state of absorbing the water immortal's eye skin bone. Moments later, a soft sigh of contentment escaped Xue Qinghe's lips, akin to one stirring from slumber. As he opened his eyes, golden and jade hue swirling within his pupils. Simultaneously, he stretched luxuriously, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the stillness. With the fulfillment of my teacher's wishes, I have fully absorbed the water immortal's jade skin bone. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe rose from the ground and performed a respectful gesture towards Dubai. Chapter 97, The Golden and Jade Winged Swan, First Update. Seeking votes. Seeking followers. Upon completing the absorption of the water immortal's jade skin bone, Xue Qinghe's noble demeanor was further accentuated, exuding an aura of pristine purity. This concept of immaculate purity is often reserved for women, yet it was aptly applied to Xue Qinghe in this instance. Not only was he unblemished and spotless, but he also radiated an impression of integrity, devoid of any underhanded dealings or base actions. In that moment, Xue Qinghe appeared to embody the very essence of a virtuous gentleman, refusing to lower himself to the level of the unscrupulous, presenting an image of reliability and righteousness. No need for thanks. Dubai replied nonchalantly, stating that gratitude need not be expressed between master and disciple. He then inquired further, has there been any change in your martial soul? What about your soul power? In the original text, after Zhu Xing consumed and absorbed the water nymph jade bone, her soul power level experienced a remarkable increase, rising from 31 to a full 38, showcasing a significant enhancement. Dubai was intrigued to know whether Xueqing's soul power and martial soul would experience enhancement after consumption. However, upon witnessing the excitement radiating from his disciple's face, he had a general understanding of the situation. Master, I was originally a soul king at level 57, but after absorbing the water fairy's jade bone, I have ascended 4 levels. Master, a full 4 levels. I have now reached the cultivation of a level 61 soul emperor, and I am ready to hunt for my 6th soul ring, Xueqing exclaimed with fervor. The exhilaration of advancing 4 levels allowed Xueqing to experience the delightful ease of cultivation, akin to the simplicity of eating and drinking. Ascending 4 levels is quite remarkable. Dubai revealed a look of satisfaction, nodding slightly. In the original text, Zhu Xuqing elevated 7 levels due to her initial rank of only 31 as a soul master, allowing for substantial potential for growth. Meanwhile, Xueqing, who consumed the potion at 57 as a soul king, ascended 4 levels, which was a remarkable transformation. Teacher, it is far more than merely enhancing one's soul power. Xueqing continued, speaking with fervor. Oh, Dubai expressed his bewilderment. Teacher, look, Xueqing exclaimed as he began to unleash his swan martial spirit. In an instant, a majestic golden swan materialized behind him. Simultaneously, the 5 soul rings, hues of yellow, purple, and black, on Xueqing's body pulsated rhythmically. Teacher, observe the wings of my swan martial spirit, Xueqing proclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and a hint of pride. In truth, even without Xueqing's words, Dubai had already noticed. The golden swan martial spirit now boasted an additional pair of pure, jade-colored wings, exuding an air of nobility. This meant that Xueqing's swan martial spirit now possessed 2 pairs of wings, for in total, 1 pair shimmered in regal gold, while the other radiated in elegant jade, rendering Xueqing's entire presence remarkably noble and refined. I have acquired an additional pair of jade wings, crafted from the essence of the Narcissus jade body. Xueqing elaborated. Excellent. Splendid. Dubois nodded in satisfaction. The quality of Xueqing's swan martial soul has been elevated, surpassing that of all the princes of the Tiando Empire. Consequently, it is highly probable that Xueqing will ascend to the position of crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Even though the 2nd prince possesses exceptional talents, he may not be able to contend for the throne against Xueqing. After all, Xueqing's golden and jade-winged swan martial soul is the most noble of its kind within the Tiando royal family, representing prestige and status. Those like the 2nd prince, with extraordinary talents, and the 3rd prince, a prodigy in martial arts, are better suited to serve as supportive ministers, aiding Xueqing. My dear disciple, has the addition of these jade-colored wings to your swan martial soul enhanced your offensive capabilities? Dubai inquired again. In the original text, after consuming the phoenix chicken crown sunflower, Ma Hongjun experienced a reduction in the malevolent flames within him, while the flames themselves were further refined. Conversely, upon ingesting the water fairy jade skin bone, Xueqing was bestowed with an additional pair of jade-colored wings. Dubai was intrigued by the augmentation that the jade-colored wings bestowed upon Xueqing. Teacher, the addition of these jade-colored wings has significantly enhanced my aerial speed, soul power recovery rate, and the speed at which I can break free from control. Furthermore, when battling against other swan spirit souls and certain avian spirit souls, my swan spirit soul exerts a certain degree of suppression over them. Xueqing elaborated, a look of pride illuminating his countenance. The golden swan spirit soul, now adorned with these jade-colored wings, signified that Xueqing would ascend to the pinnacle of swan-type spirit souls, even the swan spirit soul of his father. The Snow Knight Emperor paled in comparison to Xueqing's magnificent golden and jade-winged swan spirit soul. As this thought crossed his mind, Xueqing felt a surge of exhilaration and excitement. Indeed, my disciple, you have not disappointed me. Dubai nodded with satisfaction, exclaiming, Teacher, you have not disappointed me. Inwardly, Xueqing was filled with joy. Initially, Xueqing harbored no illusions about enhancing the quality of his swan martial soul. Yet, to his astonishment, this teacher, whom he had only known for a day, generously bestowed upon him the celestial grade fairy flower, aiding him in elevating the quality of his martial soul. Teacher Du has been exceedingly kind to me, leaving me with no disappointments. Xueqing's fondness for Du Bai has significantly increased. Previously, others approached me solely because of my status as a prince, seeking to gain benefits. However, this is the first time Xueqing has experienced genuine goodwill from another. This teacher, I have firmly resolved to acknowledge. All of this is thanks to the teacher. Without the teacher, I would have nothing. Once more, Xueqing bowed respectfully to Teacher Du now. Without further ado, let us hasten to consume the roots of the Narcissus jade mussel. This substance serves to fortify and rejuvenate the body, proving beneficial for one's health. Du Bai reminded him. Very well, teacher. Xueqing obediently consumed the entirety of the exquisite root of the water-immortal jade mussel. This extraordinary herb promised to bestow a pair of jade-colored wings upon his martial spirit, a truly remarkable transformation. Its essence was pure and invaluable. Xueqing had dared not waste a single fragment. After finishing the root, he felt a wave of comfort envelop him. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, Xueqing directed his starry gaze towards the little yellow dog. At that moment, the dog lay sprawled on its back, exposing its white belly, resembling a human in repose. Additionally, the little yellow dog was shrouded in a golden mist of medicinal vapor, reminiscent of Xueqing's own experience while digesting the water-immortal jade mussel. Clearly, the little dog had also consumed a celestial herb. This revelation left Xueqing astounded. Is the teacher truly so affluent? He pondered. And such extravagance. Even this common street dog has partaken. Has the teacher's little yellow dog also ingested a celestial flower? Xueqing inquired, his face etched with surprise. Indeed, came the response. Du Bai replied indifferently, isn't this a bit extravagant, teacher? After all, it is merely an ordinary dog of a lowly breed. Xueqing inquired with some confusion. If the celestial herbs bestowed upon this little yellow dog were administered to a capable soul master, it would undoubtedly cultivate a valuable ally. It seems excessively wasteful to offer them to a mere dog. Chapter 98. The Arrogant Dog That Became Enlightened. Second update. Seeking votes. Seeking subscriptions. My dear disciple, this is a token of compensation for Mr. Yellow Dog. I cannot bring myself to withhold it. Unless, of course, you are willing to provide compensation in the form of a delightful serenade on the flute. Du Bai spoke calmly, casting a sidelong glance at Xueqing. Upon hearing his words, Xueqing was momentarily taken aback. Ah, esteemed teacher, you are indeed correct. I should compensate it with a medicinal herb, Xueqing replied. Simultaneously, he recalled the distressing sight of the little yellow dog bound before him. In the chilling moment when teacher Du Bai had instructed him to play a melodious tune on the flute for it, it was quite terrifying. Nevertheless, Xueqing also gleaned a lesson from this. In the future, should anyone provoke his ire, he would emulate teacher Du Bai, allowing the offender to experience a taste of their own medicine. Observing Xueqing's somewhat frightened demeanor, Du Bai felt a sense of satisfaction within. Du Bai possesses numerous cunning methods, which he shall employ against Tang San, Yu Xiaojing, Qin Xuanji, and the members of the protagonist group in the future. Teacher, do you desire this little yellow dog? If you do not wish to keep it, may I take it as my pet? Xueqing inquired. This little yellow dog, after consuming golden dogtail grass, has transformed, with its fur now gleaming gold, no longer resembling an ordinary yellow mutt. Thus, Xueqing harbored a desire to adopt it as a pet. I intend to release this little yellow dog. However, if you are able to tame it as your companion, then it shall indeed belong to you. Du Bai said calmly. Du Bai yearned to enjoy a tranquil world with Bibi Dong, unperturbed by the meddling of that little yellow dog. Moreover, this little yellow dog exhibited a rather lascivious nature. If kept as a pet, its eyes would surely wander, even daring to encroach upon the sanctity of his wife. Du Bai found it hard to accept. All right, teacher, I shall give it a try. Xueqing responded. The little yellow dog ingested the mystical herb, experiencing a remarkable transformation, akin to soaring to new heights like a phoenix. Keeping it as a pet seemed quite appealing. Subsequently, Du Bai and Xueqing stood guard over the little yellow dog, awaiting its digestion and absorption of the golden dogtail grass. Soon, the golden mist enveloping the dog began to dissipate, revealing its shimmering golden fur and a physique that appeared more agile and robust. Its eyes sparkled with vitality, the previous crimson veins having vanished, now radiating energy. Woof! The little yellow dog barked and sprang up from the ground, landing gracefully before shaking its golden fur. As it shook, each strand of golden hair, amidst a glimmer of light, gradually returned to its normal state. Ultimately, all the golden fur transformed back into ordinary yellow fur. albeit now more lustrous and pristine than before. Observing the little yellow dog that had consumed the golden dogtail grass was indeed a sight to behold. Dubai could only exclaim, "How splendid! This little yellow dog is even more handsome than before. I fear that upon returning, this little yellow dog shall undoubtedly become the king of stray dogs in Heaven Do City, captivating a host of petite black, white, and brown female dogs. Mr. Little Yellow Dog, I have compensated you well, have I not? Would you be willing to become the cherished pet of your obedient disciple? If you are reluctant, I can certainly restore your freedom." Dubai spoke gently, sensing a subtle connection with the small yellow dog. After running through countless streets, encountering this particular creature felt serendipitous. Moreover, the dog displayed remarkable intelligence. Had it been a less perceptive canine, it might have met an untimely end. However, Dubai had no intention of adopting it as a pet. Instead, he offered it a sprig of celestial herb as a token for their brief encounter. If fate allowed, they might cross paths again in the future. Of course, it would not be amiss if the little yellow dog chose to become the pet of his disciple, Xueqinghe. As the eldest prince of the Tiando city, Xueqinghe's companionship would ensure that the dog wanted for nothing. He was destined to become a sovereign. And this small canine could very well be the future canine emperor. "Dear little dog, would you care to be my pet?" Xueqinghe spoke with an air of refined gentility. In that moment, his handsome, cultured demeanor could have easily captivated any maiden, prompting her to swoon and declare her willingness to be his pet. Yet, the small yellow dog, being a dog, was not swayed by such charm. It cast a disdainful glance at Xueqinghe, as if to say, "Human, you once knelt before me, almost serenading me with sweet melodies. How dare you now propose that I become your pet? You are unworthy." With a flick of its tail, the small yellow dog turned away from Xueqinghe and sauntered towards Dubai. As it walked, its tail swayed exuberantly, and it strutted with an air of pride, as if to proclaim, "I am no common mutt, I am a noble dog." Approaching Dubai, the dog's tail wagged furiously, and it opened its mouth to reveal a bright red tongue, exuberantly expressing its affection. The little yellow dog recognized that Dubai was the true master, far superior to the man who sought to claim it as a pet. It was Dubai who had bestowed upon it the golden herb, and the dog understood where its future lay. Xueqinghe, witnessing the small yellow dog's blatant disregard and even disdain towards him, felt a pang of disappointment. After all, he was the esteemed eldest prince of the Tiando Empire, poised to become an emperor. How could this foolish dog overlook him, let alone scorn him? Dubai was amused by the little yellow dog. "Silly dog, this is His Highness the Prince. Following him promises a prosperous future." Dubai addressed the little yellow dog, which appeared almost sentient in its demeanor. After hearing Dubai's words, the proud creature lifted its head and cast a disdainful glance at Xueqinghe. "Oh, is that so? A human? You possess great potential?" However, this canine monarch remains unimpressed. The little yellow dog squinted slightly, regarding Xueqinghe with an air of superiority, its expression replete with disdain. Witnessing the dog's haughty and flamboyant demeanor, Xueqinghe felt a surge of irritation. "You foolish mutt, I can do without your approval." Xueqinghe silently lamented. He couldn't help but wonder what changes the little yellow dog had undergone after consuming the golden dogtail grass, aside from its lustrous golden fur. It seemed to exhibit a greater fearlessness towards humans and an enhanced ability to comprehend human speech. Dubai silently mused, observing the small yellow dog's demeanor. "Little yellow dog, it seems you are reluctant to be the cherished pet of my obedient disciple. However, I do not intend to keep you as a pet. So you wish to embrace your freedom, do you?" Dubai inquired of the little yellow dog. Upon hearing his words, the dog displayed a look of confusion, as if deep in contemplation. Shortly thereafter, it obediently nodded, seemingly acknowledging Dubai's sentiment. It yearned for freedom. The little yellow dog was astute. It understood Dubai's formidable nature and dared not act recklessly in his presence, displaying utmost obedience. "Very well, return from whence you came, and may we meet again by fate's design. However, before that, you must pay a visit to someone." Dubai spoke to the little yellow dog. Chapter 99, The Grand Mansion, Meeting Xiaodong Dong. Upon hearing that Dubai intended to introduce him to someone, the little yellow dog felt a sudden jolt of fear within. "Human, you wouldn't dare to bully the little dog again, would you? You fiend." Dubai discerned a trace of fear and trepidation emanating from the little yellow dog. It seemed he had truly frightened the creature, leaving an indelible mark of a devilish aspect within its heart. Dubois secretly chuckled to himself, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, you foolish dog, for I shall not torment you." Dubai spoke soothingly. Upon hearing his words, the little yellow dog let out a sigh of relief, once again displaying an air of nonchalance and pride. Meanwhile, Xueqinghe, having caught the crucial information, began to analyze it. This person must be the teacher's wife. Xueqinghe's mind immediately conjured the image of Bibi Dong, with her unparalleled beauty and noble demeanor. At that moment, I pondered how such an exquisite woman could be by Du Bai's side. Now, having witnessed Du Bai's prowess, I finally comprehend why both the teacher and his wife are exceptionally formidable, a perfect match. Xueqinghe mused inwardly. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of regret for having previously offended Bibi Dong. I hope she is not angry. Xueqinghe silently prayed. He had already sworn loyalty to teacher Du Bai through his martial soul, and having recently consumed Du Bai's exquisite potion, he naturally would not betray him or indulge in baseless thoughts. My dear disciple, I have matters to discuss with you. Du Bai gazed towards the snow-clad river. Du Bai has certain matters to entrust to Xueqinghe. Certainly, master. Please go ahead. Xueqinghe responded. My obedient disciple. I need to remain in this Douluo city for a while. Du Bai commenced his sermon to Xueqinghe. Du Bai entrusted Xueqinghe with 2 tasks. The first task was to find a residence for himself. This residence should be spacious, well-equipped, and abundant in greenery, accompanied by servants for maintenance. Most importantly, it must feature a large open space, which Du Bai intended to transform into a playground and a shooting range for practice. Du Bai intends to utilize the Shock Gold card and auction the Emerald Scale Dog Soulbone set, necessitating a temporary stay in the Tiando city. Therefore, he requires a residence to settle down, which would also facilitate direct access to Tiando city in the future. It serves as a makeshift home for the time being. Du Bai believes that, given the esteemed status of His Highness, the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, he will undoubtedly find it quite effortless to accomplish this task. The second matter at hand is that Du Bai must remain discreet. The details regarding the apprenticeship should be temporarily concealed from the public eye. However, Du Bai emphasized a crucial point. Once a disciple, forever a son, and that absolute respect for one's teacher is paramount. Very well, master. Securing this grand estate will pose no challenge. By tomorrow, your disciple shall have everything arranged, Xueqinghe declared, patting his chest with confidence. He continued, Master, I shall always remember your kindness towards me, and I vow to honor and never betray you. As he spoke, Xueqinghe's demeanor reflected profound respect. Indeed, that is for the best. Du Bai cast a profound gaze upon Xueqinghe. Du Bai has only briefly mentioned 2 matters this time. Regarding the connections with Ning Fingxi and the poison Douluo, Du Bai has not yet elaborated. This matter must be approached gradually. Additionally, he has not touched upon the auction concerning the sale of the Emerald Scale Dog Soulbone. The intricacies surrounding the Emerald Scalebone Soulbone set are too numerous, and Du Bai believes it prudent to rely solely on himself, thus refraining from disclosing any related information to Xueqinghe. By the way, master, I have something to discuss. Xueqinghe spoke up. Please proceed. Du Bai replied nonchalantly, Indeed, esteemed teacher, in 1 week's time, our royal family shall host the autumn hunting festival. I assure you, I will strive to perform admirably and not bring shame upon you. Xueqinghe recounted the matter. Very well, this time your swanhorn martial soul's quality has been enhanced, and you have grown a pair of jade wings. Perform well and astonish all. Du Bai encouraged, Very well, my student. Xueqinghe nodded in response. With the enhancement of his martial soul and its elevation to the rank of a 61st level Soul Emperor, he felt a surge of confidence about standing out in the upcoming hunting event. The thought of the palace nobility and his father, Emperor Shuiyi, gazing in astonishment at his martial soul filled him with exhilaration. Who does not relish the prospect of making a grand impression? Subsequently, Du Bai and Xueqinghe engaged in further discourse. Eventually, Du Bai led Xueqinghe and Mr. Little Yellow Dog to meet Bibi Dong. After paying his respects to his master, Bibi Dong, Du Bai gestured for Xueqinghe to take his leave. Du Bai cherished moments of solitude with Bibi Dong. While Xueqinghe had no pressing matters to attend to and felt it appropriate to pay a brief visit before departing. At this juncture, within room 306, only Du Bai, Bibi Dong, and a small yellow dog remained. 2 individuals and 1 canine. Foolish dog, why do you not hasten to greet your mistress? Du Bai addressed the little yellow dog. Upon hearing Du Bai refer to her as the mistress, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of discomfort but ultimately accepted it. At that moment, Bibi Dong gazed into the eyes of the little yellow dog. As she listened to Du Bai's words, she found the little yellow dog quite intriguing. Consequently, Bibi Dong began to observe the little yellow dog more closely. After consuming the golden dogtail grass, the little yellow dog was able to comprehend human speech. The gentle little dog barked softly and approached Bibi Dong, wagging its tail enthusiastically in a gesture of goodwill. Remarkably, the dog's shiny, clean yellow fur began to radiate a golden glow, each strand transforming back into gold. It seemed to convey to Bibi Dong that he was not a mere mutt, but a noble golden dog. Humans are so beautiful, even more so than that person downstairs. The little yellow dog drew closer to Bibi Dong, intoxicated by her delightful fragrance. How did this little yellow dog become a golden dog? Bibi Dong inquired with curiosity. The answer lies in the golden dogtail grass I provided for him. Dubai recounted the tale of the little yellow dog consuming the golden dogtail grass in meticulous detail. Understanding dawned upon Bibi Dong. This little yellow dog is quite fortunate, appearing clever and possessing a certain charm. Subsequently, Bibi Dong continued to offer her praise. Indeed, this is the case. Dubai nodded. Just at that moment, Mr. Yellow Dog barked. Subsequently, to Dubai's astonishment, Mr. Yellow Dog attempted to nuzzle his head against the alluringly fair legs of Bibi Dong right in front of him. Dubois was well aware of the little yellow dog's somewhat lascivious nature and had long been prepared for it. At this moment, sensing something amiss, Dubois swiftly sprang into action. "Silly dog, you lecherous creature, what are you up to?" Dubai swiftly reprimanded, raising the little yellow dog with the utmost speed. Upon being scolded by Dubai and feeling the grip of his hand, the little yellow dog shivered, its inner flames of desire extinguished in an instant. It ceased its movements, allowing Dubai to lift it effortlessly. "Bibi Dong," I said, "let me tell you, this little yellow dog is quite lascivious. It was just trying to take advantage of you." Dubai, with an expression of irritation, was holding a small yellow dog and spoke. Chapter 100, Plan Review. The Front Desk Girl. Do not be deceived by its seemingly harmless appearance. In reality, this little yellow dog is quite the lecher. Just yesterday, it was fixating on the legs of other girls, staring unabashedly. It is undoubtedly a lascivious creature. Dubai held the little yellow dog and spoke with irritation. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's delicate face exhibited an expression of peculiar intrigue. Has this little yellow dog truly become sentient? Is it genuinely lecherous? Bibi Dong pondered with suspicion. Indeed, Bibi Dong, consider whether it was not exceedingly excited while beside you just moments ago. Such a reaction is hardly characteristic of a well-behaved dog. Dubai spoke up, casting a sharp glare at Mr. Yellow Dog. Having consumed the golden dogtail grass, the little yellow dog appeared more spirited than ever. At that moment, upon hearing Dubai's words, it displayed an expression of bewilderment and grievance. "What are you saying? Devilish human? This dog does not comprehend." Upon hearing Dubai's remarks, Bibi Dong pondered intently, recalling how the little yellow dog had been frantically wagging its tail beside her, seemingly overly excited. Just as Bibi Dong was lost in thought, Dubai's inner voice resonated. "You foolish dog, I have never even touched the alluring ankle of my dear Dong Dong, yet you dare to covet my wife. Do you believe that tonight I shall summon a skilled chef to prepare a sumptuous dog meat feast?" As Dubai gazed at Mr. Yellow Dog, a torrent of thoughts coursed through his mind. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, eavesdropping on his inner musings,